Chapter 1917. At this moment, Qin Zhao's entire body was shrouded in a supreme Buddhist light. At this moment, He Sha's face was filled with pain. Where was the arrogance from before? At this moment, he was standing in front of Qin Zhao. Obviously, he was a little shorter. The situation had completely reversed. Hey Sha, didn't you just ask me where I got my courage? Then I'll tell you now. This is where my courage lies. Weren't you insufferably arrogant just now? Why are you being trampled under the feet of a mere first-step, celestial, venerable immortal? Where did you get the courage to boast so shamelessly? Are you out of your mind? Qin Zhao looked at He Sha with a playful smile. Now that he had He Sha in his grasp, he naturally would not be polite. He retorted the words that He Sha had just said. Such a counterattack was sonorous and powerful. It was full of lethality. It was like a sharp knife was ruthlessly inserted into He Sha's heart, and it even spun a few times. This was a humiliation to He Sha. It was a humiliation to trample on He Sha's dignity. It was just a few words, but it was more ruthless than killing someone. Bai Shan could not help but click her tongue. She could not help but admire Qin Zhao. He was really ruthless. He really dared to humiliate He Sha like this. This humiliation was obviously planting the seed of hatred. He Sha would definitely want to kill Qin Zhao and be happy. He Sha was so angry that his whole body trembled. However, he was currently suppressed by Qin Zhao and could not refute anything. His face was originally black, so now, other than extreme distortion, no other expression could be seen. His pair of black eyes were spewing out endless fury and hatred. Just looking at it would cause one to feel fear. His anger was already bone-deep hatred. When had he Sha, ever been humiliated like this? Even when he was weak, he had never been humiliated like this. But today, He Sha was actually humiliated by a first-step, celestial, venerable immortal. If this spread out, wouldn't he become the biggest joke? Would he still have the face to walk in front of others in the future? How did the situation become like this? How could a first-step, celestial, venerable boy have such heaven-defying means? To be able to suppress the Black Fiend? The six-syllable mantra of Buddhism. What kind of profound dharma was this? This brat was actually able to comprehend it? The White Fiend snorted angrily and was about to attack. Qin Zhao also expected that White Demon would make a move. She glanced over, chuckled, and said in a sarcastic tone, "Why? Do you want to help? That's fine too. You Black and White double demons are one body. Heroes of the Hills, come at me together. I'd like to see how the two heroes of Hill Ridge fight. Fighting one of them is indeed a bit too much of a bully." These words almost made He Sha vomit blood. What did he mean by bullying him too much? Bai Shan and the other two almost couldn't hold back their laughter. These words were really ruthless. It was really infuriating. Brat, you are too arrogant. The White Fiend was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Despicable, really despicable. The sharpness of words was sometimes sharper than a treasured sword. Arrogant. Qin Zhao curled her lips and said carelessly, "Compared to you, maybe it's not that bad. Now, I'm just returning what you said just now. Why? You could be so arrogant to others and want to trample them under your feet. Now you can't listen to me talking to you? It's fine if you can't listen to me. Show me your strength and trample me back. It's very simple. Don't be so arrogant." The White Fiend was unable to restrain his anger and rushed over. A white light that could destroy the world surged towards Qin Zhao like a scorching sun. The white light seemed to be able to devour and destroy everything. Qin Zhao, don't let them merge. Once they merge, their strength will be several times stronger. At that time, it will be troublesome. Do you want us to block him together? Bai Shan hurriedly said when she saw the White Fiend making a move. Can't let them merge. The Black and White double demons can merge? Qin Zhao didn't know much about the Black and White double demons. He just felt that the other party was very powerful. As for how powerful they were, Qin Zhao didn't know. At first, he stood out because he was angry. How could Qin Zhao tolerate the fact that the other party wanted to snatch his Buddhist artifact? How could Qin Zhao tolerate being trampled on like that, disdaining him and treating him like an ant? Therefore, Qin Zhao had no choice but to fight. He couldn't just hand over the Buddhist artifact with both hands, right? This kind of thing, Qin Shao absolutely could not do it. Unless the other party was too strong, far stronger than him, and he couldn't resist at all. In that case, Qin Shao had no choice but to admit defeat. Just like how ancient sage Yu Luosha suppressed him and made him unable to resist. If he had the strength to resist, Qin Shao would naturally resist. At first, Qin Shao only had some calculations. He felt that even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he wouldn't suffer too much. So, why not fight with heroism? People said that young people were frivolous. Why not be frivolous today for the sake of dignity? At first, Qin Shao had some confidence. However, he wasn't confident enough to think that he could trample the black and white double demons under his feet. After all, Bai Shan and the others were extremely afraid of the black and white double demons. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally thought that the black and white double demons must be very strong. However, Qin Shao underestimated his own means. He didn't expect that he could suppress the black double demons. Moreover, he didn't use all his means. Of course, the main credit was because the Buddhist six-syllable mantra could suppress the black fiend, which had a miraculous effect. The more he fought, the more confident he became. Therefore, he dared to be arrogant. Can't let the black and white double demons merge. On the one hand, he had to continue suppressing the black double demons. On the other hand, he had to block the white double demons and not let him get close to the black double demons. Bai Shan and the others wanted to help. After thinking for a while, Qin Shao refused. No need, senior brother Bai Shan. You could just watch the show. I can handle it. I said that I will let them fight together. Then I have to keep my word. Let me fight with them first. I'd like to see just how capable the famous heroes of Hill Ridge are. After saying that, Qin Shao waved his hand. The eight-sided Buddhist mirror directly enveloped the white double demons, trapping them in the eight-sided space of the eight-sided Buddhist mirror. The eight-sided Buddhist mirror trapped the white double demons, and the Buddhist six syllables suppressed the black double demons. With a Buddhist means and a Buddhist weapon, Qin Shao actually suppressed the black and white double demons at once. However, the white double demons was not completely trapped. He was only temporarily trapped in the eight-sided Buddhist mirror. However, he might rush out soon, so Qin Shao couldn't be careless. Under the suppression of Qin Zhao's Buddhist six syllables, the black double demons was temporarily trapped and couldn't break free. Being able to suppress the black and white double demons at the same time, if this news spread out, it was enough to cause a sensation. Haha, Qin Shao is really experienced. TSK, TSK, TSK. The famous black and white double demons were suppressed by him at the same time. Amazing, really amazing. Bai Shan was very happy and laughed heartily. How delightful, how delightful. It seemed that we were really old. Tai Yulong shook his head and sighed. He didn't know if he had suffered a blow. The three of them together didn't have the confidence to suppress the black and white double demons, but they were suppressed by Qin Shao alone. What kind of experience was this? Therefore, it was obvious that Tai Yulong knew that the world was really changing a little too fast. Not long ago, he saw that Qin Shao was still high and mighty, much higher than Qin Shao. But now, Qin Zhao's strength was far above him. He had to look up to Qin Shao. How long had it been? It had only been a few million years. It was far too fast. Originally, such a short time couldn't let people improve by much. More importantly, Qin Shao was still only a first-step Empyrean. His cultivation realm was much weaker than his, but his strength had already far surpassed his. Therefore, Tai Yulong naturally sighed with emotion. Ha ha, old, really old. Bai Shan nodded in agreement with Tai Yulong. Then he said, however, Qin Shao was able to suppress the black and white double demons because of some special factors. It just so happens that the Buddhist Dharma can restrain the black and white double demons. It is especially effective against them. Moreover, it is also possible to defeat them one by one. If the black and white double demons had merged at the beginning, it would have been another face. Of course, there is no doubt about Qin Zhao's strength. It is only because of these special factors that we can see such a happy situation now. He suppressed them and made them lose their temper. Ah, This could be considered as avenging us for what happened back then. It's very satisfying. Millions of years ago, the three of them had suffered a great loss at the hands of the black and white double demons. Today, they had their revenge. Fairy Purple Box also nodded slightly and said, "Yes, as long as the black and white double demons don't merge, their overall strength will be much weaker. We must also keep a close eye on them. We must not give them a chance to merge." The black demon resisted again and again, but the more he resisted, the more pain he felt. The supreme Buddhist power of the Buddhist Dharma mantra suppressed him, making him unable to resist at all. The white demon was trapped in the eight-sided Buddha mirror space. He was crazily destroying it, trying to use his strength to get out. Although this was not a good path, it was the most direct and fastest path. Qin Shao could not fully unleash the power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror space, so the eight-sided space was not particularly strong and stable. Under the white demon's crazy destruction, it seemed to be unable to withstand and was shattered piece by piece. At this speed, they would be able to walk out of the eight-sided space soon. Want to walk out? Not so easy. Qin Shao snorted coldly. His eyes were cold as he spat out 3 words, "Heart Force Kill." With a thought, Qin Shao pushed his heart force to the limit, turning it into invisible swords that slashed at the white demon's mind. Since he was going to attack, he naturally had to be ruthless. He also used the Heart Force Stone, pushing his heart force to the strongest level, surging over violently. Qin Zhao's current heart force was equivalent to a third-step heavenly venerate. Coupled with the amplification effect of the Heart Force Stone, it was enough to affect a third-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, when the heart force attacked, the white demon was naturally in extreme pain. At this time, he was trapped in the eight-sided Buddha mirror space. There were many methods that he could not use at all, and there was no way for him to escape. Therefore, facing Qin Zhao's heart force attack, it was naturally difficult for him to resist, and he suffered a great loss. The black demon and the white demon were the same. They both suffered a great loss under Qin Zhao's special method. The black demon was suppressed by the Buddhist Dharma mantra. In fact, he still had other methods that he could not use. Chapter 1918. Of course, Qin Shao was only able to suppress the twin ghosts of black and white. It would be difficult for him to seriously injure them, let alone kill them. That was impossible. Even if Baishan and the other two attacked together, it was still impossible. Killing 2 great immortals who were infinitely close to the level of ascendant immortals was simply too difficult. Suppressing them and injuring them was still possible. For Qin Shao, suppressing them was enough to achieve his goal. His dignity would also be preserved. Heart Force. It's Heart Force. What a powerful Heart Force attack. The white fiend howled in pain. Heart Force attacked the heart, attacking the will. The heart and will were the weakest parts of most living beings. Using the strong to attack the weak was a huge advantage in the first place. Thus, strength was something that was hard to predict. Sometimes, when you were suppressed by your opponent, you wouldn't be able to use any of your other moves. As the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher, and there is such a saying. So you're a Heart Force cultivator as well. You've reached the 8th level of Heart Force. It seems that we've underestimated you. Your cultivation is so low, but your Heart Force is so strong. Your main cultivation is Heart Force, but you've hidden it well. To reach such a high level at such a young age, you can indeed be called a peerless genius. White Fiend stared at Qin Shao with a ferocious face. Although he was in great pain, he still had the power to resist. However, he was trapped by the eight-sided Buddha mirror. It was difficult for him to get out of the eight-sided space. Black Fiend, White Fiend, you didn't think you'd have a day like this, did you? Baishan laughed heartily. He was extremely pleased. He wanted to use this opportunity to get back at them for what they'd done last time. And here I thought you'd be much stronger after 10 million years. Who would have thought that you couldn't even beat my junior brother? Looks like you haven't improved at all in the past 10 million years. You heroes of the hills are becoming more and more undeserved. I wonder where you got the confidence to act so arrogantly just now. Undeserved? To the twin ghosts of black and white, this was a great humiliation. How could their reputation be undeserved? When had the reputation of the two heroes of the hills ever been questioned and humiliated like this? Their fame was earned through strength. They had fought for it with real swords and spears. It was only after experiencing one sensational battle after another that they gained their current prestige. Baishan, are you courting death? The White Fiend glared at Baishan coldly. His killing intent was thick. If it was before, Baishan would not have the confidence to say anything. But now the situation was different. The White Fiend was suppressed by Qin Shao. What was he afraid of? If she had the chance to vent her anger, what was Baishan afraid of? So what if he provoked the black-white double demons? There was already a grudge between them. So what was there to be afraid of? White Fiend, you're already like this. Don't look so fierce anymore. I'm courting death. What can you do to me if you have the ability to do so? I advise you not to provoke me now. Otherwise, if we attack together, you may not be able to walk out of here alive. So, it's best if you don't talk too much. The White Fiend was furious, but he still had some concerns. He did not doubt Baishan's words. If Baishan dared to say something like this, then he was definitely a ruthless character. He would not lie. If they were really angered, then if the three of them attacked together, it was indeed possible for them to be seriously injured. If they really went all out, then anything could happen. This time, they had smashed their own feet with a stone. They could only swallow their broken teeth. Baishan, I'll let you be proud for now. The road ahead is still long. Let's wait and see. There will be a time for us to settle the score. The next time we meet, it will be the time of your death. Baisha Lung said coldly, with a strong sense of threat. In terms of strength, Baishan knew that he was not the White Fiend's opponent. But how many times could one be crazy in life? When it was time to be crazy, then be crazy. What was there to be afraid of? If one did not even have such hot-bloodedness in life, then wouldn't it be a tragedy? Qin Shao dared to be so heroic. So what was Baishan afraid of? Suffering a loss once was a painful failure. He should learn a lesson from this failure. Haha, so what? Baishan Hao let out a hearty laugh. Don't worry, with your threat here, I have to give it a shot and raise my own strength. With pressure, there will be motivation to move forward. Perhaps I can even thank you black-white double demons. You may be the motivation on my path to success. The next time we meet, maybe it will be me who tramples you under my feet. That's right. The next time we meet, it will be us who tramples you under our feet. Do you really think that you can threaten us like this? Tai Yulong added. Baishan and the other two had always been of the same mind. One person's thoughts represented everyone's thoughts. If Baishan wanted to go against the White Fiend, then Fairy Zijing and Tai Yulong would naturally support him unconditionally. No matter how much danger there was in the future, there was nothing to be afraid of. Humph. 3 losers and you dare say that? The White Fiend snorted with disdain. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't say that young people are poor. Defeat is only temporary, not permanent. It's best not to be too absolute with your words, Fairy Purple Chest also said. The black-white double demons' faces were extremely ugly, and they didn't say anything else. Strength was the basis of confidence. Without the truth, no matter how big or fierce the words were, they would appear pale and powerless. At this moment, the black-white double demons were being suppressed by Qin Shao. How could they still have the confidence to say anything? Even if he said it out loud, it would still seem like a bluff. Good. Baisha was so angry that he suddenly laughed and said a few words. He looked at Qin Shao viciously. Qin Shao, right? Disciple of the Fu Su Immortal Palace, right? Very good. We will remember you. Today's hatred, we will definitely return it tenfold in the future. Hearing the White Fiend's fierce words, Qin Shao frowned. Something was about to happen. Sure enough, as soon as the White Fiend's voice fell, his body turned into a white evil spirit, drilled into the ground, and soon disappeared. Not only the White Fiend, but the Black Fiend also did the same, but he turned into a black evil spirit, drilled into the ground, and disappeared. Just like that, the two of them disappeared. Qin Shao frowned and looked around, but he didn't find any trace. Obviously, they had gone far. Teleportation talisman? As soon as this thought came out, Qin Shao also shook his head. The situation just now didn't seem to be the power of the teleportation talisman. Moreover, the teleportation talisman must be used when the space was very stable. Even if it was a great teleportation talisman, the space couldn't be too unstable, otherwise it would be too dangerous. The Black Fiend was better, but the White Fiend was trapped in the octagonal space by Qin Shao. How could the teleportation talisman easily take him away? So, speaking of which, it shouldn't be the power of the teleportation talisman. If it wasn't the teleportation talisman, how did the two disappear like this? Baishan came forward and said, "This is the unique skill of the Black and White Fiend duo, the Earth Fiend Shield Technique. It belongs to a dangerous secret technique, and its ability to escape is very powerful and terrifying. So it's very easy to trap the Black and White Fiend duo, but it's even more difficult to kill them." Qin Shao also thought that it was a secret technique. After listening to Baishan, he was completely relieved. Secret techniques were extremely dangerous to begin with. It was not surprising that there were all kinds of methods to deal with them. Since they escaped, then forget it. Qin Shao didn't really think that he could really do anything to them. Although he could temporarily suppress them, Qin Shao also believed that the Black and White Fiend duo still had a life-saving trump card. It was unlikely that he could do anything to them. Anyway, no matter what, it was a victory, and it was enough to be proud. The Black and White Fiend duo ran away, and everything returned to calm. This battle was really too satisfying. Qin Shao was also incomparably delighted in his heart, and he was full of heroism. In fact, he really didn't have much confidence in his own strength. In today's battle, he had used all his means and used all his strength, so he was very clear about where the limits of his strength were. At least, if he used all his strength, he could fight against an ordinary fourth-step, heavenly, venerable, exalted immortal. The trip to the Thoughtless Sea had really given him a lot of benefits. Now, even if he couldn't get the treasure, to Qin Shao, this trip was too worth it. And to him, this harvest had already surpassed the treasure that he hadn't obtained yet. Haha, Qin Shao, you really hit it well. Saying that you're a peerless monster is looking down on you too much. Saying that you're the number 2 genius is also looking down on you. Right now, I seriously feel that your potential will surpass that of other geniuses. Baishan laughed loudly. In his heart, he was really happy for Qin Shao and sincerely admired him. Being praised like this, Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. Qin Shao said, "Senior brother Baishan, don't praise me too much. It's not a good thing to praise me too much. Geniuses are taboo existences in our Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. It's better not to talk about such things." On this point, Baishan immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. Qin Shao, what you said is indeed correct. Geniuses are indeed taboo. It's better not to talk about it. Haha, it's fine if we talk about it in private. Since we're walking together, then we can completely trust each other. Just treat it as a joke, although it's a little inappropriate. Geniuses were existences that everyone in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace respected. This was respect from the bottom of their hearts. Who would dare to offend the prestige of geniuses? Geniuses were famous in the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, second only to the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace Master. They were truly supreme existences that stood at the peak of the clouds. Although Qin Shao had always regarded geniuses as his goal to challenge, Qin Shao was also very clear that he was still far away from becoming a genius. It was naturally impossible for him to challenge a genius now. However, no matter how impossible it was, there would be a day when he would succeed. Moreover, Qin Shao firmly believed that this day was not too far away. It would come very soon. Let's not talk about this. Let's continue. Today is a happy day, so I said a few more words. Baishan waved his hand and said. Qin Shao nodded. Now that everything had calmed down, it was time to move forward. Proper business had to be firm. Qin Zhao's strength had been completely exposed. Naturally, his powerful strength had caused a subtle change in Qin Zhao's position. Although in terms of seniority, Baishan and the other two were still senior brothers and sisters, and they were originally the leaders of the team. But now, Qin Zhao's position had been raised. Qin Zhao's strength was the strongest. Naturally, he was the leader. If there was any danger, they would definitely rely on Qin Shao. Chapter 1919. Between the heavens and the earth, there was a golden mist. This kind of mist could only be found in a place like the mindless sea where the Buddhist light was strong. The dense golden mist mixed with the Buddhist light greatly hindered one's vision. Even Bai Shan could only see things within a radius of 100,000 miles. She could not see anything further. Bai Shan took out an ancient map. After comparing it with the map, she pointed to the front and said, "We are close to the location of the treasure. It should be not far ahead. This place is filled with golden mist, so our vision is severely hindered. So we have to be more careful." The four of them continued to move forward in the golden mist. After walking for a while, Qin Shao discovered something. Qin Shao discovered that this golden fog actually had a very powerful, bewitching property. In other words, what you see in the golden mist might not be real. However, it was very difficult to detect whether what you see is real or not. Only by getting rid of the false and retaining the true can one see the true light. "Look over there." Bai Shan suddenly pointed to a direction and shouted excitedly. Looking in the direction of her finger, they saw an immortal palace standing not far ahead. It was ancient and grand, emitting a powerful aura. It gave people the feeling that it was an extraordinary place. "Ha, found it. This should be the location of the treasure." In the records, it also mentioned a palace. It should be this ancient, immortal palace in front of us. I thought that it would take a lot of effort. It seems that I was thinking too much. Let's go quickly. Bai Shan was very happy. Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong's faces were also brimming with joy. Everyone had come for this treasure. Now that the treasure was in front of them, how could they not be happy? Along the way, they had experienced several terrifying dangers. Although in the end, they had come through without any mishaps. However, along the way, they did not contribute much. It was mainly Qin Zhao's contribution. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the immortal palace. The Buddhist light flashed and directly hit the immortal palace. Immediately, Qin Shao sensed the situation. "Wait, don't go over." Qin Shao immediately shouted, stopping Bai Shan and the other two from speaking further. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the three of them immediately stopped and looked at Qin Shao. Qin Shao said seriously, "The golden mist is very confusing. What you see may not be real. There was a huge problem with that immortal palace. It was definitely not real. If you go in, you might fall into danger." "It's not true. What is that?" Bai Shan asked in confusion. Since the three of them ran over excitedly, they naturally didn't think that it wasn't true. At the very least, they didn't sense anything wrong. Naturally, they had also carefully observed the situation, but they did not notice anything. Therefore, when she heard Qin Shao say that it wasn't true, she was confused. Bai Shan thought for a moment and said, "Qin Shao, this golden mist is indeed very confusing. I've read about it in the intelligence reports. However, I don't think that it is very confusing. We didn't sense anything wrong." "What did you sense?" Qin Shao said, "I sensed something wrong. I can't explain it clearly. However, I'm sure that there's a problem with that immortal palace. It is definitely not the place where we're looking for the treasure. Therefore, it's best that we don't go there in case something unexpected happens. Such a huge land of confusion will definitely be accompanied by great dangers. This golden mist itself is not a simple matter. If we want to find the place where the treasure is, it will definitely not be easy." Bai Shan and the other two's expressions sank. If that was the case, they were indeed happy too early. Thinking about it, they felt that it was reasonable. If that immortal palace was the place where the treasure was, then wouldn't it be too easy? The golden mist was filled with Buddha's light and Buddha's power. Therefore, when Qin Shao said that there was a problem, he should be somewhat confident. Regarding Qin Zhao's words, no one doubted anything. Since Qin Shao couldn't say anything for the time being, then they would continue to search and slowly explore. Qin Shao was also searching for a way to better see through the golden mist. He wanted to see through the golden mist and see the real situation clearly. If he couldn't see clearly, then he was afraid that he would be trapped in this confusing world forever. This was the effect of the Buddha's light and Buddha's power. It made his eyes see things that were not real. Sure enough, the three didn't go far before they saw another immortal palace. Moreover, it was similar to the one just now. Another immortal palace? Baishan was somewhat dumbfounded. What was going on? There is also a problem with this one. It is also not real. It is fake. We can't be deceived. Qin Xiao immediately said. Baishan and the other two didn't say anything and continued to move forward. One after another, they saw many things. However, Qin Xiao said that all of them were fake. Therefore, the four of them kept away and didn't touch anything. Not touching anything, it was very peaceful. Nothing happened. Of course, they didn't gain anything. Where is the place of the treasure? This search actually lasted for 100 years. They still couldn't walk out of the golden mist. Qin Xiao, we can't continue to search like this, right? Baishan suddenly said. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Indeed, we can't. But at present, there is no good way. We can only continue to search like this. This place is very strange. I still can't find anything. For the time being, I don't know if the place of the treasure is nearby or not. It is indeed inappropriate to search aimlessly like this. It seems that I have to give it a try. Give it a try? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Baishan's eyes suddenly lit up. It seemed that there was still a way. It could be considered a method within a method. I don't have much confidence. Let's see if there is any effect. Qin Xiao said. Baishan nodded and said, No matter whether I have confidence or not, since it is a method, I have to give it a try. Maybe it will really have a miraculous effect. Haha, anyway, I have always believed in you. Qin Xiao signaled Baishan and the other two to step back. The three of them immediately did as they were told. Qin Xiao waved his hand, and the eight-sided Buddha mirror flew into the void. Huh! Qin Xiao suddenly shouted in a deep voice. He activated the eight-sided Buddha mirror. Suddenly, endless Buddha light bloomed from the eight-sided Buddha mirror. The powerful Buddha's light forcibly illuminated the golden mist and shrouded the void. Suddenly, the golden mist and the golden mist intertwined, presenting an extreme scene. Qin Xiao used all his strength to activate the eight-sided Buddha mirror. It was indeed somewhat strenuous. After all, it was a Buddha tool. Wanting to release such Buddha light was a very frightening thing. Baishan, the three of you quickly see if you can find the place of the treasure. I am using the eight-sided Buddha mirror's supreme Buddha light to weaken the power of the golden mist. I'm trying my best to get rid of the false and retain the true. Baishan and the other two searched around, but they didn't find anything. It seems like there is nothing in this area. Then, let's continue forward. Qin Xiao quickly moved forward. Baishan and the other two also follow behind him, searching all the way. Qin Xiao used all his strength to activate the eight-sided Buddha mirror. It was becoming increasingly strenuous for him. The consumption of his immortal power and mental energy was too great. Qin Xiao's cultivation base was relatively low. Therefore, it was difficult for him to maintain it for a long time. Therefore, Qin Xiao clenched his teeth and gave it his all. If it really didn't work, then he could only look for other methods. He searched all the way, but he didn't find anything. Finally, Qin Xiao couldn't hold on any longer. The Buddha light suddenly dimmed, and everything returned to its original state. Qin Xiao also looked a little exhausted. He almost sat down on the ground. His immortal power was almost exhausted. His mental energy was also almost depleted. Therefore, Qin Xiao was not only unable to activate the eight-sided Buddha mirror, but he also didn't have much combat strength left. Such a state was very dangerous. Therefore, Qin Xiao wouldn't take such a risk unless there was really no other way. But at this moment, this was the best method. There was no other way. Therefore, no matter what, he had to give it his all. Baishan, I've already tried my best. Now that my immortal power and mental energy are exhausted, I can't find anything else. I can only rely on you guys. I need to recover quickly. Otherwise, if I encounter any trouble, it will be dangerous. Qin Xiao said with a weak aura. Qin Xiao had always known this method, using the Buddha light to resist the power of the golden mist to get rid of the false and retain the true. This was the best and most effective method. But Qin Xiao didn't dare to use it. He knew that if he used it, the situation would be like this. Once his immortal power and mental energy were exhausted, you wouldn't have much combat strength left. If something happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Only now did Bai Shan and the other two understand Qin Zhao's method. It was indeed too risky. Bai Shan suddenly smiled and said, "Isn't it just exhausting your immortal power and mental energy? It's not a big deal." While speaking, two immortal pills appeared in Bai Shan's hand. They emitted a strange fragrance that made people salivate. Seeing the two immortal pills in Bai Shan's hand, Qin Zhao was slightly surprised. Spiritual energy pill and mental energy pill. Spiritual energy pill replenished immortal power, while mental energy pill replenished mental energy. Immortal pills were very precious. They were not something that ordinary immortal equipment could compare to. Spiritual energy pill could naturally replenish a person's spiritual energy to the point of perfection. It was the same for mental energy pill. For Qin Zhao, in his current state, these pills were simply priceless treasures. They could completely allow him to recover in an extremely short period of time. Seeing the two immortal pills handed over by Bai Shan, Qin Zhao didn't refuse. Although these two immortal pills were indeed precious for the team, the most important thing was for him to quickly recover his strength. It was the most important thing. Naturally, its value far surpassed these two immortal pills. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't hesitate. He received the pills and consumed them. After consuming the two immortal pills, a powerful energy surged up and quickly nourished Qin Zhao. This feeling was like eating when one was hungry. The effect was very fast and very obvious. Soon, Qin Zhao completely digested the two immortal pills. His immortal power and mental energy were completely replenished. He felt as if he had been revived. This feeling was really wonderful. It made people feel as if they had been reborn after a calamity. "Ah, Qin Zhao, you've completely recovered. Then, let's continue. I don't believe that we can't find this place of treasure." Bai Shan smiled and patted Qin Zhao's shoulder. "Continue?" Qin Zhao frowned slightly. He didn't have the confidence to continue. The final result would be him collapsing again. This feeling wasn't good. Chapter 19:20. Seeing Qin Zhao's apprehension, Bai Shan laughed and said, "Haha, since I asked you to do it, I naturally thought of a backup plan. It's fine. We still have spiritual energy pills and energy pills. This time, we came out on an adventure, so we naturally made preparations. No matter how precious the immortal pills are, it's not to the extent that the three of us can't get some. Trying 2 or 3 times won't be a problem. All of our preparations and efforts were for the sake of finding the treasure. Therefore, even if we have to pay a little more, we won't hesitate." Qin Zhao was slightly surprised at first, but soon after, he laughed. Thinking about it, everyone came out this time with the intention of risking their lives. Therefore, they must have made a lot of preparations. Immortal pills, like spiritual energy pills, could save lives at critical times. If they could prepare them, it would be best to prepare some. With the protection of the immortal pills, Qin Zhao didn't have to worry about anything. He continued to activate the 8-faced Buddha mirror, and the 4 of them continued to search. However, I didn't find it the second time. With the immortal pills on Bai Shan's body, they could only support them one more time. This was their last chance. Obviously, everyone was more cautious. This time, Qin Zhao wasn't in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he seriously thought about it. Had he overlooked something? If they continued to search like this without confidence, then this last chance would be used up. Once this chance was used up, it would be much more difficult to find the treasure. Therefore, such a situation wasn't what everyone wanted to see. Bai Shan also gave Qin Zhao a hint with his eyes, telling him to be more cautious this time. According to the map, it should be in this area. However, this place is filled with fog and illusions. It's hard to find the real thing. I have a strange feeling. I feel that the treasure is right in front of us, but we can't see it no matter how hard we try. It's right in front of us, but it also feels like it's 1,000 miles away. There's an invisible force separating it from us, making us unable to find it. Bai Shan said with a serious face. He had been thinking about this problem for a long time. It wasn't only him. Everyone was thinking about this problem. It was like looking at flowers in a fog or the moon in a mirror. What you see in front of your eyes is often not real, but in your intuition, you feel that it is real. What exactly do I need to do to break through all of the golden mist facets? The Buddhist light of the 8 Buddhist mirrors can't illuminate it. Or could it be that I'm not able to fully unleash the Buddhist light of the 8-faced Buddha mirror, and its power is lacking? However, this is the limit of what I can summon right now. Does it need to be more powerful, or are there other factors involved? Looking at flowers in a dream, peeking at the moon in a mirror. What you see is a mirror image, but there is something real there, just not where you see it. Mirror image. These 2 words suddenly made Qin Zhao's heart skip a beat. A ray of light flashed in her mind. She immediately grasped the important point. Qin Zhao's eyes lit up as an idea came to her mind. Just now, I saw the immortal palaces in different places. In fact, they weren't real immortal palaces, but mirror images. They appeared in different places, but there is only one real immortal palace, and it must be fixed at a certain place. The real immortal palace is hidden in this golden mist, and we can't find any trace of it. However, we can use these mirror images to deduce it. All the mirror images must have come from the same place. Then, we can find all the mirror images of the immortal palaces and connect them to see which point they came from. Then, we can deduce the specific location of the real immortal palace. Once we know the specific location, we can use a small area to break through the golden mist. Then, we should be able to find the immortal palace. Hearing Qin Zhao's analysis, Bai Shan and the other 2 were suddenly enlightened. They had grasped the light. This analysis should be completely correct. Subconsciously, they felt that this time they would definitely be able to find the treasure. So, they were naturally happy. Qin Zhao's words also opened up everyone's thoughts. After careful analysis, they all felt that it was too correct. Therefore, the 4 of them immediately took action. Soon, they marked all the locations of the immortal palaces and finally formed a map. Once the map was spread out, it was clear at a glance. Qin Zhao pointed to the map and said, "Look, we found a total of 18 immortal palaces. When these 18 immortal palaces are connected, there will be an intersection. This intersection must be the real location of the treasure. According to the map, this intersection is not far from there. We have passed by that intersection many times, but we never found anything. However, I believe that the treasure must be there." At first, although Qin Zhao felt that his guess was correct and the possibility was very high, he didn't dare to say that he was 100% sure. Now that all the situations were listed out and they corresponded perfectly, Qin Zhao had full confidence that this must be the case. "Let's go." The 4 of them quickly found the area where the intersection was located. Indeed, they didn't find anything. The 4 of them carefully searched the area, but still didn't find anything. Since they couldn't find anything, they could only use the 8-faced Buddha mirror to try. This time it was still okay. Because the area was small, they could use the Buddha's light to illuminate this area. Qin Zhao immediately activated the 8-faced Buddha mirror. Monstrous Buddha's light bloomed, and the golden fog in this small area quickly retreated. "Haha, there's something!" Bai Shan suddenly shouted happily. After the golden fog retreated, a palace appeared. It slowly appeared, and the walls of the palace could already be seen. In the end, the palace was completely revealed, and Qin Zhao had no choice but to stop his attack. If this continued, Qin Zhao would collapse again. The 4 of them looked at the palace in front of them, and their emotions were naturally somewhat excited. This time, they had spent a lot of effort to find the treasure. However, it could be said that it was very smooth. After all, they didn't pay a big price. Moreover, it was mainly Qin Zhao's contribution. In front of them was a big treasure. However, the palace in front of them was not the same as the immortal palace they saw before. The palace in front of them was extremely dilapidated. There were dilapidated walls and dilapidated walls everywhere. The damage was very serious. It was a ghastly sight. To be able to destroy an immortal palace like this, they didn't know what kind of battle had happened here. Just thinking about it was enough to frighten them. However, looking at the outline of the palace, They could see that this dilapidated immortal palace was the same as the one they saw before. It was just that the one in the mirror was complete, and this one was dilapidated. It's so dilapidated. Could it be that this place has been visited by someone? If that's the case, then our efforts will have been in vain. Baishan frowned. This situation was indeed worrisome. If it was a complete immortal palace, then it was very likely to be a place of opportunity left behind by a powerful existence. However, the immortal palace in front of them was damaged to such a state. It was clear that it had experienced a lot of things. Even if it had experienced a lot of things, it was hard to say whether or not there were still treasures here. Did the clues you obtained mention these things? Qin Xiao asked. Baishan shook her head and said, the clues we obtained were actually not many. There were only some general introductions and a map. Nothing else was mentioned. Based on the clues we obtained, in addition to our large amount of investigation, we came to a rough conclusion. There should be an immortal palace left behind by an ancient sage here. This ancient sage had once cultivated here for a period of time. After he left this immortal palace to a fated person. The general meaning of the clues was that there would be a lot of things left behind. However, I didn't manage to find any information about that ancient sage. Thus, I don't know which era it was left behind by the ancient sage. I also don't know how long it has been. However, thinking about it, it should have been a long time ago. Logically speaking, if no one else had entered this immortal palace, it should have been completely preserved. For it to be damaged to such a state, it is extremely likely that someone had already entered this immortal palace. Then, they might have fought over something and destroyed this immortal palace. Thus, this situation is not good. Fairy Zishang was indifferent. She said casually, let's not worry about that for now. Let's enter the immortal palace and take a look first. If there is an immortal opportunity, we will naturally be able to obtain some. If there is no immortal opportunity, then so be it. At the very least, we have already tried. If there is an opportunity, then we must strive to grasp it. However, that does not mean that as long as we work hard, we will definitely be able to grasp it. For some things, even if we cannot obtain them, there is no need to be so concerned about them. At the very least, our harvest from this trip could be said to be incomparably enormous. Baishan nodded her head. She said repeatedly, right. What Zishang said is very correct. Even if we did not obtain anything here, our harvest from this trip is still incomparably enormous. It is not inferior to a treasure. It's fine to be a bit more indifferent. Humans were all greedy. Greed for strength, greed for power, greed for money, greed for treasures, greed for opportunities, greed for women. A lot of greed existed. After all, there were only a few people who could control their greed. There were even fewer people who could be indifferent and open-minded. Being completely unready meant that one had no desires. That was the realm that Buddha pursued. Qin Xiao was speechless. If one were to talk about the greatest harvest, it would obviously be his. However, there was no way he could share his harvest with Baishan and the others. To Qin Xiao, this was indeed the case. Even if they did not obtain anything from this immortal palace, it was already enough for him. However, Baishan and the others had made a wasted trip. However, it was still too early to say all this. As for the situation inside the immortal palace, everything was still unknown. They would only know after they went in. After hesitating for a moment, the four of them carefully walked towards the dilapidated immortal palace. An ancient aura was emitted from the dilapidated immortal palace. It was obvious that it had existed for a very long time. One could feel the heavy traces left behind by the passage of time. After entering the dilapidated immortal palace, Qin Xiao carefully observed the surroundings. Looking at the traces of destruction, he could feel a sharp aura from those traces. Even though he did not know how much time had passed, he could still feel such a strong, sharp aura. It was extremely shocking. What a powerful sword. It's so sharp and incomparably domineering. It pushed the sharpness of the sword to the extreme and displayed it vividly. Looking at the broken parts, Qin Xiao could clearly feel the sharpness of the sword. Swords had always been Qin Xiao's favorite weapon. All along, Qin Xiao also liked to cultivate the sword. He had a lot of understanding and comprehension towards the sword. Chapter 1921. It was a stretch of dilapidated walls. However, what was surprising was that each of the fractures was very neat and there were not many small fragments. They were all cut off piece by piece. It seemed as if this place was not destroyed. Instead, it was deliberately left like this by someone. It seemed as if someone had spent a lot of effort to make it like this. However, who would deliberately leave such a good immortal palace like this? What a sharp sword. What a domineering sword. After so many years, there's still some remnants of its sharpness. It's simply unbelievable. Baishan shook her head with a surprised expression. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Why do I feel that this place is not destroyed by someone? Such a sharp sword does not seem like something an ascendant immortal could use. It seems more like the work of an ancient sage. But if it was truly the work of an ancient saint, this immortal palace should have been reduced to ashes by now. There's no way it could be left in such a complete state. Not even a single piece of it could be seen. Ancient sage, what kind of supreme existence was that? A breath of air from them was enough to raise an immortal palace to the ground. How could it remain so intact? However, the countless fractures here did not seem like something an ascendant immortal could leave behind. Therefore, Baishan was very puzzled. I also feel that it was not done by an ascendant immortal. It also does not seem like it was done during a battle. It was done deliberately. Fairy Ziquan also nodded. The situation before them was too puzzling. Baishan looked at Qin Shao and asked, "Do you see anything?" Qin Shao frowned and said, "There are no traces of a battle here. Clearly, it was not destroyed by a battle. Judging from these fractures, the sword technique of the person who did this, or perhaps it is not a sword or a saber. It is very domineering and sharp. This Tao, I will call it the Tao of the sword. His attainments in the Tao of the sword have reached an unimaginable level. Perhaps it was done by an ancient sage, or perhaps it was done by an ascendant immortal who had reached the peak of the Tao of the sword. I can't sense much of an ancient sage's aura just by looking at these cracks," Zhang Xian said. "However, judging from the peerless sharpness left behind, I can sense that the power behind the attack is frighteningly strong. I don't think this is the work of an ascendant immortal. The might of an exalted immortal shouldn't have reached this level. Even after so much time has passed, we are still so shocked. It is hard to imagine." Baishan and the other two nodded their heads in agreement. That was what they thought as well. It seemed that the situation here was also filled with a sense of mystery. Baishan thought for a moment and said, "If we combine this with what I know, then I think it's very likely that the owner of this immortal palace destroyed it to such a state. It's very likely that the master of this palace is an Empyrean saint. However, the clues he left behind indicated that there was an opportunity left behind by him in the immortal palace. It's a huge treasure. Since he left the opportunity in the immortal palace, why did he destroy the immortal palace like this? What's the deeper meaning behind this?" That's right, this was indeed a puzzling matter. Leaving the immortal palace, but destroying it with his own hands? What was the meaning behind this? Logically speaking, if it was done by an Empyrean saint, there must be some deep meaning behind it. Otherwise, how could it be like this? However, what was the meaning behind this? This was something that was hard to understand at the moment. Destroying the immortal palace like this. What was the meaning behind this? What was it to lead people to? They believed that the meaning behind this must be very deep, which was why Baishan and the other two were very puzzled. I think it's possible that this Empyrean saint wanted to leave behind his own sword art in these broken marks. If a fated person in the future comes here, he or she can use this to comprehend it," Qin Shao suddenly said. In fact, Qin Shao had encountered such a situation in the Hongmeng universe before. Therefore, after thinking about it just now, and adding on his own inspiration, he came up with this idea. Apart from this idea, it was very difficult to find a very reasonable explanation. Leaving behind insights? Baishan and the other two thought about it carefully and felt that this was very likely. However, leaving behind insights like this was actually not very useful. After all, it was like leaving behind an inheritance that could be passed down in the most direct way. What was left behind were only broken marks. Although there was sword chi and sword intent left behind, with the passage of time, it would slowly be worn down by the years. Therefore, the longer the time passed, the weaker the sword chi and sword intent, and the worse the effect would be. If they came here to comprehend when they had just left behind, the effect would be very good. But now, the effect was already very weak. It was precisely because of this that Baishan and the other two felt that there was no use in comprehending it. In the beginning, Baishan and the other two did not think too much about it. But for the time being, it seemed that apart from this possibility, the other possibilities were not very big. Let's not think about this first. Let's look for treasures first. Since no one destroyed this place, it's very likely that no one has been here before. Maybe the big treasure is still waiting for us. Let's look for it together. Baishan waved her hand and said. Qin Xiao did not continue to comprehend those broken marks, although he did have a lot of inspiration from those broken marks. He had always been deeply in love with swords. Swords had always been the thing that touched his heart the most. However, the important matter was still more important. Let's look for treasures first. This was the purpose of everyone's visit. These dilapidated walls were very clean. Other than stones, there was nothing else. The many arrays that were left behind in the immortal palace were also gone. Therefore, it had become an ordinary palace. Anyone could come and destroy it. After searching for a long time, they did not find anything. Soon, they arrived at the center of the immortal palace and saw a large hall that was completely intact. This hall was not big. When they got close to the hall, they saw a light emitting from the hall. The door of the hall was not closed. Instead, it was wide open. Qin Xiao and the other three quickly entered the hall. The hall was empty. It was like a secret room. There was nothing inside. In the hall, there was a ball of light. The light that was emitted just now was from this ball of light. Although it was called a ball of light, it was not. It was a ball of sword chi formed by the sharpness of sword chi. Therefore, as soon as Qin Xiao and the other three entered the hall, they felt a powerful, domineering, and sharp sword chi filling the entire hall. It was very uncomfortable for them. Before they got close, they could already feel the Peerless horror. In the ball of Peerless sword chi, there was a figure sitting cross-legged. Seeing this scene, Qin Xiao and the other three were slightly surprised. After looking carefully, they found that the figure did not have any breath of life. It should be a person who had died long ago. However, the sword chi that lingered around him was still so terrifying. If one were to take a closer look at this ball of sword chi, they would discover that it was not as simple as sword chi. This ball of sword chi was actually formed by 9 silver flying knives flying at an extremely fast speed. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to find that the flying knives were flying. One would only think that there was a long sword chi flying. The 9 flying knives formed a terrifying and powerful ball of sword chi, wrapping an expert's corpse in it and protecting it well. No one knew how many years had passed, but it was still the same. This scene was quite strange. What a powerful flying knife, fierce and domineering, containing a peerless edge. Qin Xiao had been looking at the 9 flying knives flying at an extremely fast speed, and his heart was also shocked. After observing for a while, Qin Xiao's heart could not help but be moved. It was a very familiar feeling, right? It was very similar to the smell of the broken marks outside. Could it be that the broken marks outside were all left by these flying knives? Or these flying knives? They were so powerful and terrifying. Li Sheng's flying knives, Baishan suddenly exclaimed, causing Qin Xiao to be surprised again. Li Sheng's flying knives? Qin Xiao was not unfamiliar with this. Last time in the battle of the Rollshire tribe, the fat immortal from the Blood Alliance used a Li Sheng's flying knife. Qin Xiao still remembered it clearly. Qin Xiao carefully recalled for a while, and then suddenly remembered. Yes, the aura emitted by the Li Sheng's flying knife, used by Fatty Kai at that time, was very similar to the aura emitted by the 9 flying knives in front of him. Although they weren't completely similar, there were still many similarities. Therefore, now that he heard Baishan say that these were Li Sheng's flying knives, there must be a lot of internal connections. If he could find these internal connections, then he might be able to know more about the situation. Purple Box Fairy frowned slightly and said, Fan, those 9 flying knives are Li Sheng's flying knives? Bai Shan looked a little excited and nodded. Yes, I also got a Li Sheng's flying knife before, but I used it. I remember the aura of Li Sheng's flying knife very clearly. It is very similar to the aura emitted by the 9 flying knives. So, I feel that these 9 flying knives are also Li Sheng's flying knives. Of course, the Li Sheng's flying knives I'm talking about are not the kind of Li Sheng's flying knives that ordinary people can buy. The Li Sheng's flying knives that ordinary people can buy are just treasures that can only be used once. They are treasures that are infused with the power of Li Sheng's flying knives, not real Li Sheng's flying knives. The 9 flying knives in front of us are very powerful treasures. Each one is probably a high-grade immortal tool. The 9 of them should be a set. This set is naturally a top-grade, high-grade, immortal tool. Li Sheng's flying knives are immortal tools. They can be used infinitely and are very precious. Moreover, it is said that not many people can refine Li Sheng's flying knives. Apart from Li Sheng, who has already transcended, there are very few people under Li Sheng's tutelage. They are rarely seen in the world. There's a set of Li Sheng's flying knives here. Could it be that the owner of this immortal palace is Li Sheng's tutelage? But how could Li Sheng's tutelage die here? Strange. It's really strange. A lot of things can't be explained. Hearing Bai Shan's words, Qin Zhao's interest was greatly aroused. After digesting it for a while, Qin Zhao asked, Senior Brother Bai Shan, I have seen Li Sheng's flying knives last time. They're indeed powerful. Now you mention Li Sheng again. What kind of existence is he? His Li Sheng's flying dagger has such a great reputation. I think Li Sheng must be an extraordinary supreme existence, a saint who has already stepped on the ancient road. Ancient saints were not rare. For example, the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace and the master of the Peach Blossom Valley. They were all ancient saints. As of now, Qin Zhao had seen 3 living prime sages in the flesh. Ancient saints were powerful. They could dominate a region in the Saint region. They stood at the peak of the level of experts in the Great Thousand World. They were truly supreme existences. However, the number of ancient saints was not small. To be able to be as famous as Li Sheng, there were probably very few of them. Chapter 1922. When Li Sheng was mentioned, Bai Shan was filled with respect. This was a sincere respect that came from the depths of her heart. This respect was like a mortal worshipping a god. This respect definitely exceeded the respect Bai Shan had for the master of the Fumu Immortal Palace. After a short pause, Bai Shan said, Sage Li is one of the most legendary figures of our immortal realm in this primal chaos epoch. His legend has already spread to every corner of the immortal domain. Most cultivators in our generation don't know about Li Sheng. Li Sheng represents an ancient legend, a topic of an era. Just like the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, he is also a topic of this era, one of the most legendary figures in this primal chaos era. Bai Shan's few sentences contained a lot of information. Qin Zhao digested it carefully. From this evaluation, Qin Zhao could see what kind of legendary existence Li Sheng was. To be called one of the most legendary figures in this primal chaos era, one could see how powerful he was. The topic of an era was definitely not something an ordinary person could be called. Moreover, Bai Shan had used the founder of Buddhism, Shakyamuni, as an example, which shocked Qin Zhao even more. Qin Zhao had come into contact with Buddhism a lot in the thoughtless ocean. Qin Zhao also had incomparable respect for Buddhism. Buddhism was created by someone. Qin Zhao knew this before. However, he didn't know who had the supreme ability to create Buddhism. Now that he heard from Bai Shan, he knew that the one who created Buddhism was Shakyamuni. Li Sheng could be compared to Shakyamuni and become the most legendary figure in this primal chaos era. This made Qin Zhao admire Li Sheng even more. Li Sheng's background is very ordinary. Moreover, it is said that Li Sheng also ascended from the universe. He walked step by step from a lowly position to the peak and created an era that belonged to him. Li Sheng used flying daggers as a weapon since a lowly era. A single flying dagger shocked the world and helped him reach the Tao. After entering the immortal domain, he wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the flying dagger. In the end, he formed his own Tao. His Tao is also called the Flying Dagger Tao. The title of Sage Li was left behind countless epochs ago. It is said that Sage Li has already transcended the realm of ancient sage. No one knows what kind of realm he has reached. In any case, he is an existence that none of us can imagine. The Flying Dagger is a Tao of its own, and it has been widely spread. Many people practice the Flying Dagger. Those who practice the Flying Knife could be regarded as Sage Li's disciples. And this kind of flying is called Li Sheng's Flying Knife. Naturally, the real Sage Li's Flying Dagger is very rare, especially the immortal artifact. Bai Shan told Qin Shao everything he knew about Li Sheng, allowing Qin Shao to have a general understanding of Li Sheng. Qin Shao really admired Sage Li. He was born in a lowly place, walking step by step from the weak. Although he still didn't know much about Li Sheng's life story, at the very least, he was able to walk step by step to the peak of the world, creating his own Tao and achieving immeasurable accomplishments, becoming an era in the immortal realms. The topic of conversation. This was the direction that Qin Shao had to work hard in. At this moment, Qin Shao suddenly felt that he couldn't take the geniuses as his goal anymore. This goal was too small for now. The direction that he should work hard in now should be Sage Li and Shakyamuni, who could become the topic of an era. This was the power of an example. Of course, this was an incomparably huge challenge, but Qin Shao was never afraid of any challenge. Qin Shao, Shanzi, let's get down to business first. Those 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers are priceless. Just these 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers are enough to make us rich. Let's think about how to get these 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers. And the ancestor sitting cross-legged inside. Look at the interspatial ring on his hand. Originally, things could be placed in the inner world, so there was no need to use such a low-end interspatial ring. However, this ancestor deliberately wore the interspatial ring on his hand, probably to remind the future generations of fate. There's still many treasures in the interspatial ring, right? Tai Yulong suddenly said. Qin Shao and Bai Shan didn't continue to discuss Sage Li's matter. They really had to get down to business first. Qin Shao also saw this situation. It should be like what Tai Yulong said. Wearing the interspatial ring on his hand was obviously deliberate. Deliberate things were to tell others that there were things in the interspatial ring. After a person died, the inner world would also collapse, and the things inside would be thrown out. The owner of this immortal palace was able to leave an opportunity for the future generations before his death. Obviously, he had made some preparations. Sage Li's Flying Daggers don't feel easy to get. Bai Shan looked at it and shook her head. Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. How to get close to that side and get the 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers. If the 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers were placed there calmly, then he could go and get them directly. However, these 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers were extremely flying daggers, blooming with powerful sharpness. If he dared to touch them, he would definitely be attacked by Sage Li's Flying Daggers. Therefore, he naturally couldn't be careless. Qin Zhao's intuition told him that Sage Li's Flying Daggers were extremely sharp and terrifying. He couldn't rashly get close to them, or else he would be in danger. Fairy Zishang walked over and said, "Let me try." Hearing that, Qin Shao immediately became somewhat worried. Because his intuition told him that it was too dangerous, he didn't dare to recklessly give a try. These were Sage Li's Flying Daggers, and their power was absolutely terrifying. Qin Shao dared to say that the power of these 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers could definitely threaten the life of a Shangshan immortal. Therefore, when Fairy Purple Chest went, it was naturally worrying. Bai Shan tugged at Fairy Purple Chest. After thinking for a while, she said, "All right, then be careful. Don't force yourself." Fairy Zishang nodded, then walked over to them. Fairy Purple Chest slowly approached. Suddenly, her immortal body moved, turning into an immortal rainbow that shot toward the 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers. However, when Fairy Purple Chest approached the circle of light of the Flying Daggers, the speed of the 9 Sage Li's Flying Daggers increased by several times. The light became brighter, and the circle of light of the flying daggers rapidly expanded. Seeing this, Qin Xiao and the other two cried out in alarm at the same time. Not good! Quickly retreat! Fairy Purple Chest cried out in pain and quickly retreated. As she retreated, a trace of blood flowed out of her mouth. Chest, you're injured. Baishan immediately hurried over and supported Fairy Purple Chest. Qin Xiao and Tai Yulong also immediately came over, looking at Fairy Purple Chest with a concerned expression. Fortunately, her injuries weren't serious. On the other side, the Nine Sage Li's flying daggers returned to their original state. They remained in that state until they were triggered. Once they were triggered, they would become incomparably powerful. Thinking of the scene just now, it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Fairy Purple Chest shook her head and said, I'm fine. I retreated relatively quickly. It's just a light injury. These Nine Sage Li's flying daggers are too terrifying. As expected of the Sage Li's flying daggers, they're indeed not something we can compare to. Given how powerful they are, even a slightly stronger Ascendant Immortal might not be able to handle them. It's too difficult to get these Nine Sage Li's flying daggers, let alone the things inside. Since Fairy Purple Chest had suffered a great loss, Baishan and Tai Yulong naturally didn't dare to try. Qin Xiao also knew how terrifying the other side was, so he didn't want to try. From the beginning, he felt that it was very dangerous. However, he couldn't stop Fairy Purple Chest from trying. Now, it seemed that the other side was even more terrifying than he had imagined. It was indeed too terrifying. What should we do now? A big treasure is right in front of us, but we can't get it? Tai Yulong frowned deeply. Such a thing would indeed be very painful. A big treasure was right in front of them, but it was too difficult to get it. What should they do? They couldn't give up. No matter what, they had to give it a try. The three of them had no choice, so they all looked at Qin Xiao. After all, it was Qin Xiao who had been solving the problem along the way. Qin Xiao also had a headache. He shook his head and said, I don't know what to do for the time being. I just feel that we can't use brute force. If we use brute force, I'm afraid that even if the four of us join forces, it may not be effective. Moreover, the risk will be very high. If we really fight with the Nine Sage Li's flying daggers, perhaps we will really be in danger of being sacrificed. Regarding this point, Baishan and the other two deeply agreed and nodded their heads in agreement. They also had the same thoughts. Fairy Purple Chest felt it the most. She said, We absolutely can't fight recklessly. The Nine Sage Li's flying daggers formed a flying dagger formation. It's too terrifying. I retreated quickly just now. If I had fallen into the flying dagger formation, I definitely wouldn't have been able to escape and would have died inside. Moreover, I feel that since the master of the Immortal Palace left the Nine Sage Li's flying daggers to protect himself, it must be a test for the fated person in the future, right? Therefore, we must pass this test first. Only then can we take away all his immortal fate. Everyone nodded. That should be the case. This was a test. There was no doubt about it. However, how would he pass this test? That was the real problem. Alas, a test is definitely a test. The crux of the problem is, what should we do to succeed? Brute force won't work. If we can't use brute force, then what can we do? If we want to break the flying dagger formation of the Nine Sage Li's flying daggers, it seems that we can only break it with strength, right? I feel that even an extremely experienced immortal might not be able to break it. Could it be that we have to invite some experienced immortal to break it? Baishan shook her head and said. Tai Yulong immediately said, That's naturally impossible. If an experienced immortal comes, then what can we get? Won't the immortal take it away? This treasure can only belong to us. We can't share it with anyone else. However, no matter how difficult the test is, there must be a solution. We'd rather think more, try more, and risk more than ask for help. Baishan smiled and said, And I'm just joking. Of course I know this. That's right. How can such a big treasure be obtained so easily? So, we'd better think about how to break this flying knives formation first. The bigger the treasure, the harder the test should be. This was absolute. Therefore, it was obviously unrealistic to think about such a beautiful thing. From another point of view, This might not be a bad thing. Perhaps the test is the Sage Li's flying daggers, Qin Shao suddenly said. Bai Shan and the other two looked at Qin Shao, somewhat puzzled. Qin Shao continued to explain. Just now, we were very puzzled by the destruction of the Immortal Palace. Now that we think about it, I think there must be a connection. Chapter 1923. Everyone agreed with the possibility proposed by Qin Shao. After thinking about it, this possibility was indeed the greatest. After all, the owner of the Immortal Palace should be a disciple of Sage Li. If one wanted to break through the protective circle of the 9 flying daggers of Sage Li, unless one had super strong strength, it should be the only possibility. There was no other way. It is said that the path of flying daggers is very difficult to get started. It is easier said than done for someone to cultivate the path of flying daggers. Bai Shan shook her head. Most importantly, the 4 of them knew almost nothing about the path of flying daggers. If they didn't know anything about it, how could they cultivate it? The path of flying daggers was not like the path of formation, the path of refining, the path of illusion, and so on. It had already multiplied to a very prosperous level. The path of flying daggers was also a type of path, but it was a very small path. Even if it was very powerful, it was still a small path. The level of reproduction of a small path was very low, and it was not widely spread. Naturally, very few cultivators could come into contact with it. In this way, only a very small number of people could cultivate the path of flying daggers. Therefore, the number of disciples of Sage Li in the immortal realm was extremely small. It could be described as rare. It's not difficult. It's just a test. How can it be so easy to get the great immortal opportunity? Qin Shao said. Huh? Bai Shan laughed and gave Qin Shao a thumbs up. Qin Shao, your current realm awareness is very high. What you said is indeed true. How can it be so easy to get the great immortal opportunity? It's very normal to have a big test. The bigger the test, the greater the immortal opportunity, right? Although it's true that we know nothing about freelance surgeries, we can still slowly make up for these things. It's just that it may take a long time. But for this great immortal opportunity, even if it takes millions or tens of millions of years, it's not a big deal. For us, time is used for cultivation. Millions or tens of millions of years. Qin Shao was slightly stunned, but he immediately felt relieved. It seemed that he really had to prepare for this. Speaking of which, Qin Shao had never spent such a long time cultivating any Tao. He hadn't even lived for 10 million years yet. Cultivating the Tao of mechanism and array armor was considered to have taken a relatively long time. Even so, it had only taken him about 1 million years. Of course, the cultivation of the formation armor was completed under the guidance of many people, so the conditions for cultivation were excellent. In this place, apart from the broken marks outside and the flying knife array in front of him, there were no other conditions. Therefore, it was very possible to say that it had been here for millions of years. However, Qin Shao did not have much of concept of time now. Millions of years were not considered long. Qin Shao, let's cultivate on our own. I will go and collect information about the Tao of flying daggers and tell it to everyone, Bai Shan said to everyone. Everyone nodded. The more people there were, the stronger they would be. Everyone would cultivate and see who could succeed first. In any case, as long as one person succeeded, it would be enough. It was too difficult to cultivate under such circumstances. It was simply too difficult. After all, without any guidance, it was extremely difficult to cross the threshold. Just by looking at the cracks on the outside, countless years had passed, and they were no longer of much use. Qin Shao once again looked around the hall and confirmed that there was nothing left behind in this place. This made Qin Shao feel a little confused. Since the master of the Immortal Palace left the immortal fate for the fated person of the future generation and also left a test, there is no reason not to leave some guidance. The test should be something that gives people a chance to pass. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Unless the master of the Immortal Palace wanted to leave his immortal fate to the disciple of Sage Li, but it should be impossible. Firstly, there are too few disciples of Sage Li. Secondly, if he really wanted to leave it to the disciple of Sage Li, he could have informed the sect to bring his body back. There was no need to do this. Therefore, it should be left for the ordinary people of the future generation. Logically speaking, ordinary people must know nothing about the Tao of flying daggers, so they should have left some guidance. I am afraid that the intention of the master of the immortal palace was to guide a fated person of the future generation to cultivate the Tao of flying daggers after his death and become Sage Li, the disciple of Sage Li. If this is the intention, then everything can be explained, and it is very reasonable. Was there something that he had overlooked? However, he had looked here several times and found nothing. He had also looked outside carefully and found nothing. Logically speaking, if there was a guide, it should be here. The broken marks outside were a guide, but the effect would not be very good. Moreover, it was too difficult to rely on the broken marks outside to get started. After thinking for a while, Qin Zhao's eyes suddenly fell on the body of the master of the immortal palace. If there was no guidance left in other places, it should be on the master of the immortal palace. Generally speaking, this was the most likely possibility. However, after looking inside for a while, he still found nothing. The flying dagger formation formed by the 9 flying daggers could be used as a guide, but it was too profound. Qin Zhao had not even gotten started yet, so there was no way for him to touch on such a profound thing. In this way, it seemed that there was nothing here. How could it be? Qin Zhao shook his head. He really did not want to admit that the situation was like this. If it was really like this, then even Qin Zhao felt that he did not have the slightest chance of success. After all, the Tao of flying daggers was an extremely rare side Tao. Even if Baishan went to investigate, there should not be many. On the path of cultivation, one must have the cultivation insights of their ancestors, cultivation methods, and so on to guide them. After all, it was a side Tao, not a great Tao like the immortal Tao. The great Tao was everywhere. Comprehending the heavens and earth would allow one to comprehend the great Tao. However, the side Tao was not so profound and powerful. Without guidance, it was impossible to enter the threshold. Why do I feel that this is too difficult? There is no possibility at all. Tai Yulong shook his head somewhat dejectedly. Fairy Zishang frowned slightly. She did not have a very optimistic view. This time, I am afraid that we have really encountered a big problem. The treasure is right in front of us, but we can't get it. This is something that we didn't consider before. Baishan shook her head as well. She sighed softly. This is indeed a very troublesome matter. I have investigated the Tao of flying daggers. There is indeed very little information. Some of it is not very useful. It seems that our chances of obtaining this immortal destiny are not very high. I really don't understand. The immortal palace's master left behind clues for future generations to obtain this immortal destiny. But this requirement is far, far too high. I am afraid that only Sage Li's disciples can obtain it. Could it be that the immortal palace's master prepared it for Sage Li's disciples? It just doesn't feel right. But the current situation, I really can't figure it out. After Baishan finished speaking, she looked towards Qin Zhao. However, Qin Zhao could only shake his head. He could not figure it out either. He did not have a single clue. Then what should they do? The 4 of them were at their wits' end. All right. Baishan suddenly thought of something. She said to Qin Zhao, according to the information I have gathered, to cultivate the Tao of flying daggers, one must be a heart cultivator. This is the basic requirement. If you want to cultivate the Tao of flying daggers, you must first cultivate your heart force. If your heart force is insufficient, it will be extremely difficult for you to achieve much in the Tao of flying daggers. It is said that Sage Li's disciples are all heart cultivators. Qin Zhao, aren't you a heart cultivator as well? And your heart force is extremely high. You've already reached the 8th level. That's why I suddenly thought of something. The 3 of us might not be able to enter the Tao of flying daggers, but you should have a very good chance. After all, you're a heart cultivator, and your heart force is at such a high level. Oh! Upon hearing Baishan's words, Qin Zhao's heart was immediately stirred. Sage Li's disciples were all heart cultivators? Was there such a thing? If that was the case, then the Tao of flying daggers really did have a great connection with heart force. If it really did have a great connection with heart force, Then Qin Zhao's confidence immediately surged. After all, Qin Zhao's heart force had reached the 8th level. His heart force was indeed at a rather high level. Since heart force is one of the basic requirements for flying daggers training, then how do you use heart force to train in the Tao of flying daggers? Qin Zhao asked. Bai Shan shook her head. I don't know about that. I didn't find anything else. As for the specifics, you'll have to figure it out on your own. Based on my understanding, you see, the flying dagger is flying, just like riding a sword. But sword kinesis relies on a mortal force to control it, while heart force is only supplementary. But flying daggers are purer, fiercer, and more domineering. If you use heart force to control them, you'll be able to unleash terrifying power. Perhaps this is why flying daggers are so powerful. Heart force is, after all, a strange and dangerous grand Tao. Bai Shan didn't understand, and neither did Qin Zhao. All they could do was figure it out on their own. Simply figuring it out like this was a very difficult thing to do. Qin Zhao began to ponder. How should he try to cultivate? How should he start? Everything was difficult at the beginning. The first step was to figure out how to enter the Tao of flying daggers. This was the most difficult and the most important step. If he couldn't cross this threshold, then he wouldn't be able to cultivate. But thinking about it like this, it was difficult to think of a reason. Qin Zhao looked at the master of the immortal palace. Suddenly, he had an idea. Perhaps I can use heart force to see if I can find anything. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao walked over. Seeing Qin Zhao walk over, Bai Shan hurriedly shouted, Qin Zhao, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Qin Zhao smiled at Bai Shan. Don't worry, senior martial brother Bai Shan. I know what I'm doing. I won't do anything rash. I won't get too close. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, everyone felt relieved. Qin Zhao walked a little closer, but he didn't get too close before stopping. After stopping, Qin Zhao immediately used his heart force to surge into the ball of light. Heart force was formless. It didn't seem like a physical force, so it was very difficult to block. But when Qin Zhao's heart force came into contact with the flying dagger formation, Qin Zhao clearly felt a sharp and fierce attack. Qin Zhao's mind was shaken, but fortunately, Qin Zhao's heart force was very high, so he was able to resist it. He wasn't really pushed back by this attack. This situation made Qin Zhao secretly surprised. It was extremely rare for his heart force to be blocked by any kind of power. He did not expect that he would be hit by this flying dagger formation so badly today. This gave Qin Zhao a new understanding of the might of Li Sheng's flying daggers. Even his heart force could be hit. Qin Zhao's heart force quickly came into contact with the master of the immortal palace. Immediately, a voice transmitted through heart force to Qin Zhao's mind. Chapter 1924. Heart power, love for the flying dagger. Entering the Tao with love. The voice just now was the master of the immortal palace's lifetime comprehension of the flying dagger Tao. Listening to this lifetime comprehension also allowed Qin Zhao to have a lot of understanding of the flying dagger Tao. He even understood some of the true essence of the flying dagger Tao. Speaking of one's lifetime comprehension could also be considered a kind of Tao teaching. It seems that Sage Li was also a sentimental person back then. He must have had a woman he loved deeply, but it was not consummated. His deep and sincere love allowed him to use his love as the power to create his own flying dagger Tao. I can even boldly imagine that when he lost the woman he loved deeply, Sage Li completely poured his emotions into the flying dagger. He used his emotions into the flying dagger, entered the Tao with his emotions, and used his heart power to control the flying dagger. Then he ingeniously fused his heart power, emotions, and the flying dagger together very well, forming the embryonic form of the flying dagger Tao. After countless years of perfection, the true flying dagger Tao was formed. When the flying dagger Tao was fully mastered, it was also when Sage Li stood at the top of the world, and his name shook the entire immortal realm. If you want to cultivate the flying dagger Tao, you must first have heart power, and second, you must have true love for love. Without love, you can't understand the true essence of the flying dagger Tao. Qin Zhao carefully savored the words of the master of the immortal palace in his mind. savoring the meaning of every word. This lifetime of comprehension was quite profound, and there were many parts that Qin Xiao didn't understand, so he had to slowly savor it. How could it be easy to enter the Tao of a side path? However, Qin Xiao's current realm was not low. Although the Great Path and the Immortal Path were still at the first step of the Celestial Venerable Realm, his heart power had already reached the 8th level. Therefore, in general, Qin Xiao's realm could also be said to be at the 3rd step of the Celestial Venerable Realm. When one's realm was high, it would be much easier to comprehend by analogy. In addition, Qin Xiao also had the basic conditions to enter the Flying Dagger Tao. He was a heart power cultivator and had his own experience in love. He was also a very loyal person. With these basic conditions, it would be relatively easier to comprehend and cultivate the Flying Dagger Tao. However, comprehending was the most difficult. The most difficult part of cultivation was actually comprehension. The so-called innate potential was, in the end, a manifestation of comprehension. Tao had to be comprehended. In order to comprehend this Tao, one must first sense this Tao and then comprehend it. This was a continuous process. Comprehending the Tao would definitely be a relatively long process. It was a test of one's talent and potential. After a certain process of accumulation, some people would be able to comprehend it overnight, while others would not be able to comprehend it for their entire lives. Qin Zhao's talent and potential had always been very strong. In addition, he had the basic conditions to cultivate the Flying Knife Way, so Qin Xiao had become very confident. Bai Shan and the other two were looking at Qin Xiao nervously. They were afraid that Qin Xiao would trigger the 9 Li Sheng flying daggers and cause trouble. However, when they saw that the situation was calm and they could clearly feel that Qin Zhao's condition had changed, the 3 of them felt relieved and secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Qin Xiao had found a way. As long as he found a way, the rest of the path would be easy. This was like a direction. If you couldn't find the right direction, then you would never be able to enter the true path of cultivation. It could be said that the first step of cultivation was to find the right direction and enter the door. This was an inevitable process that all cultivators had to go through. Most people would be blocked at the door. Bai Shan, although it seems that Qin Xiao has found a way, we can't just stand here and wait, right? Fairy Zichuan suddenly said. Bai Shan looked away. Zichuan, I think we should just forget about it. We're not heart force cultivators. If we want to cultivate the Flying Knife Way, then we have to cultivate heart force first. Heart force is a grand Tao. It's extremely difficult to enter it. We won't be able to do it in a short time. Even if we can, we won't be able to go very far. It's unlikely that we'll be able to reach the level of Flying Knife Way. Even if we can reach it, we don't know how long it will take. That's why I think we should leave it to Qin Xiao. Fairy Zishang shook her head and said, but if we leave everything to Qin Xiao, doesn't that mean we're not doing anything? I feel bad about it. Tai Yulong, who rarely spoke, nodded. Yes, I do feel bad about it. It's been Qin Xiao doing all the work this entire time. Bai Shan shook her head and waved her hand. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is to break through the barrier of the 9 Li Sheng flying knives and get the treasure. If we can't get the treasure, there's no point in talking about it. Fairy Zichuan and Tai Yulong nodded. Then they wouldn't talk about it for now. There really wasn't much point in talking about it now. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Qin Xiao suddenly opened her eyes, turned around, and walked back. Seeing Qin Xiao move, Bai Shan and the other two immediately became alert and looked over. Bai Shan quickly asked, "How is it?" Qin Xiao smiled and said, "It's okay. I feel like I've already entered the door. Next, I'll have to rely on my comprehension and cultivation. I need time to accumulate and improve myself. It's not something that can be done overnight." Enter the door? In fact, the 3 of them thought that Qin Xiao should be able to enter the door. But now that they heard Qin Xiao say it himself, they were completely relieved. It seemed that they had taken a big step forward. Moreover, with Qin Xiao's talent and potential, since he had already entered the door, then success was just around the corner. There wouldn't be too much resistance. Good, it was indeed good. Qin Xiao could be considered to have given everyone another big surprise. Haha, I knew you could do it. You did it. Good job. Baishan happily patted Qin Zhao's arm. Next, it was only a matter of time. Qin Zhao didn't say much and went straight to the point. Senior brother Baishan, do you have any throwing knives? Yes. Although we don't usually use them, sometimes we just casually put them here. I remember that we have a lot of them. Let me take a look. Baishan immediately nodded. Soon, Baishan waved his hand and dozens of different throwing knives flew out. They floated in the air and appeared in front of Qin Zhao. A small half of these flying daggers were low-grade immortal weapons, while the rest were only mortal weapons that had yet to enter the immortal grade. Qin Zhao, these are just ordinary throwing knives. They are not Li Sheng's throwing knives. There may be some differences. However, it should be useful for cultivation for the time being. Baishan said, although Li Sheng's flying dagger was also a flying dagger, it was still very different from the ordinary flying dagger. Li Sheng's throwing knives were infused with the power of throwing knives. Naturally, they were different. Qin Zhao took all of them and said with a smile, "It's okay. I haven't even entered the door yet. I'm still in the process of cultivation. Naturally, I'll use ordinary throwing knives to cultivate. These are enough for me now. The space here is quite narrow. It's not good for cultivation. I'll go outside to cultivate. In addition, the broken marks outside will give me some guidance. The effect should be better." After saying that, Qin Zhao walked out and went outside. Baishan and the other two also walked out. However, the three of them didn't follow him. They just stood there and watched. Qin Zhao sank his heart into his EC as he willed the broken marks. He used his heart force to sense the flying saber marks left behind on the broken marks, as well as the remaining Tao of the flying saber. Chapter 1925. Soon, a peerless flying knife appeared in Qin Zhao's mind. That peerless flying knife flew like a ray of light. Wherever it passed, nothing could stop it. It cut through everything with its peerless sharpness. It displayed its supreme dominance and supreme sharpness incisively and vividly. One knife grabbed the moon of the ninth heaven, and one knife caught the turtle of the five seas. This was a peerless heroic spirit. The flying knife asks for love, entering the Tao with love. This is Sage Li's Tao of the flying knife. Just by comprehending the Tao of the flying knife, I can deeply feel that Sage Li is a man with deep love. His love is deep and sincere. I think Sage Li's character is indeed worthy of admiration. People who value love will generally have a good character. The Tao of the flying knife is also the Tao of the purest yang. There is an overwhelming righteousness in the flying knife. It is enough to show that Sage Li is a person full of righteousness. Feeling the Tao of the flying knife, Qin Zhao also respected Sage Li more. Qin Zhao respected many people, but he had never respected Sage Li as much as he did Sage Li. Sage Li was indeed worthy of being a legend of this era. The more this was the case, the more Qin Zhao was interested in the Tao of the flying knife. He wanted to cultivate the Tao of the flying knife. Qin Zhao liked the light, the purest yang things, the overwhelming righteousness, and the importance of friendship. This resonated with him to a certain extent. With this resonance, Qin Zhao naturally cultivated with more passion. In fact, Qin Zhao felt that the Tao of the flying knife was very suitable for him to cultivate. Therefore, he wanted to cultivate it more. He was eager to do everything. That was a very happy thing. If cultivation was happy, then it would be 100 times more effective with half the effort. If cultivation was painful, then it was a tribulation in itself. The effect of cultivating in the midst of tribulation was naturally imaginable. Immersed in the comprehension of the broken scar, he did not know how long had passed. In a flash, 10,000 years had passed. Baishan and the other two had been waiting patiently. Of course, they were not idle. They were also comprehending and cultivating there. However, they were not comprehending the Tao of the flying dagger, but the immortal Tao. They also knew that if they wanted to cultivate the Tao of the flying dagger, it would be impossible without millions of years. Therefore, in terms of time, everyone was prepared to wait. For the sake of this great immortal opportunity, there was absolutely no problem in waiting millions or tens of millions of years. What's more, they could still cultivate while waiting, so it wouldn't be a waste. It was indeed a waste, but it didn't matter. Their true bodies were still cultivating in the Fuyu Immortal Palace. With the main body cultivating, it was more or less enough. After all, cultivation was not something that could be achieved through time alone. More importantly, one had to rely on perception, luck, and many other factors. Only when all of these factors were added together would there be an extraordinary effect. Whoosh! Baishan and the other two who were in the midst of cultivation suddenly felt alarmed as they sensed some movement. The three of them opened their eyes at the same time and saw a flying knife flying in the void. Obviously, Qin Xiao was controlling the flying knife. Seeing this, the three of them were overjoyed and looked at each other. It seemed like it was a success. Of course, this kind of success didn't mean that he had reached the level where he could break through. Rather, it meant that Qin Xiao had successfully entered the threshold of the Tao of the Flying Dagger. Qin Xiao could already control the flying knife, and the three of them could feel the power of the flying knife. It was really powerful. Perhaps it could already threaten the life of a first-step celestial master. Just entering the threshold and reaching such a level of power, this showed that Qin Xiao had a very deep understanding of the Tao of the Flying Dagger in the past 20,000 years. Otherwise, it wouldn't have such a powerful effect. As far as I know, the Tao of the Flying Dagger is divided into 4 realms: entry, small success, great success, and perfection. Qin Xiao has just entered the threshold, and the power displayed by him can threaten the life of a first-step celestial master. It seems that the power of the 4 realms of the Tao of the Flying Dagger should correspond to the first step to 4th step celestial masters. However, it is said that when the Tao of the Flying Dagger reaches the perfection level, very few 4th step celestial masters can block it. When the Tao of the Flying Dagger reaches the perfection level, it is too powerful. Once the Flying Dagger is released, the 9 heavens will be shocked. Its sharpness is unstoppable, and even gods and ghosts will weep. When the Flying Dagger is released, the sky is silent, and it can cut through everything. Of course, above that is the Holy Flying Dagger, which is not in the scope of our knowledge. For the time being, Qin Xiao has to face these 4 realms. Based on the current situation, if Qin Xiao wanted to break through this level, he would need to at least reach the level of small mastery to do so. It is very likely that he will need to reach the great success level. However, it is very difficult to cultivate the Tao of the Flying Dagger to the great success level. Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong nodded. Needless to say, they knew that it was very difficult. After all, it was a side path. The Tao of the Flying Dagger was a very small side path, but it was extremely difficult to cultivate. Just the entry requirements alone were enough to keep most people away. Baishan, in our Fu Su Immortal Palace, no one seems to cultivate the Tao of the Flying Dagger, right? Even in the historical records, I have not seen anyone who has. Tai Yulong suddenly asked. Baishan thought for a while, then nodded and said, "Yes, as far as I know, no one has cultivated the Tao of the Flying Dagger. I remember that in the history of our Fu Su Immortal Palace, there were a few people who entered the Buddhist Tao, but in the end, they all turned into demons and were killed by Buddhist cultivators. There are a few examples of people who entered the Buddhist Tao. I have not heard of anyone who cultivated the Tao of the Flying Dagger. The Buddhist Tao and the Tao of the Flying Dagger are the characteristics of our immortal region. They're the products of this era and have not been recognized by the heavenly way, so they have not been widely spread. Unless one can survive until the next chaos era, only then can they be recognized by the heavenly way and spread widely in the Great Thousand World. For example, the Tao of formations, the Tao of illusions, the Tao of weapon refinement, and the Tao of puppetry have been widely spread and continue to multiply. Since the beginning of this chaos era, in our immortal region, only the Buddhist Tao and the Tao of the Flying Dagger have appeared. The Tao of the Flying Dagger appeared much later than the Buddhist Tao, so its spread is even more limited. Coupled with the terrible threshold of entry, countless people are blocked at the door. Tai Yulong nodded and said, "Yes, it is because of this that we have lived for so long and have not met a single disciple of Saint Li. As for Buddhist cultivators, we have met quite a few. Maybe it is because we are in the southern wasteland, which is a desolate place. This is something that can't be helped. The southern wasteland is the most desolate place in our immortal region, the weakest place. Therefore, we have no way to see the wider world and go to a more powerful stage. Saint Li is in the most prosperous huaxia of the 9 provinces. I guess his disciples will also be there and will not come to our southern wasteland. This one here, I guess something happened to him, so he ran to this remote place and died here. He has been dead for God knows how many years, but his body is still here, and no disciple of Saint Li has come to collect the body for him. It is really a sad thing to think about. Bai Shan and Fairy Zishang helplessly shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Yes, they were in the desolate southern wasteland and were greatly restricted, but there was nothing they could do about it. Everyone had no choice in their birth. Therefore, the only thing they could do was to work hard to make themselves stronger and then change themselves. There were 3 realms in the immortal realm: the heaven realm, the earth realm, and the mortal realm. The mortal realm was divided into 5 parts. The southern wasteland was the most barren, backward, and desolate. It was called the barbarian, which meant that it had no intention of evolution. Among the 5 parts of the mortal realm, the southern wasteland was the weakest. Among the 5 parts of the mortal realm, the huaxia of the 9 provinces of the central region was the strongest and most prosperous. It was rich in resources and had countless experts. It was a real immortal kingdom. The huaxia of the 9 provinces was more powerful than the other 4 combined, and it was much more powerful. Therefore, when it came to the huaxia of the 9 provinces, Bai Shan and the other 2's eyes suddenly revealed endless yearning. They had always been eager to go to the huaxia of the 9 provinces, but they had never dared to act rashly. They had always wanted to wait until they were promoted to core disciples and their strength had increased by another step before making proper preparations. That was why they had made such a plan. The 3's doppelgangers should be able to go to the huaxia of the 9 provinces together, right? They should not be in too much danger. Of course, there were countless experts in the huaxia of the 9 provinces. They would not have any advantage if they went to the huaxia of the 9 provinces. It would still be very dangerous. Because of this, they were not in a hurry to act. They wanted to be stronger and have more confidence before acting. We will definitely go to the huaxia of the 9 provinces. Maybe after this opportunity, we can put it on the agenda. Bai Shan looked at Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong with a serious face. The latter 2 also nodded solemnly. Chapter 1926. The great thousand world was boundless and vast. The endless universe ocean was dark, cold, and gloomy. And in the endless darkness, a huge celestial body stood there for eternity. Light was extinguished, but it was not extinguished. The world collapsed, but it did not collapse. It existed for eternity, emitting a supreme and ancient aura. Its supreme power was enough to suppress the endless darkness. This huge celestial body emitted a colorful light, completely enveloping the entire celestial body. It was exceptionally beautiful and eye-catching. Looking from afar in the endless universe ocean, it could instantly add a lot of light to the dark world. If one had good eyesight, they would know that this huge celestial body was the elemental sacred realm. If one wanted to talk about the most beautiful, then among the 8 sacred realms, the elemental sacred realm was clearly the most beautiful. The entire sacred realm seemed to be made up of colorful elements, which brought out the beauty of the place to an extreme level. Anyone who saw the elemental sacred realm for the first time would be deeply shocked by the beauty of the elemental sacred realm. In the elemental sacred realm, there was an elemental sacred mountain. It was said that this elemental sacred mountain was the origin of all the elements in the elemental sacred realm. It was the gathering place of all the elements in the elemental sacred realm. It was also the core of the elemental sacred realm's power, the center of everything. And at the peak of the elemental sacred mountain, there was an ancient and dreamy palace standing there. This was the Heavenly Law Tao Palace. The Heavenly Law Tao Palace was the supreme existence of the elemental sacred realm, an existence that truly dominated all the forces. In the depths of the heavenly Law Dao Palace, in an ancient palace, a figure walked in and respectfully bowed to a statue at the bottom of the palace. This figure was a beautiful woman. She was wearing colorful clothes, which made her look especially noble and beautiful. It was as if all the elements in the heavens had gathered on her body. She was like the mother goddess of the elements. "Mother," the figure affectionately called out. The stone statue suddenly seemed to come alive. Its lips opened slightly, and a voice came out. "Why do you want to see me?" The figure respectfully said, "Mother, that girl Ling Yu has already experienced 10,000 reincarnations. I think it's about time to bring her back, right? We've already spent 10,000 universe epochs on this setup. It's time to release it. Our Gu clan must take back the position of Palace Lord. For the sake of our Gu clan's supreme honor, we must." Where's little Ling Yu now?" Shi Xiang asked. The figure immediately replied, "She's currently in a mustard particle universe called the Hongmeng universe. I've already sent people to bring her back. Go." The stone elephant didn't say much. It simply spat out 2 words and then dimmed. The figure didn't say anything else and left respectfully. Qin Manor, Peach Garden. Gu Lingyue was playing her zither under a peach tree. Peach blossoms were falling all over the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Gu Lingyue's original body had been following Qin Xiao around the universe. On the one hand, it was training, and on the other hand, it was cultivation. Gu Lingyue had already reached the 4th step universe grade and was 1 step away from becoming a heavenly venerate. She was also working hard to become a heavenly venerate. However, this step was too difficult to take. Her clone had been staying in Qin Manor all this time. Besides occasionally going out for a walk, she spent most of her time in the peach garden, admiring the peach blossoms and doing things she liked. It was full of laughter and laughter. Gu Lingyue was immersed in playing her zither and immersed herself in the beautiful melody. However, what she didn't notice was that there was a figure standing behind her, silently watching her. Gu Lingyue was a 4th step universe grade, so it was very strange that she hadn't noticed this situation at all. After playing a song, Gu Lingyue stopped in satisfaction and wanted to rest for a while. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind her. "You played well." This was an unfamiliar voice. She had never heard it before. It was a woman's voice. Someone was there? Gu Lingyue was quite shocked. After all, this was the primordial universe. In the entire primordial universe, besides Qin Xiao, who could appear behind her without her noticing? Who else could do this? However, someone had actually said that she had played well. Clearly, this person had been listening for a while. Someone had been standing behind her for so long, yet she hadn't noticed? What kind of existence was that? Gu Lingyue turned around abruptly and saw a breathtakingly beautiful woman standing behind her. Even she couldn't help but be attracted by the other party's beauty. Just by standing there, he gave off the feeling of a mortal looking at the endless sky. It was deep, boundless, vast, and incomparably powerful. This was the feeling of an ant facing the sky. Gu Lingyue was a 4th step universe grade and was half a step away from becoming a heavenly venerate. How could she have such a feeling? Even the powerful Qin Xiao, in her opinion, was far from this. Who was it? What kind of existence was this? How could she be so powerful? What kind of existence was she to be able to come here without anyone noticing? Even Qin Xiao, the master of the Hongmeng universe's origin source, hadn't noticed. Was she an ancient sage? One thought after another flashed through Gu Lingyue's mind. This was the only possibility. If she was an ancient sage, then everything would make sense. However, why would an ancient sage appear here? Gu Lingyue didn't think too much about these questions. However, her intuition told her that the person before her gave her a very amiable feeling and didn't have the slightest bit of hostility. On the contrary, she felt a wonderful feeling, as if she had seen a relative she hadn't seen in a long time. This feeling also made Gu Lingyue lower her guard a lot. She was sure that the other party didn't have any hostility. Gu Lingyue greets Senior. Gu Lingyue was about to bow, but she was stopped by a powerful invisible force. This invisible force made Gu Lingyue even more certain that the person before her was likely an ancient saint. Sister Lingwei, you don't have to be so polite. You're a princess, so you can't bow to me like this. That would be too much, said the beautiful woman. Her smile was even more beautiful and exuded an indescribable feminine charm that made people fall head over heels for her. Fortunately, Gu Lingwei was a woman and could still resist this kind of charm. However, these words made Gu Lingwei puzzled. What did she mean? She didn't know the person in front of her. What princess? She used to be a princess, but that was many years ago. Moreover, that princess was too weak. Why was this person who seemed to be an ancient sage being so polite to her? What was going on? Seeing the puzzled look on Gu Lingyue's face, the beautiful woman smiled and stepped forward to take Gu Lingyue's hand. As soon as Gu Lingyue's hand was held, her body couldn't help but tremble as if she had been electrocuted. This was a kind of intimacy that connected flesh and blood. Although Gu Lingyue didn't know the person before her, at this moment, she felt that the person before her was her relative. Therefore, Gu Lingyue stared at the other party with wide eyes. Even without asking anything, she could feel the other party's meaning. Sister Lingyue, don't be afraid. I'm here to take you home. You don't know yet because your memory hasn't been awakened. When I awaken your memory later, you will remember everything. However, for the time being, I will seal your power and only let your memory be awakened. I won't let your strength erupt. Otherwise, you will destroy this universe. The beautiful woman said softly. Although Gu Lingyue was still confused, she instinctively nodded. She knew that the person before her wouldn't lie to her or harm her, so she was willing to listen to her. The beautiful woman waved her hand, and a powerful force poured into Gu Lingyue's body, straight into the depths of her mind and soul. Suddenly, Gu Lingyue felt that her mind was completely flooded by power. Her mind went blank, and she couldn't remember anything. Under the surging power, she only felt that her mind was about to explode. It was a feeling of death. However, Gu Lingyue wasn't afraid. Deep in her heart, she believed the beautiful woman's words and believed that she wouldn't harm her. After an unknown amount of time, Gu Lingyue felt her mind gradually calm down, and she gradually saw light. After this piece of light, an ancient memory also gushed into his mind like flowing water. The past was like smoke, flashing one scene after another. Those people, those things, those scenes, those years, they all poured out one by one, appearing in her mind in great detail. Gu Lingyue froze in place. Too many memories flooded in her mind at once. She needed time to properly digest them and calm herself down so that she could accept all this information. She didn't know how much time had passed. It seemed like 100 years, or 1,000 years, or even longer. Only then did some determination appear in Gu Lingyue's eyes. She had digested all of this and was relieved of everything. It turns out that I've experienced 10,000 universe epochs of reincarnation and lived no less than 10,000 lives. 10,000 lives of reincarnation, just to temper my mind. This is something that many of the women of the Gu clan have to experience. Grinding 10,000 lives, experiencing 10,000 tribulations, and emotional entanglements of 10,000 lives allowed me to truly become heartless and no longer be entangled by the threads of love in the world. 10,000 lives have passed, and my heart has matured. I can go back now. Everything was so calm, as if she was talking about a very ordinary matter, without the slightest fluctuation. Gu Lingyue's heart was neither happy nor sad, and she didn't even have any reluctance to leave. The beautiful woman smiled widely. Congratulations, little sister Lingyue. You finally succeeded. Welcome back. Let's go, little sister. I'll take you back to the Sky Law Dao Palace. Gu Lingyue nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, Big Sister Minghua, I still have something to take care of. Wait for me for a moment. Something? The beautiful woman was taken aback for a moment, but she immediately reacted. Oh, right. Your original body is still with that little fellow called Qin Xiao. You fell in love with him in this life. Now that you're leaving, it's only right to say goodbye. I've carefully looked at your situation in this life. That little fellow called Qin Xiao is not bad and can be considered a person with potential. However, His background is too lowly, and it's difficult for him to truly reach the pinnacle of the vast thousand domains. There's nothing to be reluctant to leave. All right, little sister Lingyue, your original body should say goodbye to him. We can't delay for too long to avoid any mishaps. We must hurry back to the Sky Law Dao Palace as soon as possible. Everything will be safe only when we return home. This is the most important thing. Everything else is not important. You must not be soft-hearted. Chapter 1927. In a strange, small space in the primordial universe. On a piece of bluestone, a handsome man was sitting there leisurely, drinking wine and savoring life. The Tao of Flying Daggers is really insightful. Li Sheng is indeed very insightful to be able to create such a Tao. I'm afraid there are some bright revelations about the path I have to take in the future. To truly go through hardships, to truly reach the top of the world, one needs to create their own Tao like Li Sheng. However, it's too difficult to create one's own Tao. In this era, only Li Sheng and Shakyamuni have created their own Tao in the immortal realm. However, it can still be a goal to work hard for. As Qin Shao drank, he was thinking about how to go on the road in the future. He had a more ambitious goal. Qin Shao suddenly put down his cup and saw Gu Lingyue walking towards him. Qin Shao immediately got up with a smile and went up to greet her. Qin Shao habitually wanted to gently hug Gu Lingyue, but to Qin Zhao's surprise, Gu Lingyue actually dodged and didn't let Qin Shao touch her. This unexpected scene stunned Qin Shao for a while, and he couldn't react for a long time. Because as long as Gu Lingyue came over after cultivation, Qin Shao didn't need to take the initiative and she would hug Qin Shao. There was naturally no doubt about the intimacy between her and Qin Shao. Although they hadn't officially gotten married yet, their relationship had already been recognized. The only thing missing was a ceremony. A situation like this had never happened before. For the first time, Qin Shao felt a sense of strangeness, not only in her actions, but also in her expression. Qin Shao immediately noticed that Gu Lingyue was different from before. It was as if she had completely changed into a different person. She was no longer the Gu Lingyue who smiled happily when she saw her. Gu Lingyue was as soft as candy when she saw her. Today, there was a hint of coldness on Gu Lingyue's face, and there was not a trace of joy in her expression. There was no gentleness in her gaze as she looked at Qin Shao. Instead, there was a hint of coldness. It was a very unfamiliar feeling, and there was not a hint of emotion in it. This kind of gaze was so unfamiliar. Moreover, she took the initiative to distance herself from Qin Shao, as if she was not familiar with Qin Shao at all. All these actions made Qin Shao completely confused. She looked at Gu Lingyue and asked, "Lingyue, what's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? Not in a good mood?" However, Qin Zhao's concern clearly did not have any effect. Gu Lingyue said with a cold expression, "Nothing. I just want to say a few words to you." Say a few words? This was nothing? Something was completely wrong. This feeling was too unfamiliar. Even when he first met Gu Lingyue, he didn't feel this unfamiliar feeling. What was going on? Qin Shao walked over excitedly, but Gu Lingyue retreated and continued to keep a certain distance from Qin Shao. "Lingyue, what's wrong with you today? What's the matter? Can you tell me?" Qin Shao didn't dare to step forward and asked with concern. However, he had already begun to feel anxious. He had never seen Gu Lingyue like this. Qin Shao was very worried, but more than that, he was puzzled. Gu Lingyue had always been fine. She had never been like this for so many years. This was the Hongmeng universe, his universe. Logically speaking, nothing should happen here. Therefore, Qin Shao didn't think that anything could happen to Gu Lingyue. This change was too sudden and too fast. Qin Shao really couldn't accept it for a while. The woman he loved the most suddenly became so unfamiliar. No matter how strong Qin Zhao's state of mind was, he still felt a little flustered. This was an inexplicable panic, a feeling of losing Gu Lingyue. And for some reason, Qin Shao inexplicably had a bad premonition in his heart, and it was very strong. His premonition told him that something big was about to happen. "Qin Shao, thank you for taking care of me all these years. I'm repaying you. I just came to tell you that I'm leaving. That's all." Gu Lingyue's voice didn't contain much emotion. Although it wasn't a cold feeling, it was as if she was talking to a stranger. Not to mention a stranger, it was the kind of person who she had just met and wasn't familiar with. They could only be considered acquaintances. She was leaving? Where was she going? Lingyue, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand a word of it? Qin Xiao asked again, extremely puzzled. He really didn't understand. Where could Lingyue go? Where else could she go in the Hongmeng universe? She was saying goodbye to him. Was she going to the sacred realm? But how was she going to go? Without a flying celestial artifact, was she going to fly by herself? Without becoming a celestial venerable, it was impossible for her to reach the sacred realm. She would only be lost in the endless universe sea. That would be an extremely miserable fate. Moreover, even if Gu Lingyue wanted to go to the sacred realm, she shouldn't have used this method to tell him. No, everything was wrong. Something was very wrong. It couldn't be that simple. Calm down, he had to calm down. Qin Xiao was indeed anxious, panicked, and a little agitated. But Qin Xiao also immediately warned himself to calm down. He tried his best to calm down. After calming down, Qin Xiao said, "You mean that both your true body and clone will leave at the same time? Where are you going? Even if you really want to leave, can you explain everything clearly?" Gu Lingyue glanced at Qin Xiao and paused for a moment before saying, "Yes, both my true body and clone will leave. As for where I'm going, you don't need to ask. I have my own place to go." At this point, Gu Lingyue didn't seem to have any intention of continuing. "All right, it's time for me to leave. Take care of yourself," Gu Lingyue said as she prepared to leave. At this moment, Qin Xiao was completely anxious. His figure moved, and without caring about anything else, he directly hugged Gu Lingyue tightly in his arms. "Lingyue, where are you going? What's wrong with you? Even if you want to leave, can't you tell me clearly? What happened? Tell me, okay? No matter how big of a problem it is, I'll bear it with you. Don't be like this, okay? You've never been like this to me. Why did you suddenly become like this? You make me feel so unfamiliar that I don't even recognize you. You're no longer the Gu Lingyue I know. You love me so much, and I love you so much. Is the love between us so fragile? Can it overcome the things in your heart? Are you so unwilling to even tell me? Lingyue, I beg you, don't be like this, okay? No matter what you want to say, just tell me directly, okay?" As he spoke, Qin Zhao's eyes became a little red, and the corners of his eyes glistened. If he continued to speak, he would really cry. Qin Xiao had never expressed his love so bluntly, but this time, he really couldn't hold it in anymore. He, who had always been very shy, also spoke of his love. This was the truest expression of his feelings. There was no doubt that Qin Xiao liked Gu Lingyue. It was a publicly acknowledged fact. He would do anything for Gu Lingyue, including death. Therefore, he had to figure out what was going on with Gu Lingyue. Otherwise, he wouldn't let her go. Being held tightly by Qin Xiao and speaking such sincere words of love, Gu Lingyue had never seen Qin Xiao lose his self-control like this. He even seemed a little submissive. Gu Lingyue's eyes flashed, but she bit her red lips. She couldn't be soft-hearted. She had to be more resolute. With her strength, she clearly couldn't push Qin Xiao away. "Qin Xiao, I'm not the Gu Lingyue you know. I'm a reincarnator, just like Brother Pure. As for my identity, it's not convenient for me to tell you. If you must ask me where I'm going, I can tell you. I'm going back to the Sky Law's Tao Palace. The Gu Lingyue you know is just my life in the cycle of reincarnation. To me, it's just an extremely short memory. My memory has been awakened, so my fate with you is also over. You've also been through reincarnation, so you should know this. Don't take it too seriously. Just pretend you never knew me. I thank you, but that's all I can do. So, please let me go. I'm leaving. You, Qin Xiao, can at most be considered a passerby in my life. Don't worry too much about this. Our fate has come to an end." Hearing Gu Lingyue's words, Qin Zhao's heart felt like it was being ruthlessly cut by a knife. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. But at the same time, Qin Xiao also learned some useful information. Qin Xiao really hadn't expected this and was quite shocked. Gu Lingyue was actually a reincarnator. Qin Xiao knew that Brother Pure was a reincarnator. At that time, he was also very shocked and found it hard to accept. Later on, he slowly felt at ease. Qin Zhao's clone had also checked, and there was indeed such a thing. There were quite a few reincarnators in the vast thousand domains. Of course, there were very, very few who had successfully awakened their memories. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Qin Zhao had never thought that Gu Lingyue was also a reincarnator. Although Qin Zhao didn't know Gu Lingyue's background for the time being, he felt that her background was very great, even greater than Brother Peerless. Qin Zhao could accept that Gu Lingyue was a reincarnator. After all, Brother Peerless was a precedent. However, Gu Lingyue was so cold and heartless to him, and did not care about the feelings between them at all. Qin Zhao really couldn't understand. Even if she was a reincarnator and had awakened her memories, the memories of this life should be real. Even if she had awakened her memories, she should not have erased this life. It was like Brother Pure had awakened his memories, but he still regarded himself as a part of the Hongmeng universe, and still regarded Qin Zhao as his life-and-death brother. Why had Gu Lingyue's temperament completely changed? The memories of this life were still there. So how could she be so heartless? How could she say that their fate ended here? How could she say that he was just a passerby? From then on, they would be strangers, and they would be separated to the ends of the world. She was clearly saying goodbye. She wanted to cut off Qin Zhao's thoughts, cut off their feelings, and cut off the possibility of them being together. From then on, they would be separated and would never see each other again. How could Gu Lingyue be so heartless? How could she be so cruel to such a gentle, kind, and lovely woman? This was something that Qin Zhao really couldn't accept and didn't want to accept. Being treated like this by the woman he loved deeply. Qin Zhao couldn't get over it for a while. Okay, I'm leaving. Take care. See you never again. Gu Lingyue spat out a few more words. No, don't. Qin Zhao hugged Gu Lingyue tightly, not letting her go. However, a powerful force suddenly surged down and directly imprisoned Qin Zhao. It forcibly pried open Qin Zhao's hands and took Gu Lingyue away from Qin Zhao's embrace. What a terrifying force. In the face of this force, Qin Zhao couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1928. No, no, no. Amidst Qin Zhao's desperate cries, Gu Lingyue was still taken away by that powerful force. Qin Zhao mobilized the land of origin of the primordial universe to block it, but he also clearly felt an unstoppable force rapidly tearing apart the will of the primordial universe's origin and leaving directly into the endless universe ocean, disappearing without a trace. This speed was too fast, so fast that even Qin Zhao's will of the primordial universe could not catch up. In extreme pain, Gu Lingyue had already disappeared without a trace. Qin Zhao used the will of the primordial universe to check, and sure enough, Gu Lingyue's clone was also gone. Both the original body and the clone had been taken away. Qin Zhao could not imagine how powerful the person who took Gu Lingyue away was. It had to be at the Prime Saint level, and it might not be an ordinary Prime Saint. Only the power of the primordial universe's will of the primordial universe could not block it at all. Plop! Gu Lingyue was gone, and he could not do anything to stop her. How much did she resent him? Qin Zhao suddenly knelt on the ground, as if he had lost all his strength. His eyes stared into the depths of the void and into the endless universe ocean, but he could no longer see Gu Lingyue's figure. She really left. She left just like that, before he could react at all. How could such a thing happen to him? Brother Pure had left, but Qin Zhao would not be sad. Brother Pure had left, but his heart and feelings were still there. There would be a day when he would come back. It wasn't that Qin Zhao couldn't let go of Gu Lingyue. It was just that once Gu Lingyue left, she would take her feelings and her heart with her. She would never return. In fact, she would become strangers with Qin Zhao in the future. Their feelings were broken. Breaking their feelings was the most painful thing for Qin Zhao. He and Gu Lingyue had known and loved each other for nearly 10 million years. It was not a long time, but to Qin Zhao, it was almost his entire life. The love of a lifetime, the most sincere and true love, had been broken just like that. How could he accept this? How could he let it go? How could this be? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Why must she break her feelings? Why must she leave everything behind? Can she really forget the memories of this life, just like that? No, no, no. I don't believe that Lingyue is that kind of person. I don't believe it. Even if she reincarnated, her original nature shouldn't change much. Lingyue is so kind and lovely. How could she be so heartless? That's impossible. Absolutely impossible. I think she must have something that she can't say. She has her difficulties. I should understand her difficulties. Someone came to take her away, so it wasn't convenient for her to tell me a lot of things. That's why she was so heartless. When I hugged her, I could clearly feel her body trembling. This is the most instinctive reaction. It can't fool anyone. Heavenly Law's Tao Palace. I don't care where you are, and I don't care who you are. I will find you, and I will solve your problem. Crack. Qin Shao clenched his fists so hard that they cracked. His emotions were suppressed to the extreme. Gu Lingyue was someone he could not let go of. No matter how difficult it was, he would go to the Heavenly Law Tao Palace to find her and get to the bottom of it. He could not lose Gu Lingyue, the love of his life, without knowing why. Lingyue, maybe I'm too weak now, so you can't say anything to me. That will only be a burden to me. But give me time. I will become stronger. I will improve myself step by step and reach the peak. In the endless universe ocean, an aircraft was flying at high speed. Sister Lingyue, it's all in the past. Don't think about it anymore. It's just a life in the cycle of reincarnation. He's just a man. There's nothing to miss. You have to focus on nothing else. You have to put all your energy into fighting for the position of Palace Lord. You have the honor of our ancient clan and the glorious mission on your shoulders. So no matter what, there can be no more love. Do you understand? Forget everything here. Do you understand? Sister Minghua patted Gu Lingyue's hand with a pained look on her face. She was reminding Gu Lingyue. Gu Lingyue nodded solemnly and said, I understand, Sister Minghua. I won't miss anything. It's all in the past. I'll forget everything as soon as possible. Sister Minghua nodded slightly. Well, it's good that you can think this way. I know you're kind-hearted and can't bear to do anything ruthless. But this time, you have to be ruthless. The mission of our ancient clan is more important than anything else. You're the hope of our clan. That's right. You've been chosen since birth. You can't escape. You can only do it bravely. Our Gu clan will also be proud of you. Gu Lingyue nodded subconsciously. Yes, this was her life's mission. She cannot escape it no matter what. After experiencing 10,000 reincarnations, she still had to face all of this. However, some things, although said to be let go, how could it be so easy to let go? No matter how heartless she was, it was just a pretense to deceive herself and others. Qin Shao, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. It's not that I don't love you or that I'm truly heartless. It's just that I can't love you anymore. So I can only pretend to be heartless because I'm afraid I can't do it. In this life, consider it as me owing you. My love for you can only stop here. I'm sorry. Gu Lingyue's heart ached as if it was being cut by a knife. She couldn't say these words to Qin Shao, so she could only say them to herself in her heart. To her, this reincarnation cycle was very special and beautiful. It was very difficult for her to forget. Perhaps it was because of him, because of love, that everything was different. However, all of this had become a thing of the past for her. She had to let it become a thing of the past. Everything should stop here. Goodbye. Qin Shao. Goodbye. Primordial universe. Goodbye. This reincarnation cycle. Goodbye. Qin Shao suddenly let out a painful and angry scream. His emotional state suddenly changed dramatically. He knelt on one knee on the ground. Seeing Qin Zhao's sudden change, Bai Shan and the other two were obviously stunned. Because Qin Shao had been very successful just now. They could already see the dawn of victory. But before they could rejoice, something else happened. After hesitating for a moment, Bai Shan and the other two quickly rushed over and asked with concern, Qin Shao, what's wrong? Qin Shao slowly calmed down. He slowly stood up and collected his thoughts. Then he slowly looked at Bai Shan and the other two. He felt the deep concern from the three of them. It was like a warm current flowing through the depths of Qin Zhao's heart. At this time, This warm current made Qin Shao feel very warm, but it couldn't soothe the pain in his heart. Gu Lingwei was gone. The love of his life was gone just like that. His original body lost control, and his doppelganger was also in pain. He withdrew from his cultivation state and disrupted his cultivation. Once he lost his mind, it would be difficult to continue cultivating. Qin Shao, say something. What's wrong? Baishan asked anxiously when she saw Qin Shao didn't respond. As she asked, she gently patted Qin Shao to remind Qin Shao. Qin Shao came back to his senses. He looked at Baishan and became hesitant. It's nothing. Something happened in my hometown and it affected my mind. That's why I stopped cultivating. Was it just that something had happened in his hometown? That couldn't be right. Wasn't Qin Shao the origin master of this universe? As long as the prime saints didn't appear, what could happen in his hometown? This was completely impossible. Baishan and the other two were smart people. Although they knew that Qin Shao was just casually finding an excuse, they didn't point it out and didn't continue to ask. Gu Lingyue's departure did greatly affect Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao couldn't calm down and cultivate. Qin Zhao's state of mind wouldn't be affected at all, but this time was really different. Even Qin Shao couldn't control himself. Qin Shao also knew that he had to calm down and continue cultivating, but he couldn't do it. This kind of pain could only be experienced so deeply at the moment when it truly came. Qin Shao hated himself. He really hated himself. In the past, he didn't cherish it and firmly hold on to it. Now that he lost it, it was too late for regrets. But he couldn't admit defeat. He had to take it back. Senior brother Baishan, do you know about the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? After a while, Qin Shao suddenly asked, Heavenly Law Dao Palace. Hearing Qin Zhao's question, Baishan and the other two were shocked. They looked at Qin Shao strangely. They were all thinking, could it be that the change in their hometown that Qin Shao mentioned was related to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace? But this was impossible. How could it be? Baishan hesitated for a moment. Qin Shao, originally I didn't want to say, but I guess you won't be satisfied if I don't say it. You'll still investigate it yourself. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you. But I don't know much. I don't even know the surface. If you want to investigate deeper, then it'll be difficult. Our Fusu Immortal Palace probably won't be able to find anything. The Heavenly Law Dao Palace you mentioned isn't a power of our immortal domain. It's a power of the elemental sacred domain. And the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is very transcendent in the elemental sacred domain. It has a supreme position. In other words, in the elemental sacred domain, the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is a supreme existence. It's the invincible overlord of the elemental sacred domain. It controls the life and death of everything in the elemental sacred domain. Now that I've said it, you should understand how powerful the Heavenly Law Dao Palace is, right? Let's talk about it again. In front of the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, our entire southern wasteland is just a small ant. That kind of power is far beyond our imagination. Elemental sacred domain, a supreme overlord? When Qin Shao heard this, he immediately frowned deeply. He had heard the main point. It was a supreme overlord of the elemental sacred domain. This Heavenly Law Dao Palace was really too powerful. It was indeed at a level that Qin Shao couldn't imagine. Lingyue said that when she went to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace, there was a powerful ancient saint who came to pick her up. This was enough to show that Lingyue's identity was extraordinary. She probably had a transcendent position in the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. In this way, if Qin Shao wanted to go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace to see Gu Lingyue, it was indeed a very difficult matter. But, Lingyue, I swear, Qin Shao, swear to the heavens. No matter how difficult it is, no matter how many obstacles there are, I will definitely go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace. I will definitely find you and ask you face to face. Chapter 1929. Qin Shao had suffered many blows along the way, and his mental state had become more resolute and resolute. He would not be easily shaken. However, this time his state of mind was deeply shaken, causing him to be unable to calm down for a while. The blow he had suffered this time was too great. The person he loved dearly had left, and she wanted to sever their love. This was a vicious knife that killed without spilling blood. This was an incomparably cruel injury. That kind of ruthlessness, that kind of puzzlement, that kind of confusion. Qin Shao could not understand, and he could not let it go. This pain was not something that could be compared to any other injury. Gu Lingwei had left, and he would never see her again. She had left with that heartlessness. Those final words were also incomparably heartless and deeply hurtful. There was no blood, but it was fatal. Qin Shao wanted to calm down, but he found it difficult to do so. His heart was in a mess, too messy. With a messy heart, there was no way to comprehend and cultivate. Although Bai Shan and the other two heard Qin Zhao's explanation, they naturally did not believe that it was as simple as Qin Shao said. They had never seen Qin Shao like this. Therefore, the three of them looked at each other, not understanding what had happened to Qin Shao. What should we do? Qin Shao is unable to continue comprehending and cultivating in his current state. She really didn't know what had happened in his hometown to make him so depressed. I don't understand. Bai Shan transmitted his voice to Fairy Zijing and Tai Yulong. Tai Yulong also shook his head. He did not know what to do. Fairy Zijing's eyes flashed, and she suddenly said to Qin Shao, "Are you hurt by love?" "What? Hurt by love?" Hearing Fairy Zijing's question, Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were taken aback. Qin Shao was hurt by love. This shy and introverted man usually did not dare to interact with girls. Previously, Princess Nangong Ling had repeatedly expressed her goodwill, but Qin Shao had not responded at all. Could it be that something like this had happened in the primordial universe? After all, Qin Shao had come from the universe and had lived in the universe for millions of years. A few million years was a relatively long time for ordinary mortals. During that long period of time, it was normal to have women. They didn't ask Qin Shao about this. Qin Zhao's mind couldn't help but be touched. She looked at Zijing Fairy in surprise. How did she see through it? Although Qin Shao didn't answer, she obviously didn't deny it either, which meant that she acquiesced. He was really hurt by love. In his hometown, he was the master of the universe's origin, a supreme existence. How could he be hurt by love? This was too strange. Can you tell us about it? Maybe I can give you some suggestions. I'm a woman, so I might know better than you what a woman is thinking, Fairy Ziquan asked again. Qin Shao looked at Fairy Zichuan, still somewhat hesitant. Because of this matter, Qin Shao didn't know what to say. The hurt in his heart was too deep, so he didn't want to mention it to others. Fairy Ziquan wasn't in a hurry. She said, "Qin Shao, from your eyes, I can see unprecedented sadness and pain, but there's no resentment. Pure grief, pure pain in the heart. This shows that you have lost the one you love. When you asked about the heavenly Law's Dao Palace, we were puzzled. Now that I think about it, if my guess is correct, it should be the woman you love in the universe, or your wife, who was taken away by the people of the heavenly Law's Dao Palace or injured. But what I don't understand is that you're the master of the universe's origin. Unless an ancient sage acted, who could hurt your woman in your universe? But why would an ancient sage from the heavenly Law's Dao Palace go to your primordial universe? If an ancient sage acted, they wouldn't hurt your woman. They should have taken her away. Combining all these doubts, I finally came up with a bold guess. Your woman in the universe should be a reincarnator, right? Someone from the heavenly Law's Dao Palace? Hearing Fairy Ziquan's analysis, Qin Shao looked at Fairy Ziquan in astonishment. This feeling was as if she already knew what was on his mind. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were relieved and understood what was going on. Indeed, only this conjecture could explain all of this. Since Fairy Ziquan had explained, Qin Shao didn't hesitate anymore. He nodded and said, "Yes, Fairy Ziquan, your analysis is correct. The situation is not far from your analysis. As for the rest, I'm not sure, so I won't say. But she's not my wife. Because of some reasons, we didn't have a wedding. It's just that she's the woman I love the most in my life. She accompanied me through my youth. We met and fell in love. She sacrificed herself to save me. My heart was with her. We agreed on a wedding, but she wasn't there. She's no longer the person I knew." Fairy Purple Box said, "Qin Shao, There are actually quite a number of stories like yours. Although there were very few reincarnators who succeeded, there are still some who managed to do so over the course of countless years. There's no way around it. Once a reincarnator awakens their memories, many things can change. Some reincarnate as a devil in their first life and become a good person in their last life. But once their memories are awakened, they will return to the devil. A reincarnator will definitely have the memories of their first life. All reincarnators are like this. Some have a huge change in personality, and some are similar. As for the specifics, it depends on one's luck. Qin Shao naturally knew about this situation and had thought about it. A reincarnated person was indeed not too rare. After all, there were reincarnators in the primordial chaos universe. Qin Shao had also entered samsara to cultivate. Of course, he didn't completely enter samsara, but entered samsara with his thoughts. It was just that when some things really happened to him, it was still very difficult to let go. Fairy Z Quan, you mean that all of this is fate for me and her? She awakened her memories and naturally had the memories of her first life. Therefore, she returned to the heavenly Dharma Tao Palace and returned to her previous self. To her, I'm just a passerby in samsara. She thanked me for taking care of her, but that's all. I'm just thinking, can she really let go of the emotions of this life? Qin Shao had been thinking about this question. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't figure it out. Could she really let go of it? Even if it was mainly the memories of the first life, it was still a real thing in this life, after all. Could such memories really be erased? Fairy Z Quan shook her head and said, I can't say for sure. After all, I'm not a reincarnator. After becoming a celestial venerate, there's no such thing as a reincarnator. A reincarnator will definitely reincarnate and become immortal. Cultivate step by step from immortal. When you become a celestial venerate one day, you can awaken your memories. However, the path of samsara is full of endless dangers. It's very likely that you'll die in samsara. I'm not sure what kind of person she was in her first life. Therefore, after her memories are awakened, I can't say whether she can erase all of your memories. I can only say that if she's very determined to leave, the possibility is very high. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that she has her own difficulties. The people of the heavenly Dharma Tao Palace who enter samsara are generally there to train themselves. Their status is generally very high. Therefore, the possibility that she has her own difficulties is very high. Most importantly, it depends on what you think, not her. Do you understand? Me? Qin Shao frowned slightly and looked at Fairy Z Quan in confusion. What did she mean? Fairy Z Quan nodded. Yes, it's up to you. You have no right to decide anything about her, and you have no way to change it. You're not her. You don't know what she thinks or her situation. You can't make decisions for her, and you can't interfere with everything she does because that's her path. You should understand this, right? Qin Shao nodded. Of course, he understood this point, but this was also what troubled him. You understand this, but you can't walk out of the puzzle. What you need to understand now is yourself. What are you thinking in your heart? How much do you love her? Are you clear? Qin Shao was taken aback. How much did he love Gu Lingwei? He had never thought about this question. Obviously not. He had thought about it, and he had always thought about it. In the past, Yao Shiwilian had loved him, pursued him, and confessed to him. His heart had never wavered because he had always adhered to his love for Gu Lingwei. Previously, Princess Nangong Ling seemed to have deliberately approached him, but he didn't respond. Therefore, Qin Shao felt that he should have thought about this question, and the answer should be very clear. I love her very much. I'm willing to do anything for her. After losing her, I'm in great pain. My heart is in complete chaos. I've never been so flustered, painful, and helpless as I am now, Qin Shao said firmly. Fairy Purple Box nodded and said, Then it seems that you really do love her very much. At least, at this moment. At this moment? What did she mean? Seeing that Qin Shao didn't quite understand her words, Fairy Purple Box explained, Don't feel strange. This is not wrong. Because people change. Time will always erase everything. Therefore, people are true at a certain time, but it doesn't mean they will always be true. It's too long to say forever. How many years have you lived? Less than 10 million years. But time is incomparably slow for you. It's not 1,000 epochs, not 1,000 universe epochs, but chaos epochs. This time is so long that you can't imagine it at all. Qin Xiao knew this, but at least now it was Qin Zhao's true thoughts. Thinking about it, Qin Xiao asked, "Then what do you think I should do?" Fairy Purple Box said, "Since this moment is real, why not turn your grief into strength? Since you love her and don't understand why she's so heartless, then think of a way to find her and explain it to her. Love is a matter of one person, but love is a matter of two people. You can love her, but you can't force her to love you. If she doesn't love you, no matter how much you love her, it's only your matter. So continue or let go. The key is up to you. There's a key and a lock between the two of you. The lock is in her hand, and the key is in yours. Whether you can open the lock or not depends on the key in your hand. But whether you can open the lock or not depends on the lock in her hand. Do you understand?" Chapter 1930. As the saying goes, man proposes, God disposes. Some things can't be decided by you alone, but you can decide what you want to do with that part of you. That's your business. After thinking it through, he understood. The troubles in his heart were swept away, and he felt enlightened. Qin Zhao's eyes also regained their clarity and determination, sweeping away the sadness and sorrow. "I understand. I don't know what Ling Yu is thinking, and I can't change it for the time being. I just need to know what I want, and then work hard to do it. I love her very much. At least this moment is real. So, no matter what, I must go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace to find her and ask her clearly. And now, I should be moving towards this clear goal. And this goal will be much further than what I've achieved before. I need to work even harder, be even more determined, and have even firmer beliefs. The Tao of Flying Dagger is just a small test for me now." Everything understood. Then, continue to cultivate. This was the only thing he needed to do now. And he needed to work harder than before. Qin Xiao continued to cultivate. Bai Shan and the others also retreated to the side, not disturbing Qin Xiao. "Sai, love, it's really torturous. Some people stop after tasting it. Some people sink deep. Some people treat it as a game. Some people treat it as a kind of enjoyment. So, tell me, is love good or bad?" Bai Shan sighed with emotion. "Sai." Tai Yulong rolled his eyes at Bai Shan and said, "You say it as if you don't love it." "Ha ha ha, I love it, but I also love it freely. It's not like I have to get it. I'm not crazy or crazy. If I get it, it's my fortune. If I don't, it's my fate. I won't force it." Bai Shan laughed. "You're really free. I can't be as free as you." Tai Yulong shook his head. Fairy Zishang looked a little helpless, because the person Bai Shan and Tai Yulong loved was her. But how to say it? She didn't know how to accept Bai Shan and Tai Yulong's love. Or rather, she didn't know who to accept. It didn't seem good to accept anyone. Therefore, it was better to maintain the status quo. She didn't want to think about love anymore. It was too deep and torturous. "Haha, Chest, what you said just now has persuaded Qin Xiao with just a few words. You're really good. If I didn't know you, I would definitely think that you have a rich experience in relationships." Bai Shan suddenly joked. Fairy Zishang rolled her eyes at Bai Shan and said, "How can a woman's understanding of love be compared to you men? I haven't experienced it, but how can I not have seen it? More or less, you have some life experience, don't you? It's mainly because Qin Xiao has too little experience and doesn't know much about love. That's why he's so easily persuaded. Of course, his state of mind is very good to begin with. After a few words of advice, he will understand on his own. The key was still himself. If he doesn't understand, then it's useless for me to persuade him." Bai Shan and Tai Yulong nodded. That was indeed the case. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao was indeed quite naive. Moreover, his experience was also relatively little. So many things didn't have a deep impact. But all in all, it was a good thing, worthy of everyone's joy. Just now, they were all secretly sweating. Fortunately, Qin Xiao calmed down so quickly. But Fairy Zishang suddenly shook her head and sighed. Although he has been persuaded for the time being, we all know Qin Zhao's character. Once he has decided on something, he will definitely persist to the end. He has now decided to go to the Heavenly Law Dao Palace to find that girl called Ling Yu and ask her clearly. so he will definitely work hard towards this goal. And we also know that the heavenly Law Tao Palace is a dominating force of the great thousand worlds. It's a supreme existence, far more powerful than we can imagine. Qin Shao wanting to go to the heavenly Law Tao Palace is easier said than done. Even if he stepped on the ancient road and became an ancient saint, it's still far from enough. In front of the heavenly Law Tao Palace, an ancient saint is just an ant. So Qin Zhao's future path will be incomparably difficult. In fact, he might even ruin himself because of this goal of his. Bai Shan shook her head and sighed helplessly. This possibility was indeed true, but there was no other way. Perhaps time can smooth everything. For the time being, we can only think like this. Bai Shan said, and waved her hand. Well, let's not talk about these things that are too far away. It's better to take care of the present. The present is the most important. Comprehension and cultivation had always been a very long thing. This blow to Qin Shao, on the contrary, encouraged him even more and made him have a stronger desire to die. Being hurt by love made it easier for people to comprehend many things and to have a better understanding of love. The flying dagger Tao is to seek the Tao through love. Only when love enters the flying dagger can one understand the profound meaning. I have the flying dagger in my hand, and there is love in my heart. Only when love enters can I enter the Tao. Flying dagger, love, heart force. Now he had a deeper understanding and a clearer understanding of the situation. The word love was very important to the flying dagger Tao. The more he understood about love, the deeper Qin Zhao's understanding of the flying dagger Tao. Only by comprehending and cultivating with love could it be easier to understand the true meaning of the flying dagger Tao. There were many things that he didn't understand before, but now he could suddenly understand. Everything began with love, and it was thick with intent. Comprehending the flying dagger Tao was actually a bit like comprehending the Tao of love. The flying dagger was emotionless, but the person had feelings. Fusing something with emotions into the emotionless flying dagger would make the flying dagger become emotionless. When the flying dagger was emotionless, it would listen to your control more, and its power would become stronger. It would walk a path that belonged to you. It was like opening up a new world, blooming with unparalleled brilliance. Many things seemed very simple when spoken of. It was only because you understood it that you could speak of it, and it would seem simple. But to do it, it was too difficult. Cultivation had always been like being trapped in a puzzle, and the person involved could not see clearly. Many things that seemed simple later on were very difficult, very, very difficult at that time. Time passed quickly again. 100,000 years, 200,000 years, 1,000,000 years. In the blink of an eye, 1,300,000 years had passed. Fortunately, it was very quiet here. No one else came, and no dangerous force came. It was very quiet. Buzz! Suddenly, a whistling sound broke through the sky and reverberated through the air. Hearing this huge sound and feeling a strong sharpness blooming, Bai Shan and the other two were suddenly shocked and looked over. They saw a flying dagger flying out from Qin Zhao's hand. Suddenly, its brilliance lit up the world, and its sharpness whistled through the 9 heavens. The flying dagger flew in the air at an extremely fast speed, to the extent that Bai Shan and the other two were unable to see it with their eyes. The speed, sharpness, and power of the flying dagger all made people feel that it was very powerful, and they could not help but feel a little wary. Seeing this, Bai Shan and the other two were suddenly happy. Flying dagger, Tao, initial success. In just 1,300,000 years, Qin Shao has already reached the initial success stage of the flying dagger Tao. This speed is really too shocking. With such talent and potential, I'm afraid that he is qualified to enter the Lisheng sect. Moreover, Qin Shao only received the enlightenment and guidance of an ancestor. He did not have much guidance, but he was still able to cultivate to such a level. This is too incredible. TSK, he is really an all-around monster. No matter what, he is a peerless monster. Given enough time, he can really grow to an extremely terrifying level. I feel more and more that it is not difficult for Qin Shao to step on the ancient road. It is just a matter of time. I am really looking forward to this day. Bai Shan said with a face full of admiration. Dao. Although he had said a lot of words of admiration and praise, but Qin Shao really surprised people again and again. Tai Yulong said, I think you should think more about yourself. We have always dreamed of walking on the ancient road. Ha ha. Bai Shan shook his head and said, I don't think about this. There is nothing to think about. It is better to have a little self-awareness. If you think too much, you will only bring trouble to yourself. Now, we should think about how to become a great immortal. This is more practical. It is easier said than done to set foot on the ancient road. That is the ultimate goal. Since it is the ultimate goal, it is naturally not easy. Tai Yulong was too lazy to say anything more. Fairy Zishang shook her head helplessly. These two were used to bickering. On the other side, Qin Shao put away the flying knife after displaying it for a while. The primary level of the flying dagger is to infuse the flying dagger with emotions. After understanding this point, the cultivation will be much smoother, allowing me to reach the primary level in one fell swoop. Qin Shao curled her lips, and a little smile appeared on her face. 3 million years of hard work was not in vain. He had such a harvest. Small success in the flying knife Dao. The power of the flying knife alone was enough to kill a second-step celestial venerable. If you want to take another step forward, it would not be an easy thing. In fact, Qin Shao had already reached the small success realm. It was only after he continued to consolidate and perfect it that he stopped. Now, Qin Shao was already breaking through to the large success realm in the flying knife Dao. He was already on the verge of breaking through. One more step, and he would reach the large success realm. Originally, Qin Shao also wanted to cultivate to the large success realm in one go. However, it was too difficult, so he had no choice but to give up temporarily. Qin Shao, congratulations again. Haha, I won't say anything more. I have said it too many times in the past. I'm already tired of it. Bai Shan laughed. Indeed, he had congratulated Qin Shao too many times. He had already become numb to it. No matter what Qin Shao did, it would not surprise anyone. He was a creator of miracles. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, There's nothing to congratulate me about. This is indeed an opportunity for me. I have gained a lot from this trip. It is already enough. All right, I'll go over and see if I can open the flying dagger formation. I feel that it should be about time. If I still can't open it, I am afraid that it will take me millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. It is too difficult to enter another realm. The time it will take must be immeasurable. No matter how talented Qin Shao was, after all, the flying knife Dao did not give him much guidance. He only had a lifetime of experience left by an ancestor. This was much less than the resources he had in the Peach Blossom Valley. Therefore, if he wanted to cultivate to the large success realm, Qin Shao did not have much confidence. He could only grind it out with time. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao naturally hoped that he could successfully open the flying knife array in this way. Chapter 1931. Qin Shao came to the flying dagger formation once again. This time, he came with the intention and confidence to break the formation. Although he was not fully confident, he could give it a try. Bai Shan and the other two stood behind him. They looked a little nervous as they stared at Qin Shao. They had waited for 3 million years. Whether the door of treasure could be opened or not depended on Qin Shao. Whoosh! Qin Shao suddenly made a move. A flying dagger flew out from his hand. The flying dagger turned into a giant dragon in the sky. It rushed toward the flying dagger formation at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind streaks of light. It was extremely fast and powerful. If Qin Shao exerted all his strength, he could probably deter an ordinary third-step celestial master. The flying dagger was a peerless sharpness that burst out in an instant. It was extremely sharp, so it was very difficult to resist. No matter how many tricks you had, it was useless. If you couldn't block the flying dagger, you wouldn't be able to use any tricks. If you couldn't even use them, no matter how powerful they would be useless. This was the advantage of the flying dagger. As soon as Qin Zhao's flying dagger approached the flying dagger formation, it immediately activated it. The whole flying dagger formation suddenly shone brightly. The 9 flying daggers of Saintly suddenly became extremely sharp. The flying dagger formation was opened. The powerful force smashed Qin Zhao's flying dagger into pieces with one blow. This feeling was like an egg hitting a stone. It was smashed into pieces in an instant. Qin Zhao was prepared for some bad situations, but when he saw this scene, he was still hit hard. He was defeated in an instant. He couldn't have lost so miserably, could he? No matter how powerful the flying dagger formation was, it couldn't be so strong, right? If so, how could he break the formation? Did he really have to cultivate the flying dagger Dao to the advanced level? However, it was definitely not that easy to cultivate the flying dagger Dao to the great accomplishment realm. To be honest, even Qin Zhao did not have much confidence. After all, he was not a disciple of Saint Li and did not have so much guidance in cultivation. It was far from enough to rely on the insights left by the immortal palace master. Most of the time, he had to rely on himself to slowly fumble around. It was too difficult to cultivate. It could even be said that it was difficult to take even a single step forward. Under such circumstances, how likely would it be for him to reach the great accomplishment stage? Even if Qin Zhao was a peerless genius, he still couldn't do it. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. Without a cultivation technique, without guidance, how could one cultivate? The flying dagger Dao was just a minor Dao, not a great Dao. The Dharma did not exist between heaven and earth, and could not be comprehended from heaven and earth. Even though Bai Shan and the other two had expected that they would fail, it was indeed a rather miserable defeat. The three of them could not help but look at each other in dismay. At first, he still had some hope, but he didn't expect that he would be directly crushed to pieces. Wasn't this too cruel? Qin Zhao, don't worry. Take your time. How could it be so easy to obtain such a great treasure? Isn't it just another few million years? As long as it's a problem that can be solved with time, it's not a problem for us. To us, time doesn't mean much. Maybe this is an opportunity for you. You can use this opportunity to cultivate the flying dagger Dao to the great accomplishment stage. It's quite good. Even if it's just a minor Dao, it's extremely powerful if you can cultivate it to a high level. Bai Shan comforted Qin Zhao. Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong also comforted him a little. Qin Zhao was quite shocked, but it wasn't to the point where he needed to be comforted. He wasn't that weak. He frowned, thinking in his heart, how could this be? Why do I feel like I've neglected something? Lin Yiqin thought, logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. No matter how bad it was, it shouldn't be to the extent of being crushed to pieces, right? This flying dagger array was indeed too powerful. Even a fourth-step heavenly venerable might not be able to break through it. It was too difficult to break through this flying dagger array with brute force, wasn't it? No, something was wrong. It shouldn't be so difficult. Cultivating the flying dagger Dao should be the basic condition for success, but the requirements shouldn't be so high. There must be something wrong. What exactly was it? His train of thought should be right, and the direction was right. Then what was the problem? Qin Zhao was trying hard to think about this problem that troubled him. Is it because the flying daggers themselves are not good enough? Qin Zhao is only using ordinary flying daggers, not Li Sheng's flying daggers. The 9 flying daggers in the flying dagger array are Li Sheng's flying daggers. The power is too weak, Fairy Zishang suddenly said. Hearing Fairy Zishang's words, Qin Zhao's heart suddenly moved, and an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Li Sheng's flying daggers. As soon as the idea arose, it quickly lit up. Yes, how can ordinary flying daggers deal with Li Sheng's flying daggers? It's impossible that the immortal palace master didn't think of this. The 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers formed a flying dagger array to protect him. If you want to get his immortal opportunity, you must break this flying dagger array. But these 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers formed a flying dagger array. Even if I cultivate the flying dagger Dao to the great accomplishment realm, I'm afraid it won't work. I've reached the great accomplishment realm, but my flying daggers are too far away, so I'll still fail. The Immortal Palace Master should have thought of this. So his real intention is not for me to use the flying dagger technique to break the flying dagger array, but for me to directly control the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. If I directly control the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, then the flying dagger array will naturally be broken and the immortal opportunity will naturally be obtained. These 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers are now ownerless. My flying dagger, Dao, has already reached the small accomplishment realm, so I should be able to try to control them. Yes, this should be the right way to go. After thinking through this, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a smile. He once again raised his spirits and continued to move forward. This time, he wanted to get closer. He wanted to directly trigger the flying dagger array. Qin Zhao, be careful. Seeing Qin Zhao's bold move, Bai Shan could not help but remind him. Fairy Zishang patted Bai Shan, indicating that he did not need to worry. I understand, Bai Shan. It turns out that the Immortal Palace Master does not want others to break his flying dagger array, but to find a way to control the 9 flying daggers. As long as you control the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, you can naturally break the flying dagger array and obtain the immortal opportunity. Oh, Bai Shan and Tai Yulong were stunned. After thinking about it carefully, they immediately understood and agreed with Fairy Zishang's words. Yes, that should be the case. Bai Shan nodded and said, from the beginning, we have actually entered a misconception. This is also caused by the habitual thinking of normal people. We all think that if we want to obtain the immortal opportunity, then we have to break the flying dagger array. But we did not expect that it would be so easy to break the flying dagger array formed by the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. Since the Immortal Palace Master has left the test, it should not be so difficult that it cannot be broken. So the mystery is here. I believe that this is also the Immortal Palace Master's intention. He deliberately set up an invisible test. If we do not follow the correct path, it is almost impossible to succeed, unless Qin Zhao is willing to waste time. And this time, it may be more than tens of millions of years. It may even be so long that it is unimaginable. But fortunately, Qin Zhao has thought it through. This guy can think ahead of us in everything. I really admire him. Bai Shan was once again convinced. Bai Shan was truly impressed. He had never admired a person so much. Qin Zhao was worthy of this. He was indeed worthy of this. This point, even Tai Yulong had to admit. On the other side, Qin Zhao walked firmly to the flying dagger array. As soon as his body touched it, he naturally triggered the flying dagger array. As soon as the flying dagger array was triggered, the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers also suddenly roared wildly, rolling up rays of sharp light. Qin Zhao's eyes were cold. In fact, he was also trying. Although he felt that the success rate was great, after all, he did not dare to say that it was 100%. Naturally, he had to fight with his life. Qin Zhao had already made all the preparations. As soon as the flying dagger array was triggered, Qin Zhao's heart force immediately burst out. He used the way of the flying dagger to control these Li Sheng's flying daggers. Qin Zhao's heart force seemed to have turned into hands. In a wild power, he tried hard to grab the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers that were flying at a high speed. This was obviously not an easy task. I must succeed. Qin Zhao secretly clenched his teeth and unleashed all of his power. But Qin Zhao also immediately felt a strong resistance coming from the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers, which wanted to break free from Qin Zhao's power and not let Qin Zhao control them. It was not easy to control these 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. But no matter how difficult it was, Qin Zhao must succeed. He must succeed. His strength burst out again. The power of the way of the flying dagger was also fully exerted. He grabbed the Li Sheng's flying daggers with his heart force, influenced them with his emotions, and finally controlled them with the power of the way. Step by step, he advanced step by step. After a difficult struggle, Qin Zhao finally succeeded. Whoosh! After successfully controlling them, the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers suddenly became docile. Like well-behaved little elves, they listened to Qin Zhao's orders and flew around Qin Zhao, looking very cheerful and playful. They had found a new master just like a child who had found a new big brother. Qin Xiao did not hesitate. Taking advantage of this heat, he simply refined the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers in one go. The Li Sheng's flying daggers themselves were also fairy weapons. Individually, they were also middle-grade fairy weapons. When the 9 of them were stacked together, they were equivalent to high-grade fairy weapons. It was originally impossible for Qin Xiao to refine them. But because they were Li Sheng's flying daggers, Qin Xiao could use the way of the flying daggers to assist in refining them. Naturally, it was much easier. Although it was much easier, it was only relative. It was not really easy. One could imagine how difficult it was to refine a set of high-grade fairy weapons. It's done, it's finally done. This line of thinking is indeed correct. Bai Shan laughed happily. The treasure that he had been looking forward to for such a long time was finally opened. Great, this was great. Qin Xiao is refining the 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers? Tai Yilong frowned slightly and said. Bai Shan looked at him and said, yes, he is refining them. But it's reasonable, right? After all, this flying daggers formation was broken by Qin Xiao. These 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers belong to Qin Xiao. I have no objection. The box also has no objection. Yulong, do you have an objection? These 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers are a set. Naturally, they cannot be divided. They must be combined and let one person get them. Qin Xiao gets them. I have no objection at all. Tai Yulong glared at Bai Shan and said angrily, do you think I am such a stingy person? Do you think I am such an ungrateful person? Do you think I am such an ignorant person? Qin Xiao's contribution is the greatest. I have no objection if he gets them. You are. Chapter 1932. Refining these 9 Li Sheng's flying knives was really a laborious task. Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and spent 10,000 years to finally refine them. After refining, he could control them more freely, and the power of the flying knives naturally increased a lot. After refining Li Sheng's flying knives, Qin Xiao felt more clearly the power and uniqueness of Li Sheng's flying knives. They were indeed incomparable to ordinary flying knives. The reason why Li Sheng's flying knives were called Li Sheng's flying knives was that the flying knives were infused with the power of the Tao of flying knives, as well as heart force and emotion. Therefore, when used, they could erupt with more power. The power of this set of 9 Li Sheng's flying knives was indeed comparable to an upper-grade immortal weapon. It seems that I've gained a lot again. This trip has really given me a big surprise. Sure enough, it's better to come out and gain experience. It's hard to grow quickly if you stay in the Futu Immortal Palace all the time. Qin Xiao smiled. He was in a good mood. Such a big gain naturally made him very happy. Qin Xiao looked at Bai Shan and the other two and said apologetically, I'm sorry, I didn't ask for your opinion. I directly refined the 9 Li Sheng's flying knives. How about this? I'll take these 9 Li Sheng's flying knives, and the other things are yours. If the other things are not enough, then I'll compensate you. Bai Shan immediately waved his hand and said, Hey, Qin Xiao, what are you saying? You're treating us as outsiders. You don't treat us as brothers. We were just talking about this. It's basically all your credit. It's all your credit all the way. So these 9 Li Sheng's flying knives should belong to you. Just keep them. Don't talk about compensation. You're looking down on the three of us too much. Purple Box Fairy also said seriously, Yes, Qin Xiao, these 9 Li Sheng's flying knives should belong to you. What use do we have for them? These 9 knives are a set and can't be separated. You don't have to feel embarrassed. Just keep them with peace of mind. Tai Yulong nodded in agreement. Although Qin Xiao had expected this result, she still felt touched when she saw the three of them acting like this. You don't need to spend too much time with a person who is worthy of a deep friendship. However, Qin Xiao did not claim credit for himself. Instead, he said, Don't say that. Everyone's contributions are equal. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to make it here. It was your immortal fate that came to share it with me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come here alone, and I wouldn't have been able to have such a harvest. Actually, with these gains, I'm already satisfied. I'm also very grateful to you for bringing me here and giving me so many opportunities. To me, these gains have already surpassed any great treasure. Originally, I said that I shouldn't meddle with this immortal fate. I really shouldn't have refined these 9 Li Sheng's flying daggers. It's just that I couldn't control the situation just now, so I took advantage of the opportunity to refine them. I still feel very embarrassed and didn't tell you. Qin Xiao, if you continue to talk like this, we'll get angry. Bai Shan's expression changed slightly, and she said to Qin Xiao with a serious face. Seeing that Bai Shan was really going to get angry, Qin Xiao immediately stopped, indicating that he wouldn't say any more. Some words were indeed said too much and hurt feelings. Qin Xiao was also a person who valued feelings. He understood this principle, but when it came to himself, he was particularly embarrassed. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's look at the immortal fate first. Fairy Zishang said. Qin Xiao and Bai Shan also restrained their emotions and looked at the owner of the immortal palace. The corpse was sitting there quietly, and they didn't know how long it had been dead. After a long time, the corpse was still very intact, and there was no sign of corrosion. Its body was still emitting a powerful aura. However, at this time, when they got close, they could sense that the aura emitted by the owner of the immortal palace was not strong enough to reach the level of an ancient sage. This meant that the corpse in front of them was not left behind by an ancient sage. Thinking about it, it was reasonable. Ancient sages wouldn't die easily, let alone leave their corpse in this place. However, the aura emitted by the corpse was extremely powerful, much more powerful than that of an ordinary 4th-step celestial venerate. At the very least, Qin Xiao had never seen a 4th-step celestial venerate with such a powerful aura. Therefore, Qin Xiao and the other 3 were puzzled. What realm was the owner of the corpse when he was alive? Was he infinitely close to the level of an ancient sage? There was a possibility of this happening. Bai Shan took the interspatial ring from the corpse, and with a casual pinch, the interspatial ring was crushed. When the interspatial ring was crushed, a lot of things burst out, and the 4's eyes fell on these things. These were the treasures they were looking for. There were a lot of things, and the 4 began to count them. Indeed, they felt as if they had dug up a big treasure. Perhaps all the treasures of the owner of the immortal palace were here? Qin Xiao's gaze was immediately attracted by the 4 jade slips. Not only Qin Xiao, but Bai Shan and the other 2 were also the first to be attracted by the 4 jade slips. The 4's eyes fell on the jade slips at the same time, and their faces were filled with surprise. It's an immortal technique, cultivation technique. After checking the information, the 4 were even more delighted. There was a high-grade immortal technique cultivation technique, 2 middle-grade immortal technique cultivation techniques, and 1 low-grade immortal technique cultivation technique. Moreover, Fuyu Immortal Palace didn't have them, which meant that they could take them back and offer them to the Fuyu Immortal Palace for a generous reward of contribution points. Furthermore, it was also free for the contributor to cultivate the cultivation method they had contributed. Besides, he could cultivate for a while before he contributed it to the Heaven's Path. Just these 4 immortal technique cultivation techniques were priceless. Haha, it's really a big treasure. I had a premonition that our harvest would be bigger than we imagined. Indeed, my premonition was right. TSK. If we contribute all 4 immortal technique cultivation techniques to the Fuyu Immortal Palace, we'll be able to earn a lot of contribution points. With these contribution points, we could do a lot of things and exchange them for a lot of high-quality cultivation resources. Bai Shan laughed heartily, and her mood was extremely good. It was indeed a very exciting thing. Qin Xiao was also relieved. The purpose of his trip was very simple, and that was to earn 6,000 contribution points. However, judging from the current situation, it was obviously much more than that. According to Qin Xiao's knowledge, a high-grade immortal technique cultivation technique that Fuyu Immortal Palace wanted could be exchanged for 50,000 contribution points. A middle-grade immortal technique cultivation technique that Fuyu Immortal Palace wanted could be exchanged for 8,000 contribution points. A low-grade immortal technique cultivation technique could be exchanged for 1,000 contribution points. The 4 immortal arts in front of him clearly met the requirements of the Fuda Immortal Palace. They were all of superior quality and extremely valuable. Therefore, Just these 4 immortal technique cultivation techniques alone were enough to exchange for 67,000 contribution points. Even if the 4 of them split it equally, each of them would get more than 16,000 contribution points. With so many contribution points, it was enough to exchange for a lot of cultivation resources. Just thinking about it was enough to make one excited. For Qin Xiao, these were enough. He had achieved his goal. Not only did he achieve his goal, but he also gained a lot of extra rewards. The 4 of them continued to count the treasures. The biggest treasure was naturally the 4 immortal technique cultivation techniques. As for the rest, they were immortal artifacts, unique treasures, some rare materials, and the like. This is black meteorite jade. TSK, such a big piece of black meteorite jade. It must be at least 10,000 gene, right? In the past, it took me a lot of effort to find 100 gene of black meteorite jade. I owed a few people a favor and paid a huge price to get it. This time, it's more than 10,000 gene. TSK. And this is it looks like. Oh, right, I remember now. It's abyssal crow root. It's extremely rare and priceless. Good stuff, really good stuff. It has endless uses. TSK. It's hard to find even one abyssal crow root, but now there are 3 of them. By Sean, look at this. What is it? Oh, what? It's verdant mythical grass. Heavens, it really is verdant mythical grass. In the past, I couldn't find verdant mythical grass after searching for so long, but now I see 3 of them. Ha! It really feels like I've searched high and low for something, only to find it by chance without any effort. We're rich. This time, we've really hit the jackpot. As for the other things, Qin Xiao was not too excited. Although he knew that they were very precious, he had already satisfied what he wanted. That was enough. After a final count, Bai Shan said, Haha, this time's harvest has exceeded our expectations. It seems we've really hit the jackpot this time. I wonder which powerful existence it is that has accumulated so much wealth. The total value of these things has exceeded 10 million Chaos Source Stones. It's an unimaginable amount of wealth. I've just calculated. Apart from some things we need and some things we can't exchange for contribution points, we can exchange them for contribution points. In total, we can exchange them for 120,000 contribution points. On average, each of us will get 30,000 contribution points. But Qin Xiao, Bai Shan looked at Qin Xiao and said with a serious expression, We've discussed this earlier. We haven't done anything on the way here. You've been taking risks, solving problems, and passing tests. In the end, we'll be able to open the treasure and obtain the immortal opportunity. You should have gotten the lion's share of the treasure. If you take too much, we'll feel ashamed. So, after some discussion, we've decided that you'll get 60,000 contribution points. We'll split the remaining 60,000 equally. As for the other things we have in exchange for, we won't count them. If you need them, you can take them. We'll split them. Qin Xiao, what do you think? No. Qin Xiao didn't even think about it. He shook his head and refused. With a determined expression, he continued, Senior brother Bai Shan, if you say that, you're looking down on me. Qin Xiao, there's no point in talking too much about grand principles. It'll hurt feelings if it loses its flavor. Just talking about contributions is meaningless. If you don't help me, I won't get anything. I've already gotten enough on the way here. I shouldn't fight with you for these treasures. However, I do need some contribution points. How about this? I only want 22,000 contribution points. You can split the rest. I even took this set of Sage Li's flying daggers. It's still a profit for me. Qin Xiao said he wanted 22,000 contribution points. He could exchange them for 2 secret techniques. One was the Berserk technique, and the other was the dual body technique. These 2 secret skills added up to a total of 22,000 contribution points. Chapter 1933. However, Qin Zhao's suggestion was something Bai Shan and the other 2 would not agree to. Originally, it was Qin Zhao's contribution along the way. How could they agree to let Qin Xiao take a small share? Therefore, after the discussion, both sides made some concessions. In the end, the 120,000 contribution points were divided equally. Qin Shao took 30,000, and Qin Shao did not take any of the other things. This was the final compromise. As for the other superfluous words, everyone did not say anything. After experiencing more than 1,000,000 years of life and death together, both side comprehension had increased a lot. They had truly reached the level of life and death friends. Actually, to reach the level of life and death friends, one did not need a long time to interact. As long as one met the right person, encountered the right situation, and revealed the most genuine side of each other, then it could be confirmed. When Qin Shao first met Bai Shan and the other two, he felt that these three were people who valued friendship and were worthy of deep friendship. Previously, they were only acquaintances. Now, their relationship had truly reached the level of life and death friends. Bai Shan even joked and asked Qin Shao to join their group, expanding the 3 to 4 people. However, Qin Shao only smiled and did not agree. Bai Shan and the other two had been friends for a few universe epochs. They had experienced countless life and death situations together. Their tacit understanding was something that Qin Shao could not compare to. It was impossible for him to integrate into the group in a short time. Therefore, Qin Shao did not reply. There were some things that couldn't be said just because they were friends. Of course, Bai Shan was only joking and did not take it seriously. The treasures were also distributed. This trip could be considered to have ended satisfactorily. There's a note here. There are words on it. Bai Shan suddenly exclaimed. She found an ancient bee skin. There were words on it. It should be some information. Sure enough, after reading the contents, Bai Shan exclaimed, What? It is a letter left by Song Dao King. In other words, the ancestor who left behind the immortal opportunity is Song Dao King. It is actually Song Dao King, the famous Song Dao King. Ha ha! I would never have dreamed that we would actually obtain Song Dao King's immortal opportunity. Isn't this too dreamy? For a moment, Bai Shan was so excited that she did not dare to believe it. It was indeed something unbelievable. Although Qin Shao did not know who this Song Dao King was, seeing Bai Shan's excited expression, he knew that this must be a great ancestor. He must be in existence who had left a deep mark in the history of the immortal domain. Song Saber King, with the title of king, it was enough to show his strength and status. I've long heard rumors that the Azure Blade King is dead. I used to think that it was just a rumor. Song Dao King, how could he die so easily? Perhaps he had already stepped on the ancient path. After all, the Azure Blade Monarch is a very mysterious and low-key person. Fairy Z Quan added. Bai Shan nodded and said, That's right. I also thought that the Song Saber Sovereign couldn't possibly die. After all, he is Sage Li's disciple and a direct descendant. Moreover, the Song Blade King has an incomparably glorious battle record. He even forced an ancient saint to retreat. It's just that, if it's the Azure Blade King, isn't this treasure a bit too small? Bai Shan's question also stunned Fairy Purple Chest and Tai Yulong. Yes, if it was really the immortal treasure left behind by Song Dao King, then this treasure was indeed too small. The only valuable thing was that set of Li Sheng's flying daggers, which was considered a high-grade immortal tool. If these things were only on an experienced exalted immortal, then it was reasonable. After all, the total wealth was indeed more than 10 million Chaos Source Stones. Such wealth could only be possessed by an experienced exalted immortal. But if it was really Song Dao King, then it was too shabby. Song Dao King, after all, was an existence comparable to an exalted immortal. He also had the glorious record of successfully forcing an exalted immortal to retreat. Logically speaking, Song Dao King's wealth should be comparable to an exalted immortal. It should be far more than this. If it was so shabby, then it would be too unworthy of its name. But the name of Song Dao King had long been recorded in the annals of history. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Bai Shan and the others naturally had a lot of doubts about this situation. Bai Shan continued to read the book left behind by Song Dao King. After reading it, she was relieved. So this is only a clone of Song Dao King. When Song Dao King reached the peak, he attacked the ancient road. So the original body and clone chose two places to cultivate in seclusion and attack the ancient road at the same time. At the same time, they also left behind an immortal opportunity. The clone only brought a small part with him. The main body has the main body. TSK. Looks like there's still a big treasure. But where's the main body cultivating in seclusion? There's no clear explanation here, only a small hint. He said he left some things with his best friend, Plow Dao King. The clues are in those things. Show his identity token to Plow Dao King, and he can gain Plow Dao King's trust. Identity token. Baishan searched for a while and soon found a simple and unadorned token. At first glance, it looked very ordinary, but upon closer inspection, one could see the uniqueness and power of this identity token. The token was in the shape of a flying knife. On one side, there was the word, and on the other side, Song Dao, indicating the identity of Song Dao King. Upon closer inspection, one could sense that this identity token had Sage Li's aura. Plow Dao King. Didn't he step on the ancient road and become an ancient saint? Now he should be called Plow Dao Sage. It's easier said than done to meet Plow Dao Sage. Baishan shook her head. No matter how big the treasure was, one had to obtain it first. But speaking of which, it was really tempting. This was Song Dao King's lifetime inheritance. This was only a small part of it, but it was already a huge treasure. If the main body's treasure was found, it would make one go crazy. How could one not be tempted by such a huge temptation? But the bigger the treasure, the harder it was to obtain it, and the more dangerous it was. Baishan quickly shook her head. Forget it. Let's not think about it. If not for Qin Xiao, we wouldn't be able to obtain this treasure. Even if we could see it, we wouldn't be able to open it. As for the main body's treasure, let's not think about it. Just meeting Plow Dao Sage is impossible. Even if we do meet him, we'll have to go through many trials before we can see the treasure. Just thinking about it makes me think that we won't be able to do it. At least with our current strength, there's no need for us to think about it. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. I'm already satisfied. I won't think about it anymore. This thing is of no use to us. Qin Xiao, these are for you. Keep them for now. For me? Qin Xiao was stunned. He did not take them and handed them over to Baishan. Seeing that Qin Xiao did not take them, Baishan stuffed them into Qin Xiao's hands. She patted Qin Xiao's hands and said, "Don't reject this. You're more or less a disciple of Sage Li now. If there's an opportunity later on, you might be able to join Sage Li, so you still have a chance to meet Plow Dao Sage. If there's a chance in the future, you might be able to visit Song Dao Sage's main body. You've already obtained the immortal opportunity here. If you obtain the immortal opportunity there as well, it'll be extremely beneficial for you. We have no chance of obtaining this opportunity. You're the only one with hope." Qin Xiao hesitated for a moment, but accepted them in the end. Qin Xiao knew that Baishan's words made sense. He also had the same idea, but it wasn't strong enough. After all, it was still a distant matter to him. There was no need for him to think about it for now. Everything had been settled properly. It was time for everyone to return with a fruitful journey. Qin Xiao bowed respectfully to Song Dao Sage's corpse. "Senior Song Dao Sage, thank you for your immortal opportunity. If there's a chance in the future, I'll go to your main body and try my luck. You've guided me into the Tao of Flying Dagger. Even if you're not my teacher, you're still my most respected senior in my heart." After bowing, everyone set off on their journey. Everyone was happy to return with a fruitful journey. Sitting on the Heaven Ascension device, the four of them were in a good mood, drinking wine and chatting happily. With Baishan, the talkative person, there was never a lack of topics to talk about. Hence, the laughter was endless. After more than 1,000,000 years, Qin Xiao and Baishan were very familiar with each other. There was no longer any sense of distance between them. They could get along with each other easily and happily. Where's that? It's so lively. There's a lot of powerful auras coming from that direction. Look, there's a lot of flying daggers flying towards that direction. Tai Yulong suddenly said. Qin Xiao and Baishan had been drinking and chatting. They didn't notice it. Hearing Tai Yulong shout, they looked over. Sure enough, there was a situation in the distance. It was indeed very lively. One look, and they knew that something was going on. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so lively. Baishan and Purple Box Fairy also looked over. Purple Box Fairy said, "This should be the territory of Tianshan Ridge. That's Tianshan City, right? Did something big happen in Tianshan City? Why is it so lively? So many flying daggers are flying towards Tianshan City. It seems like a gathering of experts. That's Tianshan City?" Hearing Purple Box Fairy's words, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. He knew about Tianshan City. Tianshan City's reputation was extremely great in the 10,000 mountains of the southern wasteland. In terms of strength, Tianshan City wasn't at the top of the 10,000 mountains. At least, it wasn't possible to be in the top 100. But in terms of reputation, Tianshan City could definitely be ranked at the top. Therefore, Qin Xiao had heard about Tianshan City. He knew that it was a place with a high status. To be able to stand at such a high position in the 10,000 mountains of the southern wasteland, it was enough to show how extraordinary Tianshan City was. Strength was definitely the foundation, but there were also other aspects. Tianshan City's lord was extremely powerful. He was a mysterious and powerful ancient saint. His strength was far from being comparable to ordinary ancient saints. In the entire southern wasteland, Tianshan City's lord's strength was definitely at the top. At least, it wouldn't be a problem for him to be in the top 100. He was incomparably powerful. He was far from being comparable to an ancient saint like the master of Fumu Immortal Palace. However, Tianshan City's lord stood aloof from worldly affairs. He was compassionate and helped the world. He was very friendly to everyone. He didn't make friends with anyone and didn't offend anyone. He was a model of a good person. Because of this, no one dared to provoke Tianshan City's lord. They also wouldn't cause any trouble in Tianshan Ridge. In the long run, the Tianshan Ridge had become an otherworldly paradise in the southern wasteland. Battles were rare here, and it stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was peaceful, and prosperous. Chapter 1934. Heaven Mountain City was also known as the Freedom City of the South Desolation Immortals. Heaven Mountain City had always been open and free. There are no city walls, no defensive formations, no restrictions, and no city guards. Everything was free. Of course, although it was said to be free, no one dared to cause trouble here. There would be no killing or war happening here. Heaven Mountain City was a place that could accommodate all the immortals in the world. Because of the freedom of Heaven Mountain City, it had developed into one of the most important trading cities in the South Desolation. It was the economic corridor that connected the entire South Desolation. All the major factions would have some business here. As a result, Heaven Mountain City had a close relationship with all the major factions in the South Desolation. These major factions also protected Heaven Mountain City from behind, making it even more peaceful. Anyone who dared to cause trouble in Heaven Mountain City would offend most of the major factions in the South Desolation. This was no joke. Heaven Mountain City's city lord had unparalleled immortal might in Heaven Mountain City. He had supreme authority and absolute control. He did not offend any faction, nor did he curry favor with any faction. However, he did things fairly. Therefore, there was a line in Heaven Mountain City that no one or faction could cross. Haha, right? I finally know why Heaven Mountain City is so lively. Baishan suddenly slapped her head and laughed. As he spoke, he didn't finish. He even looked at everyone in suspense, as if he was asking if they wanted to know. Fairy Zishan glared at Baishan and said, "Hurry up and say it." Baishan continued, "Every 9 eras, Heaven Mountain City will hold a Tao Enlightenment meeting. During the meeting, a few people will be chosen to receive 10,000 years to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment Tree." Tao Enlightenment Tree? Qin Xiao was slightly surprised. He knew about the Path Understanding Tree. He also had a pseudo-Path Understanding Tree. It was more ordinary and was no longer of any use to him. However, the Tao Enlightenment Tree in Heaven Mountain City was clearly not ordinary. Baishan nodded and said, "Yes, Heaven Mountain City's city lord has a half-Tao Enlightenment Tree. It is said that this half-Tao Enlightenment Tree is infinitely close to a true Tao Enlightenment Tree. It might even evolve into a true Tao enlightenment tree. A true Tao enlightenment tree is very rare in the world. It is extremely hard to find and almost non-existent. A half Tao enlightenment tree is also very rare. Even if they do, they will rarely share it with others. The city lord of Heaven Mountain City is very generous. He is willing to share his half-path understanding tree with the cultivators of the world. Therefore, every 9 eras, a Tao enlightenment meeting will be held to select a few people to have the opportunity to comprehend half of the Tao enlightenment tree. For most immortals, it's extremely attractive. Our Fu2 Immortal Palace has path understanding trees, but they are all pseudo-path understanding trees. We don't have half of them. In the entire southern wasteland, as far as I know, there are very few forces that possess half a path understanding tree. Not to mention, the half epiphany tree in Heaven Mountain City is the best of the best, infinitely close to the true epiphany tree. And in the historical records, there were indeed many people who broke through after comprehending it. Someone from our Fu2 Immortal Palace has also obtained such benefits. He broke through from the 3rd step to the 4th step and became a genius. Haha, that's why this opportunity is extremely tempting for us. Fairy Purple Box and Tai Yulong were also very interested. They also knew about this. The Tao Enlightenment meeting in Heaven Mountain City would indeed attract many experienced immortals. It was indeed a good opportunity. However, there was an unwritten rule in this Tao Enlightenment meeting. Each person could only participate once. If they participated this time, they could not participate again in the future. This method was also to prevent too many people from attending the event. After all, there was no threshold to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Therefore, anyone could participate. If there was a threshold, then the only threshold was that anyone below the 4th step of the Heavenly Venerate realm could participate. There is no need for 4th step Heavenly Venerate great immortals to come. It was not that the Path Understanding Tree was useless to 4th step Heavenly Venerates. It was very useful, but it was to prevent too many powerful immortals from coming. As for the opportunity, it was better to leave it to the weaker immortals. It's really a coincidence. Looks like we have to change our schedule and go back later, Fairy Purple Box said sweetly. Bai Shan nodded. Haha, that's right. Since we're here, we should go and join in the fun. Who knows, we might even be able to snatch the opportunity to comprehend it. Qin Xiao, you shouldn't be in a hurry to go back, right? I'm fine with it. If there's fun, I can join in as well. Qin Xiao shook his head. He was not in a hurry. In fact, Qin Xiao was also curious about this Tao Enlightenment meeting. Since it was so lively, he could go and join in. This trip to the Thoughtless Sea had taken almost one. For a million years, he had spent it all in intense cultivation. It was time to relax his body and mind. As for the quota for the Tao Enlightenment meeting, Qin Xiao did not think too much about it. He had already gained a lot this time. It was enough for him to slowly digest it. Bai Shan, don't be overconfident. I'm afraid there will be countless 3rd step Heavenly Venerates participating this time. I'm guessing that some of the experienced people from all over will come. Tai Yulong reminded her. Bai Shan smiled, but did not mind. Yulong, are you trying to destroy your own prestige and promote others? We still have to have dreams. What if we succeed, right? Who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Moreover, the Tao Enlightenment meeting is not a place to compete. It's not about whose strength. Whoever is strong will definitely be able to get a quota. Actually, everyone will have opportunities. You still have to think about it. Even if you don't want this opportunity, you can still join in the fun and broaden your horizons. It's not bad. Heaven Mountain City. The Tao Enlightenment meeting was held once every 9 eras. It could be considered a grand event in the Southern Wasteland. Every time it was held, it would attract the immortals of most of the forces in the Southern Wasteland to participate. Of course, there were also many who were just there to join in the fun. There was actually no big threshold to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Of course, in order to avoid too many people, there was still a small threshold. However, it did not have much to do with one's strength. In theory, as long as one was an immortal, as long as one was not a 4th step Heavenly Venerate, one could participate. Heaven Mountain City was very big. It was called Heaven Mountain because it was first built on the peak of Heaven Mountain. In the beginning, Heaven Mountain City was not considered big, but it slowly expanded later. Today, Heaven Mountain City had expanded by no less than 10,000 times. With Heaven Mountain as the center, it spread out in all directions, forming an incomparably huge city. Because Heaven Mountain City had no walls and no restrictions, it could expand infinitely. Anyone could occupy a piece of land and integrate into the Heaven Mountain City. Therefore, when looking from the sky, Heaven Mountain City was simply boundless. If the area that the buildings could reach was considered the area of Heaven Mountain City, then Heaven Mountain City would probably be the largest city in the entire southern wasteland. Qin Xiao and the other three got off the flying device at the foot of Heaven Mountain and landed on the ground. Heaven Mountain towered into the clouds. Looking from afar, it looked like a silver pillar in the sky. The top of Sky Mountain was completely covered with white snow, forming a particularly beautiful scenery. However, Heaven Mountain was now completely covered by countless buildings, so it was difficult to find that kind of smell. From the foot of Heaven Mountain to the peak of Heaven Mountain, it was filled with all kinds of buildings. Those who could take root on Heaven Mountain were basically the forces left behind from the ancient times. They could be considered the most powerful group of core forces. Although Heaven Mountain still has no restrictions, there is an unwritten rule here. No one can fly up Heaven Mountain directly. If anyone dares to violate it, it will cause public anger. Therefore, if we want to go up Heaven Mountain, we have to slowly walk up from here. We can fly up, but not too high. Bai Shan reminded everyone. When they reached here, they could feel a dense atmosphere. They could see many immortals walking up Heaven Mountain. This Heaven Mountain was incomparably huge, hundreds of millions of miles high. It was not that easy to reach the peak of Heaven Mountain. The Tao Enlightenment meeting hasn't started yet, so we don't have to rush to the peak of Heaven Mountain. We can slowly walk around Heaven Mountain. Sky Mountain is the core of Sky Mountain City. It's the most prosperous place. It's much more prosperous than Linfu City, so we could take a look around. There's no rush to go to the top of Sky Mountain when the Enlightenment gathering begins. Moreover, there's a small threshold to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Bai Shan added. After hearing Bai Shan's words, Qin Xiao and the others slowed down their pace. There was indeed no need to rush. They could slowly walk around. After entering Heaven Mountain, they could indeed feel the prosperity of this place. It was far from what Linfu City could compare to. If it was their first time coming to Heaven Mountain City, they would probably be deeply shocked. Heaven Mountain was packed with people. The wide roads were also packed with people. The wide roads actually felt a little crowded. The hubbub of voices and the atmosphere was incomparably dense. The air was filled with a festive atmosphere. What threshold? Qin Xiao asked. Bai Shan shook her head and said, This is not fixed. It seems to be different every time. Even if there are many changes, it is still the same. It is still a relatively simple threshold. It seems that every time, the number of people who can participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting is fixed at 1 million. 1 million? From the sound of it, there were still a lot of spots. 1 million is actually quite a lot. But if it's averaged across the entire southern wasteland, it's actually not much. 10,000 mountains in the southern wasteland are equivalent to 100 places. But it's indeed quite a lot. So it's not a difficult thing to get the opportunity to enter. Sometimes you just need to pay some chaos source stones. Sometimes you can get it by staying in a high-end inn. Sometimes you can even pick it up. I don't know what the rules are this time. There will be a notice. It should be easier to find. Hey, look over there. There's a notice over there. Let's go take a look. Bai Shan pointed in a direction. Sure enough, there was a notice there. The four of them quickly walked over. There were many people surrounding the notice. The general meaning of the notice was, the Tao Enlightenment meeting will be held 10,000 years later. There are 1 million tokens randomly scattered across the entire Heaven Mountain. As long as you find a token, you will be qualified to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. The meaning was very simple. It was similar to what Bai Shan said. Randomly scattered? Doesn't that mean that everyone can go and find it? Qin Xiao said. Chapter 1935. Senior Brother by Sean. According to what you said, the chances of outsiders finding the tokens are very small. But logically speaking, aren't those who participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting from the outside? There should be people from all the mountains in the southern wasteland. On average, there should be 100 people in each mountain range. I believe that not many people from the Heaven Mountain City will participate. Qin Xiao was puzzled. Such a rule seemed to have a huge loophole and was not fair at all. It was Qin Xiao's first time seeing such a way of playing. Just from his point alone, people would think that the Tao Enlightenment meeting was very casual and not formal at all. But in fact, the Tao Enlightenment meeting was a grand event in the Southern Wasteland. Almost every time it opened, it would attract people from all over the Southern Wasteland to participate. Baishan smiled and said, Qin Xiao, I know what you want to say. There are a lot of things involved in this. It can be considered as some unspoken rules. Actually, it doesn't matter how the 1,000,000 tokens are divided. The important thing is the first threshold, snatching the tokens. The chances of finding the tokens in the Heaven Mountain City are not high. After all, countless people in the Heaven Mountain City are looking for them. Soon, they will all be found and then circulated. Such a method seems very low-end and casual, but it has always been a tradition. Since it is a tradition, after a long time, it will become a mature set of unspoken rules. So, in fact, this is also done on purpose. Was it done on purpose? Hearing this, Qin Xiao fell into deep thought. His heart was touched, and he suddenly understood something. In the entire Southern Wasteland, the 1,000,000 tokens are not many. It can be said that it is very rare. If it is rare, it will not be a small matter if people fight for it. Of course, there is one more thing to be clear about. That is, if you participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting without strength, you will not be qualified to participate. Generally speaking, only 5 tokens will be chosen in each Tao Enlightenment meeting. Although the success or failure is not determined by strength, it is more or less related to strength. So, generally speaking, most third-step heavenly venerables will participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. In this way, you'll feel that 1,000,000 slots are more than enough. After all, on average, each ridge will have 100 spots, but the number of third-step Empyreans in each ridge will not be particularly high. Furthermore, those who had participated before could no longer participate. There were also some who were unwilling to participate. There are also some ridges that are too far away, so they won't rush over to participate. Thus, basically as long as one is a third-step heavenly exalted, they can participate. Then, there will be a small number of second-step Empyreans. As for first-step Empyreans, that's almost impossible to see. Of course, there are some who participate occasionally. Qin Xiao nodded and felt much more relieved. It turned out that there was such a way. However, it was true that there were unwritten, unspoken rules in some things. So we don't have to worry about the token, and we don't have to waste our energy looking for it. There are many ways to get a token. Basically, all you have to do is spend some Chaos Source Rocks. Many people have found tokens, but they're actually selling them. If sold well, a single token could be sold for thousands of Chaos Source Rocks. Generally speaking, it would be around 100 Chaos Source Rocks. Cheap ones can be bought for tens of Chaos Source Rocks. These Chaos Source Rocks are quite attractive to ordinary immortals and human immortals. For some factions, it's even a windfall. The more time passes, the more expensive the token will be. According to historical records, there was one time when a token was sold for a sky-high price of 50,000 Chaos Origin Stones. Therefore, there's actually a huge business chain hidden within. Qin Xiao couldn't help but smile. So there's such a thing. That's quite interesting. No wonder a Tao Enlightenment meeting can be so grand. That was why there was a lot of excitement to watch at a Tao Enlightenment meeting. There had to be a reason why an event could be so grand. Don't take my token. I can sell it to you. Don't do this, don't. Suddenly, a pitiful, pleading voice was heard. The pleading voice was filled with anger, helplessness, and fear. Qin Xiao immediately frowned when he heard the voice. It was obvious that some sort of robbery and bullying of the weak had occurred. A righteous person wouldn't sit idly by when faced with such a situation. Qin Shao didn't say anything else. He quickly walked towards the source of the voice. Bai Shan and the other two didn't hesitate and immediately followed him. Qin Shao soon saw three well-dressed youths with smug looks on their faces. The yellow-robed youth in the middle was tossing a token into the air. Qin Shao had seen this token on the announcement before. It was one of the tokens issued by Skymount Prefecture this time. Anyone who held this token could participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. In front of the three well-dressed youths was a youth who was both angry and anxious. However, he was doing his best to restrain himself as he continued to plead bitterly. Upon seeing this, Qin Shao finally understood that the three well-dressed youths had snatched the token from that youth. Such a thing was actually very common everywhere. There was no lack of bullying anywhere. Qin Shao had always scoffed at this kind of people who acted like tyrants. Qin Shao sized up the four youths and discovered that they were all first-step heavenly venerables. However, based on their auras, it was obvious that the three well-dressed youths were much stronger. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. That was why they dared to bully the youth. The youth who was being bullied had a resolute look in his eyes. It was as if he was facing death unflinchingly. He was willing to risk his life for a token. He knew that he was no match for them, yet he was willing to give up his life for a token that wasn't considered too precious. What was the reason for him to protect this token so much? This situation made Qin Shao a little curious. For a person to risk everything, it must be something more important than his life. This matter might have something to do with the token. However, considering that he had said that he could sell it, it was more likely that it had something to do with the Chaos Source Rock. It had something to do with it. He needed the Chaos Source Rock. If he was weak, it wouldn't be easy to earn the Chaos Source Rock. Don't go. Don't bully him. If you want this token, I can sell it to you for 100 Chaos Source Rocks. The youth who was being bullied clenched his fists tightly. His nerves were also extremely tense as he stared at the three well-dressed youths. Ha ha ha! The three youths laughed wantonly as if they had heard the funniest joke in the world. They looked at the youth who was being bullied with a playful and mocking expression. Clearly, they had done such things many times. Moreover, they had done it with a sense of superiority. This was the typical attitude of a hedonistic bully. There were too many of such people everywhere. The youth on the left pointed at the nose of the youth who was being bullied and said jokingly, "Kid, I think you haven't woken up yet. Otherwise, water must have entered your brain and you don't understand the situation at all. Our young Master Chio is taking your item because he thinks highly of you. You should feel honored. Not everyone has the right to give our young Master Chio something. Do you know who our young Master Chio is? Our young Master Chio is from the Chio Ling Immortal Sect. How can a lowly cultivator like you offend him? Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Get lost before our young Master Chio gets angry." The youth on the right also shouted, "Haha, are you laughing at me? This guy must be tired of living. How dare he ask for money from our young Master Chio for a token? In the Chio Ling Immortal Sect, there is no reason for our young Master Chio to pay for anything he takes. Young Master Chio, let's go. Don't lower yourself to the same level as this lowly person. Otherwise, it will spoil the fun." The youth in yellow, Chio Yu, who was in the middle, smiled playfully. He glanced at the youth who was being bullied and prepared to leave. Clearly, he didn't care about the youth who was being bullied at all. His face was full of contempt. This sense of superiority had already penetrated deep into his bones. It was an unparalleled arrogance. Seeing the three of them leave without any intention of paying any attention to him, the youth who was being bullied finally panicked. "You are bullying me too much. I will fight it out with you." The youth who was being bullied pounced with a determined face. He was going to fight with his life on the line. You're courting death." Seeing that the youth who was being bullied actually dared to fight back, the youth in yellow snorted with disdain. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his sword, a sharp sword aura shot out with a sharp edge towards the youth who was being bullied. The strength of the youth in yellow was indeed not bad. If the youth who was being bullied was beaten to a pulp by his sword, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. The moment he made his move, it was obvious that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two of them. There was no suspense at all. In such a head-on clash, the youth who was being bullied would definitely die. However, even if he knew that it was a dead end, the youth who was being bullied still didn't hesitate. His face was full of determination. Some things were more important than one's life. He was going to fight it out. At least at this moment, his brilliance was seen by Qin Xiao, and he admired it. Was he going to die? In the eyes of the youth who was being bullied, there was anger, but also unwillingness. Swoosh! Another sword aura shot out abruptly. It was especially dazzling. Bang! The second sword aura cut directly on the youth in yellow's sword aura. In an instant, it was destroyed and turned into nothingness. This sudden turn of events caused both sides to be stunned. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared in front of the bullied youth, shielding him. Dressed in white, he looked like a god who was untainted by a speck of dust. His background wasn't tall, but it gave people the feeling that he was a spear standing there straight. His aura wasn't strong, but standing there, he was like an insurmountable mountain. The youth who was being bullied looked at the figure in a daze. For a moment, he had mixed feelings. He knew that he had been saved by a benefactor, and he was extremely grateful. He had been prepared to die, but he didn't expect that God would give him a chance to live. Being able to live made him realize that it was good to be alive. He didn't do it for himself, but for the unwillingness in his heart. He had things that were more important than his life to do. The faces of Qiu Yu and the other two darkened. They glared at Qin Xiao unhappily and angrily. The man on the left jumped out angrily. He pointed at Qin Xiao's nose and scolded, "Boy, are you blind? Do you want to be a hero like others? Why don't you open your eyes and see who you are provoking? Do you know who our young Master Qiu is? How dare you interfere in this kind of business? You are just a small first-step celestial master. Where did you get your confidence from?" Chapter 1936. The three of them had an arrogant and unruly look on their faces, as if they considered everything beneath their notice. Qin Xiao had seen many such people and could not be bothered with them. He only said coldly, "I'll only say this once. Return the token to him, apologize to him, and get lost." He did not say much, but he exuded a domineering aura that did not allow anyone to resist. The threatening words of the young man on the left were obviously instantly shattered by Qin Xiao's invisible aura. His words greatly angered Qiu Yu and the other two. The young man on the left felt that his prestige had been greatly challenged. He became angry out of humiliation and shouted, "You reckless and arrogant person. I'll let you know how to write the word regret." Before he finished speaking, he had already made his move. Although he was just a runner, his strength was not bad. He was indeed considered experienced among first-step heavenly venerables. Otherwise, he would not have the confidence to make his move. However, such strength was obviously not enough in Qin Xiao's eyes. Therefore, Qin Xiao made his move first. Before the young man on the left's power could reach Qin Xiao's immortal pressure sent him flying. Thud! 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 The young man on the left retreated dozens of steps before he managed to stabilize his body. However, he was in a very sorry state, causing his expression to turn even uglier. This was simply a crushing defeat. Even with his strength, he could not withstand a single blow. Such an outcome naturally greatly stimulated his self-esteem. Although he was furious, he did not dare to rush forward so easily. Qiu Yu and the young man on the right could not help but frown deeply. There was finally some change in the way they looked at Qin Xiao. It seemed that they had underestimated the young man in front of them. His aura was similar to theirs, and he was not old. However, his strength was actually so strong. It seemed that he was not simple. "Who are you? What's your background? Do you know that our young Master Qiu?" The young man on the right wanted to say something, but Qin Xiao's cold gaze swept over him. He was so frightened that he abruptly stopped speaking. However, after realizing what had happened, the young man on the right was unable to restrain his anger. He felt that he had been greatly humiliated. Just one look, and he was scared stiff. Disgrace, this was simply a disgrace. Arrogant. This young master doesn't care who you are. I'll beat you up first. Qiu Yu shouted angrily, waving his hand to signal the other two to attack together. The three of them were prepared to attack at the same time, using numbers to bully the opponent. Qin Xiao had already expected this kind of situation. Generally, such an arrogant young master would not easily admit defeat. This kind of person would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. Kneel down. The three of them attacked at the same time. Qin Xiao's face was still calm and indifferent. He just shouted coldly. His voice wasn't loud, so it sounded a little strange. Are you stupid? When Xiao Yu's group of three heard Qin Xiao's words, they snorted disdainfully in their hearts and cursed without end. How could there be such a foolish person? Who did he think he was? However, soon, Xiao Yu and the other two's expressions changed drastically. Along with the voice, a strong and strange force immediately attacked their souls and wills. It was as if the great bell of the great Tao was ringing in the depths of their minds. The strong force instantly caused their minds to go blank. Their bodies did not listen to their commands, and they knelt down. Thump, thump, thump. The three of them knelt down neatly in front of Qin Xiao. This. When the bullied man saw this scene, he was dumbfounded. For a moment, he was speechless as he looked at Qin Xiao, flabbergasted. Isn't this too strong? This doesn't seem like something a first-step celestial master can do, right? However, based on his aura, he was indeed a first-step celestial master. Unless he deliberately suppressed his aura, that was also possible. Therefore, the bullied man increasingly felt that the noble he had met was not simple. It seemed that he had hit the jackpot this time. He was saved. This was a happy occasion. What's going on? Why did I kneel down uncontrollably? As soon as Xiao Yu and the other two knelt on the ground, the great shame and humiliation immediately stimulated them greatly. They were unable to restrain their anger, and their hatred overflowed. They tried their best to stand up. However, this suppressive force was too strong. It caused waves of tearing pain in their souls and wills. There was no way for them to stand up. Heart force, it's actually heart force. What a strong heart force. Did we meet a heart force cultivator? He looks so young, but he's actually a heart force cultivator? How is this possible? Soon, Xiao Yu understood what this strange and powerful force was. If it was not heart force, what was it? The ability to kill without leaving a trace was the specialty of heart force. Heart force cultivators were extremely rare even in the immortal region. After all, this was the immortal region where the immortal Tao flourished. However, heart force was also a great Tao. The laws of the great Tao existed in every corner of the great thousand worlds. Cultivating heart force in the immortal region could also allow one to comprehend the great Tao of heart force. However, because the environment was the immortal Tao, there were many supplementary conditions for cultivating the immortal Tao. Naturally, it was better. Qin Zhao's heart force was now at the 8th level, comparable to a 3rd-step heavenly venerate. Therefore, it was naturally not difficult for him to deal with 3 first-step heavenly venerates. His figure did not move, but he could easily suppress Xiao Yu and the other two. This scene was indeed admirable. Xiao Yu was also a shrewd person. At this point, how could he not know that he had provoked an existence that he could not afford to provoke? Therefore, Xiao Yu secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Please stop. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. We have offended you. I will return the token and apologize to him. I hope that you will be magnanimous." Qin Xiao glanced at Xiao Yu and the other two. Since the other party had shown weakness, Qin Xiao did not pursue the matter any further. He withdrew his heart force. Qin Xiao had never been one to go too far. Unless someone really crossed his bottom line, it was unforgivable. Qin Xiao had never done anything to the extreme. After withdrawing his heart force, Xiao Yu and the other two quickly stood up as if relieved of a heavy burden. Although they still felt extremely humiliated, in front of Qin Xiao, they could only endure it. Otherwise, they would only be humiliated even more. They would remember this grudge. Xiao Yu gritted his teeth and threw the token back to the bullied youth. Then he said, "I'm sorry." Although his words were very blunt, at least he said it. After saying that, Xiao Yu looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao waved his hand, indicating for them to scram. Xiao Yu did not dare to stay any longer. He quickly left with his 2 followers. Many thanks to young master for saving my life. Junior Yu Qing is eternally grateful. Dare I ask for young master's name? Please let Yu Qing know my benefactor's name. The bullied youth, Yu Qing, bowed to Qin Xiao gratefully. Qin Xiao turned around and looked at Yu Qing. He smiled faintly and said, "My name is not that important. I just happened to pass by here. I just happen to care about this matter. This is your luck. It means that you're not destined to die. Keep the token well. You're relatively weak. This kind of thing should be handled carefully to prevent others from coveting it. That young Master Chiu may take revenge on you. So you should leave first." To Qin Xiao, this was just a small interlude. Naturally, he did not want to be entangled with it. After saying that, Qin Xiao left. But after taking 2 steps, he heard a plop sound behind him. Yu Qing knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. He said, "Young master, Yu Qing has a presumptuous request. If you can agree, Yu Qing will be willing to be your cow or horse for the rest of my life. I am willing. As long as you say it, Yu Qing's life will be yours. I hope you can agree." His voice was filled with determination and begging. As a man, he could disregard his dignity and beg others like this. There must be something more important than his dignity and his life. Just now, he used his life to protect the token, which was enough to prove it. What he did now proved it. Qin Xiao knew that something was wrong with Yu Qing, but he had already saved him. He did not have the energy to care about other things. There were too many injustices in the world. Qin Xiao could not take care of all of them. He could only say that if he saw it, he would take care of it. If he did not see it, then forget it. After all, it was up to fate. Everyone had their own destiny. He could not go against the heaven. But when he saw Yu Qing kneel down and beg him without caring about his dignity, Qin Xiao was tempted to do something. After hesitating for a while, Qin Xiao stopped. He turned to Yu Qing and said, "Stand up first." Yu Qing raised his head. After looking at Qin Xiao, he slowly stood up and said, "It's like this, young master. My brother and I..." Yu Qing started to talk about himself. Qin Xiao listened patiently. After listening to him, he understood what was going on. It turned out that Yu Qing had a younger brother called Yu Zhe. The 2 brothers were the 2 peerless geniuses of their clan. Of course, such geniuses were only in their small clan. They had cultivated for dozens of eras before they finally became immortals. After becoming immortals, the 2 brothers were ambitious. They wanted to stand on a bigger stage. So they left their clan to make a living. Finally, they came to Tianshan City. But their younger brother, Yu Zhe, accidentally offended a young master called Shiren Long. So my brother was captured and imprisoned by him. It is unknown whether he is alive or not. Even if he is not dead, he must have been tortured. The reason why Yu Qing risked his life to snatch the token back was that he wanted to use it to find Shiren Long in exchange for his younger brother's life. But he also knew that the chance was very slim. But no matter how slim it was, he still wanted to try. Now, he was begging Qin Xiao without any regard for his dignity. Obviously, he saw Qin Xiao's great strength and wanted Qin Xiao to help him beg his younger brother. The fact that he valued his younger brother's life so much was enough to show that Yu Qing was a very loyal person. Qin Xiao always had a good impression of people who valued loyalty. But Qin Xiao didn't immediately agree. Instead, he asked, "What is the background of this Shiren Long you mentioned?" Yu Qing didn't hide anything. He clenched his teeth and said, "I've also investigated. Shiren Long is a direct descendant of a Shi clan. The Shi clan's ancestor is a supreme immortal who has always followed the Tianshan City Lord. It is said that he is highly valued by the Tianshan City Lord. So the Shi clan's prestige in Tianshan City is relatively high. Not many people dare to provoke them." Yu Qing bit his lip hard and continued, "Young master, I know this will make things difficult for you and put you at a great risk. So I don't dare force you. It's just that I really don't have any other way. My strength is too low and I have no background. Young master, I don't know what to do. I don't want to watch my younger brother be tortured to death. I really have no other choice. That's why I'm shamelessly begging you." Chapter 1937. Yu Qing's words were accurate. He expressed his request, but he did not beg Qin Xiao too much. It was his last gamble. He was willing to put down his dignity for his brother. That alone was enough to prove his character. Qin Shao also felt Yu Qing's sincerity, which was something that Qin Shao appreciated. Therefore, it had to be said that Qin Shao was indeed tempted to go into seclusion. Yu Qing did not say anything. He just looked at Qin Shao calmly with a hint of longing in his eyes. Qin Shao, this matter is not easy to deal with. You have to think twice. Bai Shan came over and said. Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong also came over. Just now they stood aside and watched. They did not participate in the matter and let Qin Shao handle it himself. Greetings, three seniors. Yu Qing saw Bai Shan and the other two and sensed their powerful auras. He immediately knew that they were three powerful existences. He quickly bowed respectfully. Bai Shan glanced at Yu Qing and said, It's not that we don't want to help you. This matter is indeed a little troublesome. We are not from Heaven Mountain City. We just came to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. As you said, this person called Zirlong's background is not simple. He is related to an exalted immortal. I'm afraid it's not good for us to ask for him rashly. We might get into unnecessary trouble. We can't do anything about it. At most, we can give you some Chaos Source Stones. You can take them and see if they are enough to ransom him. Bai Shan had lived for dozens of eras. She had lived for a long time and had seen many things. She was already numb to such matters. There was no end to being a good person. Sometimes, being a good person might not lead to a good result. This was the survival of the fittest in this world. Only those with strength could live a good life. The weak would die. This was the law of survival. No one could change this law of survival. This was the heavenly Tao, a Tao that no one could go against. Okay, thank you, seniors. Yu Qing understands. I won't disturb you anymore. Goodbye. Yu Qing nodded and turned to leave. At this time, Qin Shao suddenly said, Forget it, Yu Qing. Since we've met, it's fate. I can understand your feelings. This time, I'll be a good person to the end and accompany you to ask for the person. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yu Qing was overjoyed. She looked at Qin Shao with tears in her eyes. She was so moved that she wanted to cry. Thank you, young master. Thank you. Yu Qing didn't know what to say and could only thank him repeatedly. Bai Shan raised her eyebrows and looked at Qin Shao. Since Qin Shao had already agreed, he naturally couldn't say anything more. Don't worry, senior brother Bai Shan. As a person, just follow your heart. There's no need to think too much. We're just going there to ask for someone. We don't necessarily have to fight that ascendant immortal from the Shi clan, Qin Shao said with a chuckle. Bai Shan shook her head with a smile and said, Qin Shao, you are really too kind-hearted. Although it's a good quality, it's not necessarily a good thing. Qin Shao didn't care. It doesn't matter. I don't care too much about these things. Perhaps I haven't experienced enough, so I can't be so apathetic. Haha, it's good to be young. Compared to you, we're really too old. Bai Shan laughed loudly. With this matter settled, Qin Zhao's group of 4 followed Yu Qing to the Shi mansion. Soon, the 5 of them arrived at the Shi mansion. It was indeed a magnificent immortal mansion. 24 guards in bright armor stood on both sides of the mansion's gate. Each of them was burly, tall, and powerful. They didn't look like ordinary humans. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. Coupled with their thick armor, they looked even more domineering. The weapons in their hands were also heavy, which added to their powerful aura. The 24 guards stood there in an orderly manner. Although their auras were only at the first step heavenly venerate realm, they still made people not dare to act rashly. All 24 guards were at the first step heavenly venerate realm, which was enough to show the strength of the Shi clan. Who are you? Quickly retreat. Don't come near the Shi mansion. Otherwise, we'll kill you without mercy. As soon as Qin Zhao's group of 5 approached, a thunderous shout came from one of the guards. His voice was like a clap of thunder. It was very frightening. Yu Qing's face twitched in fright. However, he didn't cower. He stood beside Qin Shao bravely. Qin Shao said to the guard who shouted, We're here to see young master Shi Ren Long Shi. Please inform him. The guard glanced at Qin Shao and said, Young master Shi is not in the mansion. You can leave. Not in the mansion? Qin Shao raised his eyebrows slightly and asked, Then may I ask where young master Shi is right now? However, before Qin Shao could finish his sentence, he could clearly feel that the guard was very impatient. He glared at Qin Shao angrily as a warning. It seemed that if Qin Shao said another word, he would get angry. Qin Shao moved his hand, and 10 Chaos Source stones appeared in his hand. He then threw them at the guard. When the guard received Qin Zhao's bribe, a slight smile appeared on his face. He then said to Qin Shao, "Young master, she usually goes to Huaman Tower. He should still be there at this time. If you want to find young master Shi, you can go to Huaman Tower. Even if he's not in Huaman Tower, you can still ask around there. News is more up-to-date there." After receiving the news, Qin Zhao's group of 5 left for Huaman Tower. Yu Qing had also stayed in Heaven Mountain City for some time, so he knew where Huaman Tower was. Huaman Tower. Just by looking at the name, one would be able to imagine what kind of place it was. Huaman Tower was one of the most famous brothels in Heaven Mountain City. It could be said that it was a man's paradise and a favorite place for hedonistic young masters. For a young master like Shi Renlong, it was natural that he had a special love for brothels. When they arrived in front of Huaman Tower, they felt a completely different atmosphere and scenery. Huaman Tower's decoration was mainly red. Fragrant flowers filled the sky, creating an extremely warm atmosphere. This kind of atmosphere was more stimulating for men. On each of the booths, beautiful women were dancing gracefully. They emitted a boundless charm, attracting passers-by. Those beautiful women would even occasionally throw flirtatious glances at the men passing by, seducing their hearts and souls. These beautiful women were naturally used to attract customers. In fact, Qin Shao had seen brothels before. He had even entered them before. Of course, Qin Shao had not been to purely brothels before. For example, the Blissful Island was not a pure brothel. It only had brothels. However, Huaman Tower was a pure brothel. There was only one kind of entertainment in this place. People who came here were all looking for fun. Moreover, it was done very beautifully. It could be said that the brothels had achieved a kind of incisiveness and vividness. There were a lot of hints in this place. Or rather, they could no longer be called hints. They could be said to be explicit. Therefore, the passers-by would feel their blood boiling. Although Qin Zhao's state of mind was very good, standing in front of Huaman Tower, he still felt very uncomfortable. He felt very strange, embarrassed. "Haha, Brother Qin Shao, we won't go inside. We want to accompany you. You can go in," Bai Shan said with a gloating smile. Qin Shao felt even more embarrassed. If Bai Shan and the others didn't go in, wouldn't it be only him and Yu Qing? In order to save her brother, Yu Qing could do anything. However, Qin Shao felt very embarrassed. He had never entered this kind of place before. Seeing Qin Zhao's predicament, Bai Shan smiled even more happily. She patted Qin Zhao's shoulder and said, "If you want to be a hero, you must make some sacrifices. It's inevitable. It's not easy to be a hero. When necessary, you can also save some beauty. Anyway, you're so handsome. Those girls will like you very much. Moreover, looking at you, I can tell that you're a virgin. You must have never tasted a woman, right? Maybe you'll like it after tasting it. Good luck. I'll support you in spirit. Go in." Qin Shao was speechless. He rolled his eyes at Bai Shan. Did she have any sympathy? Fairy Zishan glanced at Bai Shan and said, "You're talking as if you're not a virgin. Why don't you go in and have a taste? Maybe you like this place." Cough, cough. Bai Shan immediately choked and coughed. She grinned and smiled at Fairy Zishang, saying, "Don't be like this. I was wrong, okay? How can I go in this kind of place? You know that I only have you in my heart. If I want to have a taste, I'll have to have a taste." Cough. No, I said the wrong thing. Pa. I deserve to be hit. Get lost. Fairy Zishang angrily scolded. Bai Shan awkwardly closed her mouth, not daring to speak again. Perhaps only Fairy Zishang had the power to teach her a lesson. Moreover, she could teach her a lesson so well. Qin Shao also snickered. Just now, Bai Shan had made fun of him. Now, she didn't dare to speak anymore after hearing Fairy Zishang's words. However, the problem in front of Qin Shao was still a headache. "Young Master Qin, why don't we wait here for Xirenlong to come out? I think he won't stay here forever, right? There will be a time when he comes out." Yu Qing said. "Wait? How long do we have to wait? We shouldn't do things that we aren't sure about. Qin Shao shook his head, directly rejecting this idea. He didn't have the time or the energy to wait. He still had to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Waiting like this was definitely not a good idea. Directly go in? That didn't seem right. First, it would be very awkward. Second, it would be difficult to find Xiranlong. If they really saw Xiranlong in the romantic scene, wouldn't it be too painful to the eyes? Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking about this problem. In fact, there was still a way. He just wanted to see how to do it better. After all, Qin Shao didn't want to make the scene too ugly. He didn't want to cause any trouble. Yu Qing, wait for me here. Qin Shao said to Yu Qing and walked towards Hua Man Lu. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Yu Qing was confused. He didn't understand Qin Zhao's intention. Yu Qing looked at Bai Shan and the other two. Bai Shan shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he also didn't know. Haha, I say, brother Qin Shao, don't tell me you want to go in and have some fun first? Bai Shan teased again. But as soon as he finished speaking, Fairy Zishang gave him a coquettish look and said, I think you want to go in yourself. If you want to, then go in. Just now I saw your eyes staring at those girls. I think your heart is already itching. Why are you still pretending to be embarrassed? Go in, no one is stopping you. Cough, cough. Zishang, you misunderstood me. I just took a glance. I didn't stare at them. I said I won't go in, so I won't go. I'm not that kind of person. Bai Shan said awkwardly. You are, Tai Yulong bluntly added. Chapter 1938. Oh, sir, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time coming to our Hua Man building? Hee hee, what a handsome young master. Even this servant's heart is fluttering. As soon as Qin Shao approached, a beautiful woman with sharp eyes immediately walked over, swaying her hips. Her red sleeves gently pointed, and a strange fragrance came to his face, refreshing his heart and mind. It was indeed very pleasant. The women of Hua Man building all exuded a strong charm, which was very attractive to men. It was as if they were born to please men. To be able to become a woman of Hua Man building, she must have a lot of skills, and she must have undergone strict special training. This woman was also quite bold, but it was just right. One of her hands gently rested on Qin Zhao's arm, but she didn't do anything excessive. It was just that her big eyes were shining with a charming light, as if they were releasing electricity, which was very lethal. Normally, a man with poor self-control would probably be mesmerized by her at first glance. The woman's fingers would move gently on Qin Zhao's arm, intentionally or unintentionally, like a thin electric current, which would make people feel limp and numb. Although Qin Zhao's self-control was not a problem, he really had not been treated like this, so he was still very uncomfortable with this feeling. Hee hee, young master, are you shy? Don't be shy. The first time you are unfamiliar, the second time you are familiar. As a man, you should treat yourself better. Come out to play for fun. Young master, you will be fine. I will serve you well. The beautiful woman teased with a light smile. Her breath was like orchids, and her voice was like a silver bell, very seductive. It's like this, young lady, I want you to do something for me. Qin Shao said with some embarrassment. Hee hee, oh, young master, what do you want me to do? I don't know anything except the matters between men and women. The beautiful woman said with a smile. Qin Shao was a little sweaty, but still said, It's like this, I have something to do with young master, Shiren Long Shi. Is he in your Hua Man building? The peerless beauty glanced at Qin Shao and said, Seeing that young master is so handsome, this servant will tell you. Young master, she is indeed in our Hua Man tower. He just entered not long ago. Are you looking for young master Shi? That might be a little troublesome. A little troublesome? Qin Shao frowned slightly. He looked at the beautiful woman in confusion and said, Please give me some pointers. I will be very grateful. I'm very grateful. Then why don't young master order this servant to properly serve young master? How about it? The peerless beauty smiled. Well, Qin Shao blushed with embarrassment. He was not interested in this kind of thing at all. He hadn't tried anything between a man and a woman yet. How could he give his first time to someone else so casually? Therefore, Qin Shao definitely had a bottom line for this kind of thing. She couldn't do that. Haha. All right, I won't tease young master anymore. Look at how shy young master is. How fun. The The stunning woman snickered and continued. It's like this, young master. Young master, she went to participate in our Hua Man Lu's courtesan competition. Even I can't enter that place unless young master can bring me in. Of course, young master can't go in casually. You have to pay a certain fee and prove that you have a certain amount of financial resources. Only then can you go in. Well, I really can't help you with this. Courtesan competition? Although Qin Xiao hadn't seen this kind of thing with his own eyes, he had heard about it. He could roughly imagine what kind of event it was. Unexpectedly, it was really a coincidence that the courtesan competition was held in Huaman Lu. The courtesan competition was held in such a famous brothel like Huaman Lu, so it must be very lively. What are the conditions? However, Qin Xiao also felt that this was a good opportunity to get close to Shiren Long, so he could consider it. The beautiful woman said, "It's like this. Unless young master is a regular customer of Huaman Lu, you have to prove that you have more than 10,000 chaos source stones. And the minimum fee for the private room over there is 1,000 chaos source stones. That means you have to pay 1,000 chaos source stones before entering. If you meet these two conditions, you can participate in the courtesan competition. Huaman Lu rarely holds a courtesan competition, so it will be very lively. According to what I know, this year's courtesan competition is about to begin. There aren't many private rooms left." "Okay, then bring me in." Qin Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately decided. His words caused the beautiful woman to be a little surprised, but it was only for a moment, and she covered it up very well. "Okay, young master, this way please." The beautiful woman gestured for him to enter. Qin Xiao walked back and said to Bai Shan-san, "Senior brother Bai Shan, Huaman Lu is holding a courtesan competition, and Shi Renlong is over there. If you want to see him, you have to go over there. I'll bring you Qing in now. Do you want to go in and watch the fun, or what?" "Haha, that's really a coincidence. We actually ran into the courtesan competition. We can still join in the fun." Bai Shan was happy. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Fairy Zishang's disdainful gaze. He immediately said sternly, "What are you talking about? If you want to join the fun, we won't join in. That kind of place should be left to you young people. We'll go to the restaurant over there to drink some wine and wait for you. If you stay for too long, then we'll leave first. We'll contact you when the time comes. Anyway, Heaven Mountain is only so big. We won't go too far." Qin Xiao expected that Bai Shan and the other two wouldn't go. In fact, Qin Xiao didn't want to go either. However, he had no choice. Since he promised Yu Qing, he naturally had to see it through. However, there was still a big problem. Qin Xiao only had a few hundred chaos source stones. He still owed Fatty Kai a lot, so he was really poor. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only thicken his skin and borrow 10,000 chaos source stones from Bai Shan. This made Yu Qing feel embarrassed. He opened his mouth several times to say something, but stopped. No matter how embarrassed he was, he had to save his brother first. With enough chaos source stones, Qin Xiao naturally entered the courtesan competition smoothly. There was only one private room left. If he came any later, there wouldn't be any left. The beautiful woman brought Qin Xiao and Yu Qing into the private room. It wasn't big, but the location was good. Outside the window, there was a huge open space. The open space was surrounded by high-rise buildings, which surrounded the entire open space. Then, private rooms were made. The number of private rooms was probably in the thousands. The minimum cost for a private room was 1,000 chaos source stones. Holding a courtesan competition, they could easily spend a few million chaos source stones. This was the most conservative estimate. This made Qin Xiao couldn't help but secretly sigh in his heart. It seemed that opening a brothel was really very profitable. "Young master, the courtesan competition is usually held for about 1,000 years. So, would you like to order some wine and dishes? I can help you," the beautiful woman said. Qin Xiao nodded. Then he would order some. Anyway, the minimum cost was 1,000 chaos source stones. He had already paid for it. It would be a waste if he didn't spend it. However, he still had to take it easy. The expenses inside were definitely very expensive. "Just order some. We have wine with us. It doesn't matter. You can spend the 1,000 chaos source stones as you see fit." Qin Shao said. Puffed. The beautiful woman was somehow amused by Qin Shao. Young master, you're really interesting. You don't know how to enjoy life. But since you trust me so much, I'll give you a suggestion. You can take a look. If you let me accompany you for the whole time, the cost for 1,000 years is about 800 Chaos Source Stones. Then, there are 200 Chaos Source Stones. I'll order a table of wine and dishes for you. I'll accompany you to drink slowly and watch the courtesan competition. What do you think? Okay, let's do that. Qin Shao didn't object. However, he secretly thought that the ladies in Huaman Tower were really expensive. 800 Chaos Source Stones for 1,000 years. This wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. In order to be a good person this time, he had to pay a hefty price. 1,000 Chaos Source Stones was something that even second step heavenly venerables couldn't afford. The beautiful woman left first. She must have gone to prepare the wine and dishes for Qin Shao. Young Master Qin, I really don't know what to say to you for spending so much money. Yu Qing was extremely grateful. In a moment of desperation, he wanted to kneel down again, but was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hand and said, Let's not talk about this first. Since I've decided to take care of this matter, I'll naturally take care of it to the end. You can remember my kindness if you want. I didn't help you because I wanted your gratitude. It's just my own way of doing things. So you don't have to be so polite. Your thanks are enough. Yu Qing clenched his fists secretly. He knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. This kindness was greater than the sky. He could only remember it temporarily and repay it in the future. Although, he didn't know if he could repay it in the future. He would definitely remember this great kindness for the rest of his life. Qin Shao looked at the other private rooms and said to Yu Qing, Let's get down to business first. See if you can find Xiranlong. Yu Qing immediately perked up and searched attentively. However, he didn't find Xiranlong after looking around. Because some of the windows of the private rooms were temporarily closed, he couldn't see clearly in all the private rooms. Furthermore, some of the windows were at a bad angle, so their line of sight was blocked. You didn't find him? Asked Qin Shao. Yu Qing shook his head. However, his expression suddenly changed. After being stunned for a moment, he pointed to the private room next door and said to Qin Shao, Young Master Qin, I think I heard Xiranlong's voice coming from next door. Next door? Qin Shao and Yu Qing immediately got out of the window and looked in the direction of the private room next door. They saw 5 men and 5 women sitting there. The 5 men who looked like rich young masters hugged the 5 beautiful women in their arms and did whatever they wanted with them. It was a bit unsightly. The 5 men looked a little similar. It could be seen that they were from the same sect. Yu Qing's eyes soon fell on a man in golden clothes. He looked excited and said to Qin Shao, Young Master Qin, it's him. It's him. Seeing Xiranlong was like seeing an enemy for Yu Qing. It made him angry, but he also felt a little helpless. It was a complicated feeling. Qin Shao also fixed his eyes on Xiranlong. At the same time, he said to Yu Qing, Don't say anything unless I let you. Leave the rest to me. Don't worry. Since I promised you and spent so much effort to come here, I'll definitely do it well. Chapter 1939. Xiranlong soon noticed the commotion. He looked over and recognized Yu Qing at a glance. Seeing Yu Qing, Xiranlong sneered disdainfully and didn't intend to pay attention to him. In his eyes, Yu Qing was just an ant. He could completely ignore him, even though Yu Qing appeared in the private room at this time. Xiranlong's eyes just swept over Qin Shao and didn't stay for long. Qin Shao was also ignored by him. However, there was nothing strange about it. After all, Qin Shao was only a first-step celestial master, a junior immortal. Xiranlong was a second-step celestial master, human immortal. The other 3 people with him were also second-step celestial masters and first-step celestial masters. Seeing that Xiranlong ignored him, Yu Qing suddenly became a little anxious. He wanted to say something, but when he thought of Qin Zhao's instructions just now, he swallowed his words. Qin Shao glanced at Xiranlong and didn't say anything. Instead, he sat back. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't speak, Yu Qing was a little anxious. He looked at Qin Shao in confusion and couldn't help but ask, Young Master Qin, why don't you say something? Qin Shao knew what Yu Qing was thinking and said, Yu Qing, what do you think I should say now? I'll get straight to the point. Can young master she talk to you? I want to ask for a person from you. Do you think, young master, she will agree to give your brother to me if I say this? Yu Qing shook his head. If that was the case, then it was definitely impossible. He knew what kind of person Xiranlong was. He was an arrogant and domineering young master. He was definitely not a kind person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done such evil things. In fact, he didn't know what Qin Xiao was going to do, so he could only pin all his hopes on Qin Xiao. Perhaps he was really too anxious. Xiranlong is definitely not an easy person to deal with. I must use a good method to deal with him. If I directly ask for the person, it will only have the opposite effect. It will make things more complicated and troublesome. It's not good to fight here. If you can avoid fighting, try not to. After all, the old ancestor of the Shi family is a superior immortal. It's not worthwhile to offend a superior immortal. Yu Qing nodded. In fact, he was also worried about this. He also knew that Qin Xiao would definitely take a great risk to help him. After all, the Shi family was considered a reputable force in Tianshan City. Not everyone could afford to offend them. Qin Xiao continued, the smart thing to do is to find a good time to talk to Xiranlong. That way, it will be easier for him to accept this matter. Right now, we're just two ants in his eyes. He won't even spare us a glance. Therefore, no matter what we say now, in his eyes, he will be disdainful. I've already come up with a countermeasure. I'll decide based on the situation later. Don't worry. As long as Xiranlong is here, your brother should be fine. If he really wants to kill your brother, he will do it himself or give the order. Yes, young Master Qin is right. I understand. Yu Qing immediately nodded to show that she understood. Soon, the beautiful woman brought a table full of wine and dishes. Young Master Qin, young Master Yu, let me propose a toast to you. The beautiful woman poured the wine and took the initiative to raise her cup. Qin Xiao and Yu Qing were obviously not in the mood to drink. Finally, the 108 fairies flew in the air and sprinkled flowers. After a sound of heavenly music, the top beauty competition officially began. Celestial music burst forth, playing a beautiful and pleasant melody. The fairies scattered flowers, decorating this place beautifully, creating a very good atmosphere. The petals of various colors fluttered all over the sky, which made the scene even more beautiful. The heavenly music was beautiful, the fairies were beautiful, the petals were beautiful, and the beautiful women around them were also beautiful. All kinds of beauties gathered together at this time and merged into one. Naturally, the beauty was raised to a higher level and completely set off the beautiful atmosphere. Ring! Caw! The cries of dragons and phoenixes suddenly descended from the ninth heaven and resounded through the whole world. 9 green dragons and 9 phoenixes pulled a flower chariot down from the sky. The flower chariot had 9 floors, like a pagoda, and the size of each floor decreased gradually. The entire flower chariot was decorated with various kinds of colorful flowers, which matched perfectly. It was a visual pleasure to look at and was very impactful. From the first floor to the 8th floor, there were boldly dressed beauties dancing gracefully. It was too beautiful to behold. On the 9th floor, on a throne, there was an extremely gorgeous and noble woman half lying on it. She was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. Anyone who took a look at her would not be able to think of any adjectives to describe her beauty, because no matter how gorgeous the words were, no matter how good the adjectives were, they would be an insult to her. She was so beautiful that she did not eat the food of mortals. She was so beautiful that she did not have a trace of the mortal world. Qin Xiao took a look and was slightly lost in thought. Qin Xiao had only experienced this feeling of loss of self-control with Countess Xiaoyu. However, Countess Xiaoyu was born with the peach blossom body, so she could not say that. However, this woman obviously did not have the peach blossom body, but she was able to exude such a powerful charm, which really surprised Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also quickly withdrew his gaze and threw away some thoughts in his mind. Needless to say, this must be today's courtesan Belle. She was indeed beautiful and charming. No wonder she could attract so many young masters to attend. It seemed that there would be a fierce competition later. It was said that people die for wealth and birds die for food. In fact, many men would die for women, and they would also say, "If I die for a peony, I'll be a romantic ghost." Seeing Qin Shao come to his senses so quickly and withdraw his gaze, the beautiful woman's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. She had not seen many men with such self-control, not to mention such a young man. He was so shy just now, so obviously he was not experienced. At first glance, she knew that he must have come to the age venue for the first time. It was rare that he could be so calm in front of the courtesan belle on his first visit. As for Yu Qing, at this time, he was completely stunned and looked at the courtesan belle with shining eyes. He was completely lost in thought. Qin Shao patted Yu Qing, which made Yu Qing suddenly come to his senses. After looking at Qin Shao, he was quite embarrassed. However, he still involuntarily wanted to look at the courtesan belle again, but he was interrupted by Qin Shao. "Don't look at her anymore. Your self-control and state of mind are better. If you look at her again, you will be lost in thought. It's better not to look, although she is really beautiful." "Sorry, Mr. Qin, I made a fool of myself." Yu Qing was very embarrassed and tried to stop himself from looking. The beautiful woman smiled and said, "It's nothing. After all, she is the courtesan belle. Even my heart trembles when I see her. It's normal for you to be lost in thought. I'm afraid that most of the men here today will be lost in thought. Moreover, this is just the beginning. There will be even crazier things later. The courtesan belle this time has a very strong background. Therefore, I have a premonition that this courtesan competition will be the best and most intense one since the beginning of this universe era." Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Qin Shao looked at her in confusion and asked, "Why do you say that, miss?" The beautiful woman said, "First of all, today's courtesan belle is a great immortal at the third step celestial realm. She is willing to be the courtesan belle. Therefore, Mr. Qin, think about it. If anyone can get her, it will be a very proud thing. For example, if a first-step celestial venerate gets the courtesan belle, she will be his woman. If a first-step celestial venerate can make a third-step celestial venerate courtesan belle his woman, the feeling of conquering a powerhouse will be too exciting." "What? Third-step celestial venerate?" Qin Shao was really shocked. This courtesan belle was actually a third-step celestial venerate great immortal? A third-step celestial venerate great immortal, no matter which force she was in, will be put in an important position and will be treated very well, especially for women. However, such a woman was willing to be the courtesan belle? Was this a joke? What was a courtesan belle? To put it nicely, it was a courtesan belle, but in fact, everyone knew that she was just a woman in a brothel. No matter how high she was, she could not get rid of this identity. She was just a man's plaything. A third-step celestial venerate great immortal, who was so beautiful, was willing to be a man's plaything? Wasn't this too inconceivable? He could not understand it at all. What was the purpose of this? If a third-step celestial venerate was defiled by a first-step celestial venerate, it would be a maddening thing to think about. I can't figure it out. Qin Shao thought about it and shook his head. Anyway, it was very strange. In such a situation, many people would indeed go crazy over it. Secondly, the competition for the courtesan belle is actually a competition between those childs. It's just a competition to satisfy their vanity. After all, there is only one courtesan belle, and it will be held only once in a long time. The last time we held the courtesan competition was 30 million years ago. It's been so long since we held the courtesan competition again. Those childs have been holding back for so long. It's not easy for them to wait for a great opportunity to show off. In front of so many childs, under such a grand occasion, they will naturally try their best to show off and win everyone's admiration. Because of the special nature of the courtesan belle this time, I'm sure that those childs will become incomparably crazy this time. Who doesn't want to be a third-step celestial venerate courtesan belle as their plaything? Qin Shao nodded. Hearing this, he understood and was completely relieved. Thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. Everyone had a sense of vanity. It was just a matter of how deep it was. Sometimes, a little vanity could really kill people. You said that the courtesan competition will last for 1,000 years. Then, what are the rules of the courtesan competition? It can't be a competition to find a spouse, and the final winner will be the courtesan belle. Or it could be said that everyone will spend money to auction, and the highest bidder will get the courtesan belle, right? Qin Shao asked again. The stunning woman immediately shook her head and said, "Of course not. How can our Hua Manlu use such a vulgar method? Won't we become a joke to others? Here, we don't compete for strength or wealth. It's just a kind of fun. The strongest and the richest may not be the final winner who can take the courtesan belle away. There will be many difficult problems. If you want to be the courtesan belle, you have to pass these difficult problems. If you can go all the way to the end, you will be the real courtesan belle." Chapter 1940. 9 azure dragons and 9 phoenixes dazzled the world and showed their supreme power. The will of the immortal swan flower spread across the sky, making the top beauty look even more noble and magnificent. The flower chariot stood in the air and was surrounded by petals of various colors. The fairies and the flowers and the hibiscus out of the water were extremely beautiful. The 9 azure dragons and 9 phoenixes also turned into lifelike statues and fell on the chariot, as if they were the guardians of the chariot. The chariot was a rare treasure with immeasurable value. It was not inferior to an upper-grade immortal weapon. People had to admire Hua Manlu's generosity. Qin Shao and Yu Qing, who had not seen much of the world, were deeply shocked when they saw such a scene for the first time. Yu Qing, in particular, would have been in a daze if not for Qin Zhao's repeated reminders. Under the immortal music, the top beauty competition began. The rules of the competition were announced one after another for everyone to see. As soon as the competition began, it caused a commotion. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely enthusiastic and loud. Even a courtesan competition is so complicated. There are actually 9 stages. This is much more difficult than the selection of disciples in the Immortal Palace. After hearing the rules of the courtesan competition, Qin Shao could not help but tease. That's right. People who did not know what was going on did not know what was going on. Fighting for the title of courtesan belle, fighting for a woman of the wind and the moon, there were actually such complicated rules of the game. It really made people sigh. Moreover, the enthusiasm of the scene was no less than that of the selection of disciples in the Immortal Palace. It was said that if one died under a peony, he would be a romantic ghost. It was indeed true. Women were always away from many men to obtain bliss. Many men who enjoyed life had countless women. They indulged in sensual pleasures and indulged in sensual pleasures every night. Generally speaking, those who indulged in sensual pleasures would not pay too much attention to cultivation. Qin Shao had never touched sensual pleasures and had no interest in them. Therefore, when he saw the scene in front of him, Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. There were 9 rounds of selection. In the end, only one person could win and become the top beauty. In the first round, 360 people could advance to the next round. In the second stage, the number was halved. 180 people could advance. In the third stage, the number was halved again, and 90 people could advance to the next stage. Thus, in the 9th stage, only one person would advance to the next stage and become the final victor. Therefore, if she wanted to become the courtesan belle, she would have to clear 9 stages in a row and monopolize this position. The first test was the entrance ticket, so the competition would be relatively more intense. The first level of the game was very simple. It was purely a competition of strength. Although the title of courtesan belle did not depend entirely on strength, strength was still a threshold. Moreover, with 360 slots, there was still a lot of room for maneuvering. As long as you had enough status, no one would dare to offend you or challenge you when you stood up. Naturally, you would be able to obtain a spot. Speaking of which, the quota for the first round was quite sufficient. The rules were also very simple. There were 360 small martial stages in the huge, open space outside. Those who wanted to get a spot had to stand on the martial stage. Those who were willing to challenge could go up and challenge. In the end, if no one else challenged, then the 360 people standing on a martial stage would be considered to have won their respective spots. Of course, This spot could also be transferred to others. It was all up to the individual's will. That was why it was said that the title of courtesan belle did not require great strength. Strength was the threshold, but it was not everything. If you had enough financial resources, you could also let others work for you. You could even directly buy a spot. The rules of the game were more flexible and not fixed. The advantage was that there was a lot of room for maneuvering, so the game would be much more interesting. As a grand event in Heaven Mountain City, the courtesan competition naturally had its reasons. If it was purely a competition of strength and financial resources, then it would not be interesting at all. People who came to Huaman Tower were looking for fun. The title of courtesan belle was also looking for fun. As soon as the first stage began, many people scrambled to jump onto the martial stage and guard a spot. Qin Shao did not care about the others. Qin Shao saw Xiranlong and another disciple of the Shi clan jump onto the martial stage. It seemed that they wanted to play a two-person strategy. One more person meant one more chance to compete. However, it was obvious that there were many young masters with great backgrounds competing this time, so Xiranlong did not have much of an advantage. "Young Master Qin, do you also want to participate?" asked the beautiful woman. Qin Shao curled his lips and smiled faintly. He said, "Do you think I have the ability to compete? Most of the people you like on the martial stage are young masters with great backgrounds. Most of them are second-step celestial venerables. There are only a few first-step celestial venerables. Looking at the clothes of those first-step celestial venerables, I can tell that they have great backgrounds. Moreover, there will be people competing later, so those who can stay in the end are basically second-step celestial venerables. Except for those who are especially powerful, there are probably young masters with great backgrounds. Look at me. Do you think it is possible for me to compete?" The beautiful woman hesitated for a moment because of Qin Zhao's question. She immediately smiled sweetly and said, "I believe that young Master Qin has the ability to compete. Young Master Qin has an extraordinary appearance, unparalleled talent, and peerless talent. Your strength and ability must be very strong. It just depends on whether young Master Qin is willing to compete or not." These words were obviously flattering, but the prostitutes here naturally knew how to flatter. "Actually, you can tell me the truth. I won't mind," Qin Shao said again. The beautiful woman immediately poured wine for Qin Shao and changed the topic. "Come, young Master Qin, let me propose another toast to you." Qin Shao was just joking and did not delve into this question. It was a little boring. Yu Qing did not know Qin Zhao's plan, but he trusted Qin Shao very much. Therefore, he sat there quietly and let Qin Shao handle everything. The competition for the first round had already begun. Many martial stages were already fiercely fighting, which added a lot of fun to this place. Watching a fight, hugging a peerless beauty, drinking a little wine, and occasionally admiring a courtesan or two. This was definitely a double enjoyment for both the body and the mind. The fierce fighting outside was incessant. Qin Shao was very leisurely, drinking wine and looking outside. The competition for the first round lasted for almost 100 years. After rounds of fierce fighting, gradually no one went up, and those who stayed, as Qin Shao had expected, were all second-step celestial masters, human immortals, and most of them were young masters with powerful backgrounds. Who is the man who beat down another young master of the Shi family? Qin Shao pointed to a martial stage outside and asked the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman glanced at it and said, "That is young Master Ma Dongsheng of the Ma family fort. The Ma family fort is very powerful in our Tianshan city, not much weaker than the Shi family. The fort master of the Ma family fort is also a superior immortal, who also works for the Tianshan city governor. The Ma family fort's business in Tianshan city is very big, and its status is very high. But it is said that the relationship between the Shi family and the Ma family has always been bad, so there are often open and secret fights between the younger generation." Qin Shao nodded, understanding. He put down a wine glass and suddenly stood up. Seeing Qin Shao stand up, the beautiful woman and Yu Qing looked at Qin Shao with some surprise. What was he going to do? Getting up at this time, was he going to compete for the courtesan? Didn't he say that he wouldn't participate? And his strength, Qin Zhao's lips curved into a faint smile. This was an unusually confident strength. Qin Zhao did not say anything and jumped onto a martial stage. Originally, no one came up to challenge, and they were ready to announce the end of the first round of the game. However, Qin Zhao's appearance broke the atmosphere again. Everyone's eyes gathered and fell on Qin Zhao. But when they found that Qin Zhao was just a first-step celestial venerable, and it was a completely unfamiliar face, they knew that he was not a person with a big background just by looking at his clothes and temperament. A first-step celestial venerable dared to challenge now? Those gazes quickly turned into disdainful snorts as they sneered in disdain. In the end, Qin Zhao landed on Ma Dongxing's martial stage, which caused the crowd to roar with laughter. Where did this kid come from? He must be an outsider to join in the fun, right? His brain is not working well. A puny first-step celestial venerable dares to come to the martial stage? Is he looking for a beating? Haha, water must have entered his brain. Otherwise, even if he came to the martial stage, why did he choose young Master Ma Dongsheng? How can he afford to offend the Ma family for it? Yes, young Master Ma Dongsheng's strength is very strong. Even the young master of the Shi family was beaten down by him. What is this kid doing? Who cares? Let's just watch the show. It's not like there are no fools who are not afraid of death. For Qin Zhao, an uninvited guest, a first-step celestial venerable who dared to challenge the martial stage at this time, everyone naturally had the mentality of watching a good show. Many people even cast sympathetic glances at Qin Zhao. Even if he was looking for a beating, he did not have to do this, right? It's that kid. He dares to challenge? Zhaolong looked at Qin Zhao with some interest. Just now, he had seen Qin Zhao, but directly ignored him. At this time, seeing that Qin Zhao dared to challenge the martial stage, he was naturally a little interested. The opponent was his rival, which made Zhaolong even more interested. No matter who won or lost, someone came to challenge Ma Dongsheng, which made him very happy. Ma Dongsheng glanced at Qin Zhao from the corner of his eyes. There was some disdain and some anger in his eyes. Was this brat too audacious? The first round could have been over, but this kid dared to challenge him? Was he looking for death? Ma Dongsheng was naturally very unhappy with Qin Zhao's provocation. Being challenged was a very unpleasant thing in itself. There were so many people, but why was he the only one who was challenged? It meant that someone thought that he was the easiest one to bully. To put it bluntly, he thought that he was weak, so he chose to bully him, a pushover. This in itself was actually a form of humiliation. Therefore, Ma Dongsheng was very angry. However, Qin Zhao looked calm and composed, without the slightest awareness of impending disaster. Instead, he looked calm and relaxed, showing a bit of the demeanor of an expert, which made people feel that he was full of confidence and came prepared. This was another form of provocation. Young Master Yu, your young Master Qin, the beautiful woman was a little worried about Qin Zhao. Chapter 1941. Ma Dongsheng glared at Qin Zhao coldly, but the latter did not realize it. He still stood there steadily, issuing a challenge signal to him. Standing on the martial arts platform was a letter of challenge, and it was a letter of challenge that could not be avoided. He had to accept it. I don't know where this little brat came from. You really don't know how to live. Ma Dongsheng snorted coldly and looked at Qin Zhao with a very playful look. He spat out a few words with a contemptuous face. I'll give you a breath time to get out of here. A breath's time? Qin Zhao shook his head and said, No, a breath's time is too short. You should at least give me 3 breaths, right? 3 breaths? Ma Dongsheng frowned deeply, but immediately snorted coldly. Well, then I'll give you 3 breaths time to get out of here. Fighting with you is simply dirtying my hands. Qin Zhao shook his head again. No, I think you've got it all wrong. I'll give you 3 breaths time to get out of here, okay? Qin Zhao's words were very calm and indifferent. When he said it, it was as if he was saying something very certain. He felt that if he said it, then others would definitely do as he said. This was just like the words of a real master. It was always so light, but it had a supreme deterrent force, making people dare not resist. At this time, Qin Zhao gave people the feeling that he was a master, as if he had already grasped Ma Dongsheng in his hand. If so, With such a posture, wasn't he trampling on Ma Dongxing's dignity? Boy, do you want to die? Ma Dongxing's face instantly became extremely ugly, and he was extremely angry. Not to mention here, even in Tianshan City, few people dared to speak to him like this. When the people around heard Qin Zhao's incomparably arrogant tone, they were even more happy to watch a good show. Many people even began to ridicule Ma Dongsheng. Haha, Ma Dongsheng, someone asked you to get out of the martial arts platform in 3 breaths' time. You'd better get out of here quickly, lest others find you out of the martial arts platform. That would be even more unsightly. That's right, Ma Dongsheng. It seems that you've offended someone who deliberately wants to bully you. However, you really look a bit like a soft persimmon, haha. Xiranlong did not let go of the opportunity and ridiculed. Ma Dongsheng, it seems that you don't deserve your reputation. Even a little immortal doesn't take you, the young master of the Ma family, fort seriously. I think you should admit defeat, so that you won't lose too much face later. Xiranlong's est, he's T-est. Xiranlong's est right. He's Xiranlong's s. Humph, will this young master lose? A mere first step Empyrean brat, whose hair hasn't even grown fully, wants to provoke this young master's dignity? Wouldn't that be the biggest joke in the world? I can pinch him to death with just one finger. Do you think I'll let him jump around? Xiranlong was not optimistic about Qin Xiao. After all, his cultivation level was too low. However, Xiranlong was naturally very happy to find an opportunity to rise up. Ma Dongsheng, I think it's too early for you to boast. Since he came to challenge you, he must have some strength. Don't overestimate your strength. After all, you're really not strong. You, facing Xiranlong's sarcasm, Ma Dongsheng was unable to restrain his anger. He pointed at Xiranlong and said angrily, Fine. Xiranlong, I'll deal with this guy first. I'll deal with you later. Ma Dongsheng had just turned his head back to look at Qin Xiao when he saw a shadow coming toward him. Several streaks of sword chi had already arrived in front of him, tearing apart everything in their path. They were extremely sharp. There was another rule in the game, which was that other immortal treasures could not be used. As for weapons, only one low-grade immortal weapon was allowed, and the others could not be used. After all, the top beauty competition was a friendly competition for everyone to have fun, not to fight to the death. If a young master really died here, Huang Manlu would not be able to bear the responsibility. Therefore, in the battle on the martial arts platform, killing was not allowed, and other treasures were not allowed. Those who violated the rules would be disqualified. They could only compete with their real strength, and they had to stop at a certain point. This was for the sake of safety, and secondly, it would be fairer. 3 breaths' time is up. I've given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Qin Zhao's voice came along with the streaks of sword chi, which irritated Ma Dongsheng even more. Ma Dongxing's anger had been burning fiercely, which made his expression somewhat ferocious. He stared at Qin Xiao fiercely, biting every word. Brat, congratulations. You've successfully angered me. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. While speaking, Ma Dongsheng did not hesitate to make a move. He drew a circle in the air with his hand, and suddenly there was a bright light, and a shield appeared in front of Ma Dongsheng. At this time, Qin Zhao's streaks of sword chi arrived as scheduled, stabbing on the shield one after another, making a crisp sound of metal clashing. However, those streaks of sword chi were all blocked by the shield, and Qin Xiao himself also arrived in front of it, the sword in his hand pressing against the shield. The heavy thrust was actually unable to break the shield, nor was it able to shake the shield. It was as if it had bumped into a mountain. Like hell, Qin Xiao did not use much of his strength, and only used the Cosmos sword technique. However, it was obvious that this strength could not do anything to Ma Dongsheng. Qin Xiao was just testing the waters, and he was not in a hurry. Qin Xiao now had a lot of means. Even in the face of a superior immortal, Qin Xiao dared to fight, let alone a human immortal of the second step celestial master. Therefore, Qin Xiao was confident that he could win this battle. Humph, get out of here. Ma Dongsheng saw that he had easily blocked Qin Zhao's sword, and the sneer and disdain at the corners of his mouth became thicker. He snorted coldly. and the power of the shield in his hand suddenly burst out. Suddenly, a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas fiercely smashed down on Qin Zhao's sword. This force was indeed powerful and domineering, and it had a very strong destructive power. The mighty immortal pressure made Qin Zhao feel as if mountains were smashing down on him, and as if thousands of fierce tigers were roaring at him. Qin Zhao mobilized the power of his inner world and the power of the true meaning of power, in addition to the power of the great Tao and his own power of the immortal Tao. The power of four Taos surged into the sword at the same time to resist this terrifying attack. However, Qin Zhao's cultivation realm was there for all to see. Ma Dongxing himself was also a second-step Empyrean. So in a situation where Qin Zhao didn't use her heart force, he was still at a disadvantage against her. Heart force was now Qin Zhao's biggest trump card, so he naturally could not use it lightly. Qin Zhao was confident enough to deal with a second-step Celestial Master, and he did not need to use his heart force. Under this attack, Qin Zhao was forcibly pushed back dozens of feet. Although Qin Zhao was pushed back, he was not injured. After all, Qin Zhao's own strength was strong enough. Although he was still at a disadvantage, his powerful immortal body was enough to withstand the remaining force. This scene caused quite a few people to be rather surprised. Oh, this kid's strength is quite good. A first-step Celestial Venerable can actually block Ma Dongxing's attack. I'm afraid an ordinary second-step Celestial Venerable really can't do anything to him. Isn't that right? It seems like we've underestimated this kid. He has some ability. No wonder he dares to challenge Ma Dongxing in such an arrogant manner. Interesting. Haha, he has some strength, but he's a little too arrogant. So, he's still at a disadvantage. Even if he loses to Ma Dongxing, he can still be proud of himself for being able to do this. After all, he's only a first-step Celestial Venerable. No matter what, Ma Dongxing will definitely not look good today. Well, that's right. Ma Dongxing is really unlucky today. Xiranlong was becoming more and more interested in Qin Zhao. He had indeed given him a big surprise. It was difficult for him to embarrass Ma Dongxing, but someone had done it today. He's actually fine? Ma Dongxing's expression turned ugly when he saw that Qin Zhao was completely fine. He was very unhappy. Although his attack, just now, could not be said to be his full strength, it was still a very powerful move. It did not even hurt Qin Zhao at all. This was simply a disgrace. At least, he had never seen a first-step Celestial Venerable who could be so strong. He had seen it before, but it was also because of some powerful treasures. It was indeed the first time he had seen someone who was so strong. No matter how capable you are, you're just a first-step Celestial Venerable. I've underestimated you, but it's no harm. Ma Dongxing immediately comforted himself. He really did not believe that with his strength, he would not be able to defeat a first-step Celestial Venerable. Ma Dongxing charged forward once more. His hand made a pulling motion and a strange-looking sword appeared in his hand. His figure moved and turned into a stream of light, rushing towards Qin Zhao at a very fast speed. It was said that in the world of Sword Dao, speed was the only thing that was not fast. Being fast was, to a certain extent, an advantage. Ma Dongxing's sword emitted a supreme sharpness. On the blade of the sword, there were images of dragons and tigers roaring and roaring, creating an intimidating aura. The brilliance of the sword surged and rushed towards Qin Zhao with a roaring sharpness. Qin Zhao did not dare to hesitate. He pushed the cloud concealment technique to the extreme and also increased his speed to the extreme. Qin Zhao had already cultivated the cloud concealment technique to perfection. In addition to his current strength, his speed was not inferior to Ma Dongxing's. Ma Dongxing did not have the slightest advantage in terms of speed. Seeing Qin Zhao's speed, many people were secretly shocked. A first-step Celestial Venerable could have such speed and was not inferior to Ma Dongxing. He could be considered a strange person. Therefore, many people began to talk about Qin Zhao. This kid is not simple. I feel that he's really a peerless monster. Where did he come from? There shouldn't be such a person in Heaven Mountain City. I don't know. He does look like a monster. I wonder which immortal sect he's from. I found out. He's called Qin Shao. He's a disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. It's said that he's a rare, peerless genius in the Fumu Immortal Palace. He's very famous in the Fumu Immortal Palace and has created some miracles. It's just that the Fumu Immortal Palace's disciple has a very ordinary background. Although his background is ordinary, his arrogance is extraordinary. With such a character, he'll be at a disadvantage sooner or later. Why do I feel that Ma Dongsheng will be at a disadvantage today? Chapter 1942. It's useless even if you're fast. There's only a small stage here. You can't escape. I'm superior to you in both immortal arts and cultivation. What makes you think you're capable of fighting me? I'll let you have a taste of the power of this mediocre immortal art, the Dragon Tiger art. Ma Dongsheng coldly snorted. He rushed to the front of Qin Shao with all his strength. The entire martial stage was sealed by his power, forming an absolute domain. Inside the domain, the roars of tigers and dragons could be heard. A powerful force surged toward Qin Shao. This time, Ma Dongsheng had used his full strength. It was one of his most powerful moves. Ma Dongsheng was filled with killing intent toward Qin Shao. He was going to get revenge for this humiliation. The Dragon Tiger art that Ma Dongsheng had used was a powerful, mediocre immortal art. Although it had not been cultivated to perfection, it was still a mediocre immortal art. Coupled with the power of his cultivation realm, immortal Qi, and his control of the immortal Tao, a lot of power surged toward him and formed a domain. It was extremely terrifying. Qin Shao was not afraid of Ma Dongsheng at all. He calmly said, "A mediocre immortal art? You want to suppress me with an immortal art? Do you think I'll let you do as you wish?" Qin Shao had chosen 3 mediocre immortal arts in the Fu Tu Immortal Palace and cultivated them for 1,000,000 years. However, he had only focused on one mediocre immortal art, the Sword of Earth. After 1,000,000 years of dedicated cultivation, coupled with Qin Zhao's extraordinary talent and comprehension, he had managed to cultivate the mediocre grade immortal art to a certain degree. Qin Zhao's sword was heavily inserted into the ground. A heavy sword aura surged out and instantly enveloped the entire martial arena. All of a sudden, it was as if a gate to the abyss had been opened. Rays of light shot out from the ground like sharp swords, stirring up the entire martial stage. They wanted to destroy Ma Dongsheng's Dragon Tiger art domain. The sword Qi in Qin Zhao's hand whistled wildly. It seemed to have formed a terrifying waterfall of sword Qi. With the sword as the center, it burst out in all directions, forming a powerful sword power to block Ma Dongsheng's attack. The earth sword technique was as heavy as the earth and as sharp as a golden thorn. It combined the two very well. Activating immortal might, his attacks were ferocious and his defenses were firm. Qin Shao liked this mediocre celestial art very much. Therefore, Qin Shao had spent most of his time in seclusion to comprehend this mediocre celestial art. As for the other 2 mediocre celestial techniques, Qin Shao did not spend too much effort on them. Ma Dongsheng's attack was actually blocked. Even though he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation realm, he was still blocked. How could this be? Ma Dongsheng obviously didn't expect such a situation. He thought that since he had used his full strength, the battle would be over. There wouldn't be any suspense. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he had an absolute advantage. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to also display a powerful mediocre celestial art. Moreover, Qin Shao had a very high degree of control over this mediocre celestial art. He was actually able to block his attack. How could there be such a monster? A first step Heavenly Venerable blocked a second step Heavenly Venerable. Many people who saw this scene widened their eyes slightly. They had a new view of Qin Shao. Qin Shao had been underestimated all along. I haven't gone all out yet. I don't believe that you can block it." Ma Dongsheng was so angry that he gritted his teeth. After snorting angrily, his qi and blood boiled. All of his strength burst out, and he really looked like he was going to fight to the death. This was really a desperate way of fighting. He was burning his immortal power crazily, pushing his strength to the limit. Such a way of fighting showed how crazy Ma Dongsheng was. Under extreme anger and madness, Under the burning of immortal power, Ma Dongxing's attack had indeed become much stronger. Qin Zhao's earth sword technique suddenly couldn't block it. The situation was obviously back to Ma Dongxing's control. Haha, kid, block it again. The gap between realms isn't something you can easily surpass. Ma Dongxing laughed angrily. Under the situation where immortal treasures couldn't be used, the competition was purely based on strength. The advantage of realms would also be reflected more. In terms of immortal arts and techniques, Ma Dongxing was also a powerhouse. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for a first-step heavenly venerable to cultivate to a more profound level. The requirement of realms to cultivate immortal arts and secret techniques was still very high. Without a certain understanding of immortal Dao laws, it was very difficult to cultivate immortal arts and secret techniques. It seems that the gap between realms is really difficult to surpass. My slight advantage in immortal arts is not enough to make up for it. After all, the level of the true intent of power is still low. It's not very useful. The power of the inner world is also limited by realms and can't play a key role. It seems that I still have to use some tricks. Qin Xiao thought to himself. He had already expected this result. It would be strange if he could defeat Ma Dongxing without using some of his strength. Ma Dongxing's strength was not something that people like Hao Guixian could compare with. Qin Xiao had many ways to deal with Ma Dongxing, but to deal with Ma Dongxing, he didn't need to use too many powerful methods. For the time being, Qin Xiao didn't want to expose himself too much. Qin Xiao was also a low-key person and never liked to be ostentatious. Ma Dongxing pressed forward step by step, destroying Qin Zhao's earth sword technique. He quickly rushed in front of Qin Xiao and broke through all the obstacles in his way. He looked like he was going to kill Qin Xiao on the spot. Moreover, the situation at this time was obviously one-sided, so it seemed that Qin Zhao's situation was very bad. Humph, kid, are you still not willing to admit defeat? Fine, this young master will teach you a harsh lesson. However, my blade is shadowless. If you really die, then don't blame this young master. If you're afraid, kneel down and admit defeat to me now. I'll stop and not hurt you. Ma Dongxing said. He sneered again. He felt that everything was under his control. Therefore, he wanted to humiliate Qin Xiao and get back the dignity he had lost. In your dreams, Qin Xiao said coldly. Humph, you're still so stubborn when you're about to die. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Ma Dongxing snorted angrily and continued to attack. Under Ma Dongxing's full attack, Qin Zhao's earth sword technique finally couldn't resist and collapsed in an instant. Without any resistance, the sword in Ma Dongxing's hand stabbed directly at Qin Xiao with an unstoppable momentum. The roar of a tiger and the roar of a dragon could be heard. With an unparalleled momentum, this sword directly pierced through Qin Zhao's body. Ma Dongxing was quite surprised that the sword pierced Qin Zhao's immortal body so easily. He believed that he could kill Qin Xiao, but he didn't expect it to be so much easier than he thought. Qin Xiao, who had impressed him just now seemed to be just SOSO. He was still vulnerable. Haha, it seems that I overestimated you. You just SOSO. Ma Dongxing laughed happily. As for Qin Zhao's death, so be it. Even if it broke the rules, there were ways to solve it. But he didn't have time to be happy, because something strange happened. A heavy and vicissitude of sword power suddenly shot out in front of him, as if it had appeared out of thin air. It came and went like a ghost. With such a sudden killing intent, Ma Dongxing was not prepared at all. Naturally, he was caught off guard. On the other side, Qin Xiao, who was under Ma Dongxing's sword, also turned into nothingness and disappeared. At this time, Ma Dongxing knew that Qin Xiao, who was easily pierced by a sword just now, was not the real body at all. But how could he be deceived? What kind of method was this? How could he not notice it at all? Oh no, retreat. But at this time, Ma Dongxing was not in the mood to think about this problem. He quickly retreated and waved his sword to block with all his strength. But in such a hasty situation, he couldn't exert his strength at all, so it made him feel cold and he smelled danger. Sure enough, he couldn't block Qin Zhao's sword power at all. Most of the sword power hit him hard, directly hitting his immortal body. Even though his immortal body was considered strong, under such a powerful attack, he was immediately beaten black and blue. His immortal body was not lightly damaged. His entire body was injured. He flew out upside down and directly flew out of the martial arts platform. Finally, he fell to the ground in a sorry state, covered with blood and holes. Fortunately, he quickly recovered with his immortal power, but he was also badly injured and lost miserably. Ma Dongsheng was actually defeated. Such an ending was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, countless astonished gazes fell on Qin Shao, sizing up the young man who had given them such a surprise. A first-step Celestial Master was able to defeat Ma Dongsheng, a second-step Celestial Master. This was really incredible. It was difficult to find a second-step Celestial Master who could defeat Ma Dongsheng. Qin Shao was just a first-step Celestial Master. Do you understand what's going on? What happened to Ma Dongsheng just now? Why did he suddenly seem to be bewitched? I don't understand. Maybe Qin Shao knows illusions or something. Just now, Ma Dongsheng was bewitched, and then he suddenly attacked and defeated Ma Dongsheng in one move. No matter what, Ma Dongsheng has lost. Today, he has lost all his face. It seems that we have underestimated Qin Shao too much. Anyway, it's the first time I've seen such a heaven-defying first-step Celestial Master. He's really monstrous. I can't think of any first-step Celestial Master I know who can fight with him. Yes, there are. However, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns in the entire southern wasteland. I really didn't expect that such a monstrous existence would appear in the Fuda Immortal Palace. The last time such a monstrous existence appeared in the Fuda Immortal Palace was a long time ago. That man, young Master Qin, actually won. Isn't he too amazing? How'd he do it? Yu Qing, who had been sweating, finally became excited. Seeing Qin Zhao's heaven-defying action, he suddenly had a strong admiration for Qin Shao. The beautiful woman's soul-enchanting eyes also flickered with a strange luster. She had seen countless people, but there were very few people who could make her admire. Today, Qin Shao was one of them. Ha ha ha! Seeing that Ma Dongsheng was defeated by Qin Shao, Shi Renlong laughed gloatingly. Obviously, he was very happy. He had long wanted to teach Ma Dongsheng a lesson, but he didn't have the chance. Of course, he didn't have the strength to do so. He really didn't have 100% confidence that he could control Ma Dongsheng. But today, someone had helped him vent his anger. How could he not be happy? Ma Dongsheng, you really don't live up to your reputation. You can't even beat a first-step Empyrean and lost miserably like this. You're really giving your Ma family fort face. With your strength, I think it's better for you to stay in the Ma family fort and not come out. Otherwise, one day, you might be defeated by a mortal. That would be a joke. Chapter 1943. Xirenlong, such ridicule and humiliation made Ma Dongsheng furious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He pointed at Xirenlong's nose angrily. Normally, he would not tolerate it and would definitely fight back. But today, he was indeed defeated miserably. He had lost face and dignity. How could he have the courage to refute anything? Moreover, his anger was now directed at Qin Shao, so it was difficult for him to pay attention to Xirenlong. Ma Dongsheng's expression was extremely ugly. He stared at Qin Shao with hatred, as if he could not wait to bite Qin Shao to death. I actually lost to you? You let me win. It was just luck. I was just limited by the martial platform. As the winner, Qin Shao did not show arrogance. Instead, he said very politely and modestly, as if to show his friendliness. Qin Shao did not want to offend Ma Dongsheng to the extreme. After all, Ma Dongsheng's background was not small. If he really offended him, it would be troublesome. Qin Shao was not afraid of trouble. This time, he came to participate in the enlightenment meeting. There was no need to cause too much trouble. Qin Zhao's modesty made Ma Dongsheng not know how to vent his anger for a while. In the first place, anyone could challenge the martial arts platform. There was no problem with that. Even if he lost, he should not be scolded. Therefore, in fact, Ma Dongsheng did not have the confidence. In addition, Qin Zhao's words were so humble that he could not continue to lose his temper. He could only grit his teeth and leave. No matter how angry he was, it was not good to lose his temper on the spot. This competition was over. Qin Shao was now the only first-step celestial master on the martial platform. However, Qin Zhao's strength had also been recognized by everyone. Naturally, no one dared to challenge him easily. Strength was the power to speak. No one dared to treat Qin Shao as a first-step celestial master. Qin Zhao's name was also remembered by many people. No one else challenged him again. The first round was announced to be over. The 360 people who had obtained the quotas returned to their respective private rooms, waiting for the second round to begin. In the middle, there were many beautiful dancers dancing and singing to liven things up. The courtesan competition was a grand event that focused on entertainment. Therefore, the game's competition schedule was not rushed. It unfolded slowly in an orderly manner. When they returned to the private room, Yu Qing greeted them excitedly. Her eyes were full of admiration. Previously, Yu Qing was very grateful to Qin Shao, but he didn't know how powerful Qin Shao was. Moreover, they were both first-step heavenly venerables, so he naturally didn't worship Qin Shao. But now, he knew that Qin Shao was a monstrous and heaven-defying genius. He knew that Qin Shao was a peerless genius, so he had a lot of worship in his heart. Qin Shao. A voice suddenly came from the private room next door. Hearing this voice, Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile as she looked over. Obviously, the person who called him was none other than Shi Renlong. "Hello, young Master Shi," Qin Shao replied with a half-smile. Previously, Shi Renlong did disdain Qin Shao and directly ignored him as if he were an ant. But now, he pulled Qin Shao to an equal position. Shi Renlong curled his lips and said, "If I'm not wrong, you want to stand up for that guy." Haha, but I also want to tell you that it's not easy to be a hero. There are some things that are useful, but not pleasing. Shi Renlong was a smart man. He actually guessed it, and the meaning of his words couldn't be more obvious. He intended to give Qin Shao a warning first. After all, this was Tianshan City. Even if Qin Zhao's strength was stronger than Shi Renlong's, he didn't dare to behave atrociously here. Since Shi Renlong was straightforward, Qin Shao didn't beat around the bush anymore. Instead, he said, "Young Master Shi is really a smart man. It's not about standing up for others. I don't dare to be a hero. I, Qin Shao, have never thought of being a bullshit hero. I am proud of this glorious title. In fact, I don't like it at all. It's just that I, Qin Shao, believe in fate. Yu Qing and I are destined to be together, so I'm willing to help him." Yu Qing's younger brother, Yu Zhe, was taken away by young Master Shi. Let's not talk about the reason. This time, I came to find young Master Shi, not to directly ask you for Yu Zhe. I think everything can be solved through discussion. I don't know what you think, young Master Shi. At this time, Yu Qing finally understood Qin Zhao's intention. It turned out that what Qin Shao did just now was useful. After turning around a corner, Shi Renlong came to find him. Obviously, it was much easier to talk about now, and they were on an equal position. Ha ha, some things can be discussed, but some things can't be discussed. Although Shi Renlong was a playboy who was addicted to women and indulged in sensual pleasures every night, but this man was really smart and cunning. To deal with such a person, Qin Shao didn't dare to be careless. Qin Shao said again, "How about this? Young Master Shi, why don't you make a condition? How can you let Yu Zhe go? Since I came here today, I came with sincerity to discuss with young Master Shi. I think young Master Shi should see my sincerity." Qin Zhao's words were also very careful. On the one hand, he told Shi Renlong that he came here today, so he must solve this problem. At the same time, he showed enough respect to Shi Renlong by lowering his attitude to show his sincerity. Such a move could be said to be handled perfectly. But obviously, Shi Renlong didn't buy Qin Zhao's words. Instead, he snorted and said, "No one who has offended me has a good life. This has always been the principle of this young master. Things like principles can't be broken so easily. You said you came with sincerity. Since you just taught Ma Dongxing a lesson for me, I can make an exception for you. However, I naturally can't let you take him away directly. You still have to pay a certain condition." Qin Shao had expected this. Shiren Long was definitely not so easy to talk to. As for the condition, if it was not too excessive, Qin Xiao would agree. After all, saving people was more important. Qin Xiao didn't wait for Shiren Long to speak and took the initiative to say, "Young Master Shi, Yu Qing was lucky to find token. He originally wanted to give it to young Master Shi in exchange for his brother's life. But his strength is low and there is no way for him to see young Master Shi, so I helped him. This token is for young Master Shi. I hope young Master Shi doesn't dislike it." After that, Qin Xiao winked at Yu Qing. Yu Qing quickly took out the token and handed it over with both hands. A token wasn't worth much indeed, but it showed his sincerity. If Xiren Long hadn't gone too far, he would have known when to stop. He had given him enough face and could have gone with the flow. This was also Qin Zhao's greatest sincerity. However, it was obvious that Qin Zhao's greatest sincerity was just a fart in Shiren Long's eyes. He didn't care about it at all. He. It's just a broken token. Do you really think I care about it? At most, it's worth 100 Chaos Source Rocks. Even my daily expenses are more than that. You want to express your sincerity with a broken token? Do you know that you are ridiculous? Shiren Long's arrogant attitude made Qin Xiao slightly surprised. It seemed that things weren't going as smoothly as he had imagined. Shiren Long was really not easy to talk to. Did he really have to use some ruthless means? Qin Zhao's bottom line was to get involved in this matter to the end. Therefore, if Shiren Long was really unfriendly, he could only use unfriendly means. If Shiren Long wanted to play, Qin Xiao would definitely accompany him to the end. He didn't believe that he would fail. "So what do you want, young Master Shi?" Qin Zhao's voice was a little cold. Hey, are you unhappy?" Shiren Long smiled playfully and said arrogantly, "I'll give you a choice. Give me 100,000 Chaos Source Stones in exchange for that kid's life. Don't say that I'm not giving you a chance. I've given you a chance. Let's see if you have the ability to redeem him. 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? What kind of joke was this?" Yu Qing almost fainted when he heard this. He was so excited that he wanted to fight it out with Shiren Long. Fortunately, Qin Xiao held him back and gestured for him to calm down. However, how could Yu Qing calm down? 100,000 Chaos Source Stones? He might as well kill himself. How could he possibly take out so many Chaos Source Stones? He didn't even dare to think about it. Even Qin Xiao didn't have that many Chaos Source Stones, let alone Yu Qing. Besides, was this condition even possible? Qin Xiao wasn't stupid. He wouldn't agree to such a condition. Qin Xiao was really angry. "Young Master Shi, do you think I'll agree to this condition? As a person, I don't think you should go overboard. Yuze didn't offend you, young Master Shi. It's fine if you torture him, but if you go overboard, do you think I'll agree? I gave you a token just now. That's already the greatest sincerity I can show. Qin Xiao, will definitely interfere in this matter." In his anger, Qin Xiao expressed his attitude and determination bluntly. Of course, it could also be interpreted as a threat. Since Xiren Long wanted to play hard, Qin Xiao also expressed his attitude, and he would play with him to the end. However, Qin Xiao's attitude obviously annoyed Shiren Long even more. He couldn't tolerate his arrogance. You still want to play with me? Qin Xiao, I admit that you're a peerless genius. You're indeed very powerful. Perhaps you're not inferior to me. But you must remember that this is Tianshan City, not your fuming immortal palace. Do you understand? Qin Xiao looked directly at Shiren Long without backing down and said, "I understand. That's why I'll try peaceful means before resorting to force. Some things can be compromised, but some things can't. Young Master Shi, you have your own bottom line. I, Qin Xiao, have mine too. Since I, Qin Xiao, have decided to do something, I won't give up. Therefore, I'll still take care of this matter to the end. I've given you enough courtesy. I've also given you enough sincerity. I've also given you enough courtesy. If all these don't work, I'll also give you enough force. The reason is simple, but it's a little crude." Shiren Long snorted heavily and angrily. He felt a sense of threat. How dare he threaten young Master Shi? How could he bear it? However, Shiren Long thought about it, and a plan came to his mind. "Well, Qin Xiao, For the sake of your sincerity, I can give you another chance to choose. Well, if you help me win the title of top beauty, I'll let him go. How about that? Don't worry. Although he's been tortured a little, he's still alive. I promise that I won't hurt him during this period. If you can't even agree to this, then there's nothing to talk about. You can choose one of the two conditions. I've given you enough sincerity, haven't I? Was this sincerity? However, Qin Xiao could see that Shi Renlong was indeed difficult to talk to and deal with. If he didn't agree, there was nothing to talk about. Chapter 1944. Young Master Qin. Hearing Qin Xiao agree to Xirenlong's harsh condition, Yu Qing was a little anxious and embarrassed. Although he didn't know much about it, he could see how fierce the top beauty competition was. How could it be easy to win the title of top beauty? Even though the top beauty competition didn't depend on strength or wealth, these two factors would certainly play a big role. Yu Qing knew Qin Xiao didn't have money. His 10,000 chaos source stones were borrowed. As for strength, Yu Qing admired Qin Xiao, but after all, Qin Xiao's realm was too low, so he was weak. Although he defeated Ma Dongsheng, there were more than 300 opponents. It was impossible for him to defeat all of them. There must be many masters here. Yu Qing was already very grateful to Qin Xiao for standing up for him. He was also very embarrassed. Of course, he felt very guilty that Qin Xiao paid such a high price to fight for him. The beautiful woman also looked at Qin Xiao in surprise. She knew very well how difficult it was to win the title of courtesan belle. It doesn't matter. Let's have a try. It's always a chance. Qin Xiao waved his hand and stopped Yu Qing. After a pause, he said, "At present, this is the best way. I'm not afraid of offending Xirenlong, but your brother's life is in his hands now. If he wants to kill your brother, it's just a matter of a thought. Even if I can kill him, I can't guarantee your brother's safety. So for the time being, it's not a good time to fall out with him. If you really want to fall out with him, then that's the last resort. It's hard to win the title of top beauty, but there's always a chance. Well, I'll just take it as a game." Yu Qing wanted to say something, but he knew he couldn't say anything. After some singing and dancing to liven things up, the second round of the game began. The second round of the game was a little more interesting. 360 people would draw lots randomly, and 2 people would be in a pair. Then the 2 people who were drawn could do anything to make the other person admit defeat and quit, as long as both sides agreed. In this round, there were no restrictions. In any case, one of them had to stay behind. As for who to stay behind, the 2 of them could discuss among themselves. Therefore, this stage was also filled with endless possibilities, and the entertainment value would be very strong. The courtesan competition had always been like this. It was a game mainly for entertainment. It was to arouse everyone's interest and complete a joyous ceremony. Strength, wealth, status, background, luck, and so on were all affected by many factors. Because of this, no one could predict who would win the title of courtesan belle. Soon, the results of a draw came out. Qin Xiao's opponent was a young master called Flawless Flow. Qin Xiao did not know who this person was. The beautiful woman immediately explained to Qin Xiao, "Young Master Qin, young Master Wu Kei is from the Tianshan army. It is said that he is very strong. However, in terms of status and background, they are inferior to young Master Shi and young Master Ma." Qin Xiao nodded. She also understood what he meant. He didn't have a powerful background. However, it didn't matter. No matter what his background was or how strong he was, she had to win. Flawless Flow jumped onto the ground and looked over at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao also jumped down and landed in front of Flawless Flow. The 2 of them stared at each other, neither of them showing weakness. It was as if they were having an intense battle with their eyes. After staring at each other for a while, Flawless Flow said calmly, "State your conditions." He didn't show too much arrogance, but he seemed to be determined to win. However, Qin Xiao shook his head and rejected without even thinking. "There's no need. I also need this spot." Flawless Flow shrugged and laughed softly. "Then I'm sorry. I also need this slot. It seems like both of us are determined to win. If that's the case, then it will be interesting. However, there is only one slot. One of us has to quit. Tell me, will you quit or will I quit?" "I won't quit," Qin Xiao said again. "Huh." Flawless Flow didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "It seems like we are the same. Neither of us has the intention to quit. It's a little troublesome, but we have to solve this problem, right? Qin Xiao, I admit that you are very strong. If we were to compete in terms of strength, I might not be your match. Although I haven't fought with Ma Dongsheng before, my strength should be on par with Ma Dongsheng. If you could defeat Ma Dongsheng, then you might be able to defeat me. That's why I won't compete with you in terms of strength. I won't quit unless you have a reason to convince me." The second stage of the game didn't have any rules or restrictions. One could freely play with unlimited possibilities. However, there was a prerequisite. Both of them had to be on par. In other words, one of them had to admit defeat and quit. If Lu Wuk did not want to have a duel with Qin Xiao, then Qin Xiao would have to use force and force him to do so. Of course, that was also possible. However, it didn't seem too honorable. As for Qin Xiao, he preferred to win people over with virtue. Moreover, this flawless flow wasn't that arrogant and despotic. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't have much of an intention to use force to settle this. "Then you won't say it. You can convince me. If you don't agree, then what do you want?" Qin Xiao kicked the ball back to Flawless Flow. Flawless Flow smiled when he heard Qin Xiao's words. It was as if he was waiting for Qin Xiao to say this. He flipped his palm, and a Rubik's Cube appeared in his hand. It emitted a strange light. The Rubik's Cube kept moving and changing in his hand. It looked like a trapped devil. With one look, one could tell that this Rubik's Cube wasn't simple. It was an interesting immortal treasure. Flawless Flow said, "Qin Xiao, this Rubik's Cube is a very interesting maze immortal treasure. Although it doesn't have much trapping ability and isn't a very dangerous immortal treasure, it's very fun. It's one of my toys. My request is very simple. If you can walk out of this Rubik's Cube within a year without using your strength, then you win and I'll withdraw. If you can't walk out of this Rubik's Cube within a year, then you lose and you'll withdraw. This is a small game. This is my condition. Of course, you can also disagree. If you don't agree, then you have to come up with a way to convince me. Since you asked me to propose it, I've already proposed it." Qin Xiao's gaze landed on the Rubik's Cube in Flawless Flow's hand. He curled his lips and said, "Seems like you're very confident." "Huh." Flawless Flow laughed and said, "I don't dare to say that I'm confident. However, since I'm the one who proposed it, then from my point of view, I naturally feel that it's very beneficial to me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have proposed it, right? Of course, there's definitely a risk. After all, I don't know your ability that well. So, I'm taking a gamble. It's just that this kind of gamble is acceptable to me. As I said before, if you're willing to accept it, then we'll play. If you're not willing to accept it, then it's your turn to propose it. You have the right to not accept it, and so do I. There's no need to rush. We have plenty of time to come up with a method that everyone can accept." Qin Xiao couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. After sizing up the Rubik's Cube, he already had some plans in his mind. How could a maze trap him? Qin Xiao's attainments in mechanical arrays were not shallow. Therefore, no matter how complicated the maze was, he was still very confident. Not using his strength meant that he couldn't directly destroy the Rubik's Cube. This wasn't a problem for Qin Xiao. Therefore, Qin Xiao wasn't afraid of Flawless Flow's tricks. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Flawless Flow acted like a gentleman and asked again, "Qin Xiao, are you sure you agree? If you lose, don't say that it's unfair." Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Since I, Qin Xiao, have agreed, I naturally won't go back on my word. If I lose, then I can only say that I underestimated my ability. It's not a big deal." "Haha, all right then. Let's begin." Flawless Flow smiled and threw the Rubik's Cube out. The Rubik's Cube quickly grew and directly sucked Qin Xiao in. Of course, Qin Xiao didn't resist and allowed the Rubik's Cube to suck him in. The Rubik's Cube grew to the size of a house. It didn't look big, but there was definitely another world inside. Wanting to walk out of the Rubik's Cube wasn't an easy task. After seeing Qin Xiao enter the Rubik's Cube, Flawless Flow's smile deepened. It was as if his scheme had succeeded. "Haha, Flawless Flow, you're really sinister and cunning. You actually let Qin Xiao walk out of your 9 palaces Rubik's Cube. If he doesn't use his strength, Even a third-step Empyrean would find it difficult to walk out of the Nine Palaces Rubik's Cube. You actually let Qin Xiao walk out in a year. Do you still have any shame? One of the young masters scolded. Immediately, another young master agreed. Flawless Flow, I knew you were shameless, but I didn't know you were this shameless. Flawless Flow didn't care about what those people said. This is called all's fair in war. It's just some small tricks. There's nothing shameless about it. In this world, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You guys speak so sanctimoniously, as if you're so righteous and honorable. Many people started to sympathize with Qin Xiao. He had been stabbed in the back by Flawless Flow. However, this was also one of the special features of the courtesan competition. Many people were happy to watch such a scene unfold. Oh no! In the private room, the beautiful woman cried out involuntarily. Yu Qing's face was filled with worry. He had long felt that the situation wasn't good. Isn't young Master Qin too easily fooled? Flawless Flow is an extremely shrewd person. I don't know young Master Lu that well, so I didn't know that he had such a sinister and cunning side. This young Master Qin is in trouble. Young Master Lu's Rubik's Cube is called the Nine Palaces Rubik's Cube. I've heard of it before. It's said that it's an extremely powerful immortal treasure. If a second-step Empyrean were to be trapped in it, they wouldn't be able to come out. He even mentioned so many harsh conditions to trap young Master Qin. This young Master Qin is probably going to lose. Yu Qing sighed helplessly and shook his head. If he really lost, there was nothing he could do. At the very least, he saw that Qin Xiao was doing his best to help him. His heart was filled with gratitude. Qin Xiao had already done so much for him. What more could he ask for? If there's really no other way, I'll fight it out with Xiranlong. It's a life. It's also a life. If my brother dies, I don't want to live alone. Even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of Xiranlong's flesh. Yu Qing thought resolutely in his heart. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked at Xiranlong. Chapter 1945. This Lu Wuk is indeed a despicable person. As soon as he entered the Nine Palace Magic Cube, Qin Xiao knew that this magic cube wasn't simple at all, not to mention not using his strength. Even if he used his strength, a second-step Empyrean wouldn't be able to easily leave. The Nine Palaces Rubik's Cube didn't have much lethality, but its trapping ability was still very good. However, Qin Xiao had already expected this. He also knew that Lu Wuk was a despicable person, but Qin Xiao didn't care too much about it. Qin Xiao had enough information about the Rubik's Cube to not be able to trap him. If he was still trapped, then it could only mean that his attainments in mechanical arrays weren't enough. However, after sizing up the Nine Palaces Rubik's Cube, Qin Xiao immediately had full confidence. This Rubik's Cube wasn't simple, but he could understand the principle behind it with a single glance. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. Lu Wuk, since you want to play dirty, I'll give you a big surprise. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a strange smile. Lu Wuk, you're really despicable and shameless. After Xiranlong dealt with his opponent, he walked over unhappily. In his heart, he was cursing Qin Xiao for being a fool. How could he fall for such a trick? Did he have any brains? One had to be vigilant against others. Didn't he know that? Another member of his Shi clan had been eliminated, so Xiranlong was now counting on Qin Xiao. He hoped that Qin Xiao could lend him a helping hand. Using an ant to restrain Qin Xiao to do things for him was a very good deal for Xiranlong. But now, Lu Wuk wanted to ruin his plans. Naturally, Xiranlong was unhappy. Lu Wuk didn't know that Xiranlong had a private deal with Qin Xiao, so he was a little puzzled when Lu Wuk scolded him. However, he didn't dare to flare up too much in front of Xiranlong. He could only say, "Young Master Shi, please calm down. He's just an outsider. Why do you care?" Xiranlong waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Just one sentence, quit." Withdraw? Lu Wuk laughed. "Haha, young Master Shi, we are both from Heaven Mountain City and will see each other often. I didn't do anything to offend you in the past, did I? Today is the courtesan competition. Everyone is here to join the fun and have fun. Young Master Shi, isn't it inappropriate for me to withdraw like this? Although I, Lu Wuk, don't have as much background as you, young Master Shi, it's not to the point where I have to obediently follow your orders, right? Everyone often comes out to play. I think, young master, she shouldn't make the situation too ugly. What do you think, young master she? Xiranlong's expression became even more unsightly. He didn't think that Lu Wuk wouldn't give him any face. It seems like his title wasn't that useful. Even Xiranlong knew that if Lu Wuk didn't give him any face, he wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, he was confident that he could suppress Lu Wuk in terms of strength. However, this was the courtesan competition, not a martial arts competition. He couldn't rely on his strength to speak. Xiranlong suddenly regained his composure and revealed a smile. Haha, Brother Lu, you're exaggerating. I have some friendship with Qin Shao. If Brother Lu is willing to give me face, I'll treat you to a good drink later. How about it? Since he couldn't use force, Xiranlong was very tactful. He was about to use a soft approach. It could be considered giving Lu Wuk a way out and giving him face. If Lu Wuk was tactful, he would naturally stop while he was ahead and wouldn't offend Xiranlong. However, Lu Wuk wasn't someone who was easy to talk to. He smiled and said, "We can drink at any time. Since Brother Shi asked, I won't refuse you. If Brother Shi is willing to promise me one thing, I'll withdraw. How about it?" Hearing this, Xiranlong frowned and his face darkened. Obviously, he already knew what was going on. Do you think it's possible? No one dares to threaten me. Lu Wuk, don't be so tactless. Xiranlong snorted coldly. He was clearly angry. Lu Wuk didn't seem to be backing down today. If it's not possible, then forget it. It's not a threat. Young Master Shi, you're thinking too much. Young Master Shi, why don't you wait and see? Maybe Qin Shao can walk out in a year. We can still look forward to it. These words obviously provoked Xiranlong and made him very unhappy. No matter how unhappy he was, it wasn't good for him to lose his temper. He could only snort and glare at Lu Wuk. After all, this was the courtesan competition. It wasn't a place where he could do whatever he wanted. Otherwise, it would be too ugly and the losses would outweigh the gains. Xiranlong also knew about Lu Wuk's 9-palace Rubik's Cube. Qin Zhao's strength wasn't bad, but it was impossible for him to walk out in a year. Moreover, he couldn't use his strength. Even if he could, the possibility wasn't high. He had lost this chess piece. He had already lost a helper. Now, he had lost another one. Damn it. Lu Wuk looked at the 9-palace Rubik's Cube proudly. The smile on his face became wider. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao. You can only blame yourself for being too stupid. Haha, I didn't expect you to agree so easily. I thought I would have to put in more effort. You want to walk out of the 9-palace Rubik's Cube? It's impossible. How? However, before Lu Wuk could finish his words, the smile on his face suddenly stopped. His eyes suddenly widened as he looked in front of him in shock. A figure walked out of the 9-palace Rubik's Cube. Who else could it be but Qin Shao? Lu Wuk wasn't the only one who was stunned by this scene. Many people were astonished. Some of them were stunned as they looked over. Qin Shao walked out of the 9-palace Rubik's Cube with a relaxed expression. He walked step by step towards Lu Wuk. When he arrived in front of Lu Wuk, Lu Wuk blurted out in shock, "How is this possible? How can you walk out of the 9-palace Rubik's Cube? How long have you been in there? How is this possible?" Qin Shao hadn't been in there for long. Lu Wuk had only spoken a few words to Xiranlong. It had probably only been a few hundred breaths. Lu Wuk had given Qin Shao a year's time. However, not even 1,000th of the time had passed, and Qin Shao had walked out of the 9-palace Rubik's Cube. Ha, Qin Shao, good job. Xiranlong immediately laughed out loud. He had been angered by Lu Wuk. Now that Qin Shao had gotten back at him, he felt relieved. Lu Wuk, looks like your 9-palace Rubik's Cube is trash. I thought too highly of you in the past. Xiranlong found an opportunity to mock Lu Wuk. The muscles on Lu Wuk's face twitched. However, he couldn't refute. The 9-palace Rubik's Cube that he was so confident in had actually failed to trap Qin Shao. This was a huge blow to him. The surrounding crowd also began to discuss heatedly. What's going on? Is Lu Wuk's 9-palace Rubik's Cube too trash? Or is Qin Shao too powerful? How did he come out so quickly? It can't be. Didn't they say that the 9-palace Rubik's Cube is very powerful? Although I haven't experienced it before, it shouldn't be fake. Lu Wuk isn't the only one who has the 9 Palace Rubik's Cube. Others have had it before. Its power shouldn't be fake. Yes, the 9 Palace Rubik's Cube is sold. Its power shouldn't be doubted. Qin Xiao is too monstrous. He's a freak. Without using his strength, he actually walked out of the 9 Palace Rubik's Cube so quickly. This is unbelievable. This Qin Xiao is really heaven-defying. Don't tell me that he wants to become the courtesan belle. Lu Wuk is really unlucky. He didn't even plan well when it comes to scheming against others. This time, he has dug his own grave. I feel that we should pay attention to Qin Xiao. He's a strong competitor. We've been slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, I was still disdainful of him. I didn't expect that I would make such a big mistake this time. Haha, Lu Wuk, weren't you very complacent just a moment ago? Now, you failed miserably. Lu Wuk's expression was ugly. This time, not only did he lose miserably, he even offended Xiranlong. Thank you for letting me win. Qin Xiao didn't say much and casually said a sentence. Although he didn't say anything, Lu Wuk still felt that his face had been ruthlessly slapped. It made him feel very embarrassed. After a long time, Lu Wuk squeezed out 3 words, "I admit defeat." After saying that, Lu Wuk didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He left with his tail between his legs. Not only did he lose miserably, but he also lost disgracefully. In the second round, Qin Xiao smoothly won. Moreover, it was really easy for him to win. For others, it was an impossible task. However, for Qin Xiao, it was very easy. Qin Xiao, it seems like you're quite proficient in mechanisms. Xiranlong smiled as he looked at Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao casually replied, "Not really." There was no need to say anything else. The mechanical armor technique was also one of Qin Xiao's trump cards. Naturally, he couldn't reveal too much about it. The names of the participants for the second round were gradually revealed. Soon, all the rounds were over. After a moment of entertainment, the third round began. The third round was a little special. It actually asked everyone to take out a type of wine that they could take out. Then, they would give it to Hua Kuei to taste. In the end, Hua Kuei would choose 90 types of wine. In other words, the rules of this round gave Hua Kuei the right to decide. Moreover, the wine would be given to Hua Kuei without any information. In other words, Hua Kuei wouldn't know which wine belonged to whom. She would choose based on her feelings. This kind of uncertainty was very big. However, there was no other way. This was the special feature of the Hua Kuei competition. Every time, there would be some very special rules of the game. Therefore, luck was also very important to win the Hua Kuei competition. In fact, there were so-called Hua Kuei competition in many places. However, most of the Hua Kuei competition was about 2 things. It was either a competition of strength or a competition of wealth. This kind of Hua Kuei competition was very monotonous. There wasn't much interest in it. The reason why Huang Manlu's Hua Kuei competition was so famous was that there were too many interesting things. It could bring a lot of fun to everyone. Even if the participants couldn't win the Hua Kuei competition, they would feel that it was worth it. After all, there was only one Hua Kuei competition. There was only one lucky person. The others could only enjoy the process. The purpose of Huang Manlu's Hua Kuei competition was to make the process as good as possible. It could make all the participants feel that they had found happiness. Qin Xiao, if you don't have any good wine, I have a good wine here. I can give you a portion. Xiranlong suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Chapter 1946. This level of the game was obviously full of uncertainties. Many things were actually different from person to person. Take wine as an example. Taste and mood depended on taste. There was no clear standard for good and bad. People were different, so their standards of liking were naturally different as well. Some people would gladly endure the same thing, while others would discard it like dumb. So at this moment, Qin Xiao was also thinking about what wine to choose. He didn't have much wine with him because Qin Xiao didn't like to drink. So he didn't have a lot of wine, and there were only a few varieties. So he didn't have many choices. What kind of wine do you think Hua Kuei would like? Qin Xiao suddenly asked the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman hesitated a little. Young Master Qin, I don't dare to say anything about this. Qin Xiao smiled faintly. It's okay. Just tell me what you think. After all, you're a woman. I think women should understand women better. We men can't figure out a woman's thoughts. If I can understand Hua Kuei's thoughts, I think it will give me more inspiration to make a choice. Just tell me. I may not follow your opinion. Just give me some inspiration. Don't worry about anything." Since Qin Xiao said so, the beautiful woman said, "I think Hua Kuei must have tasted countless wines. After all, to please men, she must taste countless wines. Take me as an example. I've tasted countless wines. I don't know how many kinds of wines I've tasted. I've tasted both good and bad ones. So if you drink now, you won't feel too much. Of course, you can still taste the really good wine. But there are many good wines. It may be difficult to choose from a pile of good ones. I feel that if it's a wine with a unique taste, it might be more advantageous. Of course, young Master Qin, this is just my own feeling. If I'm wrong, please don't blame me." Qin Xiao smiled and said, "How could that be? I'll thank you. Don't think too much. This level mostly depends on luck. If you don't get chosen, you can only blame yourself for not having enough luck." But in fact, Qin Xiao already had an idea in his mind. In fact, his thoughts were similar to this. To be able to become a top courtesan, she must have done a lot of research on wine. She must have tasted countless wines. What kind of good wine had she not tasted? There were so many young masters here, and many of them had come prepared. It was not difficult to bring out some good wine. But Qin Xiao didn't have any good wine with him. What should he do? Qin Xiao thought of the fruit wine in her hometown. Although it was not so strong, it was very delicious. At least, girls would like it. It has a unique taste, so it should be considered a novelty, right? At the very least, Qin Xiao had never seen anything like it in the immortal realm. After making the decision, Qin Xiao handed over a bottle of delicious fruit wine. Very quickly, everyone's wine was collected and sent to Hua Kuei. Everyone's eyes were focused on Hua Kuei, waiting for her to taste the wine and decide who would advance to the third round. Hua Kuei tasted the wine elegantly. He tasted the wine one by one, but he didn't taste it quickly. In the midst of everyone's anticipation, it seemed a little long. Finally, all the wine was tasted. After a round of selection, Hua Kuei was left with 90 bottles. Those who were left were the ones who had obtained the qualifications to advance. After the selection of Hua Kuei was done, a maid came out to announce the final result. Everyone immediately quieted down, pricking up their ears to listen to the result. Especially the 180 people who advanced to the second round. They were definitely eager to hear their names. The maid began to announce the names. The young masters who heard their names revealed the joy of victory. As the names were announced one by one, those who didn't hear their names became anxious. Xiranlong's name was soon announced. Xiranlong didn't have much surprise on his face. It was as if he had already expected that he would advance. Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's 70th name was announced. Although Qin Xiao had been very calm, after hearing his name, he secretly sighed in relief. He had finally passed the third round. However, there were still 6 more rounds to pass. The road ahead was still incomparably difficult. The third round ended quickly, and the fourth round began quickly. The fourth round was a test of strength. The rules of the game were very simple. Hua Manlu sent out an experienced third-step heavenly venerate great immortal. All the people who advanced to the next round went up one by one and received the attacks of that great immortal. In the end, the person who lasted the longest would be ranked in the top 45. With such rules, most of the time, it was a test of strength. After the rules were announced, a great immortal with a long beard, a tall and thin figure, dressed in gray clothes and a serious expression, descended from the sky and landed on the martial stage. That pair of eyes was like a 1,000-year-old venomous snake, very insightful. The powerful aura emitted from his body gave people a cold feeling. He didn't hide his sharpness, sharp and piercing. Just the thought of facing an all-out attack from such a formidable great immortal was enough to give anyone a headache. Moreover, according to the rules, they couldn't use any immortal treasures. They could only fight with strength. Qin Xiao sized him up. He also felt that this great immortal should be considered extremely powerful in the third step heavenly venerate realm. His strength was probably above Baishan. Unless it was heaven-defying, No second step heavenly venerate could last long under the full attack of such an expert. The order of the contestants was also randomly selected. Yin Shifeng. The first to be selected was the young master of the Yin family. He was considered unlucky to be the first to be selected. After all, if he went up later, he could see how the people in front of him resisted. He could also see how the great immortal's methods were and make some preparations in advance. But for the first person, everything was unknown. Challenging such an unknown would naturally be more difficult. But there was no other way. The rules were like this. Someone had to be the first to go. Yin Shifeng's expression was unhappy as he went up the martial stage. Everyone's eyes were also gathered on the martial stage, watching the battle. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Qin Shao also watched the battle seriously. But in terms of strength, Qin Shao was full of confidence. Not to mention blocking the great immortal for a while. Even if he defeated the opponent, Qin Shao had some confidence. The first battle had begun. The great immortal's strength was indeed strong. He didn't hesitate at all when he attacked. He went all out and attacked fiercely. As soon as the fight started, Yin Shifeng was beaten senseless. He felt as if he couldn't find his bearings. He didn't have much time to resist at all. He was directly beaten out of the stage by the great immortal and lost. And the time he lasted was only one breath. Such a time could be said to be very short. Such a scene made many people suck in a breath of cold air. Fighting with such a powerful great immortal was really a frightening thing. The game continued. The second person to be selected was a person called Luo Xianglin. He didn't seem to have a big background, but his strength was not bad. However, the situation wasn't much better. He only lasted for 2 breaths of time and was defeated. In a battle between powerhouses, even a single breath would seem to be a little slow. The battle continued. One by one, people were selected. Half of the first 20 people only lasted for 2 breaths of time. Most of them lasted for 3 breaths. Only 2 people lasted for 4 breaths of time. Therefore, judging from the situation of these 20 people, if they could last for 3 breaths of time, they should be able to advance. If they could last for 4 breaths, they would be able to advance. Xiranlong. The 21st person to be selected was Xiranlong. After being called, Xiranlong also stood up with a somewhat confident look on his face. He jumped onto the martial arts platform. He was calm and composed, without the slightest nervousness. Boom! The great immortal didn't say anything and directly attacked with force. Apparently, Xiranlong was prepared for this. His figure moved and turned into an afterimage to escape. What a fast speed! This speed was too amazing. It was as if there was a burst of exclamations. But soon, some people found that something was wrong. This was not just a simple movement speed, but a secret technique. In an instant, he exploded with incredible speed, but this kind of consumption was very high. He couldn't last for long at all. His speed was so fast that the great immortal couldn't catch up with him. The great immortal kept attacking, but all of his attacks were dodged by Xiranlong. Xiranlong didn't fight the great immortal head-on at all. Instead, he used his own methods to dodge. Anyway, there was no need for any results. He just needed to hold on for a little longer. Finally, after 5 breaths of time, Xiranlong's speed slowed down. The great immortal caught up with him and hit him out of the martial arts platform. 6 breaths of time was the best result so far. Obviously, if there were no accidents, Xiranlong would have no problem advancing. Xiranlong returned to the private room with some immortal power overdraft, but he was in a good mood. After returning to the private room, the 4 Shi clan disciples also praised him without restraint, which made Xiranlong very happy. Xiranlong's strength is not bad, Qin Shao thought to himself. However, Qin Shao didn't care. No matter how good his strength was, Qin Shao was confident that he could defeat Xiranlong. The game continued. Sure enough, the next contestants could only last for 2 breaths of time at most. Some could only last for 4 or 5 breaths. Those who could last for 6 breaths of time could be counted on one hand. Therefore, 6 breaths of time had become a relatively high standard now. Qin Shao hadn't been selected until the 89th contestant. Obviously, Qin Shao would be the last contestant to fight. Qin Shao was the last contestant to fight. Qin Xiao, you can do it. Before Qin Xiao went on the stage, Xiranlong gave him a word of encouragement. Yu Qing also nodded to Qin Xiao to cheer him on. Qin Xiao responded with a smile and went on the martial arts platform with a surge of confidence. As soon as Qin Xiao went on the martial arts platform, his last battle attracted a lot of attention and caused a lot of heated discussions. The longest contestant has lasted so far is 6 breaths, right? How many breaths of time do you think Qin Xiao can last? At present, there are 5 6 breaths of time, 18 5 breaths of time, and 21 4 breaths of time. There are 44 contestants here. If Qin Xiao can last for 4 breaths of time, he can get the last contestant. It's only 4 breaths of time, but it's not an easy task. Haha, it's hard to say. After all, Qin Xiao defeated Ma Dongsheng and walked out of Lu Wux's 9 Palaces Rubik's Cube easily. Maybe he can give us a surprise. I want to open a bet. I bet Qin Xiao can last for 4 breaths of time. Haha, for breaths of time, is it a little underestimated? Why do I feel that he can last for at least 5 breaths of time? 5 breaths of time? It's possible. I think 4 or 5 breaths of time is the highest possibility. As for 6 breaths of time, it's unlikely. However, we still have to see how he performs in the end. It's too early to say that. Chapter 1947. 5 breaths? Hearing the discussions around him, Qin Xiao touched his nose and laughed in his heart. Were they looking down on him too much? Since they looked down on him so much, it seemed that it was necessary to give them a surprise today. Whoosh! The great immortal made a powerful move. He was still swift and decisive. Without any hesitation, he attacked with all his strength as soon as Qin Xiao stepped onto the stage. He would not give him any chance. After watching 89 battles, Qin Xiao actually had a clear understanding of this great immortal's moves and methods. He also had a rough idea of how powerful they were. However, when he felt it personally, he felt a little different. It was very powerful, very cold, and very sharp. This power made people feel as if ice had invaded the depths of their hearts. They instantly felt cold all over, which was very uncomfortable and could not help but weaken a little. This was a kind of oppressive force on the soul that came rolling over. A powerful attack followed closely behind, so it made people feel as if they had lost the courage to resist. This strength is indeed terrifyingly strong. With such an attack, I feel as if this world is suppressing me. It actually makes me feel as if there is no way to escape. Feeling the powerful strength of this great immortal, Qin Xiao was secretly shocked, but he was already prepared. Facing an extremely powerful great immortal, Qin Xiao obviously had to use some powerful means. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to hold on for more than 3 breaths. Qin Xiao had quite a lot of means to use, but Qin Xiao would definitely not reveal many of them easily. Therefore, Qin Xiao had already planned to use the mechanical armor technique. As long as he could delay the great immortal for a while, he did not have too many requirements. He believed that the mechanical armor technique would be able to achieve this. Before the great immortal arrived in front of him, Qin Xiao used all his strength to display the mechanical armor technique. Numerous cages appeared out of thin air, trapping the great immortal inside. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams, 8 gods, 4 symbols, formation technique, and mystical armor technique all appeared. They combined into a powerful force, trapping the great immortal while fiercely attacking. The soaring serpent, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 5 ancient divine beasts, also rushed out. The mechanical armor technique appeared in front of everyone, which was very novel and made people click their tongues in amazement. After all, many people had not seen the mechanical armor technique with their own eyes. Today, many people's horizons were broadened. It's actually the mechanical armor technique. I've long heard that the mechanical armor technique is very powerful, very few people who can cultivate it. I didn't expect that this Qin Xiao is actually a cultivator of the mechanical armor technique. It seems it's quite a deep. This level of attainment should be the small success stage of the mechanical armor technique, right? Just how monstrous was this guy? That's right. It's really infuriating to compare oneself to others. We all call ourselves geniuses, but compared to this Qin Xiao, we suddenly feel weak. I don't think he's old. He's lived for at most 10 million years, right? That's too unbelievable, isn't it? TSK, I just said 4 breaths. Now, it seems that it's far more than that. Haha, who said that he would eat shit if he had 5 breaths? Come out and eat it quickly. I've never seen a person eat shit. I want to see it. Ahem, who said that I would eat shit? I was talking about eating. Don't accuse me. Only dogs eat shit. Yes, only dogs eat shit. So it must be the dog who said that just now. Ha. Qin Zhao's mechanical armor technique was an eye-opener for many people, and there was a lot of heated discussion. Qin Zhao's reputation also rose to another level, and he had a lot of weight in many people's hearts. Qin Zhao's mechanical armor technique was only at the initial stage after all. It was obviously very difficult for him to trap a third-step celestial venerable. The great immortal's destructive power was very shocking, so after being trapped for 10 breaths, he was still able to break out. Qin Xiao naturally stopped while he was ahead. He did not continue to fight with the great immortal and directly withdrew from the martial arena to show that he had admitted defeat. 10 breaths was far enough. He easily took first place, and he was much better than the second place by a full 4 breaths. Qin Zhao's action could also be said to be a shocking move. Many people looked at Qin Xiao in a different way. Qin Zhao's position in their hearts had reached a very high point. Haha, brother Qin Xiao, good move. I admire you. I wonder if you can do me the honor of coming over for a few drinks later. I really admire brother Qin Xiao. Young Master Qin, I have also dabbled in the mechanical armor technique. I really admire young Master Qin for being able to cultivate the mechanical armor technique to the initial stage. I have studied it for thousands of years, but I have not gained much. If there's a chance, I wonder if I can have a chat with young Master Qin. Qin Xiao, don't pay attention to them. They all want to take the opportunity to get close to you. I despise such people. I have good wine and good food here. Why don't you come over for a few drinks? Don't you sound so sanctimonious? Don't you also want to get close to Qin Xiao? That's not the same. We are friends of gentlemen, different from you. Your face is also different from ours. We have human skin, you have cow skin. Qin Xiao smiled when she heard the passionate words of the crowd. She did not give much of a response, and instead replied with a tactful smile. He did not easily agree to anything, but he also did not refuse to give face to anyone. With a slight smile, he could easily deal with everything. The world was like this. If you had strength, everyone would admire you, be willing to be on good terms with you, and be willing to take the initiative to be friendly and chat with you. Brother Qin Xiao, you are really monstrous. I'm beginning to admire you. It seems that this time, we have a very good chance. As soon as Qin Xiao returned to the private room, Xiranlong took the initiative to come over and say. Obviously, his attitude towards Qin Xiao had changed a lot. Previously, he did not pay much attention to Qin Xiao. He just thought that he was a chess piece that he could use. But now, he had to admit that Qin Xiao's strength was probably above his. In terms of talent and potential, he would definitely be ashamed of his inferiority. Such a monstrous existence was probably rare in the whole southern wilderness. His future achievements were immeasurable. Such a genius was indeed not to be offended. If he could get close to him, it would be the best thing. However, the peerless arrogance in Xiranlong's heart prevented him from praising Qin Xiao. It would only breed jealousy. He was really jealous. I'll do my best, Qin Xiao replied and did not say anything more. Qin Xiao certainly would not say that he was completely confident. After all, the competition for the top beauty was not based on strength. So even if he had absolute confidence in his strength, it was not enough. So it was most practical to do his best. I'm still looking forward to our victory. I'm very confident now. Xiranlong laughed loudly and said nothing more. The 4th level was over. After some entertainment, the 5th level began. At the 5th level, there were only 45 people left. The competition became more and more fierce. The 5th level of the game was quite challenging. It was not easy. The rule of the game was that each person was given a difficult problem to solve. The 22 people who solved it the fastest would advance to the 6th level. Everyone's problems were very difficult to solve, and they were all different. It involved many aspects and tested the strength of many aspects. Of course, there was also the element of luck in it. So, this level was very difficult. So far, it was the only thing that Qin Xiao felt was a little tricky. However, Qin Xiao came up with a solution in the end, and he solved it completely. What was more, Qin Xiao was the first to solve it. After the amazing performance of the 5th level, Qin Xiao made another sound, which shocked the crowd again. It also consolidated Qin Xiao's position in many people's hearts. Xiranlong also performed very well. He solved the 6th problem. This stage lasted for more than 100 years before the 11th person was finally defeated. At this time, the 5th level game was over. There was no need to look at the following games. Only the 11 winners could advance to the next round. At the 6th round, there were only 11 people left. The game became more and more interesting, more and more exciting. The rules of the 6th round were more uncertain. It required cooperation. The 11 people had to solve a problem together, so cooperation was very important. Moreover, under cooperation, 6 people had to be selected to advance. In other words, everyone had to contribute their strength to the team. However, at the same time, they had to find a way to make themselves the winner. This required them to grasp the right timing. Once the timing was not right, no matter how strong they were, they might be eliminated. This was because a game that relied on teamwork would naturally need to rely on the strength of others in order to succeed. There was no way to succeed by relying on the strength of one person. Everyone wanted to desperately rely on the strength of others, but others would be on guard against you and would also rely on your strength. Mutual cooperation, mutual use, and scheming against each other. So it was very complicated, very uncertain, and very interesting. The test would be in every aspect and every single part of the process. If there was a problem in any part, it might affect your victory or defeat. Therefore, on the surface, everyone would unite with the others and tightly tie them together to create the conditions for success. However, secretly, each of them would find an opportunity to find a breakthrough so that they could be the first to advance. There was tacit cooperation, scheming against each other, and even deceiving each other. It was brilliant and varied. Qin Xiao and Xiranlong had no conflict of interest, and they both hoped that the other could advance, so there was a high degree of tacit understanding between them. However, both of them were schemed against by others. Xiranlong almost fell into a trap. In the end, Qin Xiao helped him to avoid the fate of being eliminated. In the end, Qin Xiao and Xiranlong both advanced without any danger. It was really a little uncertain. After all, this round wasn't a test of pure strength. There were many factors in it, and there were too many uncertain factors. Fortunately, both of them passed smoothly in the end. Along the way, both of them successfully reached the 7th round. When they reached the 7th round, there were only 5 people left. Among the 5 people, Xiranlong and Qin Xiao occupied 2 places, so they had a great chance to win the title of top beauty. However, Xiranlong had an accident in the 7th round. He was eliminated in the 7th round. Chapter 1948. There were only 2 people left in the 8th level. One was Qin Xiao, and the other was Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong was recognized as a peerless genius in Heaven Mountain City. He had a great reputation in Heaven Mountain City, and his family was even more prominent than Xiranlong. Yuan Xiong had passed through the levels with ease, and was regarded as the most powerful contender for the title of Courtesan Belle. Even before this, Yuan Xiong had already announced that the title of Courtesan Belle would be his. He was determined to win the title of Courtesan Belle. Whether it was strength or family background, Yuan Xiong could suppress everyone. Therefore, most of his opponents along the way had taken the initiative to admit defeat, not daring to challenge Yuan Xiong. Previously, Xiranlong also regarded Yuan Xiong as his greatest rival. However, Xiranlong was eliminated in the 7th level and did not last until the final confrontation with Yuan Xiong. Qin Xiao could be said to be the biggest dark horse in this courtesan competition. No one had expected this kid, who came out of nowhere, to be so monstrous and heaven-defying. He had made it all the way to the 8th level and competed with Yuan Xiong for the title of Courtesan Belle. Brother Qin Xiao, it's all up to you now. You must win the title of Courtesan Belle. Xiranlong was now betting everything on Qin Xiao. He even began to rejoice in his heart that he had used Yu Zhe to control Qin Xiao and made Qin Xiao work for him willingly. Qin Xiao did not say anything and directly went up the martial stage. Yuan Xiong was also waiting for Qin Xiao on the martial stage. He had his hands behind his back, and a light smile floated on his face. He had an imposing appearance and looked very confident. Deep in his bones, there was a sense of arrogance that was superior to others. This kind of arrogance might not have reached the point of madness, but it was very sharp, and people did not dare to provoke him. The 8th level was also the last test. Whoever won would be able to enter the 9th level. In fact, there was no test in the 9th level. Reaching the 9th level would allow one to win the title of Courtesan Belle. The rules of the 8th level were very simple. It was a competition of strength. The two sides would fight, and the winner would be the winner. It was very simple. This stage was the real battle stage. The two of them stood facing each other. Even though they did not say a word, their battle intent was already very strong. A battle was about to break out at any moment, causing the atmosphere to become a little tense. The final battle would determine who the top beauty belonged to and the final winner of this top beauty competition. The final competition was obviously the most interesting part of this top beauty competition. The wind rustled, and the entire place was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Xiao, Yuan Xiong was the first to speak. I admire your talent and recognize your strength. But in the end, you're still just a first-step Empyrean. I already have half a foot in the threshold of the third-step Empyrean realm. If you want to fight with me, what are your chances of winning? Hearing Yuan Xiong's confident words, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and said, "We'll only know after the battle. You have your confidence, and I have mine. Meeting on a narrow path, we'll rely on our own abilities. If you, young Master Yuan, think that you can intimidate me with just a few words, then aren't you looking down on me too much, Qin Xiao? The fact that I can come all the way here shows that I'm not someone who can be intimidated by a few words. I know that you, young Master Yuan, come from a prominent family with great background and strength. You're the most powerful contender for the top beauty competition this time. But I, Qin Xiao, am a person who doesn't believe in heresy. Since we're going to fight, there must be a result." When the two people who were full of confidence clashed, it was indeed very exciting. Just a few words would make people feel that it was unusually intense. Both of them were determined to win, and neither of them gave an inch. Naturally, they were at each other's throats. "Actually, I think that we can give up without fighting," Yuan Xiong suddenly said. Qin Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Yuan Xiong. Give up without fighting? He didn't think that Yuan Xiong was so easy to talk to that he would give up the top beauty competition. It was impossible for Qin Xiao to give up. However, Qin Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to see what Yuan Xiong was up to. Yuan Xiong continued, "Actually, it won't do us any good if we fight to the end. The loser will end up disgraced and become a joke to others. The winner will win the top beauty competition, but it will also create hatred. So as long as we fight, it will be disadvantageous for both of us. If that's the case, why don't we find a better way to solve it? I think that you, Lord Qin Xiao, are not a romantic person. If I'm not wrong, you're just fighting for Xiranlong. Although I don't know what kind of deal you made with Xiranlong, I can give you whatever he can give you, and even more. If you have any needs, you can tell me. I'm not as cunning as Xiranlong. I'll definitely fulfill my promise to you." Yuan Xiong's words clearly showed some sincerity. It seemed that he really didn't want to fight with Qin Xiao. Of course, it was also mainly because Qin Xiao had indeed given them too many surprises along the way. His strength gave people the feeling that it was a little unfathomable. Therefore, Yuan Xiong didn't have much confidence in defeating Qin Xiao. Instead of taking this risk, it was better to pay a price and see if they could reach an agreement. In order to win the top beauty competition, Yuan Xiong didn't hesitate to pay a price. Winning the top beauty competition wasn't just fun and enjoyment. It was also a glory and something to brag about. Yuan Xiong was sincere, but Qin Xiao couldn't accept this sincerity. He shook his head without any room for negotiation. Sorry, this is a private matter between Xiranlong and me. There are some things that you can't give me. Hearing Qin Zhao's direct refusal, Yuan Xiong's face suddenly darkened. There was a hint of cold anger. He looked coldly at Qin Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Do you mean that there's no room for negotiation?" "That's right. Either we fight, or you withdraw." Qin Xiao did not waste any more words. He directly said this sentence, indicating his determination. Ha ha ha. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Yuan Xiong laughed. After laughing, he shook his head at Qin Xiao and said, "I, Yuan Xiong, have never known how to write the word lose. Do you think it's possible for me to withdraw? If it's not possible, then forget it." I just said it casually. Qin Xiao didn't care and added, "Actually, it's the same. In my opinion, there's no difference. Therefore, I think it'll look better if you withdraw now." The hidden meaning of this was that Yuan Xiong was going to lose anyway, so why not withdraw now? These words sounded really arrogant to others. Is that so? Yuan Xiong couldn't help but sneer. Anyone could talk big. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to laugh later. Since that's the case, it seems that there's nothing more to say. Make your move. Yuan Xiong made a generous gesture to Qin Xiao, one hand still behind his back, putting on a strong aura. In terms of aura, Yuan Xiong wanted to suppress Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao didn't waste any more words and directly attacked. Qin Xiao had seen Yuan Xiong fight before and knew that he was very strong. He was probably at the top of the second step Heavenly Venerables. Ordinary third step Heavenly Venerables were probably not his match. Therefore, Qin Xiao had to take on the attitude of a third step Heavenly Venerate in the battle with Yuan Xiong. With his own strength, he was definitely far from enough. Therefore, Qin Xiao didn't hesitate when he attacked and directly used the mechanical array armor, just like when he dealt with the Great Immortal earlier. The mechanical array armor directly trapped Yuan Xiong inside, and all kinds of methods launched a fierce attack on Yuan Xiong. This move again? Yuan Xiong, who was trapped in the mechanical array armor, had a look of disdain. He had already seen the power of the mechanical array armor, so he was already prepared. Therefore, Yuan Xiong was full of confidence. He grabbed at the void and pulled out a golden spear, stabbing it heavily into the ground. At this moment, it was as if he was possessed by the god of war, displaying the sharpness of an immortal. Qin Xiao, it seems that I overestimated you a little. If that's all you've got, then you'll still lose. Yuan Xiong said arrogantly. The spear in his hand moved, and its sharpness shocked the heavens. The spear's sharpness turned into a peerless waterfall, completely tearing the void apart. Even the void was about to be torn apart, not to mention the mechanical array armor. Its destructive power was shocking. It even gave people the feeling that this destructive power wasn't much weaker than that of the Great Immortal earlier. Yuan Xiong's strength was indeed shocking. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. Although many people knew that Yuan Xiong was strong, not many had actually seen him in action. At this moment, Yuan Xiong was clearly attacking with all his strength, wanting to take down Qin Xiao. He had such confidence, and indeed his strength was strong and domineering. Qin Xiao's mechanical array armor couldn't trap him at all. With such destructive power, it wouldn't take more than 15 breaths of time for Yuan Xiong to break through the mechanical array armor space. One had to know that the Great Immortal from before also used 10 breaths of time. Yuan Xiong's strength was evident. Looks like Qin Xiao is going to lose. But that's normal. After all, he's going against Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong's strength is definitely stronger than we imagined. Yeah, it doesn't matter if he loses. The difference in cultivation realm is there. If Qin Xiao is also a second step Heavenly Venerable, then Yuan Xiong will probably lose. Even if Qin Xiao loses, it's not shameful. It's enough to be proud of. To be able to force Yuan Xiong to go all out from the start, it's enough to brag. Although he's defeated, it's still honorable. I admire Qin Xiao quite a bit. Xiranlong's expression didn't look too good. He had bet everything on Qin Xiao. However, he was also helpless. He had to admit Yuan Xiong's strength. Losing to Yuan Xiong was also acceptable. Qin Xiao was already heaven-defying enough to reach the 8th stage. On the battlefield, facing the powerful Yuan Xiong, Qin Xiao didn't have much worry on his face. He was still calm and unperturbed like an ancient well. Qin Xiao's gaze landed on the mechanical array. Seeing Yuan Xiong frantically destroying the mechanical array and about to charge out, Qin Xiao wasn't worried at all. She didn't seem anxious at all. This calmness was really strange. The situation was so bad, but he wasn't worried at all. Just as everyone was puzzled, the situation suddenly changed. It's time. Heart Force kill. Seeing the opportunity, Qin Xiao's Heart Force transformed into an invisible sword and attacked. Just as Yuan Xiong thought he was about to rush out of the array and was a little carried away, Qin Xiao's Heart Force instantly attacked Yuan Xiong's soul and will. The sudden attack, when Yuan Xiong's defense was at its weakest, naturally caught him off guard. He didn't have time to react at all. Chapter 1949. It's Heart Force. It's Heart Force. Yuan Xiong had already realized that it was a Heart Force attack, but this wave of attacks was simply too powerful. Caught off guard, Yuan Xiong could only subconsciously rely on his soul force and willpower to resist. However, this kind of resistance was clearly weak. It couldn't withstand Qin Xiao's fierce attacks at all, and Yuan Xiong was directly kicked out of the martial stage. Qin Xiao didn't need to do anything to Yuan Xiong. He only needed to shock him for a moment and then kick him out of the martial stage. It would take some effort to defeat Yuan Xiong, but as long as he was kicked out of the martial stage, it would be much easier. After all, there were still many rules and restrictions in the fight here. One couldn't completely display their full strength. Being kicked out of the martial stage meant that Yuan Xiong had lost. This was the end of it. In less than 10 breaths of time, it was already over. It could be said to be very fast. By the time Yuan Xiong came back to his senses, everything was over. Yuan Xiong glared at Qin Xiao in shock and anger. He had calculated everything, but he still missed this. He didn't expect that Qin Xiao would have such a vicious method to defeat him in one fell swoop. If they had really fought to the death outside, he didn't think that he would have lost to Qin Xiao. However, he had indeed lost here. He was originally full of confidence and was determined to win, but he didn't expect this to be the result. You let me win, young Master Yuan. Qin Xiao calmly cupped his fists at Yuan Xiong. His defeat was a fact. No matter how unwilling Yuan Xiong was, he could only accept it. He waved his hand and left with a hidden bitterness. The courtesan competition could be considered to have completely come to an end. This kind of result was probably something that no one had expected. The most lively competitors didn't even have the last laugh. Instead, an outsider, a one-step heavenly venerable brat, had the last laugh. He had become a dark horse, and could be said to have written a legend. Lord Qin Xiao, congratulations. Congratulations on becoming the courtesan belle. Brother Qin Xiao, congratulations. Congratulations to young Master Qin for bringing home such a beauty. I'm so envious. Congratulatory voices could be heard one after another. Everyone would willingly respect the strong and even take the initiative to express goodwill. This was the treatment that the strong would receive no matter where they went. Qin Xiao was already used to such situations, so she responded casually. A maid walked over to Qin Xiao and bowed respectfully. Then she said, "Young Master Qin, please follow me." Wait. At this moment, a voice sounded. Xiranlong landed on Qin Xiao's body with a big smile on his face. Haha, Brother Qin Xiao, thank you for your hard work. This young master will remember your contribution. Let me take the top beauty token. Xiranlong was not polite at all. He came up and directly wanted to take Qin Xiao's fruit of victory. As soon as Xiranlong's words came out, the whole place was in an uproar. Although many people had seen that Xiranlong and Qin Xiao seemed to be quite close, most of them just thought that they were friends or had some cooperation. They did not expect that Qin Xiao was working for Xiranlong. After all, Qin Xiao had defeated Yuan Xiong. Xiranlong was inferior to Yuan Xiong in all aspects. Therefore, Qin Xiao did not need to be restricted by Xiranlong at all. Did Xiranlong have the ability to make Qin Shao work for him? This sounded like a very inconceivable thing. There was no rule that the top beauty contest could not be transferred to others. It was just that such a situation was almost impossible. Those who came here to participate in the top beauty contest all wanted to win the beauty's heart and obtain this glory. How could they give it to others? Therefore, Xiranlong's action caused a lot of tongues to drop. Qin Shao looked at the complacent Xiranlong and said, "Young Master Xiranlong, we have an agreement. Of course, I can give you the top beauty token, but shouldn't you let her go and give her to me first?" Xiranlong laughed and said, "Brother Qin Shao, you can rest assured. Since I have promised you, I will not break my promise. But she is not with me for the time being. She is with my real body in Shi Mansion. Don't worry, she is still alive and jumping. She is absolutely fine. Give me the top beauty token first. You take Yu Qin to my Shi Mansion now. I will send someone to give her to you. If you're not assured, I will give her to you personally. My real body will wait for you at the gate of Shi Mansion." "Brother Qin Shao, what do you think?" Xiranlong said with a sincere look. There was no falsehood in his words. "No." Qin Shao shook his head and refused directly. He looked at Xiranlong with a determined face and said, "If you don't see me, I will not give you the top beauty token. There is no room for negotiation. Don't talk about whether you believe it or not. I have not known you for long, and there is no deal between us. So no matter what you say, I will not believe it. The only thing I can believe is what I believe in myself." Good. Xiranlong waved his hand and said, "Lord Qin Shao, don't get excited. How about this? I will ask my real body to come here now and bring her to you. What do you think?" "Okay." In this case, Qin Shao naturally had nothing to say. Xiranlong nodded and said, "Okay, my real body will come here now. It may take some time. Brother Qin Shao, don't worry. You see, I have shown my sincerity, and there is no need to lie to you about such a small matter, right? She is just an insignificant person. I don't care about her at all. There is no need for me to break my promise and offend Qin Shao because of such a small matter, right? So, do you think you can give me the top beauty token first? It may take some time until my real body comes. It is not good to keep so many people waiting, right? The top beauty is still waiting there. It will not look good if it is delayed for too long." Qin Shao ignored him and said, "That is your business. It has nothing to do with me. If your real body comes here at the fastest speed, it will not take long. I think the top beauty can wait for you in such a short time. I don't care what others think. I only need her. Everything else is not within my scope of consideration. If you want to get the beauty back as soon as possible, then let your real body bring her here quickly and hand her to me. This is a fair deal. Young Master Shi, you are so reluctant. Do you not intend to hand her over to me at all? Or did something happen to you, Zhe? Could it be that you, young Master Shi, really think that I, Qin Shao, am easy to deal with? Do you really think that I will listen to you just because of a few words? Young Master Shi, don't you think you're overestimating your influence? Or do you not take me, Qin Shao, seriously at all?" At the end of his words, Qin Zhao's face became a little cold, and his words were not very polite. As for whether he would offend Xiranlong or not, Qin Shao did not care at all. If he offended Xiranlong, it was no big deal. If he could not see Yu Zhe, Qin Shao would never agree to anything from Xiranlong. Qin Shao had already prepared for the worst. If Xiranlong still insisted on doing so, then don't blame Qin Shao for being impolite. Qin Zhao's patience had reached its limit when he agreed to Xiranlong's harsh conditions. Xiranlong's face suddenly changed and became gloomy. He said angrily, "Qin Shao, do you want to blackmail me? Humph! No one has ever dared to blackmail me like this. You are the first. I have made it very clear that I will definitely do what I promised you. I have already asked my real body to come here. What else do you want? Why do you still question me like this? What do I want? Since you don't want this young master's gift, then this young master will play ruthless with you. I will only ask once. Think carefully before you answer me. Are you going to give me the top beauty token or not? You don't have any leeway to bargain with this young master. That brat's life is in this young master's hands. This young master can scatter his soul with a single thought. Do you think you can blackmail me? Top beauty, I don't have to. But that kid only has one life. You better think carefully. If you are sensible and give me the top beauty token now, I will still fulfill my promise. He's with my real body. You can go to the She Mansion to pick him up now. Otherwise, Humph, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Xiao, you force me, so I only give you a choice. You have no right to bargain. Do you understand? His arrogant and domineering way of doing things vividly displayed Xiranlong's ugly face. Obviously, Qin Xiao was very unhappy with such a face. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and oppressive. The air was also filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The people around began to talk about it in private. What's going on here? Why can't I understand? I don't know. Anyway, there should be a deal between the two of them. Xiranlong probably doesn't want to fulfill his promise and wants to blackmail Qin Xiao. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. Anyway, I won't believe Xiranlong's words. He is so overbearing. Obviously, he wants to blackmail Qin Xiao. Well, I also think it's a trick. But Qin Xiao is not stupid and won't be fooled easily. Now let's see how Qin Xiao will fight back. I'm thinking that they won't really fall out with each other. Will they? Then today will be interesting. I don't think Qin Xiao is a master who will be bullied by others. Since Xiranlong dares to blackmail him and oppress him like this, it's possible that they will fight. That won't happen, right? Qin Xiao's strength is indeed exceptional, but after all, he doesn't have a powerful background. The Fuxiang Immortal Palace is too far away from here. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. He dares to attack Xiranlong in Tianshan City. Isn't he courting death? Yes, I also think that Qin Xiao won't dare to attack him. Otherwise, it will be really dangerous. Xiranlong is sure that he can defeat him. That's why he dares to be so overbearing. I can't stand it anymore. Xiranlong did think that he could defeat Qin Xiao. No matter how strong Qin Xiao was, what could he do? In Tianshan City, he really didn't believe that Qin Xiao would dare to do anything to him. As long as Qin Xiao dared to attack him, he dared to kill Qin Xiao. He had complete confidence. Killing a foreign genius in Tianshan City was like killing an ant. Therefore, Xiranlong was so confident and looked at Qin Xiao with a grim smile. Ha ha, you seem to be very unhappy. What can you do if you are unhappy? Tianshan City is not a place where you can act wildly. You are too confident. You still dare to clamor in front of this young master here? Chapter 1950. It was a blatant threat to Qin Xiao. Seeing this, Qin Xiao understood that he had been fooled by Xiranlong from the beginning. Xiranlong didn't want to make a deal with him at all. He just wanted to use him from the beginning. Even now, he still dared to threaten him? Did he think he was stupid? The situation was very clear. Yu Zhe was dead, so Xiranlong couldn't take Yu Zhe out at all. If Qin Xiao knew that Yu Zhe was dead from the beginning, he could only give up. He couldn't do anything about Yu Zhe's death. As for revenge, he would leave it to Yu Qing. No matter how much Qin Xiao wanted to be a good person, he had to think about it. Qin Xiao couldn't sacrifice himself for others like that. But now, it was not just about Yu Qing and Shi Rinlong's enmity. Qin Xiao, had been used by Shi Rinlong in such a way. Shi Rinlong even dared to threaten him. How could Qin Xiao endure this? It was too much of a bully. Xiranlong, I only want to ask you one thing. Did you kill Yu Zhe long ago? You'd better not tell any more lies. The moment you said that, you have no chance to be the best courtesan. I can tell you with 100% certainty that even if I give it to anyone, I won't give it to you. Qin Xiao stared at Xiranlong and asked coldly. In fact, Qin Xiao was very sure in his heart. He just wanted to ask Yu Qing for an answer. After all, Yu Qing wouldn't give up if Xiranlong didn't admit it himself. Qin Xiao's words made Xiranlong's face suddenly become ferocious and distorted. He was furious and ashamed. His eyes were bloodshot and became extremely terrible. He stared at Qin Xiao and said angrily, It seems that you really want to play with me. Since you've already spoken so harshly, then this young master might as well be frank with you. Yes, that person has been killed by me. Do you think this young master will let someone who offended this young master live? I originally wanted to take advantage of you, but I didn't expect that you wouldn't fall for it. It seems that this young master has underestimated you. Since we've already torn it apart, there's nothing more to say. I've tricked you and schemed against you. What can you do about it? She's just a courtesan. She's just a tool for entertainment. It doesn't matter if I get her or not. However, this young master can tell you responsibly that you have successfully angered this young master. Xiranlong still put himself in a high position as a threat and did not put Qin Shao in his eyes at all. She was still full of arrogance and wanted to trample Qin Shao under her feet. Wang. When Yu Qing heard Xiranlong say that his brother, Yu Zhe, was dead, he felt as if his brain was about to explode. He was completely dumbfounded. His face instantly turned pale, and his eyes became empty. His younger brother was dead. Yu Qing couldn't accept such a blow. He had the urge to die. Qin Shao was also angry. I'll give you a chance to apologize to me seriously. I'll only say this once. Qin Shao suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. This was his last bit of forbearance. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to cause too much trouble for himself. However, Qin Shao had also prepared everything. He had been ready to attack Xiranlong from the very beginning. However, Qin Zhao's forbearance didn't make Xiranlong realize it. Instead, it made him more arrogant. He sneered and said, "What did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly. Can you say it again? I'm afraid that you don't understand the situation at all. In this case, I'll give you a chance to reorganize. Say it again in your language." Whoosh! A ray of sword qi suddenly appeared and directly attacked Xiranlong. Qin Shao didn't say anything and directly attacked. His earth swordsmanship was instantly pushed to the extreme. Coupled with the power of the Great Path, the power of the inner world, the power of the true meaning of power, and the immortal Tao, he exerted all his strength. The power of this sword strike was enough to threaten a second-step heavenly venerate who was slightly weaker. Of course, Qin Shao alone couldn't suppress Xiranlong. At this time, Qin Shao obviously didn't intend to give Xiranlong any chance to breathe. At the same time, his heart force also came out and launched a fierce attack on Xiranlong. How dare you? Xiranlong was originally full of confidence. He thought that Qin Shao wouldn't dare to do anything to him. He believed that Qin Shao didn't have guts. This was Tianshan City. How could Qin Shao dare to behave atrociously in a place like this? However, he really didn't expect that Qin Shao would really dare to attack him. Moreover, his first attack was ruthless, as if he wanted to beat him to death. When Qin Shao really attacked, the originally arrogant Xiranlong suddenly turned pale with fright. He regretted it a little. However, it was useless to regret. At this time, he didn't have the mind to think about anything else. He hurriedly fought back with all his strength. However, he didn't expect Qin Shao to suddenly attack. It was also his fault for being too arrogant, so he didn't take any precautions at all. The distance between the two was very close. Under such circumstances, Xiranlong had no time to react at all. Even if he had a life-saving trump card, he couldn't use it at this time. Moreover, just as he wanted to resist, the heart force attack came first. Under the fierce attack of the heart force, Xiranlong was in incomparable pain. He felt his soul tremble and his will collapse. How could he care about anything else? At this time, Xiranlong had completely lost the power to resist. In fact, Xiranlong's strength was still very strong, and he definitely had some powerful trump cards. However, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't be used at this time. Therefore, as soon as the battle began, Xiranlong was directly suppressed by Qin Shao. He couldn't blame others. Xiranlong was too complacent and arrogant. He overestimated himself and underestimated Qin Shao. That was why he suffered such a big loss. Qin Shao didn't give him any chance. His earth sword technique rushed forward with all his might. Xiranlong's immortal body was considered strong. Moreover, he also had an immortal treasure to protect him. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword power was incomparably ferocious as it attacked Xiranlong's body. Even if Xiranlong resisted, it was difficult to break his immortal body. However, it was only difficult. It could still be broken slowly. Each wave of attack could also break some immortal bodies. The most important thing was that the heart force was attacking Xiranlong, crushing his soul and will. Once the soul and will were destroyed, Xiranlong would also die. At this time, Xiranlong had no power to resist at all. He was completely in the hands of Qin Shao. Such a scene stunned everyone. They were dumbfounded and didn't dare to make sound for a while. Many people stared at Qin Shao with their eyes wide open. They really didn't expect Qin Shao to really dare to attack. Moreover, he attacked ruthlessly, as if he wanted to kill Xiranlong. Wasn't this too crazy? This was Xiranlong, the young master of the Shi family. How could Qin Shao dare to attack him? This was the Heaven Mountain City. How could Qin Shao dare to attack Xiranlong here? Crazy, he must be crazy. Otherwise, he would absolutely not do such a crazy thing. Qin Shao's move was really too scary. Many people were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. In their hearts, they directly listed Qin Shao as a dangerous person. This kind of person really couldn't be provoked easily. Some people admired Qin Shao, while others broke out in a cold sweat for him. However, no one dared to come out and stop him. Of course, there were also some people who had the attitude of watching a show. They didn't care about Xiranlong's life or death. In fact, they even hoped that Xiranlong would be killed. They didn't expect that such a scene would happen at the end of the top beauty competition. This kind of thing had never happened in the previous top beauty competitions. Qin Shao, you're crazy. You're crazy. Stop it, stop it. Xiranlong could feel that his immortal body was slowly being broken apart. At this rate, his immortal body would be completely shattered soon. His soul was also under great attack. It was weakening, and it was in danger of collapsing. If this continued, he would die very soon. He could clearly smell the aura of death. Therefore, Xiranlong was really scared. It was the first time he felt so scared, as if he was going to die. He really didn't expect that his life would be in the hands of Qin Shao. Just now, he thought that he could control Qin Shao. However, the situation was exactly the opposite. It was hard for him to accept such a blow. However, no matter how hard it was to accept, he had to accept it. Moreover, he had to find a way to change all this. Otherwise, everything would be irreversible. What should he do? What else could he do? His life was in the hands of others. He could only show weakness and beg for mercy. Otherwise, he would die. Although he was very unwilling, Xiranlong still chose to lower his head. Qin Shao, I was wrong just now. It's my fault. I deceived you. Please stop it. We can talk about it. I can sincerely apologize to you. Please stop it. Xiranlong, who was insufferably arrogant just now, was humbly begging for mercy. How could he dare to say such arrogant and threatening words again? Talk about it. Qin Shao snorted disdainfully. I've given you a chance. Now you're begging for mercy. Sorry, it's too late. Qin Shao didn't stir up trouble easily. However, once he really got into trouble, he would never let it go easily. If he let it go easily now, it would only leave a huge hidden danger for him. Qin Shao was very sure that if he taught Xiranlong a lesson like this, he would let him go just because of his words. Then, it was guaranteed that Xiranlong would definitely turn around and bring people to take revenge. It wasn't terrible to have trouble. What was terrible was that it couldn't be solved and would always pester you. Therefore, Qin Zhao's principle had always been to not make a move. However, once he made a move, he must be ruthless. There was absolutely no ambiguity. Beg for mercy? Sorry, Qin Shao had never fallen for that. Since Qin Shao chose to make a move, it meant that he had thought about all the consequences and prepared for the worst. Naturally, he didn't have any concerns. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't dare to stop, Xiranlong was going crazy. He cursed in pain and anger. Madman, madman, you are a complete madman. If you really dared to kill me, you can't leave Tian Shan City alive. It's absolutely impossible. My doppelganger is in trouble. You have to pay with your life. Not only you have to die, but Yu Qing also has to die. Both of you have to die. Unable to beg for mercy, Xiranlong changed his tone and threatened again. However, his threat angered Qin Shao even more. Qin Zhao's heart force burst out with all his strength. The Earth Sword technique was also pushed to the extreme. It rapidly destroyed Xiranlong's immortal body and shattered his vitality, causing his vitality to rapidly drain away. If this continued, his life would soon be in Qin Zhao's hands. Chapter 1951. This was too crazy. The courtesan on the chariot couldn't help but stand up and look at Qin Shao through her veil. The great immortal flew over just now. Hua Manlu naturally couldn't ignore such a thing happening in front of him. Otherwise, if the exalted immortal from the Shi family came to find fault, Hua Manlu wouldn't have it easy either. Young friend Qin Shao, where it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why do you have to go to such extremes? The exalted immortal didn't interfere directly, but advised instead. He wanted Qin Shao to stop. Qin Shao glanced at the exalted immortal. This is a personal grudge between me and Shi Rinlong. It has nothing to do with Hua Manlu, and I'm not offending you either. However, Shi Rinlong has gone too far. How can I let him off so easily? I know what I'm doing. Is Hua Manlu going to interfere as well? If so, I, Qin Shao, am more than happy to oblige. Since I've already poked a hole today, I'm not afraid of poking a few more holes. Arrogant. Wasn't this too arrogant? First, he wanted to kill Shi Rinlong. Now, he wanted to offend Hua Manlu. Was he trying to defy the heavens by daring to fight Hua Manlu? Qin Zhao's action really made people's jaws drop in shock. They knew Qin Shao was a peerless genius, and that his strength was heaven-defying. However, no matter how heaven-defying he was only a first step celestial venerable. No matter how heaven-defying he was, this wasn't Fuda Immortal Palace. This was Sky Mountain City. No matter how high his status was in Fuda Immortal Palace, it was of no use in Sky Mountain City. Oomph. Qin Zhao's words infuriated the great immortal. Young man, you better not be so arrogant. The old man is speaking nicely to you, but you're so arrogant that you don't know. Do you really think no one here can stop you? If you dare to behave atrociously in front of Hua Manlu, you're making an enemy out of Hua Manlu. How can the old man tolerate you? Qin Shao shook her head and said, I don't intend to solve my personal problems in your Hua Man building. I just happen to be here. I can't help it. If I release Xiranlong now, I won't have the chance to suppress him anymore. So, I can only apologize to Hua Manlu. Also, I said that I know what I'm doing, so I know how to handle it. If Senior wants to blame me for anything, please wait until I'm done with this matter. When the time comes, I, Qin Shao, will definitely give you an explanation. Oomph. The great immortal snorted angrily again. To put it bluntly, you won't stop here, will you? All right, young man. Since you forced the old man to make a move, don't blame the old man for being impolite. You're so young, but you're already so arrogant. I've never seen an old man like you before. Teaching you a lesson today can be considered as doing a good deed. Boom! With that, the great immortal made a forceful move. After all, he was an extremely powerful third-step celestial venerable. Earlier, Qin Zhao's mechanism armor had only lasted 10 breaths of time before the great immortal broke through. Now that the great immortal had intervened, many people began to worry about Qin Shao. Why did the great immortal have to make the situation so tense? This didn't look good. Qin Shao, I told you can't kill me. If I die in Hua Man building, it'll be hard for Hua Man building to explain to my Shi family. You want to kill me here? That's impossible. My Shi family's experts are on their way and will be here soon. You won't be able to escape. Xiranlong cackled in agony when he saw the great immortal's forceful move. It was as if the situation had been completely reversed. Xiranlong, I think it's too early for you to be happy. Your life is still in my hands. Do you really think that someone can save you? Qin Shao said coldly. His heart force continued to strangle Xiranlong and rapidly cut away his life force. He only needed to hold on for a little longer, and Xiranlong would basically die. Of course, Qin Shao didn't really want to kill Xiranlong. He just wanted to teach him an unforgettable lesson. If he really did kill Xiranlong, it would indeed be very troublesome. The exalted immortal of the Shi family might really intervene. As long as Xiranlong was alive, Qin Shao believed that the exalted immortal of the Shi family wouldn't personally intervene. Even if he didn't kill Xiranlong, he still had to take away 9 of his lives. Qin Zhao's plan was to beat Xiranlong to the brink of death and severely injure his vitality. Qin Shao had expected the exalted immortal of Hua Man building to intervene. Hua Man building's intervention was inevitable, so Qin Shao had already thought of a countermeasure. The mechanism armor art was obviously not good enough. It could only last 10 breaths of time against the exalted immortal. 10 breaths of time was not enough for Qin Shao to deal with Xirenlong. As for the heart force, he obviously couldn't spare any strength to deal with Xirenlong. Then, he would use the Buddhist 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra, the 8-sided Buddhist mirror, and Li Sheng's flying dagger. Qin Shao believed that these 3 methods would be enough to stall the exalted immortal for a while. Moreover, Qin Shao could only use these 3 methods now. Qin Shao didn't want to expose Li Sheng's flying dagger so easily. The Buddhist 6-syllable Sanskrit mantra was the comprehension of Buddhism, so it couldn't be exposed so easily. Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons in his heart, Qin Shao finally chose the 8-sided Buddhist mirror. Although this was a Buddhist weapon, using this Buddhist weapon wouldn't make people think that Qin Shao had comprehended Buddhism, let alone that Qin Shao was a Buddhist cultivator. Even if it was a little strange, it couldn't be explained to that level. As soon as the exalted immortal made a move, Qin Shao waved his hand and the 8-sided Buddhist mirror flew out, immediately trapping the exalted immortal in the 8-sided space. As soon as he was trapped in the 8-sided space, the exalted immortal frowned deeply. A Buddhist weapon? It's actually a Buddhist weapon. How can this boy have a Buddhist weapon on him? How can he use a Buddhist weapon? What a powerful confinement space. The Buddhist light and Buddhist voice really make people feel very uncomfortable. Even an old man would have to put in a lot of effort to get out of this 8-sided space. The exalted immortal from Huamanlu was temporarily trapped by the 8-sided Buddhist mirror. This scene once again caused an uproar in the audience. A Buddhist weapon? How can he have a Buddhist weapon? There's Buddhist light and Buddhist voice. It's indeed a pure Buddhist weapon, and its Buddhist power is strong, comparable to a high-grade immortal weapon. How can Qin Shao have a Buddhist weapon? Seeing that he can use it freely, he should have refined that Buddhist weapon. Is he a Buddhist cultivator? No, he doesn't have the aura of a Buddhist cultivator, so he can't be a Buddhist cultivator. But how can he refine a Buddhist weapon? Just how many secrets does he have that no one knows? How many surprises has he given us? This is bad. Even the exalted immortal from Huamanlu has been trapped by him. It seems that he is determined to kill Xirenlong today. I don't think so. Unless he's really crazy, I guess he just wants to teach him a lesson. I don't think Qin Shao is a person who has lost his mind. I'm really convinced. I've never admired a person so much. Xirenlong, who thought that the situation had been completely reversed, was dumbfounded again. How could this be? Was God playing a joke on him? The hope that he had just seen had been directly destroyed. Was he really not playing with him? He knew how strong the exalted immortal from Huamanlu was, but he was still trapped by Qin Shao. It's over, it's over. I'm really finished now. Begging for mercy was useless. Xirenlong wanted to cry, but had no tears. What should he do? What else could he do? Boom! Qin Zhao's heart force suppressed Xirenlong with all its might once again. Xirenlong finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell down. His will of soul was greatly shaken and shattered. There was less than 1 layer of his immortal body left. He was covered in wounds, and it was a rather shocking sight. Xirenlong's consciousness was also somewhat blurred. This was the feeling of being on the verge of death. He had 1 foot in the gates of hell. But fortunately, Qin Shao also stopped and didn't continue to attack. Otherwise, Xirenlong would really die here. Seeing that Qin Shao didn't really want to kill Xirenlong, many people were secretly relieved. Fortunately, he didn't go crazy to the end. The exalted immortal from Huamanlu didn't attack again. Qin Shao took back the 8-faced Buddha mirror. Things had already come to this. He had no other choice. Fortunately, Qin Shao didn't want to kill Xirenlong. Young Master Qin. A trembling voice suddenly rang out. A figure walked over to Qin Shao. It was none other than Yu Qing. Yu Qing quickly arrived in front of Qin Shao. His eyes were incomparably cold as he looked at the dying Xirenlong on the ground. Monstrous hatred bloomed in his eyes without any concealment. Qin Shao could also feel Yu Qing's extreme anger and his determination to face death unflinchingly. Yu Qing was extremely loyal. He valued his brother's life more than his own. Now that he knew his brother was killed by Xirenlong, His hatred naturally reached the heavens. Can you let me deal with Xiranlong? Yu Qing looked at Qin Shao with a calm face. But under this calmness, it was obvious that he wasn't so calm. Qin Shao looked at Yu Qing. He naturally knew what Yu Qing was thinking. After a slight pause, Qin Shao asked, "Do you know the consequences of doing this?" "I know. It's nothing more than death. I've already prepared to die. My brother is dead. If I don't have a chance to avenge him, I can only endure it for the time being. But if there's a chance, even if I have to risk my life, I won't hesitate. I know my talent and potential. If I don't avenge him today, I may never be able to do it. So, I'm not afraid of exchanging a life for a life. I think it's worth it. If young Master Qin doesn't want to get into this kind of trouble, I won't force you." Yu Qing's face was resolute. Qin Shao had already seen that. Yu Qing was facing death unflinchingly. He wanted to exchange a life for a life. Qin Shao pondered for a moment, then took a step back. Obviously, he approved of Yu Qing's action. Such an action immediately infuriated the great immortal of Huamanlu. He shouted, "Boy, stop it!" Before the great immortal could rush over to stop Yu Qing, Qin Shao waved his hand. The mechanical array technique trapped the great immortal, not giving him a chance to save Xiranlong. Without any obstacles, Yu Qing naturally didn't hesitate. He knew he couldn't afford a delay. He must seize the opportunity to kill Xiranlong. Otherwise, he may never be able to kill him. Therefore, Yu Qing attacked Xiranlong with all his strength. At that moment, Xiranlong didn't have any strength to fight back. No. Xiranlong was completely desperate. How ironic was it that a small ant under his feet, who had been trampled under his feet before, was now going to kill him. Xiranlong, was actually going to die in the hands of a weak ant. How ridiculous was this? This would be a disgrace for the rest of his life. But what could he do? He was powerless to resist. He could only watch as Yu Qing came to kill him. He could only watch as death approached him step by step. This feeling was simply maddening. Watching death approach, but unable to resist, roaring in his heart was pale and powerless. He was going to die. Boom. Chapter 1952. Shi Renlong was dead. Perhaps there were many people who took pleasure in Shi Renlong's misfortune, but they only thought that he might die in the hands of Qin Shao. No one expected that Shi Renlong would die in the hands of a little immortal who came out of nowhere. Even Huamanlu's great immortal couldn't save Shi Renlong's life. It was really shocking that such a thing happened in Sky Mountain City. This was Sky Mountain City, and the one who died was Shi Renlong, the young master of the Shi family. This kind of thing was unimaginable in the past, but now it was really happening. The whole place was silent. No one expected that the courtesan competition would end up like this. Ha. Little brother, I've helped you endure the enemy. Shi Renlong is dead. He deserved to die. He deserved to die. It's a pity that I'm useless. I could only kill one of his doppelgangers. His real body is still at large. I'm useless. I can't kill his real body anymore. Little brother, I'm coming to accompany you. After killing Shi Renlong, Yu Qing laughed crazily. He was so helpless and resolute. Young Master Qin, thank you for saving me. Thank you for helping me kill Shi Renlong with my own hands. My death is not regrettable. It's just a life for a life. It's worth it. But young Master Qin's great kindness, Yu Qing can't repay it. I'm ashamed. If young Master Qin is implicated because of this, Yu Qing deeply apologizes. After saying that, Yu Qing wanted to end his own life. He really couldn't think of any other way except to end his own life. He killed Shi Renlong, so the Shi family would never let him go. He had to die. He wanted to end his own life, but Qin Shao suddenly restrained him, not letting him end his own life. Yu Qing looked at Qin Shao with a puzzled face and said, Young Master Qin, let me end my own life. I don't want to be caught by the Shi family. That will only make my life worse than death. It's better to die in my own hands than in the hands of others. I'm not afraid of death, and I'm ready to die. Qin Shao shook his head and said, Yu Qing, I know you're not afraid of death, so you can't die. It's meaningless for you to end your own life like this. It will only make you look weak. You haven't completely avenged your brother's death. Shi Renlong's doppelgangers are dead, but it's not a big loss for him. Have you taken your revenge? Besides, even if you think you've avenged him, you don't have to die. All the more reason for you to stay alive and live well. If you're weak, you'll be bullied. Therefore, you have to work hard to make yourself stronger. Only in this way can't be bullied. How could you didn't understand these principles? However, even though it was reasonable, it was still very difficult to achieve it. Use in the end, I am my own life, but I can't. For me, of course Essence is, young Master Chin, you don't have to do anything for me. It's already enough. I don't want to implicate young Master Chin anymore. I know the Shi family's strength. I can't afford to offend them. Don't provoke them too much. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, whether or not I implicate you is my business. You don't have to worry about this for me. You're not even afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of? You dared to kill Shi Renlong without caring about your own life for your brother's sake. Just this point alone is worthy of my admiration. Since I've taken care of this matter, I'll take care of it to the end. Anyway, I've already provoked the Shi family. It doesn't matter if it's a little more. But Yu Qing still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Qin Shao. Say no more. I've already made up my mind. Even if you don't agree, I'll still do it. All right, Yu Qing, I'll put you into my inner world first. Heaven Mountain City is too dangerous for you. Just stay in my inner world for now. When enlightenment meeting is over, I'll take you to a safe place and let you out. You don't have to say anything else. The Shi family is here. Yu Qing was anxious, but he also knew that it was useless to say anything more. Qin Shao had already made up his mind. There was nothing he could do to change it. No matter how guilty he felt, no matter what, he was powerless to change anything. That's right, he was too weak, too weak. Being weak meant being bullied by others. Therefore, he had to become stronger. Death was indeed not a good way to solve problems. It was just a sign of cowardice and avoidance. Qin Shao waved his hand and put Yu Qing into his inner world. This action also showed that Qin Shao was going to take care of this matter to the end. Seeing Qin Shao's action, many people thought that Qin Shao was a little crazy. Didn't this mean that he had completely offended the Shi family? Was it worth it? This matter could really bring about a fatal disaster. Did he really dare to do this? Covering up for a murderer and committing a crime yourself were basically the same. Therefore, wasn't Qin Zhao's action pushing himself into a fire pit? Indeed, many people couldn't understand Qin Zhao's actions. You're really crazy. The great immortal from Hua Manlu shook his head at Qin Shao. There was a trace of regret in his voice. He was originally a peerless genius, but why wasn't his brain working well? Wouldn't it be a pity if he brought about a fatal disaster because of this? He originally had a great future ahead of him. Was he going to ruin it with his own hands? Boom! Two powerful immortal auras descended, and two figures descended. One was a second-step celestial venerable, and the other was a third-step celestial venerable. Their immortal auras surged as they locked their gazes on Qin Shao. Thick anger and monstrous killing intent surged in their eyes. They were obviously from the Shi family. The second-step celestial venerable was obviously Shi Renlong's original body, while the third-step celestial venerable was an elder of the Shi family. His aura was very powerful, and one could tell at a glance that he was an extraordinary third-step celestial venerable. His strength was probably not inferior to Hua Manlu's third-step celestial venerable. The two of them hovered in the air, glaring at Qin Shao angrily. The atmosphere at the scene became even stiffer and more oppressive. Hua Kuei was supposed to be the main character today, but now no one cared about her. Everyone's eyes fell on Qin Shao. Everyone's thoughts were on Qin Shao. Brother Shi Hai, the great immortal from Hua Manlu, shouted at the great immortal from the Shi family. Although this matter had nothing to do with Hua Manlu, people died in Hua Manlu, so Hua Manlu couldn't escape responsibility. Old Chio, you still have the face to stand here? I'll settle this account with you later. Great immortal, Shi Hai snorted coldly. After glancing at Hua Manlu, great immortal Chio, he ignored him. It seemed that this matter had made him very angry, and Hua Manlu naturally couldn't escape this anger. Great immortal Chio also knew that Hua Manlu was indeed in the wrong this time, so he could only silently endure great immortal Shi Hai's anger. Great immortal Chio gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Shihai, I'll tell you in detail about the apology later. Since things have come to this, we'd better solve this matter first. We, Hua Manlu, have an unshirkable responsibility. Therefore, I'll also cooperate to solve this matter." His meaning was obvious. If they wanted to capture Qin Xiao today, count him in. Shihai didn't know Qin Xiao's strength, but he knew that Qin Xiao was definitely not simple. He couldn't help but think that he might not be able to capture Qin Xiao alone. No need. Shihai wanted to refuse great immortal Chio's kindness, but he was reminded by Shi Rinlong's true body through voice transmission. "Uncle Hai, Qin Xiao is a peerless monster. His methods are extremely vicious. We can't take him lightly. Just now, great immortal Chio suffered a loss in his hands. If that wasn't the case, how could my clone still be killed?" Hearing Shi Rinlong's voice transmission, Shihai frowned slightly. If this was the case, then he really couldn't be too careless. Since great immortal Chio was willing to help, it wasn't a bad thing. Thinking of this, Shihai took back his words and said to great immortal Chio, "Okay, I hope that this time you can show your ability and not be as incompetent as before." Being scolded like this, great immortal Chio's face didn't look good. But no matter how bad it was not good to flare up at this time. It was really uncomfortable to be in the wrong. The three little celestial masters surrounded Qin Xiao. Shi Rinlong didn't intend to make a move, but retreated to the side. After all, his strength wasn't very strong. Of course, Shi Rinlong didn't retreat too far. It seemed that he was also looking for an opportunity to make a move. Although he was defeated by Qin Xiao, it was mostly because he was careless just now. His true body still had some vicious methods, so he felt that he could still fight. He also wanted to take revenge for this grudge personally. "Humph!" Shihai stared coldly at Qin Xiao and suddenly shouted coldly, "Boy, how dare you? Who gave you the courage to behave atrociously in Heaven Mountain City? If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. I want to see how arrogant you are at such a young age." In the face of great immortal Shihai's rebuke, Qin Xiao's expression didn't change. He looked at great immortal Shihai in a neither servile nor overbearing manner and said, "If you want to be reasonable, then I will be reasonable." Because of a small matter, Shi Rinlong captured a person named Yuze. He was tortured to death just because he looked at Shi Rinlong too much. I, Qin Xiao, have no enmity with Shi Rinlong, and I don't want to be enemies with your Shi family. I don't want to cause more trouble. But Shi Rinlong dared to scheme against me, use me, toy with me, and finally humiliate and threaten me. I can only say that he found the wrong person. I, Qin Xiao, can't stand him like this. So, I just taught him a lesson. If you want to be reasonable, then I have reason. Shi Rinlong asked for it, so he can't blame me. If you don't want to be reasonable and want to be unreasonable, then it's nothing more than talking with your fists. Strength is king, and the winner is king. It's nothing. If you want to make a move, then make a move. If I, Qin Xiao, am not as good as you, then I admit defeat. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, Qin Xiao, am not afraid of anything. If worst comes to worst, we'll have a fierce battle. I don't think I've done anything wrong in this matter, and I don't regret doing so." Naturally, everyone was aware of the situation and was very clear about it. But in this world, who would really reason with you? Fists were the best reason. Shihai pondered for a long time, and then his cold voice continued to sound. "Let's not talk about right and wrong first. What's your intention for harboring the murderer of Shi Rinlong's clone? I'll also give you a chance. If you hand over the murderer, I can spare your life today. We could talk about other things later." Chapter 1953. It was said that where there were people, there would be conflicts, and where there were conflicts, there would be disputes. In the great wide world, it would be difficult to find peace anywhere. The survival system of this world was based on martial arts. It was the law of the jungle, and this was the way people cultivated. Fights and disputes had also become indispensable on the path of cultivation. If these were lost, it would not be called cultivation. The weak were humble, and the strong were arrogant. This was an unchanging truth. In the face of great immortal Shi Hai's oppression, Qin Shao did not compromise at all. He said resolutely, "Since we're talking with our fists, there's nothing to talk about. I, Qin Shao, have never regretted what I've done. Since I've decided to save Yu Qing's life, I naturally won't hand him over. I was the one who stood up for him from the beginning. Although I didn't kill him with my own hands, he died because of me. So, if you want to seek revenge, you don't have to look for Yu Qing. Just look for me. If you want to kill me, then do it. Why would I, Qin Shao, be afraid of you? I dare to do it. So, I naturally dare to take responsibility for it." He was crazy. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, many people thought that Qin Shao was really crazy. He was taking all the responsibility on himself. For the sake of others, he did not hesitate to completely offend the Shi family. Was he really not afraid of the Shi family's crazy revenge? These words sounded very confident, but the crowd really did not understand where Qin Zhao's confidence came from. No matter how strong he was, how many tricks he had, and how heaven-defying he was, how could he fight against the behemoth Shi family? This was simply playing with fire and getting burned. It was crazy enough. However, from another point of view, this was actually a kind of act of loyalty. For the sake of loyalty, he was even willing to give up his own life. In fact, this kind of person was worth befriending. You're really courting death. Great immortal Shi Hai was also completely furious. There was actually someone who dared to provoke the dignity of the Shi family like this. Since he dared to be so arrogant in Tianshan City, he must die. If he did not kill Qin Shao today, where would the dignity of a Shi family go? Uncle Hai, don't talk nonsense with this brat. He won't shed tears until he sees the coffin. He's too arrogant. Let's kill him first. He must pay with his life. Otherwise, I won't be able to vent the hatred in my heart. Xiranlong gnashed his teeth. His hatred for Qin Shao was naturally deep in his bones. This kind of hatred was much deeper than Yu Qing's. His Xiranlong's clone had been killed, and it was already a great humiliation for him. The main culprit behind all of this was Qin Shao. Thus, how could he allow Qin Shao to live? How could he let Qin Shao walk out of Heaven Mountain City unharmed? How could he? Xiranlong's life. She had to not hesitate anymore. He was about to kill Qin Shao. Hua Manlu's great immortal Qiu also did not hesitate. He was ready to take action at any time. If the Shi family wanted to take action, then he was also responsible. He could not let Qin Shao leave here alive. Otherwise, Hua Manlu would not be able to explain to the Shi family. Many people were shaking their heads secretly. They deeply felt sorry for Qin Shao. In fact, Qin Zhao's character was not disgusting. On the contrary, they admired him very much. Xiranlong had always been a bad guy. He was used to being domineering. Many people had long been unhappy with him, but there was nothing they could do about it. Today, Qin Shao could be considered to have done a very satisfying thing. Moreover, Qin Zhao's actions seemed to be extremely arrogant and crazy. But how could it not be admirable? Everyone wanted to be a hero for once. They all want to shine brightly and release a world-shaking brilliance. But how many people dared to do so? Did they have the strength to do so? What others wanted to do, but did not dare to do or have the strength to do? Qin Shao really did it today. How could people not admire him? However, it was not a good thing to be too sharp. It was easy to break if one was too strong. Just when great immortal Qiu Hai was about to take action, 3 figures suddenly descended from the sky, exuding a powerful aura. They were so sharp that everyone was shocked. The 3 figures landed in front of Qin Shao and stood in 3 directions, forming a square with Qin Shao. Obviously, such a position was very particular. It formed a small battle array. People with discerning eyes could see that these 4 people must have a very tacit cooperation. Evidently, the 3 people that had appeared were there to help Qin Shao. These 3 people were naturally none other than Baishan and the other 2. Baishan and the other 2 were third-step celestial venerables. Although their individual strength might not be as good as great immortals like great immortal Qiu Hai and great immortal Shi Hai, who had lived for a long time, their combined strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Not to mention, there was also the unfathomable Qin Shao. At this time, It was equivalent to 4 experts joining forces to form a powerful force that made everyone widen their eyes. At this time, many people suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Qin Shao was so confident. It turned out that he had 3 powerful helpers. In fact, what those people did not know was that Qin Shao had never considered looking for helpers. Bai Shan and the other 2 obviously came after hearing the news. Seeing Bai Shan and the other 2, great immortal Shi Hai's expression became gloomy and cold. He stared coldly at Bai Shan and the other 2. If there's a fight, how can we be left out? Come, it's our first time in your Sky Mountain City. It seems that your Sky Mountain City is very unfriendly. There's a fight as soon as we arrive. If there's a fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. We, the people of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace, can't be weak outside. Even if we're in your Sky Mountain City's territory, as long as we stand on the right side, we'll fight and act arrogantly. So what? People say that young people are frivolous. We're still young, so we're qualified to be frivolous. Bai Shan waved his jade fan, exuding an extraordinary aura. He had a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Great Immortal Shi Hai and Great Immortal Qiu's expression became extremely unsightly. Shi Renlong was unable to restrain his anger. He pointed at Bai Shan and cursed. You people of the Fu Tu Immortal Palace are really arrogant. Do you really think that my Sky Mountain City is a place where you can do whatever you want? Aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue when you talk big? Who gave you the courage? Bai Shan glanced at Shi Renlong and chuckled. You're just a second generation who uses your power to bully others. What qualifications do you have to say this here? You schemed against my brother, but in the end, you're not as good as my brother. Now you're here to denounce us? Don't you think you're ridiculous and pitiful? A second step Celestial Venerable can't even beat my brother, a first step Celestial Venerable. Now that you're dead, you're going to blame my brother for not going easy on you? What kind of logic is this in your line of work? You won't understand if we talk about logic. If we talk about fists, you're a loser, okay? Wake up. Recognize yourself. You. Shi Renlong was so angry that he almost vomited blood, but he couldn't say a single word of rebuttal. His face was flushed red, and he even had the urge to kill someone. However, this was how the world worked. You either had reason or you had fists. If you had neither and insisted on using your power to bully others, how could you convince others? Shi Renlong looked at Shi Hai. Obviously, he wanted Great Immortal Shi Hai to uphold justice for him. Great Immortal Shi Hai frowned deeply. He was also thinking about this problem. If they directly attacked now, they would be the ones at a disadvantage. They didn't have any reason to begin with. If they attacked now and still suffer a loss, the Shi family would be completely disgraced. He didn't want the Shi family to lose face because of him. Although Hua Manlu had some responsibility, Great Immortal Qiu had already made preparations to take action here. It was obviously unreasonable to ask Hua Manlu to do anything more. Otherwise, they would have to transfer more powerhouses from the Shi family. However, the 4 people in front of them weren't that easy to provoke unless they mobilized all the elite forces of the Shi family. However, did this matter need to escalate to such an extent? Therefore, this was also something that Great Immortal Shi Hai was weighing in his heart. Great Immortal Shi Hai, do you want to fight or not? Give us a signal. If you want to be reasonable, Shi Renlong killed his brother. Now that his clone has been killed, it could be considered a life for a life. We don't owe each other anything. Shi Renlong schemed and played with my brother Qin Shao and was taught a lesson by my brother Qin Shao. He can only blame himself for being inferior. If your Shi family is rude and unreasonable, then let's use our fists. Go ahead and attack. The 4 of us will work together and live and die together. We will never compromise and admit defeat to you. If you want to fight, then let's fight to the death. As for the rest, my brother Qin Shao doesn't want Hua Kuei anymore. I'll give her to young master Shi Renlong as a show of sincerity. Bai Shan spoke again. She was reasonable and justified, neither servile nor overbearing. Firstly, she showed that she didn't want to completely fall out with the Shi family. Secondly, she also showed that if the Shi family was aggressive, she would rather die than bow her head. These words were simple, but they seemed particularly powerful and determined. It was precisely because of this that Qin Xiao and the other three people were tightly entwined, giving others a very strong feeling. If great immortal Shi Hai really insisted on taking action today, he would probably have to pay a painful price. This matter must be something that great immortal Shi Hai had to consider carefully. He naturally wouldn't express any opinion on great immortal Qiu's words. If they could make peace, it would be the best thing for Huang Manlu. When Huang Manlu opened his business, he had always paid attention to harmony and wealth. Everyone who came to his door was a customer. Logically speaking, Qin Xiao was also a customer. If a battle really broke out here and a few people died in the end, it would obviously have a big impact on Huang Manlu's reputation. Uncle Hai, call more people over. We can't let Qin Xiao walk out of here today. Otherwise, won't our Shi family be laughed at by others? How can the immortal prestige of our Shi family be trampled on by others? Shi Renlong saw that great immortal Shi Hai was a little hesitant, so he spoke again anxiously. This time, he transmitted his voice. Great immortal Shi Hai glared at Shi Renlong and scolded, "Shut up, you bastard. This is your own trouble. Do you think these people are easy to provoke? If our Shi family really wants to deal with them, we will have to pay a painful price. You are unreasonable in all aspects. How do you expect our Shi family to take action? How can we make a big fuss? That way, we will be laughed at by others. But Uncle Hai, after all, a doppelganger was killed by them. We can't just do nothing, right?" Shi Renlong said again. "I know what I'm doing. I'll personally report this matter to the ancestor and let him make the decision. Let's forget about today's matter for the time being. The four of them won't leave Heaven Mountain City for the time being. Don't worry about them running away." Great immortal Shi Hai said coldly. In his heart, he had already made a decision. After making a decision, great immortal Shi Hai's eyes fell on Bai Shan and Qin Xiao. He said coldly, "Today's matter is not over yet. No matter what, they must give an explanation for killing the people of our Shi family. The dignity of our Shi family will never be violated like this. I will look for you later. Let's end this for the time being. Don't leave Heaven Mountain City for the time being. I will send people to keep an eye on you." Chapter 1954. Great immortal Shi Hai retreated without a fight. Many people didn't expect such an outcome. They thought that they would at least have a fight. As for how to solve it, they would wait until the fight was over. However, they didn't expect that Qin Xiao would force great immortal Shi Hai to retreat temporarily and didn't really make a big fuss. Of course, this matter was definitely not over. There would definitely be a follow-up. The Shi family wouldn't just admit defeat. Even if Shi Renlong was unreasonable this time, the Shi family would definitely ask for an explanation. In this world, there is no such thing as being unreasonable. It just depended on whether you admitted it or not. The Shi family wouldn't easily let go of something that damaged the dignity of the Shi family. But this was a story for another day. Since great immortal Shi Hai didn't want to fight, great immortal Qiu naturally had no reason to fight. Therefore, he could only let Qin Xiao and the other three leave. Qin Xiao didn't pay attention to the courtesan competition. This was the first time in the history of Huang Manlu's courtesan competition that the courtesan competition wasn't taken away by the winner. Although this matter was very big, the Shi family and Huang Manlu had banned everyone present, so it didn't spread widely. After all, this matter was extremely disgraceful for Huang Manlu and even more humiliating for the Shi family. Therefore, everyone present knew the severity of the matter and wouldn't spread it easily. At least for the time being, it was better not to provoke the anger of the Shi family. After leaving Huang Man Tower, the four of them stopped at a spacious area. Bai Shan looked at Qin Xiao and shook her head helplessly. "It's not that I want to criticize you, brother Qin Xiao, but aren't you playing a little too big this time? What are you doing? You're pouring the fire on yourself. You're the one who's burning. This matter isn't over yet. If the great immortal of the Shi family really gets angry, it'll be enough to make us suffer. Here, our Fu Tu Immortal Palace's flag is completely useless. If they want to make a move, we can only endure it." Bai Shan certainly didn't mean to blame them. She was just worried. He had to admit that this was indeed a tricky situation, and he had to treat it seriously. After all, it was hard to predict how this matter would develop. Qin Xiao knew how Bai Shan and the others felt. There was no need to say anything more. Their friendship had already passed the test. Originally, Qin Xiao really didn't want to involve Bai Shan and the others, but since things had already come to this point, there was no need to say anything else. Yu Qing and I may have met by chance, but his character has moved me. Since I promised to help him, I'll help him to the end. When I saw him, I could actually empathize with him. If it were me, I would have done the same. He is worth me risking my life for. As a person, you should act with dignity. What he thought in his heart was what he did. Even if I have to pay a price, I won't hesitate. Besides, I've also considered this problem. The one I killed was only Shirin Ryuichi's clone. It's not a small loss, and it's a blow to the Shi clan's dignity. However, it's not to the point where I have to die. Even if the Shi clan's exalted immortal made a move, he would at most injure me. In terms of strength, I'm definitely no match for him, but I won't be at his mercy. In fact, Qin Xiao was already prepared for the consequences. That was why he wasn't afraid. Of course, the most important thing was still his pride. If he could do it, he would do it even if he had to take a huge risk. Unless there was no chance at all, Qin Xiao wouldn't take a step back. Qin Xiao's way of doing things had always been like this. This was also one of the reasons why others admired him. That's true, but Bai Shan still wanted to say something but didn't know what to say. She could only wave her hand and say, forget it. Things shouldn't reach that point. Shirin Ryuichi's status in the Shi clan isn't that high. At most, he'll suffer some losses. It's fine. We'll accompany you to bear the consequences. It's not a big deal. In life, how can there not be a time when one is at a disadvantage? Fairy Zishang said, let's not talk about these things anymore. Let's act according to the circumstances. We'll just deal with whatever comes our way. Qin Xiao did the right thing. What he said about his pride is very true. It's just that many people can't do that. Qin Xiao's perseverance is an example for us to learn from. Cultivate the mind. The mind is very important. Cultivating the mind with pride is cultivating a good state of mind. This is also some enlightenment for us. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong both nodded. This principle could be understood after thinking about it carefully. But understanding was one thing. It was really difficult to do it. Qin Xiao's actions did give them some enlightenment and thoughts. Ha, but Qin Xiao, you're really something. You took part in the top beauty competition and won the title of top beauty. TSK. I also asked about the title of top beauty in Huaman Tower. That's the most famous thing in Tianshan City. I'm afraid the whole southern wasteland is the most famous. It's the most outstanding person in the top beauty competition. Our top beauty competition in Linfu City pales in comparison to this. It said that the top beauty is a third step celestial venerable immortal. She's a very beautiful woman. Why didn't you take her away after you won the title? I feel sorry for you. Bai Shan changed the topic. Top beauty competition was not rare. Basically, it happened in every city. Linfu City was not lacking in brothels. There would also be top beauty competition, but it was held in a very small way. Winning the courtesan crown was a very interesting thing for many people who liked brothels. I'm not aiming for the top beauty competition. I'm not interested in that. Besides, even if I want to take her away, Huaman Tower would not let me. So, it's better to be generous and give up. Maybe it'll be widely spread. Qin Xiao said. Qin Xiao curled his lips. Fairy Zishang secretly glared at Qin Xiao and said, from what you're saying, you're still regretting it, right? If Huaman Tower let you take her away, would you still take her away and have a good time? There seemed to be a hint of jealousy in her words. Hearing this, Qin Xiao immediately raised his hands in surrender and said, No, Fairy Zishang, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean that. I really don't have the slightest interest in that top beauty. Even if you let me take her away, I won't. However, I was careless. If I knew that senior brother Bai Shan was so interested, I would have given the top beauty medal to senior brother Bai Shan. What the? Hearing that Qin Xiao had brought trouble to himself, Bai Shan immediately rolled his eyes. Qin Xiao, don't trick me. When did you hear that I was interested? I was just asking. I've never entered brothels. I'm as pure as a piece of white paper. Okay, I'm untainted. If you don't believe me, you can ask Zishang and Yulong. Fairy Zishang gave Bai Shan a disdainful look. Tai Yulong didn't hold back and said, "Yes, I wonder who pulled me in that year." Bai Shan immediately wanted to vomit blood. In the blink of an eye, Tai Yulong had stabbed him in the back. This caused Bai Shan to feel awkward. Cough, cough. Don't mention that kind of old man. At that time, come on, Bai Shan. Who doesn't know how romantic you are? Fairy Zishang also stabbed him in the back. Bai Shan wanted to cry, but had no tears. He realized that he couldn't win against Zishang and Tai Yulong. Therefore, if he tried to explain, it would only make it harder to explain. Qin Xiao naturally knew that they were joking. They were deliberately making fun of Bai Shan. Therefore, he was also secretly laughing. Fortunately, Bai Shan's ability to resist attacks was very strong. He quickly changed the topic. The four of them continued to walk toward the peak of Heavenly Mountain. Suddenly, the area ahead of them became lively. From afar, they could hear the voices of people. When they got closer, they discovered that there was a huge open space. There weren't any buildings within a radius of 100,000 miles. For there to be such a huge open space on Heavenly Mountain, it was obviously an important place. The Heavenly Mountain City Lord didn't allow any buildings to be built here. There weren't many places like this in Heavenly Mountain. However, there were still a few left. In this huge open space, there were many huge stone tablets. They stood there like long spears, forming a forest of stone tablets. These stone tablets emitted a powerful immortal aura. Clearly, there was a supreme existence that set up a protective barrier around these stone tablets. It didn't allow anyone to destroy these stone tablets. At this moment, there were many people gathered in front of the stone tablets. The number of people gathered in this open space was actually no less than 1 million. Moreover, this number was clearly increasing rapidly. From this, it could be seen that this place was very attractive. This time, the opening of the Tao Enlightenment meeting had attracted many cultivators from other ridges. There weren't many people who really wanted to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. After all, there were only 1 million spots. Most of them just wanted to join in the fun and see the world. After all, every time the Tao Enlightenment meeting was opened, Heavenly Mountain City would become the focus of the entire southern wasteland. It would become the most lively place where experts gathered. Naturally, there would be many exciting events. These exciting events were enough to attract countless people. It said that it's better to be in a good hurry than to be in a good hurry. I didn't expect that we would come to the most famous place in Heavenly Mountain City. I've long heard of the famous Tao Enlightenment Forest of Heavenly Mountain City. Today, I finally get to see it in person. After looking around, Bai Shan's mood became much better. Fairy Zishang and Tai Yulong had obviously heard of the Tao Enlightenment Forest. Therefore, both of them revealed smiles on their faces. Qin Xiao didn't know, so he looked at Bai Shan with a puzzled expression. Bai Shan could also see the doubt in Qin Xiao's heart and said, "Speaking of Enlightenment Forest, it is rather interesting. Let's talk as we walk. I'll explain it to you properly and you'll understand." Qin Xiao nodded, indicating that he was all ears. If she wanted to explain, there would be a lot to say. Bai Shan spoke for a long time before she roughly explained the Tao Enlightenment Forest. She talked about the origin of the Tao Enlightenment Forest and how it slowly became the most famous place in Heavenly Mountain City. After listening to the story, one couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect the Tao Enlightenment Forest to be like this. Not to mention Heavenly Mountain City, even in the entire southern wasteland, the Tao Enlightenment Forest was an extremely famous cultivation place. It was probably ranked in the top 10 among the known cultivation and comprehension places. Of course, some secluded cultivation holy lands of great immortal sects were not included. It was only considered a public cultivation place. Chapter 1955. It was completely free and there were no requirements. Perhaps only Sky Mountain City had such boldness. After all, a place like Enlightenment Forest was an absolute sacred ground, no matter which immortal sect it was placed in. It would be regarded as the foundation of an immortal sect. How could it allow others to cultivate here so easily? However, the Sky Mountain City Lord had opened Enlightenment Forest to the world. One had to admit that he was extremely magnanimous. The origin of the Enlightenment Forest was also rather interesting. In the beginning, the Sky Mountain City Lord had only set up a stone tablet here, leaving behind many of his insights for everyone to comprehend and cultivate. Then, many fourth-step heavenly venerables from Sky Mountain City began to imitate him and leave behind their own insights. Some generous ones even left behind their lifetime insights. Gradually, the news spread. It was as if it had resonated with many exalted immortals. So more and more exalted immortals left behind their own insights. Thus, these stone tablets were formed. After countless years of accumulation, the number of stone steels in the Enlightenment Forest had reached a few thousand. Each stone tablet represented a fourth-step heavenly venerate who had left behind their own insights. With so many stone tablets, it meant that thousands of fourth-step exalted immortals had left behind their own insights. Some exalted immortals left behind a portion, while others left behind all their insights. The tallest and largest stone tablet in the middle was left behind by the Sky Mountain City Lord himself. It was the most eye-catching and naturally the most popular. After all, it was the cultivation insights left behind by a powerful ancient saint. It was priceless. The reason why Enlightenment Forest could reach such a grand scale was because the Sky Mountain City Lord had set a good example. The Sky Mountain City Lord was very magnanimous and friendly to everyone. Therefore, more fourth-step exalted immortals were willing to leave behind their own insights. Secondly, there were people who wanted to follow the trend. Seeing that others had left behind their own stone tablets in Sky Mountain City, they felt that it was a very meaningful and glorious thing. The truth was indeed so. With so many people coming to comprehend and cultivate, there would naturally be more gratitude for those who left behind their stone tablets. Qin Shao and the other three walked over to the stone tablets. Qin Shao looked around and found that there were many third-step exalted immortals. They must have come from various ridges to participate in the Enlightenment Forest. Second-step exalted immortals could be seen everywhere. On the contrary, first-step exalted immortals were rare. Those who could participate in Enlightenment Forest were mostly second-step or third-step exalted immortals. It was indeed difficult to walk around if one was too weak. Qin Shao came to a stone tablet and saw the words left behind by the Sky Mountain City Lord, the exalted immortals. However, they were all presented in the form of words. This kind of presentation was relatively weak, so without extraordinary talent and comprehension, it was actually very difficult to comprehend much of the immortal Tao. However, in the end, it was still a kind of guidance, and it was still very useful for geniuses. Exalted, exalted, immortal, exalted, immortal, exalted, immortal, exalted, immortal, exalted, immortal, exalted, 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 immortal, Eshin exalted. Exalted, exalted, immortal. Exalted X's, immortal, exalted, exalted, immortal, mortal, exalted, exalted, immortal, mortal, exalted, exalted. Simple words had very weak guiding power. Qin Shao carefully read the words left behind on the stone tablet and savored them. Exalted immortals could still give Qin Shao some guidance. However, he would still need a lot of time to ponder over them. If he had the time, he could spend more time comprehending the words and digesting them. That would be more effective. However, Qin Shao was not prepared to spend too much time on these stone tablets. There were only 9,000 years left before the Enlightenment Forest began. Using such a small amount of time to comprehend and cultivate was obviously very short. Therefore, he decided to take a casual look first. If he needed to comprehend and cultivate in the future, he would wait until the Enlightenment Forest was over. Haha, just take a casual look at these stone tablets. The main thing is the stone tablet left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Baishan also said to Qin Shao, with Baishan and the other's current realm, comprehending these stone tablets was of little use. Therefore, they just took it as a casual look. Qin Shao nodded. He did not spend too much time on these stone tablets. After taking a look at them one by one, he left. After looking at more than 100 stone tablets, he finally came to the stone tablet left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Obviously, there were the most people here. Before he got close to the stone tablet left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord, Qin Shao felt a different and powerful immortal aura surging over. Qin Shao looked at the stone tablet. He could even faintly sense the laws of the immortal Tao lingering around the stone tablet. The stone tablet was carved with words. The words seemed to have a spirit of their own. They were not just words. Words could only express some simple meanings on the surface. However, once words had a spirit, they could express more meanings. Some meanings that could not be expressed by words could be expressed by words. Therefore, at a glance, one could tell that this stone tablet was incomparable to the other stone tablets. It was worthy of being the stone tablet left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. The insights left behind by an ancient saint who had been through a lot were indeed invaluable. This caused Qin Shao to feel a sense of anticipation in his heart. Perhaps he could really gain something. In order to improve his realm, the most important thing for Qin Shao now was to understand more about the immortal Tao. Only by understanding more about the immortal Tao could he improve his realm. No matter what, the realm was the most important. It was the unchanging way of the king. Buzz! As soon as Qin Zhao's eyes fell on the words on the stone tablet, he immediately felt his consciousness being sucked in. There was a powerful force that directly pulled Qin Zhao's consciousness into it, allowing Qin Shao to see more things, not just limited to the description of the words. The expressive power of words was limited, but the world of consciousness could express everything. At this time, Qin Shao felt as if he had entered the world of consciousness and felt more things. The cultivation insights left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord were indeed very profound, but they were also a very profound interpretation of the immortal Tao. However, this interpretation was still a little profound. Therefore, it was very difficult for people to comprehend it. It also required a lot of time to slowly comprehend it. It was impossible to gain much in a short period of time. Qin Shao calmed down and started to comprehend. Bai Shan and the other two also started to comprehend. The other stone tablets were not very useful to them, but they could still comprehend the stone tablet of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. The guiding power was still very good. As for whether they could gain anything, it would depend on their luck. Those with good talent and comprehension will be able to gain something. The selflessness of the Heaven Mountain City Lord had benefited countless people over the countless years. Because of this, the Heaven Mountain City Lord's reputation and status were very good in the southern wilderness. He was deeply popular. One enlightenment forest, one enlightenment meeting. Countless powerhouses had benefited greatly from these two events. Receiving benefits from others would naturally be moved. Immersed in comprehension and cultivation, time passed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Lin, what a powerful word. One of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. A word can actually contain such a powerful Tao. It's really incredible. Lin, mental and physical stability, unmoving and unperturbed, incomparably firm while a strong physique. What a profound feeling. The true words of the Tao contain the true meaning of the Tao. Only the Akalanatha seal and the hand seals can be used to execute the Lin word secret technique. It's just like the 6 syllables of the Buddha that I comprehended previously. However, I can clearly feel that the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao is much, much stronger than the 6 syllables of the Buddha. The Lin word secret technique gives me the feeling of an ancient sage's oppression. Could it be that when this Lin word secret technique is cultivated to perfection, it will have the might of an ancient sage? If that's the case, wouldn't it be too scary? Even a powerful secret technique shouldn't be able to reach such a level of power, right? After 1,000 years of comprehension, Qin Shao had also comprehended many things. However, what moved Qin Shao the most was the word Lin. Based on the information left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord, Qin Shao could only read about this. Based on his senses, this Lin word was extremely powerful. If he could comprehend it, it would be yet another trump card for him. The might of this Lin word was much stronger than the 6 syllables of the Buddha. Furthermore, this Lin word contained the immortal Tao. It was an unparalleled immortal might that would not affect one's state of mind. Could this be a secret technique as well? Qin Shao pondered in his heart. The Heaven Mountain City Lord was really generous to leave all this behind on the stone tablet. Qin Shao looked at Bai Shan. Bai Shan was also frowning, looking as though he was deep in thought. Seeing Qin Zhao's gaze, Bai Shan looked over and said, "Not going to continue comprehending?" Qin Shao said, "Senior brother Bai Shan, do you know about the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao?" Bai Shan was not surprised by Qin Zhao's question. Instead, he nodded and said, "Yes, of course I know about it. There are 9 words in the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. Each word contains a powerful true intent of the immortal Tao. Each word is equivalent to an extremely powerful secret technique. There are 9 words in total. They are known as the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. They are also known as the 9 syllables of the profound 9 syllables. It is said that if one can collect all of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao and cultivate them to perfection, then one will be able to complete the immortal Tao and reach the unparalleled realm. It is also said that many ancient saints have taken this path to reach the unparalleled realm. Therefore, the importance of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao is self-evident." After hearing this, Qin Shao was even more interested in the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. He did not know that the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao was so powerful. This was the first time Qin Shao heard about the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. It was an eye-opener for him. "Haha, Qin Shao, did you comprehend something?" Bai Shan asked with a smile. Qin Shao did not deny it. He nodded and said, "Yes, senior brother Bai Shan, I did comprehend something. The word Lin of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. The Lord of the Heavenly Mountain City has mastered the word Lin?" Bai Shan nodded and said, "Yes, according to what I know, the Lord of the Heavenly Mountain City has indeed mastered the word Lin of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. Moreover, he has completely mastered it. The Lin mantra was the Heaven Mountain City Lord's signature move back in the day. It's practically his signature move." Chapter 1956. Qin Shao had also sensed the situation described by Bai Shan. That was indeed the case. There wasn't much information left on the stone tablet. It was just some simple insights. There wasn't even much basic information. If he hadn't heard so much from Bai Shan, Qin Shao wouldn't have understood much about the immortal Tao's 9 syllables mantra. Just from the information on the stone tablet, his understanding of it was minimal. To comprehend the Lin word from the stone tablet was way too difficult. It was practically an impossible task. Let's not think too much about the Lin word. There's no way to comprehend it. Bai Shan shook her head. The Lin word must be a word of truth. It's on the 9 syllables. It's the true profoundness of the immortal Tao. How could it be passed down so easily? It's already very generous of the Heaven Mountain City Lord to leave behind some insights. The might of any single word of the 9 syllables mantra is equivalent to a top-notch secret technique. Most importantly, once the 9 syllables mantra is combined, it would be a perfected great Tao. It's an inconceivable supreme state. Therefore, the 9 syllables mantra is a priceless treasure to ancient sages. With our current realm, it's still too far away for us to think about the 9 syllables mantra. After hearing so much from Bai Shan, Qin Shao naturally understood the strength of the 9 syllables mantra. It was indeed a supreme secret technique. Qin Shao also knew why the Heaven Mountain City Lord was so strong. It most likely had a lot to do with the Lin word, the 9 syllables mantra that could make even ancient saint existences strong, causing them to scramble madly for it. Just thinking about it was enough to cause one to yearn for it endlessly. Of course, there was also a sacred and inviolable feeling. It had to be said that Qin Zhao's heart was also itching from listening to it. If only he could comprehend a little bit of it. Of course, the possibility of that was too small. Qin Shao was only thinking about it. However, he was indeed interested in the Lin word and wanted to understand it properly. Furthermore, Qin Shao was also thinking that the Heaven Mountain City Lord must have left behind the insights of the Lin word to guide the future generations, right? Didn't that mean that through the insights left behind by the Heaven Mountain City Lord, one could also comprehend some of the profound meanings of the Lin mantra? Senior brother White Fan, this stone tablet has been here for countless years. I don't know how many universe epochs it has been here. In such a long period of time, could it be that there hasn't been a single person who has comprehended the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra? Qin Shao also asked the same question. Yes, there's only one. Bai Shan gave an affirmative answer. There was only one. That proved that there was one. That was the key. Qin Shao was also moved inexplicably. She looked a little excited and asked quickly, "Who is it? What's the situation?" Bai Shan said, "Since the establishment of Heaven Mountain City, it has probably been more than 10,000 universe epochs. The Heaven Mountain City Lord can be considered an extremely ancient existence. Originally, in such a long period of time, no one was able to comprehend the Lin word from this stone tablet. That was until 100 epochs ago, when a peerless genius named Xing and comprehended some profound meaning. At that time, it could be said to have shocked the entire southern wastelands. The Heaven Mountain City Lord took Xing and in as his only direct disciple. It is said that the Heaven Mountain City Lord had high hopes for Xing and hoped that he could be nurtured well. According to historical records, Xing was indeed an unprecedented genius. He had the feeling of being born out of nowhere. His talent was extraordinary, and he was peerless since ancient times. He was a peerless monster. It was even faintly possible that he was the #1 genius of the Southern Wastelands universe epic. However, the Heaven Mountain City Lord's hopes for Xing were not fulfilled. Xing was stuck at the 4th step of the Celestial Venerable Realm and could not take another step forward. There was no way for him to step onto the ancient path. Now that 100 epochs have passed, he still hasn't stepped onto the ancient path. His potential has almost been exhausted. It is said that the Heaven Mountain City Lord was also rather disappointed in Xing, and Qin Shao was slightly astonished when he heard this. With such good conditions and the title of the #1 genius of the Southern Wastelands universe epic, he was also the first peerless genius to comprehend the profound meaning of the word Lin in the past 10,000 epochs. Logically speaking, for such an unprecedented talent, under the full nurturing of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, there should not be much of a problem for him to step onto the ancient road. However, who would have thought that he would be stuck at the 4th step of the Celestial Venerable Realm, unable to take another step forward? It sounded rather pitiful. It was no wonder that the Heaven Mountain City Lord was somewhat disappointed. However, Qin Shao could not help but wonder if he would be able to step onto the ancient path within 100 epochs if such good conditions were given to him. Qin Shao had such confidence and ambition, but it did not mean that one could succeed just because they were confident. There were actually many factors that could affect one's success. However, this was someone else's business, and Qin Shao could not be bothered to pay attention to it. What Qin Shao was concerned about was that someone had comprehended the profound meaning of the word Lin. If someone else could do it, then he, Qin Shao, could do it too. If someone could do it, then it meant that there was a chance. As long as there was a chance, no matter how small it was, there was still a chance of success. To Qin Shao, this was enough. It gave him the motivation to give it his all. Qin Shao, don't tell me you really want to comprehend the word Lin ? Bai Shan immediately saw through Qin Shao's thoughts and could not help but ask. Qin Shao curled his lips and laughed faintly, saying, "Why, senior brother Bai Shan, do you think that I have no chance at all?" Cough. Bai Shan coughed dryly, saying, "It's not that you don't have a chance at all. The possibility does exist. After all, there has only been one person who has comprehended the profound meaning of the word Lin in the past 10,000 epochs. Only one. Therefore, you can imagine how difficult it is. Countless peerless geniuses have not been able to comprehend it. It's not that I don't believe in your innate comprehension ability, but the situation here is probably not as simple as innate comprehension ability. 10,000 epochs could be said to be incomparably long. At least, it was a period of time that Qin Shao could not imagine. One had to know that Qin Shao had only lived for less than 10 million years. It was still too far away from even one epoch, let alone 10,000 epochs. Furthermore, in the entire southern desolation, there were also 10,000 mountain ranges. The area was incomparably huge. In such a long river of time, The number of peerless geniuses that had appeared was probably innumerable. Even if there were not as many as the hairs on a cow, it should not be too far off. No matter how monstrous this Shingen was, he should still be all right. There should be one or two of such geniuses in a universe epic. However, only he, Shingen, had comprehended the profound meaning of the word Lin. Innate comprehension ability was one aspect, but fate and creation probably played a very important role as well. Therefore, some things were indeed not easy to say. Let's give it a try. There's no need to think so much. If I get it, I'll be lucky. If I don't, it's my fate. This is nothing. It's not that I feel that the hope is so slim that I don't even have the thought of giving it a try. Since the word Lin is so profound and powerful, I feel that there's more or less an opportunity in front of me. There's no harm in giving it a try. Qin Shao pursed his lips and said with a serious face. Once he had an idea, Qin Shao would quickly implement it. Once it was implemented, it would not be easily changed. Bai Shan waved her jade fan and could only say, all right. Since you want to give it a try, then give it a try. There's nothing wrong with giving it a try. Just don't put too much thought into it. Fairy Purple Chest and Tai Yulong didn't gain much from it, so they retracted their thoughts. Qin Shao was about to continue comprehending the stone tablet when an aura filled with hostility surged over. Qin Shao turned his head and looked over. He saw 5 people walking over, and 3 of them actually knew each other. They were the Haochu clan's Agihu, court disciple Duan Feng, and Dao Hufeng's brother Dao Hatai. Qin Shao didn't recognize the other 2. However, he could sense from the powerful aura emanating from them that they were extremely powerful third-step heavenly venerates. Their auras were similar to Hagihu and Duan Feng's. Hagihu and Duan Feng were both core disciples of the Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Although they were also third-step heavenly venerates, their strength was above Bai Shan and the other 2. It seemed that the strength of the 2 third-step heavenly venerates was about the same. They were probably core disciples of other immortal sections. In short, they weren't easy to deal with. The 5 of them strode over to Qin Shao. Their auras were extraordinary, and there was a sense of sharpness to them. Clearly, this hostility came from Hagihu and Dao Hatai. Dao Hatai had been humiliated by Qin Shao before. Dao Hufeng's clone had also been killed by Qin Shao. The seeds of hatred had already been planted. It was the same for Hagihu. Heya Guixuan's clone had also been killed by Qin Shao. There was already a deep grudge between them. Hence, it was normal for the 2 of them to be hostile when they saw Qin Shao. Moreover, it seemed like there were people supporting them today. This made them even more arrogant. Seeing Hagihu and the others, Bai Shan's brows furrowed. Naturally, she could sense that they weren't friendly. Previously, at the Fuxiang Immortal Palace, both the Dao clan and the Haochu clan didn't dare to make a move on Qin Shao. However, the 2 clans hated Qin Shao to the core. They had always wanted to find an opportunity to deal with Qin Shao. This time, in the Heaven Mountain City, it was obviously the best opportunity to do so. Qin Shao, what a coincidence to meet you guys here. Hagihu laughed coldly as he walked over. That pair of sharp tiger-like eyes stared fixedly at Qin Shao, like a venomous snake staring at its prey, ready to bite Qin Shao to death at any time. What's the saying again? Enemies often cross paths, right? I didn't expect to meet you in the Heaven Mountain City. It seems like the heavens have given me a chance. Since we've encountered each other here, it's time for us to settle our debt. Hagihu's lips curled into a sinister smile. This was an excellent opportunity for him. If he didn't grab hold of this opportunity, he wouldn't have another chance to deal with Qin Shao when he returned to the Fuxiang Immortal Palace. Dao Hitai also said coldly, it's time to settle our scores. I've already endured for more than 1,000,000 years. If I continue to endure, I'm afraid my blood will run cold. Both of them were full of fighting spirit. It seemed like they wouldn't let Qin Shao off so easily. Hagihu, Dao Hitai, what are you trying to do? Bai Shan was a little angry. She said, we're all disciples of the Fuxiang Immortal Palace. As fellow disciples, shouldn't we be united when we're outside? Don't you think it's too much to fight here? Do you want others to see the Fuxiang Immortal Palace as a joke? Fellow disciples killing each other. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Now, that fellow Taoists from all the mountains have gathered here. Do you want to make the Fu Xiang Immortal Palace the laughingstock of the southern wilderness for your own selfish reasons? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the palace lord? Chapter 1957. That was indeed the case. No matter what, they were all disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace. Behind closed doors, they were still a family. No matter how much trouble they caused at home, as long as there were no outsiders around, it was fine. However, if they still tried to kill each other outside, they would inevitably become a laughingstock. Moreover, they were currently in Heaven Mountain City. This time, people from all over the southern wasteland would probably come. Therefore, if something were to happen here, it would probably spread throughout the southern wasteland. Wouldn't killing each other be a laughingstock for the other southern wastelands? This would obviously damage the prestige of the Fumu Immortal Palace. As disciples of the Fumu Immortal Palace, they should pay more attention to such matters. Protecting the prestige of the Immortal Palace should be the responsibility of every disciple of the Fumu Immortal Palace. How could Baishan not be angry that Hao Guihu and Dao He Tai were trying to cause trouble for Qin Xiao and damage the prestige of the Fumu Immortal Palace by causing internal strife? Of course, Baishan's anger had her own selfish motives, but it was also reasonable. Violet Box also said, "Vast returning profound Dao He Tai, don't go overboard. Otherwise, it won't look good for anyone and will only become a laughingstock. Whatever grudges you have, there will be plenty of opportunities to resolve them in the future. There's no need to rush, right? It's not our place to interfere with the grudges between you. But if you want to make a move here, then we have to do something about it." Hao Guihu sneered and swept his gaze over by Shan and the other two. He said, "Are you saying that the three of you want to interfere with the personal grudges between us and Qin Xiao?" Bai Shan nodded firmly and said, "Yes. If you insist on fighting here, we have no choice but to stand on Qin Xiao's side. However, Hao Guihu, I hope that you can calm down. There's no need to make the situation too ugly. If you return to the Fumo mountain range and look for Qin Xiao to resolve your personal grudges, we won't interfere. However, here, sorry, we can't just stand by and do nothing. If you want to be reasonable, then there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you're not reasonable, then there's nothing to talk about." Ha ha ha. Agihu was not angry. Instead, he laughed. He snorted and said, "Reason? What's there to talk about? Grudges are grudges, and personal grudges are personal grudges. Is there still a need to talk about it? Bai Shan, since you all do not know how to appreciate favors, don't blame us." After saying that, Hao Guihu gave Duan Feng and the other two a look. The three of them walked out, and their gazes landed on Bai Shan and the other two. His intentions couldn't be more obvious. Duan Feng chuckled. "Bai Shan, I advise all of you to behave. The three of you know your own strength. If the three of us suppress you, we will definitely be able to suppress you to death. So, if you dare to act rashly, don't blame us for being rude." After saying that, Duan Feng's gaze maliciously glanced at Fairy Zishang. He smiled slyly and said, "Fairy Zishang, swords have no eyes. It wouldn't be good if they hurt you later. You're so beautiful. Even I have a tender heart for you. So, I advise you not to have any thoughts of attacking us. Otherwise, what if my heart aches for you and I accidentally hug you in my arms?" Fairy Zishang's face turned green when she heard such filthy words. She glared at Duan Feng. Bai Shan and Tai Yulong also glared at Duan Feng. The two of them took 2 steps forward, blocking Fairy Zishang behind them. Hey, why are the two of you so agitated? I'm just saying, as long as the two of you obediently don't attack, there won't be any problems. If the two of you don't listen, then it's hard to say. After all, anything can happen in a battle. Duan said. Duan Feng didn't seem to put Bai Shan and Tai Yulong in his eyes. However, it wasn't surprising. Duan Feng had been promoted to a core disciple long ago. His strength was naturally above Bai Shan and Tai Yulong. Such a situation caused Bai Shan and the other two to feel angry and displeased. However, they also felt helpless. It was 3 against 3. The 3 of them were all stronger than them. There was simply no way for them to fight. They would definitely be completely suppressed. However, even though they knew that they would be completely suppressed, they couldn't just stand by and watch. Therefore, the three of them had already made a decision. No matter what, they had to attack. They had to fight side by side with Qin Xiao against a common enemy. Senior brother by Shan, this is a personal grudge between me and them. You all shouldn't interfere. Don't worry, I can handle it. Qin Xiao said it by Shan and the other two. He gave him a reassuring look. Although Bai Shan and the other two knew about Qin Xiao's strength, if how Guxian and Dao Hetai joined hands, they couldn't be underestimated. However, after thinking about it carefully, if Qin Xiao really didn't hesitate to reveal his trump card, he should be able to handle it. If there was really no other way, then they could only fight. What other choice did they have? Just as how Guxian and Dao Hetai were about to attack, a loud voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. Big brother, it's him. Over there, it's him. Four people walked over angrily and soon arrived in front of Qin Xiao. The leader was a third-step Heavenly Venerate, followed by 3-second-step Heavenly Venerates. Judging from the aura of the third-step Heavenly Venerate, the leader was relatively strong. He should be at the same level as Bai Shan. Of course, this was only judging from their aura. Their true strength couldn't be used as a basis. Qin Xiao didn't recognize the third-step Heavenly Venerate, but Qin Xiao recognized the three people behind him. These three people were none other than the three people who had snatched Yu Qing's token. The leader was a man called Qiuyu. It seemed like he wasn't satisfied after being taught a lesson by Qin Xiao. Now, he had found a helper to get back at him. How Guixian, Bai Shan, and the others looked at the four people strangely. Because they were some distance away from Qin Xiao, the four people probably didn't think that they had anything to do with Qin Xiao. There were people everywhere, and third-step Heavenly Venerates could be seen everywhere. Therefore, there wasn't anything special about them, and it didn't attract their attention. How Guixian originally wanted to attack, but when he saw the four people, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. He wanted to see how the four of them would deal with Qin Xiao. The person called Big Brother by Qiu, you looked similar to Qiuyu. They were brothers from the same clan. Although they weren't blood-related, they were still from the same clan. Therefore, they were very close. Qiuwen looked at Qin Xiao arrogantly. When he saw that Qin Xiao was only a first-step Heavenly Venerate, the disdain on his face deepened. Him, a puny first-step Heavenly Venerate, defeated the three of you? Qiuwen sneered at Qiuyu and the other two. Qiuyu's face turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, Big brother, don't underestimate him. Although this kid is only a first-step Heavenly Venerate, he has many tricks up his sleeve and is very strong. I'm really no match for him. I think you've really wasted your life, Qiuwen scolded again. Your cultivation level is one realm higher than his. No matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, you shouldn't have lost to him. Qiuyu's face turned even uglier. His face was full of embarrassment. He was also complaining in his heart. However, he couldn't refute his big brother's words. After all, he had indeed been chased away by Qin Xiao. 3-second-step Celestial Venerables had actually been chased away by a first-step Celestial Venerate. This was a very shameful thing in itself. After reprimanding Qiuyu, Qiuwen looked at Qin Xiao with a playful expression. His chin was slightly raised, showing his arrogance. Kid, you're the one who beat up my younger brother, right? You got guts, kid. You even dare to beat up my younger brother? Did you eat a bear's heart or a leopard's gall? Who gave you the guts to do that? What's your background? Xiao Wu threw out a string of questions. It was obvious that he was trying to kill him. He was clearly denouncing Qin Xiao. Such an overbearing attitude probably didn't just come from arrogance. More than that, he probably had confidence. Strength was one thing, but his background was probably even more important. It seemed like this Qiuwen's background wasn't small. However, he even dared to offend Xiranlong, Ma Dongsheng, and Yuan Xiong. What kind of young master would Qin Xiao not dare to provoke? What's more, Qiuwen had taken the initiative to come knocking on his door. Naturally, Qin Xiao had no scruples. Qin Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at Qiuwen quietly. His expression was incomparably calm, as if he hadn't heard Qiuyu denouncing him. He was completely ignoring him. Such an attitude naturally made Qiuwen even angrier. He felt like his words were useless. He was so domineering, yet he was turned a deaf ear to by others. This was simply not putting him in his eyes. Wasn't this an insult to him? Xiao Bing immediately said, "Humph, kid, are you so scared that you don't dare to speak? That's right. You're just a puny first-step, heavenly, venerable immortal. How dare you behave so atrociously in front of this great immortal? People like you are the classic example of someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Today, there's so many people here. This great immortal doesn't want to bully you too much. Otherwise, this great immortal will damage this great immortal's dignity. Kneel down now and kowtow 9 times to my younger brother. Then, let my brother slap you twice. Then, this matter will be considered over. Otherwise, you can leave your life here today." Hearing this, Bai Shan felt a little uncomfortable. She wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. This person was a little funny. His words were truly hilarious. Xiaowen wasn't the only one feeling good. His younger brother, Xiao Yu, was also incomparably arrogant. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said, "Kid, did you hear what my big brother said? If it weren't for my big brother's benevolence, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. If I don't kill you, how can this young master's hatred be quenched? But since my big brother is so benevolent, then this young master will let you off easy today. Hurry up, this young master's patience is running thin. Don't wear it out. Otherwise, my big brother will definitely kill you today. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Now that you see my big brother, you don't even dare to say a word?" "That's true. My big brother is a great immortal. How strong is he? How can a puny little immortal like you dare to provoke him? You forced this young master's hand. Don't you think you're asking for it?" The two brothers echoed each other, which made people feel that it was very funny. Chapter 1958. Seeing that Qin Shao still had no reaction, Xiao Yu and Xiao Wu were at a loss as to how to continue. This was completely out of the ordinary. No matter what, at least make a sound. If you don't make a sound, how are we going to proceed? This feeling was similar to when I scolded you and you didn't retaliate. When I slapped you and you didn't retaliate, you just stood there like a block of wood. If that's the case, there's no point in scolding you and hitting you. Otherwise, why would there be a saying that it takes 2 hands to clap? If it's just a slap, there's no refreshing feeling at all. Only when 2 hands clap together can there be an intense feeling. When I scold you and you retaliate, then I can scold you with even more passion. When I hit you and you retaliate, then I can ignite the blood in my body. There were many things that needed to be stimulated and pushed by a mutual force. Hey kid, are you deaf? Are you pretending that you didn't hear me? Or are you scared silly? Xiao Yu roared unhappily. However, Qin Shao only glanced at him and continued to ignore him. It was as if he didn't exist in Qin Zhao's eyes. Such an attitude infuriated Xiao Yu even more. He snorted coldly out of humiliation and was about to go up and attack Qin Shao. However, Qin Zhao's cold gaze swept over him. It was as if an invisible force ruthlessly stabbed Xiao Yu, causing him to retract his foot. An inexplicable sense of fear welled up in his heart. It was just like when Qin Shao forced him to kneel down. After retreating, Xiao Yu's expression became even more unsightly. He felt as if he had been greatly humiliated. In his anger, Xiao Yu looked at Xiao Wu. Obviously, he wanted his elder brother to attack. Ignorant kid, you're courting death. Today, this great immortal will fulfill your wish." Xiao Wu snorted angrily and attacked. Seeing Xiao Wu attack Qin Shao, Bai Shan and the others weren't worried at all. Instead, they were watching a good show. Hao Guihu and Dao Hitai's eyes flashed with a strange light. They were naturally happy to see someone causing trouble for Qin Shao. They had also heard of this great immortal called Qiao Wu. He was a core disciple of the Qiao Ling immortal sect, and his strength was extraordinary. In terms of strength, he might even be stronger than Dao Hitai. Qiao Wu clearly did not place Qin Shao in his eyes, so he did not use his full strength. In the face of this attack, Qin Shao did not need to use any tricks. The full power of the Sword of the Earth was unleashed, and it completely shattered Qiao Wu's attack. Middle grade immortal technique? Qiao Wu's expression also changed slightly, as he was quite shocked. He knew that Qin Shao had some tricks up his sleeve. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to make Xiao Yu and the other two suffer such a huge loss. But Xiao Wu hadn't expected Qin Zhao's methods to be so much stronger than he had imagined. He had underestimated Qin Zhao. It was truly shocking that a mere first-step heavenly venerate had been able to cultivate a powerful middle-grade immortal technique to such a high level. After all, one's cultivation level was there, and so were the limitations of one's cultivation level. Although he had underestimated Qin Zhao and his attack had not been successful, Xiao Wu was still full of confidence. No matter what, he was a third-step heavenly venerate who had been a third-step heavenly venerate for a long time. He felt that he was quite good in all aspects. He was just a first-step heavenly venerate brat. How powerful could he be? Xiao Wu sneered with this belief. Looks like you still have a little bit of strength, kid. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. However, this great immortal was just warming up my lower body. I will slowly show you my true strength. With that, Xiao Wu attacked again. This time, it was clear that he was using his true strength. Immortal aura surged, and immortal power surged. Rays of icy cold light surged toward Qin Zhao as if they wanted to tear the world apart. Rays of light that resembled crescent moons and looked like real scimitars came from all directions with unparalleled sharpness. Like a violent storm, they swept across the heavens and earth and surged toward Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao looked like he was trapped in a destructive storm. He was caught in a whirlpool of death. The world was plunged into darkness, completely annihilated by this power. His aura was incomparably majestic. This was an extremely terrifying technique. Qin Zhao, who was trapped in the middle of this attack, also sensed the terrifying power of this attack. He didn't dare be careless and had to face it seriously. The huge commotion here naturally attracted a lot of attention, attracting the attention of many people around. Most of the people who had gathered here were immortals who had rushed over from various mountains. A third-step heavenly venerate is going all out against a first-step heavenly venerate? That's interesting. What's the background of this third-step celestial venerable? Does he have any shame? Haha, that first-step heavenly venerate is not simple. He can force a third-step heavenly venerate to go all out. It's enough to show that he's a monster. Why is a monster here? Most of the people here are geniuses from various sections. It's as if they're not monsters. Isn't that Xiao Wu from Qiuling? I've heard of him before. He's an extremely shameless person. Yes. It's Xiao Wu from Qiuling. I've seen him once before. Haha. I also think that he's an extremely shameless person. He's arrogant, despotic, and supercilious. Previously, he shamelessly took the Qiuling duo as his masters. He felt that he had a powerful backer, so he became even more arrogant. When he took the black-white duo as his masters, he was only a second-step heavenly venerate, right? It said that he had a great opportunity later on. Otherwise, he wouldn't have grown to such a level. His talent and potential are actually not bad. It's just that his character isn't likable. What's the background of this first-step heavenly venerate kid? He's very young. It seems like he's a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. He actually dares to provoke a third-step heavenly venerate? Is he stupid, or is he overly confident? Many people began to discuss the battle here. Qin Zhao was obviously the one that wasn't favored. It was no wonder that no one thought highly of him. Logically speaking, it was indeed impossible for people to think highly of him. A first-step heavenly venerate versus a third-step heavenly venerate. Most likely, no one thought that a first-step heavenly venerate would win. Kid, your middle-grade immortal technique is far from being perfected. This great immortal will let you see a middle-grade immortal technique that has been perfected. This middle-grade immortal technique is called Nether Ray Kill. This great immortal will let you have a good taste of this peerless nether ray and let you die in this desolate land. Xiaoji's cold voice sounded like thunder. He stood in the middle of the nether ray, controlling the endless nether ray like a god of death. It was very normal for a third-step heavenly venerate to be able to cultivate a middle-grade immortal technique to perfection. If a middle-grade immortal technique could be unleashed to its full power, it would indeed be quite terrifying. Qin Zhao's Earth Sword technique hadn't been perfected. It was probably only at the 7th or 8th level. After all, Qin Zhao's cultivation level was still a little low, and it was difficult for him to cross that level. Therefore, even with the power of the great Tao, the power of the true intent of power, and the power of his internal world, it was still inferior to Qiu Ji's nether ray kill. Qin Zhao could clearly feel that his earth sword technique couldn't withstand the nether ray's sharpness and instantly disintegrated. All of this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. How could it be so easy to deal with a third step heavenly venerate? The mechanical array technique was still a little weak. When dealing with a third step heavenly venerate, it would only be able to trap them for a while. It was naturally impossible to suppress them. Therefore, Qin Zhao didn't plan on using the mechanical array technique. Heart Force was a trump card that could be used. Qin Zhao didn't want to reveal any other methods apart from Heart Force for the time being. Qin Zhao didn't immediately use his Heart Force in the face of Qiu Ji's powerful attack. Heart Force could only be used to attack, but it couldn't block these attacks. It would be very difficult for him to block such a powerful attack with his immortal body alone. Therefore, Qin Zhao waved his hand and the eight-sided Buddha mirror appeared in the air. A monstrous Buddhist light bloomed and enveloped Qin Zhao, forming a protective barrier. The power of the eight-sided Buddha mirror was fully unleashed by Qin Zhao. The protective barrier formed by the Buddhist light also had a strong defensive power. Qin Zhao had already tested this in the Thoughtless Sea and knew how powerful it was. It could be used to block Qiu Ji's attack. Streaks of terrifying dark light slashed at the Buddhist light, but they were all blocked by it. The remaining power struck Qin Zhao, but didn't pose much of a threat to Qin Zhao's immortal body. Therefore, Qiu Ji's attack was completely blocked by Qin Zhao. Such a scene left many people flabbergasted. They widened their eyes and looked at Qin Zhao in disbelief. What kind of treasure is that? It emits Buddhist light. Is it a Buddhist weapon? That can't be right. It's a Buddhist weapon. How can ordinary people possess it? A Buddhist weapon's value is equivalent to a high-grade immortal weapon. Besides, only Buddhist cultivators should be able to use Buddhist weapons, right? Ordinary people wouldn't be able to use a Buddhist weapon even if they obtain one, right? Such a powerful Buddhist light and Buddhist might. It should be a Buddhist weapon. But what I don't understand is how this first-step celestial venerate kid can use a Buddhist weapon. Looks like this kid isn't simple at all. He doesn't have the aura of a Buddhist cultivator, but he has a Buddhist weapon. He's not simple. Haha, looks like it won't be so easy for Qiu Ji to take him down today. This kid has guts. He dares to openly reveal a Buddhist weapon here. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? It's not that he's not afraid. It's probably because he has no other choice. What can he do against the attack of a third-step celestial venerate? He can only use whatever life-saving means he has. That's true. He has no other choice but to throw caution to the wind. TSK. Seeing a Buddhist artifact really tickles my heart. Even if I can't use it, I can still exchange it for a high-grade immortal weapon. TSK, stop talking. A high-grade immortal weapon. I've always wanted to have one. It's something I've always dreamed of. Qin Zhao's exposure of the eight-faced Buddhist weapon had caused an uproar. There were many greedy gazes. Obviously, the number of people who had their eyes on this Buddhist artifact was definitely not in the minority. However, Qin Zhao didn't care. He had already exposed the eight-faced Buddhist mirror at Huaman Tower, so this news couldn't be suppressed. It would still spread. Now, he didn't care about exposing it one more time. If anyone dared to have designs on it, they would have to see if they had the strength to do so. He had already refined the eight-faced Buddhist weapon. No one could take it away. If he wanted to block Qiu Ji's attack, he would either have to use the Lightstream Wings or the eight-faced Buddhist mirror. Chapter 1959. The one who couldn't accept this the most was Qiu Wu. He'd come here with full confidence to deal with Qin Zhao. His arrogance, his conceit, and his confidence didn't allow for any mishaps. He had to be able to deal with Qin Zhao. He'd already made a big promise. How could anything happen to him in front of so many people, with experts from all over the mountain range watching? Why is there a Buddhist artifact? Where did this kid come from? Qiu Wu roared in his heart. This Buddhist artifact was too powerful. It actually blocked his nether light kill. How could this be? This was one of his strongest moves. How powerful was his immortal aura when he used it with all his might? How could it be completely blocked? Xiao Wu gnashed his teeth in anger. With a flip of his hand, a blood-red axe appeared in his grasp. The blood-red axe was creepy. It was blood-red all over, as if it had been drenched in blood. It exuded a thick stench of blood. Clearly, this axe had been stained with a great deal of blood. It must have been mixed with blood when it was forged. This axe was a little evil. The aura it exuded was unusually strong. It was clearly a mid-grade immortal artifact of excellent quality. Xiao Wu was completely enraged, so he used his most lethal move. Holding the blood-red axe, Xiao Wu's face was ferocious. It was as if he'd transformed into an evil demon. With a roar, he charged at Qin Xiao. Clearly, Xiao Wu's cultivation method was a little evil. He also had a strong murderous aura. Under the burning of the angry immortal power, he could push his power to the extreme, becoming incomparably terrifying and ferocious. Qin Xiao had heard people say that Xiao Wu was the disciple of the twin ghosts of Black and White. Qin Xiao had fought the twin ghosts of Black and White before, and had even suppressed them. As a Buddhist artifact, the eight-faced Buddhist mirror had a suppressive effect on evil energy. Now that Xiao Wu had released his murderous aura and revealed his evil energy, it naturally triggered the mirror. Go! Qin Xiao waved his hand, and the eight-sided Buddha mirror flew out. Buddhist light and Buddhist chants descended like the roar of the great Tao, enveloping Xiao Wu and trapping him in an eight-sided space. At the same time, Buddhist light and Buddhist chants filled the space. The murmurs of the great Tao suppressed all evil forces. Buddha's might was a power that could restrain evil, suppressing baleful aura. Hence, it was Xiao Wu's nemesis. Naturally, it also suppressed Xiao Ji, causing him to be in extreme pain, unable to walk out of the space of the eight-sided Buddha mirror. A three-step heavenly venerable who had been through a lot was actually suppressed by Qin Xiao. Thinking about it, it was really shocking. Gasps of surprise could be heard from all around. This Buddhist weapon is really powerful. It actually made Qiuming Town unable to fight back. In other words, if that first step heavenly venerate wants to, he can kill Xiao Wu. TSK, as expected of a Buddhist artifact, is indeed powerful and tyrannical. That Qin Xiao guy, does anyone know where he came from? I think he's just an ordinary disciple of Fuji Immortal Palace. He doesn't have any powerful background. Maybe he just relied on the might of the Buddhist weapon. I don't know how he got his hands on a Buddhist weapon. I can't figure it out. Yeah. Have you heard of non-Buddhist cultivators possessing Buddhist weapons? I've never heard of it before. Xiao has really failed miserably this time, kicking a hardboard. It's really satisfying to see this. I told you he was too arrogant, and that he would be punished sooner or later. Karma has indeed come. Do you guys think that Qin Xiao will really dare to kill Xiao Wu? I don't think so. After all, Xiao Wu is the disciple of the black-white double ghosts. Who would dare to provoke the black-white double ghosts? The black-white double ghosts are indeed powerful. Ordinary exalted immortals wouldn't dare to provoke them. But Qin Xiao has this Buddhist weapon. I don't think he would dare to, right? The Buddhist weapon is strong, but it shouldn't be enough to deal with the black-white double ghosts. After all, they're too strong. Qin Xiao had completely suppressed Xiao Wu. Xiao Yu and the other two stood there like wooden chickens with pale faces. They didn't know what to do and were completely dumbfounded. How could this be? Even his big brother was suppressed. How could this be? On the other side, Hao Guihu and Dao Hitai didn't look too good either. They had planned to attack Qin Xiao. They thought they knew Qin Xiao's background and had calculated Qin Xiao's strength. Therefore, they hadn't been careless. From the beginning, they had planned to join forces to deal with Qin Xiao. With the two of them working together, they were confident that they could trample on Qin Xiao. Even if they couldn't kill Qin Xiao, they wanted to humiliate him and injure him severely. However, the strength that Qin Xiao had now erupted with had truly shocked them. They knew that they had truly underestimated Qin Xiao. After more than 1,000,000 years, Qin Xiao's strength had improved a lot. He was no longer the Qin Xiao they knew. Moreover, he had a Buddhist weapon. How could they fight him? Qiu Wu's strength wasn't inferior to theirs, but he was still suppressed by Qin Shao. He didn't have much strength to fight back. If they joined forces, what would happen? This was the question that the two of them were seriously considering. He was pissed off, extremely pissed off. They thought they had it in the bag, but it turned out to be like this. Qin Shao, let go of my big brother, Qiu Yu said nervously. His voice was trembling, and he didn't have the slightest bit of confidence or strength. Qin Shao glanced at Qiu Yu coldly. This glance made Qiu Yu jump as if he had seen a ghost. His face instantly turned pale, and he took a few steps back. He was really scared. He was scared of Qin Shao. Facing Qin Shao, he felt a bit of fear. Therefore, he didn't dare to say anything more. He felt that if he said anything more, he would be in trouble. However, after struggling in his heart for a while, Qiu Yu summoned his courage and said, "Young Master Qin Shao, I admit defeat. I apologize to you. Please let go of my big brother. My big brother is the disciple of the twin heroes of Qiuling. I didn't lie to you. You can ask around. The twin heroes of Qiuling are also in Tianshan City. If you let go of my big brother now, we will admit defeat and leave immediately. We won't dare to provoke you again. If my big brother asks his masters for help, I'm afraid you won't have it easy either." He was half begging and half threatening. Qin Shao had heard that Qiu Wu was the disciple of the twin ghosts of Qiuling, so he wasn't surprised to hear Qiu Yu say this. So what? What's so great about being the disciple of the twin ghosts of Qiuling? Qin Shao curled his lip and said casually. There was even a hint of disdain in his tone. Such a tone obviously caused many people to choke. Qin Shao didn't even care about the twin heroes of Qiuling. The twin ghosts of Qiuling? Wasn't he a little too arrogant? The duo of hills and ridges were known for their ferocity. This was publicly acknowledged. Such a reputation was definitely not undeserved. It was earned through their true strength. In the entire southern wilderness, the twin ghosts of Qiuling were the most famous third-step celestial venerables. One had to know that the twin ghosts of Qiuling's famous battle had forced an exalted immortal to retreat. That had happened many years ago. The current twin ghosts of Qiuling probably had the strength to kill ordinary exalted immortals. How could Qin Shao speak so disdainfully to such powerful beings? His arrogance was boundless. Therefore, many people snorted disdainfully at Qin Shao and mocked him. Qiu Yu was rendered speechless. He was petrified on the spot. You. Trapped in the eight-sided space, Qiu Wu was furious. He roared, "Brat, you're so arrogant. How dare you disregard my master? You're courting death. Courting death. My master's name isn't something a one-step celestial venerate brat like you can offend. Do you think you can look down on everyone just because you have a Buddhist weapon?" Qin Shao looked at the crazed Qiu Wu and sneered. "You're just a loser. What courage do you have to speak of? What did I say? What right do you have to jump around here? Your master is the twin ghost of Qiuling, right? That's great. I've fought with your two masters before. Ask them to come and save you. I'll be waiting here." You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Qiu Wu naturally didn't believe Qin Shao. However, he knew that there was no way he could walk out of this eight-sided space. The only thing he could do was shamelessly ask for help. Fortunately, his two masters were also in Sky Mountain City. There was too much drama in this battle, so almost everyone in the Enlightenment Forest was drawn over to watch the battle. Heated discussions continued. Qin Zhao's name quickly spread through the crowd, stealing the limelight. A one-step celestial venerate puny immortal had toyed with a three-step celestial venerate like a fiddle. It was truly admirable. They admired Qin Zhao's courage, and even more admired Qin Zhao's strength. Others wondered if the twin ghosts of Qiuling would really come. If the twin ghosts of Black and White really came, they would not let Qin Shao off so easily, given their protective nature. It seemed that things wouldn't end so easily. There would be a good show to watch. At the very least, everyone thought that Qin Zhao's ability to suppress Qiu Wu was due to the might of his Buddhist weapon. He wasn't that strong himself. If he really went up against the twin ghosts of Qiuling, he'd definitely lose. Oomph. Suddenly, two thunderous snorts came from afar. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. Two shadows, one black and one white, rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Many third-step celestial venerates were shocked by their speed. Who is so arrogant and ignorant to dare bully my disciple? An incomparably furious voice rolled out, shaking the entire enlightenment forest. The twin ghosts of Qiuling were here. Hearing this voice, everyone knew that the black-white double demons had arrived. Many of them looked over in that direction. Qiu Yu's pale face was instantly filled with color. He laughed wildly, regaining his confidence. Glaring at Qin Shao, he said viciously, "Qin Shao, you little brat, your death is here. Umph, how dare you go against me? Let's see how you'll die later." "Master, save me." Qiu Wu hurriedly cried for help in the eight-sided space. "Umph, useless thing. A third-step celestial venerate actually suffered such a great loss. Let me see which blind fool dares to be so arrogant." This was the twin ghosts of Qiuling. Following his voice, the twin ghosts of Qiuling arrived. However, they didn't charge over. Instead, they suddenly stopped. Their eyes widened as they stared at Qin Shao. They stared at Qin Shao with a strange expression. Chapter 1960. After seeing Qin Shao, the black-white double ghosts, who had been overbearing and domineering just a moment ago, seemed to be frozen in place. Their expressions were also very interesting, and they kept changing between green and white. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Originally, everyone thought that there would be a good show to watch. On one side was the amazing Qin Shao, and on the other side was the infamous black-white double ghosts. They thought that a big battle would break out as soon as they met. Many people were even worried for Qin Shao. When the black-white double ghosts made their move, Qin Shao would have to suffer. However, to everyone's surprise, the black-white double ghosts were stunned when they saw Qin Shao. The moment they saw Qin Shao, their domineering aura seemed to be defeated in an instant. "It's you." After being stunned for a moment, the black-white double ghosts shouted angrily. However, there was a hint of reverence in their anger. After all, the black-white double ghosts had been suppressed by Qin Shao. Therefore, when facing Qin Shao, the black-white double ghosts were angry and a little afraid. They wanted to take revenge for what happened before, but they did not dare to act rashly again. They still had a lingering fear of what happened last time. Qin Shao looked at the black-white double ghosts and said indifferently, "Black-white double ghosts, we meet again so soon. Why? Do you want to fight with me again?" His casual words showed that he was very confident. Moreover, when others heard his words, they could feel something. The atmosphere was not right. The black-white double ghosts looked a little embarrassed, but they did not dare to act rashly. This place was destroyed by the immortals from all the mountains. If the same thing happened again, wouldn't their reputation be completely ruined? They were not sure that they could defeat Qin Shao, so the best way was not to fight. However, if they did not fight, how could they solve the problem? The black demon said with a cold face, "Qin Shao, let him go. I don't think I'm familiar with you." Qin Shao chuckled. She glanced at He Sha and said, "Your disciple wanted to kill me. If I let him go just because you asked me to, does that mean my dignity is worthless? I can let him go, but you have to give me an explanation, right?" Explanation? The black-white double ghosts' faces turned even uglier. They were the black-white double ghosts, the heroes of the hills. Even if it was an exalted immortal, they wouldn't think much of him. However, he did not expect that someone would demand an explanation from them today. Furthermore, this person was actually a first-step, celestial, venerable, junior immortal. This was something that was hard to believe. The surrounding people were even more shocked by the word explanation. The entire place fell silent, and everyone's gazes converged on this place. There is actually someone who wanted an explanation from the black-white ghosts? Wasn't this too unbelievable? If a fourth-step exalted immortal had said this, it would have been more acceptable. However, the person who said this was not an exalted immortal, but a first-step heavenly venerable junior immortal. This kind of feeling was like an ant saying this to an elephant. The huge contrast naturally made people feel very surprised. What surprised me even more was that the black-white double ghosts did not seem to be angry. They did not seem to want to fight with Qin Shao. This meant that the black-white double ghosts did not dare to fight with Qin Shao. Considering that they had met before, it was not difficult to guess that the black-white double ghosts might have fought with Qin Shao before, but they should have suffered losses. Otherwise, today's situation would not be like this. However, thinking of this possibility, many people gasped. The black-white double ghosts had suffered losses at the hands of Qin Shao. It was simply too inconceivable, too shocking. After the black-white double ghost expressions turned ugly, the black demon said, "What do you want?" There was a hint of weakness in his words. "It's very simple. Make your disciple apologize." Qin Shao said, "Just an apology?" Hearing Qin Zhao's request, the black-white double ghost couldn't help but be stunned. This request was really too small. They thought that Qin Shao would use this opportunity to demand an exorbitant price and bully them. Unexpectedly, Qin Shao did not do that and only asked for an apology. This request, in the context of the current situation, was simply insignificant. An apology in exchange for their lives. Many people would think this is a good deal, right? In fact, many of the onlookers were surprised. They thought it would be a good show, but now it seemed a little dramatic. Fine. The black-white double ghosts had reason to refuse such a request. If he did not even agree to this, then wouldn't he be forcing Qin Shao to make a move? Before the black-white double ghosts could speak, Qiu Wu, who had already begged for mercy, was not afraid to apologize. "Qin Shao, no, young Master Qin, Lord Qin, I know I was wrong. I had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai and offended Lord Qin. I know I was wrong. I sincerely apologize to Lord Qin. I hope Lord Qin will not lower himself to my level." Since Qiu had already apologized, this matter could be resolved. With a wave of his hand, Qin Shao retrieved the 8-sided Buddha mirror. Qiu Wu retreated behind the black-white double ghosts in a sorry state. "Trash, hurry up and scram." The black-white double ghosts angrily rebuked. Qiu Wu did not dare to stay any longer and ran away with his tail between his legs. Qiu Yu and the other two were so scared that they almost pissed their pants. They immediately ran after him. The black-white double ghost had lost some face. They did not stay any longer and quickly left. The farce came to an end just like that. Qin Shao actually scared off the black-white double ghosts with just a few words. This was definitely a guarantee of great strength. Otherwise, it would not have been possible. Heated discussions continued to ring out in the surroundings. Impossible, right? Can you believe it? Is this Qin Shao really that powerful? It doesn't make sense. I don't believe it either. After all, his cultivation level is there. No matter how strong a first step heavenly venerable is, how strong can he be? Could it be the power of that Buddhist artifact? The black-white double ghosts cultivate evil chi and evil techniques. They are naturally restrained by Buddhist artifacts. Maybe that's why the black-white double ghosts are so afraid. Impossible. Buddhist artifacts are indeed powerful, but no matter how powerful they are, they can't suppress the black-white double ghosts with just one Buddhist artifact. If the black-white double ghosts are really that weak, then they don't live up to their reputation. I think it's quite impossible. A Buddhist artifact alone can't be that powerful. Moreover, the Buddhist artifact's power can't be fully unleashed in Qin Zhao's hands. Does that mean that Qin Shao is still hiding some other harmful methods? It can't be that heaven-defying, right? Just how strong is he? Unfathomable. He's really a peerless monster. Too heaven-defying. Why do I feel like he's even more monstrous than the heavens chosen from the Fu De Immortal Palace? Qin Zhao's name was remembered by more and more people. The people there were powerhouses, geniuses, outstanding talents, and great immortals from all over the world. However, Qin Zhao's evilness still made those people feel that he was heaven-defying. They even felt a little ashamed of their own inferiority. Gui Haohu and Dao Hitai were a little dumbfounded. They froze on the spot in a daze, and their expressions became very complicated. Duan Feng and the other two's faces turned gloomy. They no longer looked as high-spirited as before. Only now did they realize that they had provoked a ruthless person. Even the black-white double ghosts had been scared off. How could they still dare to provoke him? Wouldn't that be making things difficult for themselves? How could Gui Haohu and Dao Hitai, who had originally wanted to take revenge, have the courage to do so now? They were very clear about the strength of the black-white double ghosts and had no doubts about it. Their combined strength was far from being a match for the black-white double ghosts, let alone Qin Shao, who had scared the black-white double ghost away. They were definitely no match for him. Wouldn't they be courting death if they tried to cause trouble for Qin Shao? However, they had been so overbearing and had wanted to kill Qin Shao just a moment ago. Now, it was very difficult for them to clean up the mess. They couldn't advance, but they couldn't retreat either. Qin Zhao's gaze landed on Gui Haohu and Dao Hitai. He pursed his lips and chuckled faintly. He didn't have much of an overbearing aura. Instead, he said casually, "Do you still want to continue? If you want to fight, then let's do it. I don't have that much time to accompany you. I still have to cultivate and comprehend." These words made Gui Haohu and Dao Hitai want to vomit blood. This was as good as not taking them seriously at all. But what could they do? Qin Shao indeed had such strength. He was so disdainful that he didn't take them seriously. Should they fight? Wouldn't that be akin to suicide? Should they not fight? How could they clean up the mess? However, no matter how they did not know how to clean up the mess, they could only give up now. Otherwise, even if they didn't lose their lives here, they would be severely humiliated and lose all their dignity. Ha ha ha. Gui Haohu suddenly laughed and spread his hands. "Junior brother Qin Shao, don't you think you've gone a little overboard? I was just joking with you. You didn't take it seriously, did you? We are brothers from the same sect. As your senior brother, how could I possibly attack you outside? Wouldn't that make us a laughing stock and become a laughing stock? We, the disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace, would never kill each other. We are all extremely united outside. Don't you think so, junior brother Qin Shao?" Qin Shao sneered inwardly. He naturally knew that Gui Haohu didn't mean what he said. He was just saying it to save some face. However, Qin Shao didn't want to make things too awkward. Besides, there was no point in doing so. It was enough to stop while he was ahead. If they continued, the ones who would be embarrassed wouldn't be them, but the dignity of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. The disciples of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace are naturally united and friendly outside. We would never kill each other. However, senior brother, your joke isn't funny at all. I think you should stop joking like this in the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good to hurt junior brother's comprehension, right? Qin Shao replied. Gui Haohu and Dao Hitai secretly sighed in relief when they heard Qin Zhao's words. Gui Haohu immediately nodded and said, "Ha ha ha, that's right. Senior brother's joke was a little overboard this time. I definitely won't joke like this in the future. All right, we still have some matters to attend to. We'll take our leave first. We'll meet again at the Dao Comprehension meeting." After saying that, Gui Haohu and the other four left. However, compared to when they had arrived, they were clearly overshadowed. Ha ha ha. After sending Gui Haohu and the other four off, Bai Shan laughed happily. That Hao Guihu is truly shameless. He actually dared to say such shameless words without blushing at all. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that he was a friendly person. However, forget it. We're all from the same sect. There's no need to make things so awkward. It's fine as long as it's about right. Chapter 1961. More and more experts rushed over from various ridges, and Heaven Mountain City became more and more lively. Especially Heaven Mountain. It felt like it was overcrowded. The Enlightenment Forest had a great reputation, so it naturally attracted more people to comprehend it. Therefore, this place was also crowded with people, and it was a boiling cauldron. Qin Shao became famous because he forced the black-white double ghost to retreat, and it felt like he had become a legend. There were also many people who coveted Qin Zhao's Buddhist weapon, but no one dared to provoke Qin Shao. After all, the black-white double ghost had always avoided him. A first-step heavenly venerable immortal could do this. In the entire southern wilderness, there was probably no other one who could do this. There were even many people who compared Qin Shao to the Sky Pride. The Sky Pride had a great reputation and was well known in the entire southern wilderness. It could be considered as a symbol of the Fu-Tu Immortal Palace. Now, there were many people who felt that Qin Zhao's talent and potential had surpassed the Sky Pride. If this trend continued, he might really be able to surpass the Sky Pride. However, Qin Shao turned a deaf ear to these external voices. He was fully immersed in comprehending the stone tablet. He was comprehending the word Lin left on the stone tablet by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Lin meant to be in the heart, and the heart must be as calm as still water and as stable as Mount Tai, combined with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the three tastes of 3 lifetimes. These things were very difficult to comprehend, but Qin Shao was never afraid of such challenges. The more difficult it was, the more challenging it was. To comprehend the profound meaning of the word Lin was naturally harder than ascending to heaven. One had to know that in the entire southern wilderness, there was only one person who had managed to comprehend it. Among the countless peerless geniuses, there was only one. This showed how terrifying the difficulty was. The word Lin was the 9 words mantra of the immortal Tao. It was the ultimate profound meaning, the core of the immortal Tao. Cultivation was about comprehending the Tao. For example, immortal skills, secret skills, and heaven and earth contain the laws of the Tao. However, these were not too profound. The 9 words mantra was the foundation of the Tao of righteousness. It was naturally profound. The more profound a Tao was, the harder it was to comprehend it. The character Lin descends upon the heavens and earth, stabilizes the heart of the heavens, calms the heavens, and draws the spirit of the heavens. Lin isn't a simple word. It's a Tao that gives birth to all things. It's a profound Tao that gathers together the incomparably profound foundation of the immortal Tao. This word is very simple, but the immortal Tao contained within it is boundless. 1 is 3. 3 gives birth to all things, and all things are boundless. Tao is the manifestation of the deepest level. It's like returning to one's natural state, bringing endless things back to their original state. The last word is honor. Profound, truly too profound. As expected of the immortal Tao 9 syllables mantra. You can only see a corner, but you can also see a huge mountain. How can it be so easy to comprehend a huge mountain with a small corner? Comprehending the Tao had always been an extremely difficult thing. It would also bring endless pain to people. The more one couldn't comprehend it, the more painful it would be. Once the pain started, it would be very difficult to erase it. If the pain continued to accompany him, then his cultivation would fall into a bad cycle. In the end, he could only give up his cultivation in pain. Therefore, in cultivation, overcoming the pain was also a huge challenge. Time continued to pass. After a while of excitement, the enlightenment forest gradually returned to its peaceful state. After comprehending for a while, those who didn't gain anything left one after another. They didn't spend much time in the enlightenment forest. In the blink of an eye, more than 9,000 years had passed. There were only 100 years left until the Enlightenment gathering. There was basically no one left in the Enlightenment forest. Everyone had rushed to the peak of the Heaven Mountain. They were either participating in the Enlightenment gathering or joining in the fun. Bai Shan and the other 2 had long stopped comprehending. In the past few years, other than trying to get their hands on the 3 tokens, they had spent the rest of their time here waiting for Qin Shao. This Qin Shao is really making us anxious. The Enlightenment gathering is about to begin. Why hasn't he stopped comprehending yet? If this drags on, we'll miss the Enlightenment gathering. Bai Shan said anxiously. It was indeed a little urgent. There were only 100 years left. Moreover, it would take some time for them to reach the peak of the Heaven Mountain. Therefore, Bai Shan had the urge to wake Qin Shao up. However, she was afraid that she would disturb Qin Zhao's cultivation. Let's wait a little longer. It won't take long to reach the peak of the Heaven Mountain. We can leave a year's time. Let's wait until the last moment and wake Qin Shao up. No matter what, we can't miss the Enlightenment gathering. Tai Yilong said. Fairy Zishang's spirited eyes flashed. Forget it. Let's wait a little longer. If it doesn't work, we'll leave first. There's no need to wake Qin Shao up. He always knows when to stop. If he's willing to stop comprehending, he'll definitely be able to do it. If he hasn't stopped comprehending, it means that he should be immersed in comprehending. Who knows, he might have a great harvest. He should be comprehending the Lin word. If he really comprehended the Lin word, the benefits would be much greater than participating in an enlightenment gathering. That being said, how could the Lin word be so easy to comprehend? In the past 10,000 epochs, only one person in the entire southern wasteland managed to comprehend the Lin word. In fact, Baishan and the others felt that it was very difficult. The possibility was very low. However, it wasn't impossible for Qin Shao to comprehend it. After all, Qin Shao had created many miracles along the way. He had given them too many surprises. Therefore, they felt that no matter what Qin Shao did, they could accept it. Then, why don't we leave first? Baishan said. She then added, since we won't disturb Qin Shao, we'll let Qin Shao decide for himself. If he doesn't gain much, he'll probably rush to participate in an enlightenment gathering. That Yu Qing has a token. You should be able to give it to Qin Shao. If he really gains something, he probably won't participate in an enlightenment gathering. It doesn't matter if he doesn't participate in an enlightenment gathering. Participating in an enlightenment gathering doesn't necessarily give him the right to comprehend the enlightenment tree. After all, among 1,000,000 people, I'm afraid only 3 to 5 people can obtain the right to comprehend the enlightenment tree. The ratio is too small. If there's a definite gain here, then let's focus on this place. Fairy Purple Chest and Tai Yulong hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The situation was indeed as Baishan had said. Indeed, it was meaningless for them to continue waiting here. Therefore, after a brief discussion, the 3 of them left. After the 3 of them left, the number of people in the Enlightenment Forest decreased. Only Qin Shao remained in front of the Heaven Mountain City, Lord's Stone Tablet. He was completely immersed in comprehending and cultivating. The Lin word descended upon heaven and earth, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to comprehend the supreme, immortal Tao. Qin Shao could no longer feel the passage of time. Therefore, the 10,000-year period of the Tao Enlightenment meeting was no longer important to him. He didn't intend to stop comprehending. Instead, he took advantage of the current momentum to continue comprehending. The peak of Heaven Mountain was bustling with noise and excitement. This was a rare occasion, a grand occasion for the entire southern wilderness. On the enormous Enlightenment Plaza of Heaven Mountain, millions of participants had already arrived and taken their seats. More than half of these participants were third-step celestial venerables. The rest were basically second-step celestial venerables. There were very few first-step celestial venerables. In truth, the first-step second celestial venerables were all here to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. There was no chance of them obtaining the right to meditate on the enlightenment tree. After all, there had never been such a precedent in all the previous enlightenment gatherings. Therefore, the enlightenment gathering was prepared for third-step celestial venerables. If their cultivation level was too low, it would be difficult for them to gain anything from meditating on the enlightenment tree. Third-step celestial venerables were just right. There was a high platform at the bottom of the Enlightenment Plaza. On a throne sat a man with a smile on his face. He gave off a very amiable feeling. He wore plain clothes, and his face was slightly round. It was hard to see how sharp he was. Therefore, he gave off a very amiable feeling. One could not see a trace of majesty or sharpness on his face. He gave people the feeling that he was a kind uncle from next door. The aura on his body was also very faint. One could not even sense any aura at all. This kind of feeling was similar to the feeling that a mortal being gave off. It was as light as the wind, as if there was no sense of existence or majesty. However, everyone knew that the person sitting on the throne was none other than the Heaven Mountain City Lord. He was one of the top experts in the entire southern wasteland. He stood at the peak, a supreme expert, and an incomparably mysterious existence. Beside the Heaven Mountain City, Lord stood a man. The sharpness on his body was released without any concealment. He was like a peerless treasure sword, shining with a sharpness that could illuminate everything. His sharp edges made him look especially resolute and cold. Just his face alone was like a piece of 1,000-year-old ice. It was so cold that it made one's heart tremble. His aura was incomparably powerful. This person was the Heaven Mountain City Lord's disciple, his only personal disciple, young Master Shingen. He was also the only person in 10,000 universe epochs who had comprehended the Lin word. It was a pity that this peerless genius had been immersed in 100 universe epochs and was still stuck at the fourth step heavenly venerable realm. However, no one knew how strong he was. They only knew that he rarely made a move and almost never went out. Although his sharpness was ostentatious, he did not reveal it. Perhaps it was because the Heaven Mountain City had always been very low-key, so the Heaven Mountain City Lord definitely did not want his disciple to be too ostentatious. Everyone's gaze landed on the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Countless people held incomparable admiration for the Heaven Mountain City Lord. At this moment, they finally saw his true appearance. The Heaven Mountain City Lord stood up and swept his gentle gaze across the crowd. There was a thick smile on his face. It was an incomparably amiable smile. The Heaven Mountain City Lord did not say anything, but it was better than saying anything. He only smiled at the crowd. Just an amiable gaze was enough to excite them and make their blood boil. If one were to talk about not putting on airs, the Heaven Mountain City Lord would definitely be the first among all the ancient saints in the Southern Wasteland. The Tao Enlightenment meeting had officially begun. After it began, even those with tokens could not enter again. If they missed it, they had missed it. They could only wait for the next session. This had always been the rule. A white-haired old man walked forward. Although he had the demeanor of a transcendent being, he was also very kind and amiable. There was a slight smile on his face that was like a gentle breeze, which invisibly shortened the distance between him and the others. However, from his aura, one could tell that he was an extremely powerful fourth-step heavenly venerable. Obviously, the Tao Enlightenment meeting this time was hosted by this old man. Chapter 1962. The Tao Enlightenment meeting had already begun, but Qin Shao still hadn't appeared. Bai Shan and the other two had been waiting. Although they didn't think that Qin Shao would definitely appear, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing that Qin Shao didn't appear. They just felt that they had missed a very good opportunity. The Tao Enlightenment meeting was really something that could only be encountered by chance. It was rare for it to be held once, and it usually took hundreds or even thousands of years. Such a period of time was actually quite long. With Qin Zhao's strength, if he really came to participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting, he actually had a high chance of winning a spot. To be able to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment tree was definitely a very good opportunity for Qin Shao to improve. It might even help Qin Shao break through to the second step of the heavenly venerable realm. There were many examples of people being able to improve by one realm after comprehending the Tao Enlightenment tree. Qin Zhao's talent was so heaven-defying, and his comprehension ability was extraordinary. There was still a high chance that he could succeed. It was indeed a pity. Comparatively speaking, Bai Shan and the other two felt that the possibility of comprehending the Lin word wasn't high. Because of the incident with the black-white double demons, Qin Zhao's reputation had spread. Although they didn't see Qin Shao participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting, there were still many discussions. Why is that monster called Qin Shao fine? It's a pity that we didn't see him fight with the black-white double demons. I wanted to see how strong he was at the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Yeah, since I came to Heaven Mountain City, I heard the most about the monster Qin Shao. I really wanted to meet him. He actually didn't participate in the Tao Enlightenment meeting. When I saw him in the Tao Enlightenment forest, I saw that he was immersed in comprehending the stone steel. Could it be that he comprehended something? That's impossible. How can anyone comprehend the stone steel of the Heaven Mountain City Lord? I think it's most likely that he's guilty and afraid. Maybe he feels that he will be targeted by many if he becomes famous. That's why he's afraid. His strength is probably due to the advantage of the Buddhist artifact. At the Tao Enlightenment meeting, no. He must use the Buddhist artifact. That's true. If there's a spar at the Tao Enlightenment meeting, they probably won't use Buddhist artifacts. It's possible that they're afraid. When the twin ghosts of Black and White, Qiu Wu, Hao Guihu, and Dao Hitai saw that Qin Shao did not attend the Tao Enlightenment meeting, they were all in a good mood. The Tao enlightenment meeting this time was also slowly unfolding in a spectacular manner. However, the excitement here was destined to have nothing to do with Qin Shao. Qin Shao was still immersed in the emotions of the Lin mantra, as if she was wandering on a vast and boundless ocean. Qin Shao could vaguely see the tip of the iceberg. She was trying hard to catch it, but she was hit by one huge wave after another, forcing her back. The heart must be calm, steady, calm, and absolutely steady. True word of Lin, spiritual energy of heaven and earth, seal of Akala. The Wisdom King does not move. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is used to form a seal. The Wisdom King seal is formed. With the Tao as the brush, the Dharma as the ink, and the supreme spiritual energy of heaven and earth as the paper. Drawing out the Akala seal is the key to success or failure. Whether or not I can comprehend the profundity of the word appear will depend on whether I can successfully accomplish this. Only by accomplishing this will I be able to unleash the Tao art and unleash the supreme divine might of the word appear. It is indeed difficult to accomplish, but it's not impossible to give it a try. The harder the challenge, the more meaningful it is. On the other side, a majestic carriage sped in their direction. The chariot was made entirely out of glittering gold crystals and was extremely valuable. It was probably worth at least 1,000,000 chaos source stones. Even poorer august immortals might not be able to produce so many chaos source stones, but this carriage was already so valuable. It was clear to see how powerful the owner of the carriage was. The carriage was pulled by 8 enormous beasts over 10 meters tall, their auras unusually frightening. Anyone who recognized these beasts would be able to tell that they were extremely ferocious abyss liger beasts. Adult abyss liger beasts could grow up to 10 meters tall and nearly 20 meters long. In terms of body size, they were rather large. They looked ferocious and terrifying, giving off the impression that they were extremely dangerous existences. Although adult abyss liger beasts were only equivalent to second step heavenly venerables, their auras were still extremely frightening. Just these 8 abyss liger beasts alone were enough to crush many third step heavenly venerables. Such extravagance shocked many people. Along the way, passers-by all retreated far away for fear of being caught in the crossfire. It's the Shi family's carriage. Only exalted immortal Shi is qualified to drive it, right? Yes, it must be exalted immortal Shi's carriage. It looks like it's going to enlightenment forest. What is exalted immortal Shi going there for? I don't know. This aura feels a bit strange. Something must be about to happen, right? Why don't we follow and take a look? I heard a rumor. It said that 10,000 years ago, a young master named Qin Shao killed one of young master Shi Rinlong's clones in Blossom Tower and offended the Shi family. It's possible that exalted immortal Shi is going to cause trouble for Lord Qin Shao. Are you serious? I heard this rumor too, but I thought it was fake, so I didn't pay much attention to it. It can't be true, right? Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Although Lord Qin Shao is only a first step heavenly venerate, his strength is too heaven-defying. Even the black-white double ghosts were scared off by him. Haha, what are we waiting for when there's such a good show? Let's go and watch the show. The Shi family's carriage led the way majestically. Those who heard the commotion also followed closely behind, all the way to Enlightenment Forest. The news spread quickly, and many people rushed over. There was a good show to watch, and there was no shortage of spectators anywhere. On the giant carriage, the aura was somewhat gloomy and oppressive. At the front of the giant carriage stood a mighty man in golden armor. His body exuded a peerless sharpness and an incomparably domineering aura. He gave people the feeling that he was a god of war who walked out of the battlefield, exuding an invincible aura. This aura must have been tempered by hundreds of battles. This was a sharp, murderous aura. Without enough blood on one's hands, such an aura could not be precipitated. This person was none other than immortal Shi, the head of the Shi family, the favorite general of the Tianshan City Lord, and the supreme commander of the Tianshan Ridge. Therefore, immortal Shi was also known as General Shi. It was said that he preferred others to call him General Shi. After all, many people had the title of immortal. However, not everyone could have the title of general. General Shi put his hands behind his back. His sharp eyes looked ahead and locked onto a figure in enlightenment forest from afar. His eyes were as sharp as knives, possessing a terrifying lethality. Those eyes were enough to make even a great immortal shiver inwardly, not daring to meet his gaze. The sharpness was oppressive. There were several figures standing behind General Shi. They were the great immortals of the Shi family. Great immortal Shi Hai, who wanted to attack Qin Shao, was among them. Xiranlong's original body was also there, along with 3 other great immortals. 1 immortal, 4 great immortals, and Xiranlong, a second-step celestial master. Such a team was powerful enough. This time, the Shi family was basically going all out. Very quickly, the giant chariot arrived at the enlightened Dao forest. Its powerful aura was like a tsunami, surging violently towards Qin Shao. In terms of momentum, it was about to suppress Qin Shao. Behind it, countless onlookers followed. They did not dare to enter the enlightenment forest area, so they stayed outside to watch from afar. Patriarch Qin Shao is over there. He did not participate in the enlightenment gathering. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. When Xiranlong saw Qin Shao, who was comprehending under the stone tablet, he immediately gritted his teeth. His hatred was monstrous, and he wanted to kill him. Boom! General Shi waved his hand, and the 8 abyssal liger beasts stopped in unison. The giant carriage also landed steadily on the ground. Roar! 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 The 8 abyssal liger beasts opened their huge mouths and roared angrily in Qin Zhao's direction. It was as if thunder had struck, shaking the entire enlightenment forest. Many of the onlookers outside felt uncomfortable from the shock. Hearing this ferocious roar, everyone was shocked. Just thinking about it made them feel terrified. Many people broke out in cold sweat for Qin Shao. Qin Zhao's reputation had spread throughout the Heaven Mountain city after he had forced the black-white double demons to retreat. Many people knew that there was such a peerless monster. Naturally, many people admired such a peerless genius. Qin Shao, who was immersed in meditation and cultivation, suddenly felt a great danger. A powerful aura pressed down on him, and a roar shook him out of his meditation. Being forcefully interrupted when one was in the midst of cultivation was a very infuriating thing. Qin Shao felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He only needed to seize an opportunity to break through in one fell swoop and comprehend the profound meaning of the Lin mantra. But at this critical moment, he was interrupted by someone. How could Qin Shao not be angry? What a powerful aura! Qin Shao, who had withdrawn from his cultivation, was furious. But in an instant, his brows were deeply furrowed, and his expression was a little dignified. With such a powerful aura, Qin Shao guessed that the exalted immortal of the Shi family had arrived. Sure enough, Qin Shao turned around and saw General Shi and the others standing on the giant carriage, looking down at him as if he was an ant. The 8 abyssal liger beasts were also extremely ferocious and bloodthirsty. When they looked at Qin Shao, it was very frightening. An incomparably powerful aura shrouded Qin Shao within it. Baleful killing intent filled the entire space. The pressure of the immortal might was like a huge mountain that smashed onto Qin Zhao's body time and time again, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. If Qin Zhao's state of mind was a little weaker, he would not have the courage to stand there in the face of such a powerful aura. But Qin Shao was not afraid at all. He still stood there with his back straight, like a spear, with his own sharpness. Qin Zhao's eyes met General Shi's, and their gazes collided. Although he could feel the peerless sharpness of General Shi's gaze, Qin Shao felt very uncomfortable. It was as if a sharp sword was constantly piercing Qin Zhao's heart, forcing Qin Shao to bow his head. But Qin Shao refused to bow his head and showed no signs of weakness. The corners of General Shi's eyes twitched slightly. He had never seen a first-step celestial master boy who could look him in the eyes without showing the slightest fear. Could this monster be a reincarnated person? There were also some ancient fourth-step celestial masters, half-step ancient saints, and even some ancient saints who had been reincarnated. Once these ancient reincarnated people awakened their memories, they would indeed have a very strong state of mind. But generally, once they awakened their memories, their cultivation realm would improve in a very short time, unless they deliberately did not break through and maintain their first-step celestial master realm. Chapter 1963. Therefore, for a moment, General Shi felt that he could not see through the boy in front of him. He was only a first-step celestial master, but he was not affected by his chi pressure at all. Previously, he had suppressed immortal Chio with his Buddhist weapon and forced the black and white double ghosts to retreat. But now he could withstand such a powerful chi pressure not because of his weapon, but because of his own strength. How dare you, Qin Shao? Why don't you kneel down and salute our ancestor? Seeing that Qin Shao still dared to stand there so calmly without being affected in the slightest, Xiranlong shouted with incomparable arrogance. With the presence of the ancestor, he was naturally full of confidence. The pain of losing his doppelganger, the great shame, and the dignity of the Shi family would be recovered today. He wanted to tell the world that the Shi family could not be provoked. Those who dared to damage the dignity of a Shi family must be punished. Qin Shao looked at the arrogant Xiranlong and sneered. It's your ancestor, not my ancestor. Why should I kneel down? When I see the upper mortals of my sect, I only need to salute slightly. Is your ancestor so special that I have to kneel down to him when I see him? Even when I see the ancient sage, I have never knelt down to salute him. Is your ancestor more powerful than the ancient sage? You. Hearing Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort, Xiranlong was obviously furious. He pointed at Qin Zhao's nose and said angrily with a livid face, How dare you, Qin Shao? How dare you say such disrespectful words in front of my ancestor? You're courting death. Qin Shao sneered disdainfully. Are you too much of a lackey, or do you think too highly of yourself? Do you always think that others should be ants that should be trampled on by your Shi family? A man's knees are gold. In my life, I, Qin Shao, will only kneel to the sky, the earth, and my parents and master. What right does your ancestor have to make me, Qin Shao, kneel down to him? Whether you respect him or not depends on whether you kneel down or not. The words of a lackey like you are really laughable. When you see an exalted immortal, will you kneel and greet him? I respect General Shi, but it seems that your Shi family is here to make trouble for me. So why should I be polite to you? You put a knife to my neck, and you want me to thank you? It's simply ridiculous. At this point, more and more people had gathered to watch, forming a large circle around the entire enlightenment forest. Qin Zhao's words were like a clap of thunder, exploding in the minds of countless people. The Shi family was overbearing. At this time, everyone could see that they were obviously here to make things difficult for Qin Shao. No matter how strong Qin Shao was, he was definitely not strong enough in front of the Shi family. He was definitely the weaker party. However, even though he was at a disadvantage, Qin Shao was still fearless. He had no intention of lowering his head, nor did he show any signs of weakness. Instead, he gave tit for tat and displayed his full strength. Such a move was really admirable and respectable. Xiranlong's face turned green, and he couldn't say a word. He wanted to take this opportunity to make things difficult for Qin Shao, but he didn't expect to be humiliated by Qin Shao instead. General Shi's eyes suddenly flashed with a strange cold light. He glared fiercely at Qin Shao, and a majestic voice came out of his mouth. What if I want you to kneel down? His voice was fierce, domineering, and supreme. As soon as General Shi spoke, there was a supreme, immortal pressure. How powerful was the oppression of an exalted immortal? In the face of such an overbearing oppression from General Shi, who wanted him to kneel down without saying anything, Qin Shao was angry. Qin Shao had thought about whether General Shi would take action personally, but he thought that the possibility was not high. If General Shi took action personally because of this matter, it would be too much of a bully, and it would be bad for General Shi's reputation if word got out. However, he didn't expect that General Shi would take action personally and bring such a powerful force to oppress Qin Shao. He was determined to stand up for Shi Renlong and win back the face of the Shi family. However, how could Qin Shao bow his head? So what if he was an exalted immortal? So what if all the elites of the Shi family came out? What did Qin Shao have to be afraid of? At worst, he would fight with his life. With the flowing light wings and the Buddhist weapon in hand, these two treasures were comparable to upper-grade, immortal-grade treasures. At least, Qin Shao still had the ability to save his life. Of course, if General Shi was desperate, it would be a little dangerous. However, there was no other way. What else could he do when he was being bullied at his door? If he was forced to a dead end, he could only fight. With a determined face, Qin Shao looked up at General Shi coldly and said, "If you don't kneel, what do you want to do, General Shi? Could it be that General Shi wants to take action personally to deal with me, a small first step celestial master? Haha, if General Shi is willing to take action, then I, Qin Shao, am willing to accompany you for a while. Even if I lose, it's enough to be proud of. Losing to an ascendant immortal is something that I, Qin Shao, can brag about. I've already said that it's impossible for me, Qin Shao, to kneel down. General Shi, if you want to avenge Shi Renlong, then just do it. I, Qin Shao, will accompany you to fight. What's there to be afraid of?" How heroic! But he was also arrogant enough. Many people had heard of Qin Zhao's frivolity, and some had even seen it. Wasn't he also arrogant when he shouted at the black-white double ghosts? Now, in front of General Shi, he could still be so frivolous and heroic. They had no choice but to admire him. Many people really prostrated themselves in admiration toward Qin Shao. A first-step celestial master dared to speak to a fourth-step celestial master in such a way. It was simply unimaginable. This was a slap to General Shi's face on the spot. Since General Shi had said so, how could he be slapped in the face so easily? "Qin Shao, how dare you?" Great immortal Shi Hai roared furiously. He pointed at Qin Shao and said, "Don't refuse to give up until you see the coffin. My ancestor originally wanted to give you a way out, but it seems like you just have to walk down the path of death. Then you can't blame others. If my ancestor wanted to kill you, why would he talk so much nonsense with you? He would just come over and kill you directly. It's precisely because my ancestor is benevolent that he doesn't want to bully the young. But the dignity of my Shi family can't be trampled on like this, so he gave you a chance to admit your mistake. But you, boy, don't know how to appreciate kindness and dare to speak rudely. Are you tired of living? Do you really think that we can't do anything to you? Where does your blind confidence come from? I'll give you another chance to admit your mistake. If you kneel down now, we can still talk about it. We won't kill you. If you continue to be stubborn, then don't say that our Shi family bullied you. You brought this upon yourself. You can't blame anyone. The anger of the Shi family made all the onlookers keep quiet out of fear. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Many of them broke out in a cold sweat. This aura was so oppressive that it made the space extremely tense and oppressive. Many people's hearts were tense to the extreme. They were really worried for Qin Shao. It really gave people the feeling that he was courting death. Ha! However, Qin Shao suddenly burst into laughter. His laughter was so cynical. He said coldly, "You won't kill me? What a pity. Ha! Don't you think it's ridiculous? It's easy to kill someone, but it's hard to humiliate someone. A tree has its bark, while a person has his face. Humiliating me like this is even worse than killing me. If you have the ability, then just kill me. You want to humiliate me like this? Do you think I will let you do as you wish? If you want to kill me, then kill me. You don't have to use such a cheap excuse. It's really funny. General Shi, I don't think you need to talk nonsense. You brought the elites of the Shi family out to suppress me. Qin Shao, don't you want to take my life? If that's the case, then just do it. Why do you need to use flowery words? Don't you think that's too hypocritical?" Qin Zhao's words were like a sharp knife that cut through all the hypocritical masks. He didn't beat around the bush in the slightest, nor was he afraid of offending General Shi. He didn't hold back and went straight to the point. His attack was accurate and ruthless. Of course, it was also the most infuriating. However, Qin Xiao didn't care. Anyway, he didn't think that he could reconcile with the Shi family. Such a thing was bound to be a big battle. Qin Xiao had expected all of this and had already prepared for the worst. Even if he was still the weaker party, he could only fight. If he could save his life, that was enough. He couldn't care so much about other things. Qin Xiao's only wish was to preserve his life. He had also calculated that if he tried his best, he should still be able to save his life. Moreover, at this time, the Lord of Tianshan City was holding an enlightenment meeting, which was a grand event in Tianshan City. If he really made too much noise, then perhaps the Lord of Tianshan City would intervene. The Lord of Tianshan City was incomparably benevolent. He was very friendly to the world and almost didn't stain his hands with blood. If the Lord of Tianshan City intervened, then General Shi wouldn't dare to do anything. Qin Xiao had calculated all of this before. If everything went according to his plan, then no matter what, he could save his life. That was enough. For his dignity, for the justice in his heart, and for Qin Xiao's principles, he felt that it was worth it no matter how big the price he had to pay. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Shi Hai and the other three immortals leaped into the air, landed on the ground, and surrounded Qin Xiao. The four great immortals surrounded Qin Xiao and formed a killing array. They were going to fight for real. Qin Xiao, you brought about your own death. Today you must die. You must die. If you don't die, it will be hard to vent the hatred in my heart. Shi Renlong's face was full of a twisted smile. For more than 10,000 years, he had been suffering. He couldn't wait for Qin Xiao to die. Today, his dream was going to come true. He was going to get his shame back. General Shi still stood on the giant chariot with his hands behind his back, looking down. Obviously, he didn't intend to take action. It was just dealing with a first-step celestial venerable boy. If he took action, it would indeed be too much of a bully, and he would only be criticized by others. The four great immortals of the Shi family were enough. Seeing Shi Hai and the other three, Qin Xiao frowned coldly. The situation was a bit pressing, but Qin Xiao wasn't afraid. Qin Xiao had already planned for the situation where General Shi would personally take action, let alone the four great immortals. However, Qin Xiao was clearly aware that if he defeated Shi Hai's group of four, then General Shi would still make a move. Since he had gone crazy today, he might as well go crazy until the end. Young people should be frivolous, and they should be frivolous when they succeed. Frivolity wasn't arrogance, but the courage of young people. Chapter 1964. It was Qin Xiao's first time fighting four great immortals at the same time. Against the combined power of four great immortals, even ordinary exalted immortals would have no choice but to retreat instead of daring to challenge them. Since he was going to fight this battle, he should fight with his hot-bloodedness if he was young and frivolous. Facing the four great immortals of Shi Hai, Qin Xiao didn't show any signs of weakness. Instead, he was in high spirits and full of fighting spirit. Sparks of battle were flickering in his eyes. Qin Xiao was ready to use all his means. He would have to fight with his life on the line today. A great battle was about to break out. The atmosphere became even more tense and oppressive. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder, causing all the onlookers to hold their breaths. Such a great battle hadn't happened in Sky Mountain City for many years. After all, Sky Mountain City was widely recognized as a city of peace. There were very few battles here. Even if there were, they were mostly small skirmishes. It was the first time that General Shi had personally led the elites of the Shi clan out for today's battle. At the peak of Sky Mountain, the Tao Enlightenment Gathering was being held. A great battle was about to break out in the Tao Enlightenment Forest. There was a sharp contrast between the two. Silence. The entire place was dead silent. It was as if the entire space had been frozen. There wasn't a single sound coming out of it. It grew quieter and quieter, as if time was slowly coming to a stop. Space was frozen, and everything stopped. Calm the heart, calm the mind, calm everything, calm the world. It was strangely quiet, but it surprisingly touched Qin Xiao's heart. As soon as the thought touched him, it was as if a beam of light had descended. Qin Shao was suddenly enlightened and lit up a bright lamp in his heart, illuminating the darkness. Qin Shao could see the tip of the iceberg of the word Lin more clearly. When the heart moved, the willpower and spiritual power moved, and when heaven and earth moved, the Tao moved. When the Tao moved, heaven and earth roared. The stone tablet suddenly released a beam of light that soared into the sky and shone brightly. Following the light that soared into the sky was a long cry that resounded through the world, shocking the 9 heavens. What was going on? This sudden and unexpected event caused the great immortal Shi Hai and the others who were about to make a move to look at each other, and their faces were covered in surprise. The onlookers widened their eyes as they looked at the stone tablet in bewilderment. They had never seen such a situation before. The stone steel is humming. Could it be? General Shi's eyes paused on the stone tablet for a moment, and he couldn't help but have a thought. Thinking of this, General Shi couldn't help but frown slightly with a surprised expression. Qin Zhao's mind was also affected by the stone tablet's chime. Many thoughts came to his mind. Qin Zhao's heart was once again immersed in comprehending the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra. The iceberg was now clearly visible. What Qin Zhao needed to do now was to grab hold of the iceberg and comprehend the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra. Now, Qin Zhao had seen the light. As long as he worked hard to approach this light, he would succeed. The success he could see was right in front of him. This was a huge breakthrough, and Qin Zhao was overjoyed. For over 10,000 years, he had been working hard to achieve this breakthrough. Who would have thought that he would actually trigger the stone tablet chime just now and grab hold of this opportunity in one fell swoop? What's going on? Why is the stone tablet emitting a chime and emitting immortal light? I've seen the stone tablet countless times over the years, but I've never seen such a situation. That's right. Great immortal Shi Hai and the others are also stunned. They don't have any intention of making a move. Could it be that Qin Zhao triggered the stone tablet's chime? I've heard that when young Master Xing and was comprehending the stone tablet, he triggered its chime. Later on, he comprehended the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra and was accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. That can't be right. You mean to say that Lord Qin Zhao's current situation is the same as young Master Xing An's? Could it be that he comprehended the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra? That's impossible, right? That's right. It shouldn't be possible, right? Lord Qin Zhao has only been comprehending the stone tablet for 10,000 years, right? Moreover, in the past 10,000 epochs, only young Master Xing and comprehended the profound meaning behind the Lin mantra. Could Lord Qin Zhao be so heaven-defying? At the peak of Heaven Mountain, Tao Comprehension Plaza. This place was intense and lively. This was a rare opportunity. Tao comprehension and Tao discussion was also the main theme of this Tao comprehension meeting. Geniuses from various ridges and third-step celestial venerables were all gathered together. This was definitely an extremely rare opportunity to meet. Using this opportunity, the geniuses from various ridges could familiarize themselves with each other and get to know each other. Secondly, they could also discuss Tao and exchange pointers together, improving each other's strength. The benefits were endless. Moreover, the Heaven Mountain City Lord had set up many projects with the goal of allowing the geniuses from various ridges to benefit as much as possible. The clashes, exchanges, and discussions between geniuses would naturally create some intense sparks. Therefore, the atmosphere here quickly became very strong. With a good atmosphere, this event was already more than half successful. With such an opportunity, the Heaven Mountain City Lord naturally wouldn't be stingy. He personally explained and imparted Tao, explaining his deep understanding of Tao. To the geniuses participating in the Tao comprehension meeting, an extremely experienced ancient saint personally imparting Tao was something they all yearned for. It was as if they had obtained a treasure. Suddenly, a loud cry resounded through heaven and earth. The sudden sound made the originally lively Enlightenment Square quiet down. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the sound, but they obviously couldn't see the specific location. Why would there be such a loud cry? Hearing the cry, the Heaven Mountain City Lord's eyes couldn't help but twitch. Shortly after, a smile appeared on his face. With a move of his body, he actually disappeared from the spot without a trace. Young Master Xing and raised his eyebrows slightly, then turned into a stream of light and left. The Heaven Mountain City Lord and young Master Xing and both left Dao Comprehension Plaza one after another without saying a word. This made everyone a little confused, not knowing what had happened. However, when they thought about it, it shouldn't be something bad. After a moment of silence, an uproar broke out in the Enlightenment Square as well, and there was a lot of discussion. Who knows what's going on? What was that loud cry just now? The stone tablet is ringing. Someone has comprehended the word Lin. What? Someone is going to comprehend the word Lin? It can't be, right? There's such a thing about the stone tablet ringing? Then who could be so heaven-defying? Could it be Qin Shao? Didn't I see that Qin Shao comprehending and cultivating in front of the stone tablet? He seemed to be immersed in it. He didn't participate in the Dao Comprehension meeting either. Was he the one who caused the stone tablet to ring? Other than Qin Shao, there shouldn't be anyone else, right? I'm also thinking that he can't really be so heaven-defying, right? How long did young Master Xing and comprehend and cultivate back then before he could cause the stone tablet to ring? It should be far more than 10,000 years, right? If I didn't remember wrongly, young Master Xing and should have used a total of 100,000 years to cause the stone tablet to ring, right? Yes, it was 100,000 years. I remember there was a record of this. In the 10,000 epochs of the universe, young Master Xing and is the first person to comprehend the word Lin. Now, is young Master Xing and's record going to be broken? Haha, you making me want to go and see what's going on. Hearing the heated discussions, everyone's hearts started to stir. There were indeed many people who want to go and take a look. However, the Dao Comprehension meeting was still going on, so they naturally couldn't leave. Bai Shan and the other two looked at each other with excitement and joy. They naturally knew that if the stone tablet was really ringing like what was said, it had to be Qin Shao. When they left, only Qin Shao was there. Furthermore, they felt that if Qin Shao didn't participate in the Dao Comprehension meeting, it was very likely that he had comprehended something. The situation was indeed like that. Who would have thought that Qin Shao would be able to cause the stone tablet to ring so quickly? It was truly heaven-defying. Ha ha ha, Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao. How much of a monster are you? TSK, we've been watching you create miracles along the way, watching your heaven-defying actions. It's really a huge blow to us. Haha, but we're still happy to receive such a blow. It's worth it. Bai Shan laughed heartily. He was really happy for Qin Shao. Perhaps a magnificent feat was about to be born. Some people were happy, while others were worried. How Guihu and Dao Hitai's faces alternated between green and white. It was an interesting sight to behold. If this situation was true, it would be hard for them to accept it. The more monstrous Qin Shao was, the more the hatred and dignity of their two families would be lost. Not only would they not be able to get it back, but they would also be ruthlessly stepped on by Qin Shao. After all, Dao Hifeng and Hao Guixian only lost their clones. Their true bodies were still alive. With Qin Zhao's personality, as long as he had the strength, he would definitely kill Dao Hifeng and Hao Guixuan's true bodies. Regarding this, Qin Shao had already said before, so the two couldn't help but be worried. They weren't worried before, but now they couldn't help but be worried. In the past, no matter how monstrous Qin Shao was, he would only be able to become a high immortal. Both their families had high immortals, so they weren't afraid of one high immortal. However, if Qin Shao could really comprehend the Lin word, then it would be so heaven-defying that it was terrifying. Once he became an ascendant immortal, Qin Zhao's strength would definitely be terrifyingly strong. More importantly, if Qin Shao could really comprehend the Lin word, would he be accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord? The twin fiends of black and white and Xiao Wu's expressions were ugly. The twin fiends of black and white still wanted to take revenge on Qin Shao, so they naturally couldn't accept that Qin Shao had caused the stone tablet to ring. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. The city lord has something to do, and we'll be back later. Let's continue with our Tao enlightenment meeting. Since the city lord isn't here, this old Taoist will be in charge, the white-haired high immortal said, pulling everyone's attention back. The Tao enlightenment meeting continued. However, this matter clearly affected everyone's minds, so it couldn't be as lively as before. On the other side, Shihai and the other three were stunned for a while, but they immediately recovered. However, the four of them didn't dare to attack again. Instead, they looked at General Shi for advice. They naturally knew what the situation was, so how would they dare to act recklessly again? General Shi's expression became complicated. To be able to cause the stone tablet to ring, how could he not know that Qin Shao had comprehended the profundity of the Lin word? If he continued, he would comprehend the Lin word. Such a magnificent feat was only the second person after young Master Xing and in all the years of the universe. Should he continue attacking, or should he give up? If he gave up, then this matter wouldn't be mentioned again in the future. General Shi would be completely disgraced today. Chapter 1965. Qin Shao wasn't an ant that could be easily manipulated. Even if they continued to attack, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything to him. More importantly, once the stone tablet rang, the city lord would probably descend soon. If the city lord saw this scene when he descended, how would he explain it? After weighing the pros and cons in his heart, General Shi knew that he couldn't attack anymore. Therefore, he could only wave his hand at Shihai and the others, indicating that they should stop. In fact, great immortal Shihai and the others also knew that it wasn't appropriate for them to attack anymore. After seeing General Shihai's decision, they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. As expected, a ray of light descended, and two figures descended one after another. When they saw the two figures, General Shi, immortal Shihai, and the others bowed respectfully. Most of the people in the surroundings were the people of Heaven Mountain City, so they naturally recognized that it was the city lord and young Master Xing and who had descended. They all bowed respectfully. The prestige of the Heaven Mountain City lord in Heaven Mountain City was supreme, and no one could shake it. He was an incomparably respected king in everyone's hearts. Although he had always considered himself as the city lord, in the hearts of the people of Heaven Mountain City, he was the supreme king. The Heavenly Mountain City lord glanced at immortal Shihai and the other three immortals. Being glanced at by the Heavenly Mountain City lord, the four immortals started to think, will the Heavenly Mountain City lord blame us? However, the city lord didn't get angry. He only waved his hand at the four of them, indicating for them to leave. Only then did great immortal Shihai and the others feel relieved. How would they dare to stay any longer? They quickly left and returned to the huge chariot. After sending away great immortal Shihai and the others, the city lord waved his hand, and an energy belt instantly enveloped Qin Zhao's side, completely isolating him from the outside world. In this way, Qin Shao would be sufficiently protected from being disturbed by anyone. At the crucial moment of comprehension and cultivation, there couldn't be any disturbance. Otherwise, it might have a great impact. Young Master Xing's gaze landed on Qin Shao, and a few strange rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. It was very inconspicuous, and no one could detect it. No one knew what he was thinking at this moment. The Lord of Tianshan City slowly turned around and looked at General Shi and the others on the giant chariot. In front of the Lord of Tianshan City, General Shi naturally restrained all his arrogance and became extremely respectful. He stood there with his head slightly lowered, waiting for the Lord of Tianshan City to deal with him. Shihai and the other three stood respectfully with their heads lowered. Xiranlong was so scared that his whole body trembled. He stood there with his head almost buried in his neck. All of this had happened because of him. He naturally understood the current situation. Qin Shao was about to succeed in comprehending the true word of Lin, which was why the Heaven Mountain City Lord valued him so highly. It was absolutely impossible for him to provoke Qin Shao again. General Shi, the Lord of Heaven Mountain City, suddenly spoke. His voice was not loud, and there was not much blame in it. It was a very calm voice. You should take care of your descendants. It's better to be low-key and peaceful. It's not good to be too sharp, arrogant, and condescending. There are some things that young people are impulsive and frivolous. You, General Shi, have lived for so long, so you shouldn't act so recklessly. Dignity is something you need others to give it to you, and not something you snatch with your hegemony. General Shi naturally understood what the Lord of Heaven Mountain City meant, so he didn't dare to refute. He could only nod his head submissively to show that he understood. The Lord of Heaven Mountain City didn't say anything else. He just waved his hand gently at General Shi, indicating for him to leave. General Shi didn't dare to say anything else and left with his men resentfully. Even if he had some complaints in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything. He couldn't stand on reason in this matter, so he naturally didn't have the confidence to say anything else. After General Shi and his men were sent away, the crowd in the surroundings started to discuss fervently again. Looks like it's true. Lord Qin Shao is about to comprehend the true word of Lin. That's right, it's too heaven-defying. TSK, TSK, the second person in 10,000 eras of southern desolation. Furthermore, such a speed far surpasses young Master Yu Yang back then. Shoo, lower your voice. Young Master Xing and is there. You can't say such things carelessly. He's really a peerless monster. I admire him so much. I'm also envious. TSK, TSK. He can actually comprehend the true word of Lin. Hey, do you guys think that the Lord of Heaven Mountain City will accept Qin Shao as his personal disciple? Huh? I was also thinking about this question just now. I think the possibility is quite high, right? After all, it's only the second person in 10,000 eras of the universe. I'm so envious. Sigh, but there's nothing to be envious about. So what if I'm envious? Comparisons will only make me angry. The Lord of Heaven Mountain City sized up Qin Shao with a gentle gaze as if he wanted to see through everything about Qin Shao. However, after seeing everything, the Lord of Heaven Mountain City suddenly frowned slightly. This child ascended from the universe. His innate talent and potential are not bad. I'm deducing his fate, but it's actually so blurry. He can comprehend the true word of Lin as a first step celestial venerable. He's really heaven-defying. In my Sky Mountain City, he has stirred up two big news. He killed a disciple of the Shi family at Flowery Full Tower and humiliated a core disciple of the Hill Ridge Immortal Sect at Enlightenment Forest. He even scared off the black-white double ghosts. He refined a Buddhist weapon, and his attainments in the mechanical array armor are also quite high. His ability to draw parallels is quite astonishing. This child is extremely monstrous in all aspects. He's like a mystery. Even I can't see through him. This child is probably someone with great providence. Those with great providence have an immeasurable future. With such innate talent and potential, his future is bound to be immeasurable. However, the Lord of Heaven Mountain City shook his head secretly. Some things are good to think about, but the real development might not be so smooth. Back then, I placed all my thoughts and hopes on Xing'an. I thought that in 10 universe epochs, he would have a high chance of stepping onto the ancient road and becoming an ancient saint. However, I didn't expect that after 100 universe epochs, he still hasn't taken that step and has been trapped. He's stuck at the 4th step celestial venerable realm and can't break through. I put in so much effort to nurture him, but it didn't go as I wished. Although Qin Shao seems to be extremely monstrous in all aspects for the time being, I might not be able to nurture him to the path of an ancient saint as I imagined. Nurturing Xing and has already exhausted all my mental and physical energy. Therefore, I've already decided that I won't accept any more disciples, no matter how monstrous or heaven-defying they are. If this happens again, the losses will outweigh the gains. I've been disappointed once, and I don't want to be disappointed a second time. If I don't do it, there won't be any disappointment. As the Heaven Mountain City Lord pondered, he made up his mind. Xing'an stood there without saying a word. He only glanced at Qin Shao from time to time, but there wasn't much friendliness in his eyes. Xing'an, do you think that Qin Shao can break through? The Heaven Mountain City Lord suddenly asked. Xing'an looked at the Heaven Mountain City Lord and said, since he has already triggered the chime of the stone tablet in such a short time, his talent and comprehension are somewhat heaven-defying. Even I am ashamed of my inferiority. Back then, I also took a full 100,000 years. Moreover, I was a third-step celestial venerable back then. Qin Shao is only a first-step celestial venerable, but he only used 10,000 years to do what I did in 100,000 years. Therefore, there's definitely no problem for him to break through. I used exactly 1,000,000 years to trigger the chime of the stone tablet to break through. Based on his situation, I estimate that he will break through in 100,000 years or at most 200,000 years. The Heaven Mountain City Lord nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed with Xing'an's words. To be able to trigger the chime of the stone tablet, comprehending the word Lin shouldn't be a problem. The Heaven Mountain City Lord's gaze landed on Xing'an, the disciple that he was once proud of. Actually, the Heaven Mountain City Lord's feelings towards Xing'an were slightly complicated. He was disappointed, but also felt that his request was too harsh. Why did he have a hope that he could step onto the ancient path? In the long river of history, how many peerless geniuses have been buried? Those who could step onto the ancient path were far too few. Even more geniuses would be buried. To truly step onto the ancient path and become an ancient saint venerable, not only did one need peerless talent and potential, one also needed immense luck. Both were indispensable. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to succeed. Xing'an's being trapped was probably due to many factors. He was a little disappointed that Xing'an didn't live up to his expectations, but the Heaven Mountain City Lord didn't put too much pressure on him. Xing'an, I'm not pressuring you anymore, nor am I expecting anything from you. You don't have to put invisible shackles on yourself. Master doesn't want to take in Qin Shao as a disciple. You alone are enough for me. I don't want to take in anyone else as a disciple. The Heaven Mountain City Lord suddenly spoke in a gentle voice. His tone was like a father speaking to his beloved son. It was a little loving, but also a little tongue-in-cheek. It was a form of consolation. Xing'an's heart trembled slightly, and he looked at the Heaven Mountain City Lord in a daze. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Without waiting for Xing'an to speak, the Heaven Mountain City Lord continued. Xing'an, your word Lin is only a small step away from major completion, but you haven't been able to take this step. It has been bothering you for over 100 universe epochs. The deeper you are trapped, the more confused you are, and the harder it is for you to break through. I've told you this many times, but you still can't comprehend it or walk out of it. Sometimes, don't be too stubborn. You can change your way of thinking, and there might be unexpected results. The word Lin was also divided into a few stages. Like other immortal techniques and secret techniques, it was divided into 4 levels: elementary, minor completion, major completion, and perfection. Being able to cultivate the word Lin to the major completion level was extremely powerful. It was probably enough to kill most 4th-step celestial venerables and high immortals. As for the perfection level, it was enough to help one step onto the ancient path and become an ancient saint. Young Master Xing'an had cultivated for over 100 universe epochs, but he was still stuck at the limit of the minor completion level. He was still a step away from the major completion level. However, he couldn't take this small step. He couldn't break through. It was as if he had fallen into a terrifying whirlpool. Xing'an had heard his master's words many times, but it was useless. He couldn't comprehend it. Therefore, he was in great pain in this whirlpool. Sometimes, he even felt like going crazy. He knew that his master's words today were meant to console him. He wanted him to not think too much and not be too stubborn. He wanted to, but he couldn't. Chapter 1966. Xing'an, the Heavenly Mountain City Lord suddenly called out, and Xing'an immediately replied, Master, leave this to me. The Heavenly Mountain City Lord nodded slightly and said, After he breaks through, bring him to see me. If he doesn't, then forget it. Don't let anyone disturb him. Don't worry, Master, I understand. Xing'an nodded and agreed. The Heavenly Mountain City Lord's figure disappeared into thin air. Ancient saints could teleport and come and go without a trace. Speed was no longer enough to describe it. After sending his master away, Xing and waved his hand, and a comfortable chair appeared in front of him. He sat on the chair and drank some wine. However, his gaze was fixed on Qin Shao. Occasionally, a strange light flashed in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. The onlookers didn't dare to get close to the forest of enlightenment. They could only stand outside and watch quietly. However, there wasn't much to watch now. So many people left after watching for a while. With the heavenly mountain city lord gone, Qin Shao was immersed in his comprehension and cultivation. It was quiet here. No one knew when he would break through, so there was no need to continue watching. The onlookers gradually left, but the voices of discussion quickly spread throughout the heavenly mountain city. Qin Zhao's name was also enthusiastically discussed by everyone and spread by word of mouth. Qin Shao had only been in Heavenly Mountain City for 10,000 years, but he had done 3 sensational things. First, he won the title of Courtesan Belle at Flowery House. Then, he killed Shi Renlong's clone and challenged the dignity of the Shi family. How impressive was that? Then, he suppressed the third-step celestial venerable Qiu Wu and forced the twin ghosts of Black and White to retreat. How domineering was that? Now, he wasn't afraid of General Shi's revenge. He triggered the stone tablet and provoked the Heavenly Mountain City Lord to show himself. How glorious was that? In a short span of 10,000 years, Qin Zhao's rise was simply like a legend. As a first-step celestial venerable and a nobody, he became the most talked-about person in Heavenly Mountain City. His limelight overshadowed everyone else. For a time, a wave of discussion about Qin Shao naturally swept up in Tianshan City, causing Qin Shao to be known by the world. Besides, many immortals had come from all over the world, so Qin Zhao's fame would naturally spread throughout the entire southern wilderness through these immortals. Generally speaking, no matter how monstrous or brilliant a peerless genius was, they would only have a great reputation within their own mountain range. It was very difficult for their reputation to spread to other mountains, let alone the entire southern wasteland. This Tao Enlightenment meeting gave Qin Shao a chance to become famous. If his name could shake the entire southern wasteland, then he could shake a small era. And this time, Qin Shao clearly had the potential. Just like young Master Xing and back then, because he was taken in as the personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, his name also shook the entire southern wasteland. Would Qin Shao be able to succeed this time? The Tao Enlightenment meeting lasted for 10,000 years before it finally ended in a lively atmosphere. In the end, only 5 lucky people earned the right to enlighten themselves on the Tree of Enlightenment. It was a pity that no one from the Fumu Immortal Palace had obtained this right. However, even though they didn't obtain this right, most of them still benefited greatly and gained a lot. After all, 10,000 years of Tao discussion and lectures, the exchange of pointers and exchanges between geniuses from all over the world was naturally boundless. After the Tao Enlightenment meeting ended, many people's gazes landed on Qin Shao, who was still comprehending the word Lin in front of the stone tablet in Tao Enlightenment Forest. The Heaven Mountain City Lord had already set up a barrier there, so no one could disturb Qin Shao. With young Master Xing and personally overseeing the place, no one dared to take half a step into Tao Enlightenment Forest. Such a situation naturally made everyone speculate endlessly. Previously, quite a lot of news had spread, and now, the geniuses and great immortals from all over the world who had participated in the Tao Enlightenment meeting had all come to investigate. Aha, junior brother Qin Shao is going to defy the heavens again this time. TSK. If he can also comprehend the word Lin, then junior brother Qin Shao won't be taken in as a personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, right? Bai Shan laughed loudly. He was very happy and also a little excited. To be taken in as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord was probably something that countless geniuses would go crazy over. For countless years, the Heaven Mountain City Lord had only taken in young Master Xing and as his personal disciple. Although young Master Xing and hadn't been able to step onto the ancient path, it was said that his abilities were unfathomable and had long reached the half-step ancient saint realm. Ordinary, exalted immortals would probably be instantly killed in front of young Master Xing and Fairy Purple Box nodded. I feel that this is possible. From the looks of it, the Heaven Mountain City Lord should think highly of Qin Shao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let young Master Xing and stay here all this time. It's very likely that Qin Shao will be able to comprehend the word Lin. Once he masters it, then Qin Zhao's cultivation path will be much smoother. His unparalleled talent and potential will be magnified once again. It's very likely that he will be taken in as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. If he can become a personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, I think Qin Shao will have a high chance of stepping onto the ancient path. Bai Shan and the other two naturally thought highly of Qin Shao and hoped that Qin Shao would be able to defy the heavens. However, it was easier said than done to become an ancient saint. In the entire southern wasteland, it was difficult for an ancient saint to appear on average every 10,000 universe epochs. It was only after countless years of accumulation that the southern wasteland was like today. Young Master Xing had been glorious back then, and his name had shaken the southern wasteland. However, he hadn't stepped onto the ancient path and had been stuck at the fourth step celestial venerable realm. Senior brother Hao Guihu, what should we do now? Dao Tai looked at Hao Guihu with a pale face, feeling very uncomfortable. Previously, they had wanted to take advantage of Qin Shao and wash away the humiliation of their two families. However, they hadn't expected that Qin Shao would have grown to the point where they didn't dare to have such thoughts again. How would I know? What else can we do? Now, we can only pray that he doesn't succeed in defying the heavens and comprehend the word Lin. He doesn't get accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Hao Guihu retorted with an ugly expression. Qin Zhao's rate of improvement was too unimaginable. In just over 1 million years, Qin Shao had already reached a height that they could only look up to. Previously, in Linfu City, they were fully confident that they could take advantage of Qin Shao. It was just that they had many concerns at that time, so they didn't make a move. However, they hadn't expected that in just over 1 million years, Qin Shao would have grown to such a terrifying extent. This was too much of a blow to their hearts. They were also rare geniuses and had sufficient conceit. However, this time, they had been beaten black and blue by Qin Shao. Their confidence had collapsed. Hao Guihu and Dao Hitai weren't the only ones who had suffered this blow. The twin ghosts of Black and White were even more shocked. Previously, they had been suppressed by Qin Shao in the mindless sea and had been forced to use the escape shield technique to escape. However, they had always been unconvinced. They felt that there were 2 reasons why Qin Shao had been able to force them to retreat last time. The first reason was that they hadn't been on guard against Qin Shao. They hadn't expected that a first-step heavenly venerate could be so powerful. Therefore, they hadn't taken Qin Shao seriously at all. They had completely disdained him and underestimated him too much. Their carelessness had given Qin Lu the opportunity to take advantage of them. The second reason was that Qin Shao had a Buddhist weapon and the 6-syllable Buddhist mantra, which had restrained their power. That was why they had suffered such a huge loss. However, they had always felt that if they had been on guard and joined forces earlier, Qin Shao wouldn't have been able to do anything to them. However, at this moment, their confidence had undoubtedly taken a huge hit. They had still wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge. Now, it seemed like it would be better not to provoke Qin Shao in the future. That kid was too heaven-defying. His innate potential was too frightening. Provoking him would definitely be a nightmare for him. The geniuses and great immortals of the various ridges had all suffered different degrees of blows. Everyone was a genius, so they all had their own pride and conceit. When they gathered together, each of them shone brilliantly. It could be considered as 100 flowers blooming together. Everyone could be unconvinced. At the very least, everyone was on the same level. It didn't matter if they were stronger or weaker. However, the evilness that Qin Shao had displayed was on a whole new level. He was much stronger than everyone else. He was the second strongest person in the southern wasteland in the past 10,000 epochs. Comparing oneself to others is really infuriating. Forget it. There's no point in being envious. Let's go back and cultivate hard. Forget it. I'm not in the mood to watch anymore. It's too exciting. Let's go. I don't want to wait any longer. It has nothing to do with me anyway. There's always someone better than you. I just have to work hard and walk my own path. Qin Xiao is a hero in this world. He's an unprecedented genius. I really admire him. All kinds of voices kept ringing out. Many people watched for a while and then left directly. The Tao Enlightenment meeting was over. The excitement was over, and the brilliance was slowly fading away. The immortals of the various ridges also gradually left. The liveliness in Heaven Mountain City gradually dissipated and gradually returned to its former tranquility. However, the Tao Enlightenment meeting this time was exceptionally splendid. With Qin Zhao's shocking actions, it added a bit of a celebratory atmosphere to the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Therefore, there would still be quite a bit of popularity. The main focus would still be on Qin Xiao. Bai Shan and the other two naturally weren't in a hurry to return to Fuxia Immortal Palace. They stayed in Heaven Mountain City and waited for Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's heaven-defying feats were destined to be a topic of discussion in Heaven Mountain City for a long time. His fame would also spread throughout the entire southern wasteland. Even if it didn't spread that far, it would still leave behind a lot of fame. Time passed quickly, and soon 180,000 years had passed. The stone tablet suddenly released a beam of light that shot into the sky. It illuminated the heaven and earth and caused the immortal Tao to resonate. At this moment, Qin Xiao was covered in brilliance. Tao techniques lingered around him, and the brilliance was extraordinary. Young Master Xing and suddenly stood up from his seat. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Qin Xiao. A look of surprise flashed across his face, but it was hard to detect. However, it was clear that young Master Xing and was also shocked. Only 180,000 years. Young Master Xing and's brows twitched slightly. My previous estimate of 100 to 200,000 years is about the same as my estimation. 180,000 years isn't too heaven-defying, but it's not even 1/5 of my time back then. In all aspects, it far exceeds my situation back then. Could this child really be heaven-defying? I am the first person in 10,000 universe epochs. The one before me was the only one. Is the legend I created going to be broken by Qin Xiao? And he did it so easily. There would be people coming over to watch from time to time. Therefore, there were still many people watching. Chapter 1967. Clearly, such a situation meant that Qin Xiao was about to break through and step into the door of the Lin Word. The second person in 10,000 epochs of the universe. To be able to comprehend the Lin Word was definitely the symbol of an unprecedented talent. Although young Master Xing and wasn't as earth-shattering as everyone had expected, he wasn't able to defy the heavens and step onto the ancient path and create a peerless legend. However, young Master Xing and's monstrous talent was something that no one could deny. What Qin Xiao had displayed was much more heaven-defying than young Master Xing. Therefore, Qin Xiao was more worthy of admiration and anticipation. Whoosh! Qin Xiao, who was bathed in the light of the immortal aura, suddenly formed a strange hand seal with his hands. A ball of golden light formed the word Lin and struck out. Immovable bright king seal. The word Lin shook the heavens. Once the immortal aura was released, the 9 heavens were shocked. Once the bright king seal was released, it meant that Qin Xiao had already grasped the profundity of the Lin Word and stepped into the threshold of the Lin Word. The immortal aura was retracted, and the light dissipated. Qin Zhao's face revealed a hint of joy. After 200,000 years, I've finally comprehended the Lin Word. It really wasn't easy. However, it's a good thing that I gain a lot. The Lin Word is indeed one of the 9 syllables of the immortal Tao. It's indeed very powerful. Although I've only grasped the iceberg solution and have just reached the initial stage, I can already feel the power of the Lin Word. The supreme profundity and the power of the Tao technique are too powerful. I really don't dare to imagine how powerful I would be if I completely grasped the Lin Word. Qin Xiao had heard Bai Shan talk about the power of the 9 syllables of the 9 syllables, but it was difficult to truly feel it just by listening. Now that he had cultivated the Lin word, he could truly feel the power of the word. As expected of the immortal Tao's incantation, it was the foundation of the Tao technique and the true essence. He had only just reached the initial stage, but he could already feel the power of the word. Just the might of the Lin mantra alone was enough to suppress a second-step heavenly venerable who was slightly weaker. One had to know that Qin Shao was only a beginner level. Furthermore, at this level, they were still relatively weak. Just thinking about it, one could imagine how frightening it was. Such might was truly not something that any other secret technique could compare with. It was much more powerful than Qin Zhao's other means. I must continue cultivating the true word of Lin. If I can cultivate it to a high level, it will definitely increase my strength greatly. No wonder the Heaven Mountain City Lord is so powerful. I'm afraid that just by relying on the Lin mantra, it's enough for him to look down on the entire southern wasteland. Qin Shao secretly pondered in his heart. However, if he wanted to continue comprehending the true word of Lin, it wouldn't be an easy task. Even though the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City had left behind some insights regarding the Lin word on this stone tablet, there was still a limit to what he had left behind. Being able to step into the threshold of the true word of Lin was already the limit. It was obviously impossible for him to continue comprehending the true word of Lin from the stone tablet. Therefore, this problem made Qin Shao frown slightly. Without the incantation of the true word of Lin, it was impossible for him to continue cultivating it. Qin Shao. At that moment, a voice rang in Qin Zhao's ears. Only then did Qin Shao collect his thoughts and look over, his gaze landing on young Master Xing, and Qin Shao didn't recognize young Master Xing, but for the powerful aura on his body, Qin Shao could guess who he was. He probed, "Young Master Xing?" "Yes, it's me." Young Master Xing nodded slightly. It was indeed young Master Xing. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qin Shao hurriedly bowed and said, "Junior Qin Shao pays his respects to young Master Xing," and Qin Shao sized up his surroundings. There was no one in the huge Tao comprehension forest. When he thought of young Master Xing, and Qin Shao had some guesses. It seemed like the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City had taken notice of him. "Come with me, my master wants to see you," young Master Xing added. Even though he had guessed it, Qin Shao was still a little excited when he heard young Master Xing say it. It was the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City. It was a supreme honor for him to meet him personally. Besides, Qin Shao was also thinking that now that he had comprehended the true word of Lin, the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City wanted to see him. Did that mean that the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City had the intention of taking him in as his personal disciple? Previously, the Peach Blossom Valley Lord had wanted to take him in as his disciple, but Qin Shao had resolutely rejected him. It wasn't that he didn't want to become a disciple of the Peach Blossom Valley Lord, but once he stayed in the Peach Blossom Valley, he would lose his freedom and it would be difficult for him to leave. This was something that Qin Shao couldn't accept. He still had many things to do, so he definitely couldn't stay in the Peach Blossom Valley and cultivate in seclusion, isolated from the rest of the world. However, if he became a disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, there wouldn't be such a situation. Moreover, the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City was extremely famous, and his strength was far from what Palace Master Fu Shi could compare to. Such an extremely powerful ancient saint existence was something that countless peerless geniuses dreamed of, becoming a disciple of the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City. If he was really that lucky, Qin Shao naturally had no reason to reject him. It could even be said that Qin Shao had a little desire to become a disciple of the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City. If he could become a disciple of an experienced master, it would be of great help to his cultivation. Especially at this moment, Qin Shao had a strong desire to continue cultivating the true word of Lin. Currently, in the entire southern wasteland, only the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City could inherit his legacy and continue cultivating the true word of Lin. This time, it might be his great immortal opportunity. Young Master Xing led the way in front, and Qin Shao quickly followed behind. He was still a little excited. It was extremely rare for Qin Shao to be so excited. When Qin Shao saw Bai Shan and the other two, he smiled at them and felt warmth in his heart. The three of them were still waiting for him here. Ah, Qin Shao, good job. I wish you good luck. Go on. We will continue to wait for your good news, Bai Shan said to Qin Shao. Fairy Zishang also smiled at Qin Shao and nodded, saying, Congratulations. This was indeed something worth congratulating. Qin Shao returned a smile and left without saying anything else. Now wasn't the time to be happy. After Qin Shao and young Master Xing and left, Dao Comprehension Forest instantly became bustling with noise and excitement, causing another uproar. Do you guys think that Lord Qin Shao will be accepted as a personal disciple by the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City? Haha, needless to say, that's for sure. The second person in 10,000 universe epochs. How can he not be accepted as a personal disciple? Didn't young Master Xing and become the personal disciple of the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City, just like that? Moreover, Lord Qin Zhao's performance is even more heaven-defying. How can he not be accepted? That's true. Lord Qin Zhao's performance is indeed even more heaven-defying, far surpassing young Master Xing and's performance back then. TSK, what an unimaginable matter. I feel that young Master Xing and isn't happy. If Lord Qin Shao is really accepted as a personal disciple by the City Lord of the Heaven Mountain City, I'm afraid that young Master Xing and won't be able to get along with him. Young Master Xing and is still arrogant and conceited. However, it's normal for such an unprecedented talent to be conceited. After being trapped in the fourth-step celestial venerable realm for 100 universe epochs, it's normal for young Master Xing and to be resentful. Don't think about that. Let's think on the bright side. Lord Qin Shao is still worthy of respect. Sai, this is too much. This won't do. I'll go into seclusion for 100,000 years first. Haha, what's the use of seclusion? Why don't you come with me to Full Flowers Pavilion and have fun? Only then can you vent. I haven't improved for millions of years. Sai, how can I still have the mood to go to a brothel? I'll quit. You're someone who will feel uncomfortable if you don't touch a woman for a day. How can you quit this thing? I won't believe it, even if you beat me to death. Following young Master Xing, and they soon arrived at a small open space at the peak of Heaven Mountain. It was at the border of Heaven Mountain's peak. There was a huge rock that was cut very smoothly, and outside it was a cliff that was hundreds of millions of feet high. Therefore, standing there, one's field of vision was very wide. One could overlook the entire Heaven Mountain City and take in everything in. One could look at the sky and the earth. One could reach out and pluck the sun, moon, and stars. One could throw a rock and smash the netherworld. Standing there gave one a relaxed and happy feeling. A figure stood there, looking into the distance. Qin Zhao's gaze also landed on the figure. He thought to himself, is this the legendary Heaven Mountain City Lord? He's a supreme existence that could be ranked in the top 10 among the ancient saints in the entire southern wasteland. From Bai Shan, Qin Shao had heard a lot about the Heaven Mountain City's City Lord. Towards the Heaven Mountain City's City Lord, Qin Shao actually admired him. A powerful ancient saint that stood at such a high position actually stood aloof from worldly affairs and didn't expand his own power. He was friendly to everyone in the world and didn't make anyone his enemy. He was incomparably benevolent, caring for the world, and selfless. His incomparably noble character was indeed admirable. Now that he saw the Heaven Mountain City Lord, Qin Shao could clearly feel the amiable and gentle aura coming from him. He was very amiable and didn't have the aura of an expert. He looked just like an ordinary mortal. The great Tao was simple, returning to one's natural state. This was a supreme realm. Looking at the Heaven Mountain City Lord was like looking at a mountain, a sky, and a vast and boundless sea of stars. It was this feeling that one would never see the end and would never know how powerful and unfathomable the Heaven Mountain City Lord was. Young Master Xing stopped in the distance and indicated Qin Shao that he could go over. It was the first time he saw the Heaven Mountain City Lord, and such a powerful existence. It was hard to say that he wasn't nervous. Qin Shao took a deep breath and walked over. Soon, he arrived behind the Heaven Mountain City Lord. The closer he got to the Heaven Mountain City Lord, the more Qin Xiao couldn't see through him. Even though his aura was very calm, as if he didn't have any power, Qin Xiao knew that it was a sign that he was extremely powerful. The power of the Heaven Mountain City Lord was far from what he could imagine. Qin Xiao had seen ancient saints before, but none of them could be compared to the Heaven Mountain City Lord. It was no wonder that the Heaven Mountain City Lord's strength could be ranked in the top 10 in the entire Southern Wasteland. Junior Qin Xiao pays his respects to Senior Heaven Mountain City Lord. Qin Xiao bowed respectfully. The Heaven Mountain City Lord slowly turned around with an amiable smile on his round face. His gaze didn't have any sharpness as he looked at Qin Xiao with incomparable gentleness. Little friend Qin Xiao, not bad, not bad. In less than 200,000 years, you have grasped the profound meaning of the word Lin. Your speed is much faster than Xing, An's, and mine back then. I have seen countless people, but I have never seen someone with such strong, innate talent and comprehension ability as yours. Such an evaluation couldn't be considered low. Even Qin Xiao was in fear and trepidation when he heard it. The friendly politeness of the Heaven Mountain City Lord also made Qin Xiao rather respectful. Chapter 1968. In the face of the City Lord's high praise, Qin Xiao did not get carried away. Instead, he immediately said humbly, "Thank you for your praise, Senior. Perhaps I'm just a little lucky." The City Lord nodded slightly in response to Qin Xiao's modesty, and the admiration on his face deepened. Naturally, he could see that Qin Xiao's modesty was not fake, and it was sincere from the bottom of his heart. In front of him, no one could play any tricks. Previously, he had a detailed understanding of Qin Xiao. Originally, he was full of praise for Qin Xiao. Now, he appreciated him even more. You are indeed a person with great luck. You have great luck, and this is your destiny. However, luck is also a part of one's strength, so it's nothing. You don't only have luck, but also talent and potential. There are many people with great luck, but there are not many who have both talent and potential. You have both, and you have reached a very high level. That's why your journey is so smooth and monstrous. Your potential is indeed limitless. You're very good in all aspects. You are humble, your state of mind is firm, and your character is resolute. Therefore, the possibility of you setting foot on the ancient road is very high. Among all the young geniuses I have seen, you are probably the one with the greatest potential. I even think that as long as you don't have any accidents, you will definitely be able to set foot on the ancient road and achieve immeasurable success. The City Lord said again, and his evaluation of Qin Xiao increased again. Given the City Lord's strength and vision, since he dared to say so confidently, it was basically a sure thing. Otherwise, he would not have said it so easily. To be honest, Qin Xiao was rather surprised by the Sky Mountain City Lord's evaluation. Qin Xiao had never dared to say that he would definitely be able to set foot on the ancient road. He had this ambition, but he did not dare to boast too early. He could only say that he would do his best, and do his best to break through to the ancient saint realm. However, after hearing the Tianshan City Lord's words, Qin Xiao felt a little more confident. He was even more determined to walk the path that he wanted to walk and work hard on it. Qin Xiao pursed his lips hard, and his eyes were full of determination. I will do my best. Cultivation is endless, and my blood will not be cold. You also came from a universe, right? I also came from a universe. However, my hometown has long been destroyed in the Great Chaos Tribulation. My hometown is gone. I did not take many people with me. They all gradually died. Now, I am the only one in my hometown. People, after living in the immortal domain for over 10,000 universe epochs, perhaps he already sees himself as someone from the immortal domain. My hometown only exists in my distant memories. The City Lord of Heaven Mountain City sighed with emotion. Speaking of his hometown, Qin Xiao also thought of the Hongmeng universe. However, his main body had always stayed in the Hongmeng universe, so he didn't miss his hometown. The people in his hometown, the scenery in his hometown, everything in his hometown was so intimate and nostalgic. Thinking of his hometown also made Qin Xiao think of Gulingwei. He felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's right, Senior. I came from the universe. However, Senior, after you become an ancient saint, can't you revive the people of your hometown?" The city lord shook his head. No, no. When my hometown entered the great chaos tribulation, I did not become an ancient saint. Although I became an ancient saint later on, after the great chaos tribulation, everything returned to chaos. I was helpless and could not revive them. Although I brought some people with me from my hometown to the immortal domain, they all died one after another. I can revive them, but there's no point in doing so. Even if I revive them, they will still die. Life and death, you just have to take it lightly. There is no need to be deliberate. The meaning of life is not how long you can live, but whether you can live happily and brilliantly. The only one who can defy the heavens and change fate is always yourself. Even if you change the fate of others, it might not be what they want. Even if you forcefully raise someone to the heavenly venerate level, so what? Their cultivation path has already been cut off. It is also a kind of pain to continue living. Therefore, I no longer have any desires. Everything is up to fate, and I do not deliberately force anything. Qin Shao was touched when he heard the city lord's words. He thought about it carefully and felt that what the city lord said made a lot of sense. Life and death were fated. Forcing it might not necessarily lead to happiness. Forcefully raising one's cultivation path would be cut off. Living in the immortal domain was also a kind of pain. However, it was still fine in the primordial chaos universe. Fortunately, there was no need to worry about the dangers of the great chaos tribulation in the primordial chaos universe. Therefore, the people of his hometown could continue to live in the primordial chaos universe. Those with talent and potential who broke through to the heavenly venerate level could naturally go to the sacred domain. Universe grades could also be brought to the sacred domain if they wanted to go. There is no need to leave the primordial chaos universe if their cultivation base was lower. Although Qin Shao did not have to think about this problem for the time being, he would probably have to face it in the future. Qin Shao also had some new ideas after listening to the city lord's words. He might not have thought of these ideas in the past, but he could consider them carefully now. Little friend Qin Shao, you have only lived for 10 million years, right? The city lord suddenly asked. Qin Shao nodded. If he counted, it was indeed close to 10 million years. However, he had not reached 10 million years yet. Time really passed quickly. Before he knew it, he had already been in the immortal domain for 7 million years. Qin Shao was quite satisfied with his growth in these 7 million years. He had improved in all aspects, and his harvest in the immortal Tao was also very gratifying. Such a harvest had even exceeded Qin Zhao's expectations. The city lord nodded approvingly. It is not an exaggeration to say that you are heaven-defying. You can no longer be described as simply demonic. You only used 2 million years to become a heavenly venerable, the master of the origin of the universe, and walked out of the universe to come to the immortal domain. In less than 10 million years, your strength has already reached such a high level. At least I have never heard of such a demonic performance. I have never seen it in the southern wasteland. Of course, in the entire immortal domain, there are definitely some. Our southern wasteland is just a barren land in the entire immortal domain. The real prosperity is in the other areas. However, you can also be considered a very demonic talent. Even in the entire immortal domain, I am afraid that you are in existence like a phoenix feather in a Qilin horn. Another round of praise. Qin Shao was a little embarrassed. It was fine if it was the praise of ordinary people, but this was the praise of the Heaven Mountain City. The city lord was really not stingy with his praise. Qin Shao did not feel the slightest pressure talking to the city lord. It was as if he was chatting with a kind elder. If it was before, I am afraid that I would have accepted you as a disciple. The city lord suddenly shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was as if his mind had been struck by lightning. To be honest, on the way here, Qin Shao was still wondering if the city lord would accept him as a personal disciple. After all, he had comprehended the true incantation of Lin. It was because young Master Xing and had comprehended the true incantation of Lin that he had been accepted as a personal disciple. Now that he was in the same situation, there should still be a possibility. Moreover, he had also heard the city lord praise him just now. The high praise had even surpassed that of young Master Xing. Therefore, Qin Xiao was thinking that perhaps the city lord had the intention of accepting him as a personal disciple. This made Qin Xiao full of anticipation. However, he didn't expect the city lord to have no intention of accepting him as a disciple. By saying this, he had already rejected the possibility of accepting him as a disciple. Although Qin Xiao had some anticipation and some yearning in his heart, he wasn't that desperate and wouldn't take the initiative to ask for anything. Everything was up to fate. Qin Xiao had always believed in one principle. If I get something, I'm lucky. If I don't, it's my fate. If I'm lucky enough to get something, it's naturally a good thing. If I'm not lucky, then it's nothing. Therefore, after being slightly stunned, Qin Xiao felt relieved and smiled calmly. The city lord looked at Qin Xiao and said, "You don't seem to be disappointed?" Qin Xiao smiled and said, "I've embarrassed myself in front of Senior. I did feel a little disappointed, but I quickly got over it. Let's leave it to fate. Fate is very important, so it's nothing." The city lord nodded slightly and said, "Yes, I'm very gratified that you can think this way. However, to be honest, I really do want to accept you as a disciple. It's just that I'm too idle and can't even nurture one disciple, let alone two. Forget it. I've long stopped thinking about accepting disciples. However, little friend Qin Xiao, you and I are considered to be fated. Furthermore, you are the second person to comprehend the true incantation of Lin in this myriad of universe epics. Since that's the case, I'll give you a gift of fate. Of course, how much you can get will depend on your luck." Hearing this, Qin Xiao's heart suddenly felt a little excited. Although he wasn't accepted as a personal disciple by the city lord of Tianshan City, there was still good news. Obviously, the city lord was going to impart the true incantation of Lin to him. This was also what Qin Xiao longed for. "I'll only give you 10,000 years to comprehend it. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent and comprehension. Perhaps this will determine your future height, or even your future path and destiny. If you can grasp it well, then 10,000 years should be enough for you. Your future achievements will require you to spend time accumulating and settling. What I can give you is the profound meaning of the true incantation of Lin and the cultivation method. How far you can go will depend on your own efforts." Qin Xiao nodded heavily to show that he understood. This was what he needed, so he naturally knew. To be able to obtain the cultivation method of the true incantation of Lin was Qin Xiao's greatest desire. As for whether or not he could be apprenticed to a master, Qin Xiao really didn't have any particular desire. He already had quite a few masters by now. If he were to be apprenticed to another master, Qin Xiao would indeed find it strange. The ultimate goal of being apprenticed to a master was still to cultivate and obtain better cultivation resources. If he were to be apprenticed to a master purely for these goals, Qin Xiao would indeed find it strange. Qin Xiao was naturally grateful that the city lord of Tianshan City was willing to directly impart the cultivation method of the true incantation of Lin to him. "Thank you, Senior, for granting my wish. This junior can't thank you enough. This kindness will definitely be engraved in my heart and will never be forgotten." Qin Xiao sincerely expressed his gratitude. The city lord of Tianshan City smiled and waved his hand, saying, "No matter. Consider it fate. All right, little friend Qin Xiao, are you ready? Remember, you only have 10,000 years. You have to make good use of it." Qin Xiao nodded solemnly again, saying, "Thank you for your reminder, Senior. I'm ready. You may begin." Chapter 1969. Although the liveliness in Heaven Mountain City had gradually died down, the topic of Qin Xiao still filled the streets and alleys. It was a topic that everyone liked to discuss before and after tea. It's been almost 10,000 years. Why hasn't there been any news? That's right, it's really making people anxious. I wonder if the Heaven Mountain City lord has accepted Lord Qin Xiao as his personal disciple. Logically speaking, If he really did accept him, he wouldn't have to wait so long, right? Accepting a personal disciple is such a big matter, it would definitely be publicized and a ceremony would be held. There hasn't been any news for now. Does that mean that the Heaven Mountain City Lord won't accept Qin Shao as his personal disciple? Disciple? That's impossible, right? Lord Qin Shao has comprehended the Lin word, and he's even more monstrous than young Master Xing back then. He won't accept him as his personal disciple? I also think that it's impossible. Lord Qin Shao is so monstrous and heaven-defying. It would be strange if he couldn't be accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Maybe the Heaven Mountain City Lord is imparting Lord Qin Shao the Lin word. Let's wait a little longer. There will be good news. The most discussed topic in Heaven Mountain City was whether Qin Shao could become the personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Most people believe that Qin Shao could definitely become the personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, but there was no news even after a long time. It was indeed torturous to wait. While others were waiting anxiously, Bai Shan and the other two were also getting impatient. They were all hoping that Qin Shao could have such a great immortal opportunity and become the personal disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. That would be a great thing. However, almost 10,000 years had passed, and there was still no news. At the peak of Heaven Mountain, the Heaven Mountain City Lord stood there silently, looking at Qin Shao, who was immersed in comprehending the Lin word, and the smile on his face didn't fade. If I hadn't decided not to accept any more disciples, I would really be tempted to accept Qin Shao. The Heaven Mountain City Lord shook his head inwardly. Forget it, forget it. He had to keep his promise no matter what. Perhaps this is fate. However, not accepting him as a disciple may not be a bad thing. My guidance will also be a kind of restraint. It will be both beneficial and detrimental to his path of cultivation. I have formed a good relationship with Qin Shao, and that's enough. However, I really do like this kid from the bottom of my heart. We're both lowly creatures from the universe. So what if I give him a chance? The Heaven Mountain City Lord's eyes suddenly moved because there was some movement on Qin Zhao's side. The light suddenly became brighter, and the sound of heaven and earth rang out. Qin Zhao's hands quickly formed a seal and formed a strange hand seal. The hand seal struck out again and struck out the word Lin, which was glittering with golden light. Its power was monstrous. Seeing this, the smile on the Heaven Mountain City Lord's face grew even wider. He nodded repeatedly, full of praise. Not bad, not bad. In 10,000 years, he actually broke through to the initial stage of the mantra of Lin. Looks like his comprehension in these 10,000 years is very deep, and he has a deeper understanding of the mantra of Lin. If he continues to cultivate according to this trend, he will definitely be able to completely grasp the mantra of Lin. When that time comes, he will be able to rely on the mantra of Lin to step onto the ancient path. Even though this path is still very far away, I can already see a ray of light in him. Qin Zhao's innate talent and potential are indeed heaven-defying. Back then, Xing took 80,000 years to achieve this, but Qin Shao only took 10,000 years. When I achieved this back then, I took even longer than that, 120,000 years. Even though I didn't have anyone to guide me back then, and I completely relied on my own comprehension and cultivation. However, 120,000 years is still considered quite long. Even though I gave Qin Shao some pointers, 10,000 years is too heaven-defying. The degree of this kid's monstrous talent is enough to move one's heart, and one can't help but think of taking him in as a personal disciple. No, I can't take back what I've said. I definitely can't take him in as a disciple. This kind of good karma is enough. The Heaven Mountain City Lord shook his head and cast aside the thoughts that had surfaced in his mind. Qin Zhao's breakthrough was still ongoing, and the brilliance was still shining brightly. The Heaven Mountain City Lord looked at Qin Shao, and his heart stirred again. Looking at the situation, Qin Shao can totally use this opportunity to break through his own realm as well. To comprehend the mantra of Lin, one must also comprehend many laws of the immortal Tao and completely possess the basic conditions for a breakthrough. Since that's the case, I'll lend him a hand. His realm is indeed a little too low, and there are many aspects that he can't unleash, causing his abilities to be greatly reduced. No matter what, one's realm is the foundation, the most important thing. After saying that, the Heaven Mountain City Lord waved his hand, and instantly, a large amount of immortal power surged towards Qin Shao. Soon, the space was completely filled with incomparably dense and pure immortal power. At this moment, Qin Shao, who was in the midst of cultivation, was naturally overjoyed when he sensed such dense immortal power. He immediately began to greedily absorb it. He borrowed the dense immortal power to enhance his immortal body, helping him break through and achieve the goal of metamorphosis and sublimation. Breaking through was definitely inseparable from immortal power. In these 10,000 years of comprehending the mantra of Lin, he naturally had a deeper understanding of the laws of the immortal Tao. The mantra of Lin itself was the true essence of Taoism, the core of it. This was much more beneficial than comprehending the path understanding tree. Therefore, Qin Shao indeed possessed the conditions for a breakthrough. Since the external conditions were also met, Qin Shao naturally didn't hesitate and immediately broke through. Large amounts of immortal power were absorbed into his body, continuing to enhance Qin Zhao's immortal body. Although Qin Zhao's immortal body was already very strong, it could still be further enhanced. Because the conditions for a breakthrough were very sufficient, and the foundation was also very solid, Qin Shao was very confident about this breakthrough. He would definitely be able to smoothly break through to the second step heavenly venerable realm. With this confidence, Qin Zhao's heart stirred, and another thought involuntarily appeared in his mind. In the past, when I broke through, I could use the opportunity to expand the world in my body and enhance the power of the world in my body. If the world in my body continues to be enhanced and evolved, what will it become like? This was actually something that Qin Shao had always been very curious about. At this moment, his world and his body was almost as big as the God realm. Moreover, it had already begun to produce some power and could reproduce some lowly plant life. Therefore, Qin Shao was also thinking, if this situation continued, would the world and his body eventually be able to reproduce many life forms? Would it be able to reproduce the human race? Moreover, the power of the world in his body could also be mobilized and used in battle. Although the effect wasn't that great, if the world in his body continued to grow and expand, then its power would also continue to increase. If it continued to improve like this, it would eventually reach an unimaginable height. Therefore, Qin Shao would still think about the cultivation of the world in his body if there was a chance. Now that there was such an opportunity, Qin Shao naturally didn't want to let it go. Thinking of this, Qin Shao immediately did what he had to do. He sent a large amount of immortal spiritual energy that he had absorbed into his world in order for it to absorb this large amount of immortal spiritual energy. The world in his body was like a dried-up seedling that had encountered rain and dew for a long time, and it greedily devoured it. Qin Zhao's immortal body was also undergoing a transformation and sublimation, so the power of the world in his body was fully mobilized. What's going on? Why did the speed of absorbing immortal spiritual energy suddenly increase by several times? The sudden change of the situation surprised the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Logically speaking, when Qin Shao broke through to the second step heavenly venerable realm, there shouldn't be such a situation. He had released a large amount of immortal spiritual energy, enough to ensure that Qin Shao broke through to the second step heavenly venerable realm. Everything was normal just now, but the speed of absorption suddenly increased by several times. The situation was a little strange. The speed was still slowly increasing, which was a little strange. The immortal spiritual energy was almost completely absorbed, and Qin Zhao's absorption speed didn't seem to slow down. The situation puzzled the Heaven Mountain City Lord. For a moment, even he couldn't understand what was going on. However, Qin Zhao's breakthrough wasn't complete yet, so naturally, he couldn't give up halfway. Therefore, The Heaven Mountain City Lord waved his hand and continued to release a large amount of immortal spiritual energy. However, this didn't satisfy Qin Shao. The speed only increased. After the Heaven Mountain City Lord released the immortal spiritual energy 5 times in a row, Qin Shao finally broke through. However, the amount of immortal spiritual energy he absorbed was more than 10 times more than what the Heaven Mountain City Lord had expected. How could this be? On the other side, Qin Shao, who had broken through, was in a good mood. He sensed his body and felt that it was much stronger than before. I've finally broken through to the second step Heavenly Venerable Realm. As expected, I feel much stronger in all aspects. The difference of one realm is indeed huge. I've broken through to the next realm, and the diameter of my inner world has increased by more than 10 times. Now, the size of my inner world is much bigger than the divine world. I reckon that after 2 more times, the size of my inner world will be comparable to the primordial universe. At that time, will my inner world become a universe of its own? Will it give birth to countless lives? Will it slowly multiply and become more prosperous and powerful? Thinking of this, Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head and smile. This was just a temporary fantasy. It might not be true. It could only be said that there was a slight possibility, but it might not be true. At least, Qin Shao had never heard of anyone else's inner world. In fact, not many people cared about their inner world anymore. No one would deliberately cultivate their inner world. For others, the inner world was just a place to store things. It wouldn't be of much use. However, Qin Shao always felt that the inner world shouldn't be so simple. It should have great potential for development. If others didn't care about it, he might not have to go with the flow. He might even care about it. In addition, his inner world had always been different from that of ordinary people. It was far stronger than others. Therefore, Qin Shao might be more concerned about it and think more about it. It wasn't a bad thing to think about it. Whether or not it was possible, it was always possible to think about it. If there was a chance, he could still give it a try. Qin Shao. The voice of the Heaven Mountain City Lord suddenly sounded, pulling Qin Shao back from his thoughts. Qin Shao immediately looked over and hurriedly bowed. He said gratefully, "Senior, thank you for helping me." Qin Shao can't thank you enough. Chapter 1970. The true mantra of Lin had broken through from the initial stage to the initial stage, and his immortal Tao realm had also broken through to the second step of the Heavenly Venerate realm. In addition, the diameter of his inner world had expanded by 10 times. The breakthroughs in these 3 areas made Qin Shao feel that his strength had increased by a lot. Qin Shao also knew that it was the Heaven Mountain City Lord who had helped him break through this time. He had given him so much pure, immortal spiritual energy that he was able to achieve such a great breakthrough. Not only had he broken through, but his realm had also directly stabilized. This was all thanks to the immortal spiritual energy. Therefore, Qin Shao was very grateful to the Heaven Mountain City Lord. "Qin Shao, your breakthrough this time is a little unusual. Even I can't see through it," the Heaven Mountain City Lord suddenly said. Qin Shao naturally understood the meaning behind the Heaven Mountain City Lord's words. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "It's like this, Senior. My breakthrough earlier was not only a breakthrough in the immortal Tao realm, but also in my inner world. My inner world." Qin Shao did not hide anything in front of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. He explained the situation of his inner world in detail. Firstly, he trusted the Heaven Mountain City Lord very much. Secondly, he had some selfish motives. Perhaps the Heaven Mountain City Lord could give him some guidance. In fact, Qin Shao had always been a little confused about the inner world. The existence of the inner world had always been very low in everyone's hearts. Therefore, no one had paid attention to the inner world, nor had anyone deliberately cultivated the inner world. The expansion of the inner world would correspondingly increase when one broke through to the next realm. However, it seemed that no one would deliberately guide energy into the inner world to help it expand and improve. Even if they did deliberately do this, it did not seem to be a surprise. After all, the energy of the inner world was not very strong. The help it provided in battle was also very small. It was only of little value. After hearing this, the Heaven Mountain City Lord raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Your situation is indeed a little special. I have never heard of cultivating the inner world. The inner world has always been very low in existence. No ancestors have left behind any records of cultivating the inner world. The inner world has always been seen as a part of the body. It is the source of one's energy and the core of one's existence. The inner world will expand and improve as the realm increases. This is the first time I've heard of someone like you who can continuously draw energy into your inner world to cultivate and improve your inner world. Furthermore, the world in your body is indeed far different from that of ordinary people. The size of your inner world is at least 1,000 times that of an ordinary second-step Empyrean. The size of your internal world is already comparable to that of an ancient sage. If you continue to grow at this rate, I'm afraid that by the time you become an ancient saint, the world in your body will already be a world of its own. Based on what I know, only world-level cultivators who have formed a world within their bodies are capable of giving birth to living creatures. In fact, Qin Shao had always felt that the situation in his inner world was indeed very strange. Jing Yang had never heard of this matter, and now the Tianshan City Lord was also saying that he had never heard of this matter. Based on the knowledge of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, if he had never heard of such a thing, then it was practically non-existent. How could this be? Why was he able to cultivate in his inner world? Why was it able to expand to such an extent? Because he didn't know, because he didn't understand, Qin Shao wanted to unravel the mysteries of his inner world. Perhaps he would gain some unexpected benefits from it. Senior, has no one ever attempted to cultivate in their inner world? Qin Shao asked. The Tianshan City Lord pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that no one has ever attempted to cultivate in their inner world. There are no records of anyone cultivating in their inner world. I've never thought about it, nor have I ever attempted it. I've never imagined that an inner world could be used for cultivation. I don't know why you suddenly came up with the idea of cultivating in your inner world, and why you've chosen such a unique path. But perhaps over the course of countless years, other cultivators have attempted to do so as well. However, I'm certain that none of them succeeded. Otherwise, there would have been records of them. Inner worlds have always been of little value. Thus, even though your inner world is vastly different from that of ordinary people, it won't be of much help to you in terms of power. Even if your inner world becomes a world of its own, it won't be of much help to you. At most, it can only reproduce life. It's just like reproducing offspring. Of course, the only advantage is that the speed of reproducing is much faster than your own. It's just that the speed is fast, and the reproduced life is relatively weak. If you want to give birth to a powerful life, you'll need to expend a lot of energy on your own. Therefore, it's not an easy task and doesn't have much practical significance. The biggest advantage is that when the time comes, you can bring the people from your home universe into your inner world to live without affecting their cultivation. Qin Shao nodded thoughtfully. It was indeed a good thing to be able to bring the people from his home universe into his inner world to cultivate. However, how should he put it? It was actually quite good to have his original body guarding the Hongmeng universe. No one could harm the Hongmeng universe unless an ancient sage appeared. Of course, Qin Shao now knew that there were still many ancient sages in the sacred region. Therefore, it was indeed necessary to think more about preparing for a rainy day. An ancient sage was enough to destroy the Hongmeng universe. Therefore, it was actually quite risky to keep the Hongmeng universe in the endless universe ocean. Relatively speaking, Qin Shao would be more at ease if he could keep it in his inner world. Of course, all of this was in the future. It was still too early to talk about this now. It was enough to just think about it. Senior, do you think I should continue to cultivate my inner world? Based on my current situation, if I continue to expand at this speed, will there be any practical significance in the end? Qin Shao thought about it and asked again. It was such a rare opportunity, so he was thick-skinned to ask a few more questions. It was also because the Sky Mountain City Lord was relatively easygoing and amiable. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have dared to ask these questions. The Sky Mountain City Lord thought about it and said, I can't say for sure. There are definitely benefits, but I'm afraid no one knows how great they are. There may be many uncertainties in this. This is an unknown path, so naturally, there will be unknown results. If you succeed, you may be able to create your own path. Just now, I was also thinking that you might be able to carve out a path that belongs to you. That might not necessarily be the case. A path that no one else has taken may not be a path that you can't take. It may also be a path that you may succeed in. Carve out a path that belongs to me. Hearing this, Qin Shao was slightly startled. Some thoughts came to his mind. In fact, he also had this idea. Just like Shakyamuni created the Buddhist Tao and Sage Li created the Flying Knife Tao, the paths that they took were all paths that no one else had taken. In the end, they succeeded in creating their own paths and achieving immeasurable achievements. Therefore, Qin Shao actually also thought that if no one else had taken the path of the inner world, could it be possible for him to continue on, succeed, and create his own path? Now that he heard what the Sky Mountain City Lord said, it seemed that he also had this idea. Naturally, this made Qin Zhao's thoughts deepen a little. Perhaps he could really give it a try. Of course, little friend Qin Shao, I'm only saying that there is such a possibility. As for how likely it is, it would depend on your own luck. You should know that in our immortal realm, in this era, only two existences have created their own paths. Everyone wants to create their own path, but how many people can really create their own path? There are very, very few. The victors will always belong to the very, very few. There were very, very few people on this path. I also want to create my own path. It's just that I've tried countless paths, but I can't find one. In the end, the Sky Mountain City Lord couldn't help but shake his head. He looked a little emotional. Qin Shao was also slightly startled. He looked at the Sky Mountain City Lord with some surprise. A supreme existence like the Sky Mountain City Lord also tried to walk his own path, but he couldn't find it. It seemed that it was really too difficult to walk one's own path. Thinking about it, if it wasn't difficult, why in this era of the immortal realm, there were only two people, Shakyamuni and Sage Li. Countless people wanted to walk their own path, but they couldn't find it. Even if everyone can't find it, I, Qin Shao, may not necessarily be unable to find it. If even I don't have this confidence and ambition, then I'll lose before the battle. So, no matter what, I must walk this path. I must walk it with unswerving determination. Since it's a possible path, then I'll walk it to the end. Moreover, my current situation is still considered good, so all the more I must walk it. Although I don't quite understand the significance of walking my own path, I know that being able to create one's own path is definitely a path to the peak. It's a path that the Sky Mountain City Lord is pursuing now. If I want to go further, then I must walk this path. This path, the sooner I realize it, the sooner I walk it, the higher my chances of success will be. Qin Shao was also secretly determined in his own thoughts and the path he wanted to walk. The Sky Mountain City Lord seemed to have seen through Qin Zhao's thoughts. He smiled and said, "Little friend Qin Shao, if you want to create your own path and walk it, then you must do it as soon as possible. According to what I know, the earlier you do it, the higher your chances of success. Take Shakyamuni and Sage Li, for example. They began to walk their own paths as soon as they stepped into the celestial venerate realm. They stepped onto the ancient road with their own paths and finally created their own paths. The higher your realm, the more restrictions you will encounter when you want to walk your own path. The more interference there will be, the harder it will be to walk. Once you step onto the ancient road and become an ancient saint, it's basically impossible for you to create a Tao that belongs to you. If you can't create your own path, then you can only cultivate step by step. I've also suffered in this aspect, so I don't want to create my own path now. But you're still young and your realm is still low. If you walk your own path now, it's still possible for you to walk it. Of course, don't force everything. More haste, less speed. If you force it too much, you'll only harm yourself." Qin Shao nodded thoughtfully. The gratitude in his heart grew stronger. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I'll think about this problem carefully and set a path for my future. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Chapter 1971. As the saying goes, the grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. After receiving so much guidance and teaching, Qin Shao was naturally very grateful to the Heaven Mountain City Lord. It could even be said that in his heart, Qin Shao had already treated the Heaven Mountain City Lord as his master. They weren't master and disciple in name, but he still felt indebted to him. Speaking of which, the Heaven Mountain City Lord could be considered the person who had given Qin Shao the most guidance since he came to the immortal realm. The second was the Peach Blossom Valley Lord, and the third was the Azure Blade King. Little friend Qin Shao, your 3 friends are still waiting for you outside. I'll get Xing and send you over, the Heaven Mountain City Lord said. Qin Shao nodded, too embarrassed to stay any longer. All right, Senior. In that case, Qin Shao will take his leave first. After saying that, Qin Shao gave the Heaven Mountain City Lord a big bow. At this time, young Master Xing and walked to Qin Shao, and Qin Shao immediately left with him. After seeing Qin Shao off, the Heaven Mountain City Lord shook his head and sighed, not knowing what to do. Following young Master Xing, and they quickly left the peak of Heaven Mountain. Along the way, young Master Xing and didn't say a word, but Qin Shao felt that his mood was much better than before. Could it be because the Heaven Mountain City Lord didn't take him in as a disciple? If that was the case, it seemed that young Master Xing and was a little narrow-minded. However, Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to think about it. After all, he wouldn't have any dealings with young Master Xing and in the future. What kind of person he was had nothing to do with him. After sending Qin Shao off, young Master Xing and directly left. Qin Shao, you finally appeared. If we didn't wait for you, we would have returned to the Fuda Immortal Palace. How is it? Have you become a disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord? When Bai Shan and the other 2 saw Qin Shao, they were clearly happy. They had indeed been suffering from the wait. Although it was not a long time, only 10,000 years, the feeling of waiting was indeed very different. Qin Shao curled his lips, shook his head, and said, I don't have the fortune to be your disciple. Let's go back to the Fuda Immortal Palace. What? He didn't acknowledge anyone as his master? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Bai Shan and the other 2 were stunned. What they had been looking forward to was actually not happening. There had been no news for the past 10,000 years. Unexpectedly, it was really bad news. The Lord of Tianshan City really didn't accept Qin Shao as his disciple. There had been a lot of discussion about this in Sky Mountain City. Someone said that there was no news, so it must be because the Sky Mountain City's City Lord didn't want to accept a disciple. Speaking of which, for an existence at the level of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, accepting a personal disciple was indeed a very serious matter. Bai Shan and the other 2 were actually looking forward to this matter. Now, they could only sigh in regret. Qin Shao didn't care about this. He smiled and said, It's nothing. It's my fortune if I get it, but it's my fate if I don't. I don't care about these things. It's certainly a good thing to be the disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord, but not necessarily a bad thing. In the past 10,000 years, the Heaven Mountain City Lord has given me a lot of pointers and taught me the profound meaning of the word Lin. It's enough for me to gain a lot. Qin Shao really didn't care about not being the disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. He really didn't think it was a big deal. Yeah, Bai Shan suddenly exclaimed. Qin Shao, you've already broken through to the 2nd step Heavenly Venerable Realm. You've also received the Heaven Mountain City Lord's Lin inheritance. You've broken through again. It seems like you've gained a lot in the past 10,000 years. Not bad, not bad. You're really a role model for us cultivators. I'm envious of you. There's no point in being envious, Qin Shao joked. That's right. His Lin had broken through to the initial success stage, and his Immortal Path realm had broken through to the 2nd step Heavenly Venerable Realm. He had indeed completed 2 major breakthroughs. No matter what, we should all be happy for Qin Shao. Let's go. We should return to the Fuda Immortal Palace, said Fairy Zishang. Thus, the four of them set off for the Fu De Immortal Palace. Qin Shao was quickly discovered by the people of the Heaven Mountain City the moment he appeared. For the past 10,000 years, Qin Shao had been the topic of discussion in the Heaven Mountain City. Everyone was still debating whether or not Qin Shao could become the disciple of the Heaven Mountain City Lord. This question had been debated endlessly. In the beginning, everyone thought that Qin Shao would definitely be accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. After all, such a heaven-defying and heaven-defying feat should be able to move the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, the news never spread. Thus, many people gradually began to think that the Heaven Mountain City Lord wouldn't accept Qin Shao as a personal disciple. However, before the news could be confirmed, there were two voices arguing. Now that Qin Shao had appeared in the Heaven Mountain City, it naturally caused an uproar. Are Qin Shao and the others returning to the Fu De Immortal Palace? Does that mean the Heaven Mountain City Lord really didn't accept Qin Shao as a personal disciple? No way. He really didn't accept him? Cough. Qin Shao is too pitiful, isn't he? Such a heaven-defying and heaven-defying genius. Yet he still wasn't accepted as a personal disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. You can't say that. The Heaven Mountain City Lord has his own considerations. It's not something we can take away. However, Qin Shao is really too heaven-defying. Even if he doesn't become the Heaven Mountain City Lord's disciple, his future is immeasurable. He should be able to step on the ancient road. I still feel that it's a pity. Actually, I quite like Qin Zhao's character. Yes, he doesn't put on any airs, and I can't see any arrogance from him. Such a peerless genius is really rare. In the midst of a heated discussion, Qin Shao and the others directly left the Heaven Mountain City. It's said that it's better to be in a good time than to be in a good time. We returned to the Fu De Immortal Palace from the Thoughtless Sea, and we can still encounter such a grand event like the Tao Enlightenment meeting. This is where Qin Zhao's luck lies. We didn't gain much, but for Qin Shao, the harvest is probably greater than in the Thoughtless Sea. Shan sighed with emotion as he said this. Qin Shao nodded. It was indeed so. Thinking about it, he really felt that this was where the heavens will belonged. It was where his luck was, and it was his own good fortune. The harvest in the Heaven Mountain City was indeed not less than in the Thoughtless Sea. Looking back at the Heaven Mountain City, Qin Shao smiled. This was his place of opportunity. But now it was time to leave. Just as the four of them were about to leave, three powerful auras suddenly descended, blocking their way. They stood in three directions, and there was a sense of encirclement. Just by looking at this formation, one could tell that the visitors were not friendly. Qin Shao and the others frowned slightly, and their faces darkened. Their gazes fell on the three uninvited guests. Judging from the aura of these three people, they were extremely powerful third-step heavenly venerables. All of them were overbearing, and their faces were frivolous. There was a hint of a mocking smile on their faces, showing that they were not friendly. Qin Shao did not know the background of these three people, but he was sure that they were very powerful. They could definitely stand at the top of the third-step heavenly venerables. Perhaps in the entire southern wilderness, they could be ranked at the top of the third-step heavenly venerables. Three of such experts appeared at once. Their aura was indeed very oppressive. Bai Shan frowned deeply, and his expression was somewhat solemn. With a hint of anger, he said in a deep voice, Qian Zhengwei Nantian, crazy Taoist, what are the three of you trying to do by blocking our way? Ha ha ha. Crazy Taoist raised his head and laughed wildly. Bai Shan, this has nothing to do with the three of you. Step aside. We are here to look for Qin Shao. Qin Shao stared coldly at Crazy Taoist. He had already expected that these three people were here to look for him. Qin Shao pulled Bai Shan and said, Senior brother Bai Shan, since they are here to look for me, then let me deal with them. You guys step back first. Qin Shao. Bai Shan was a little anxious and said, Don't be careless. These three people are all winners of the Tao Enlightenment meeting. Their strength is definitely unfathomable. I'm afraid their strength is not inferior to the black-white double ghosts. And right now, the three of them are working together. Don't underestimate them. They clearly have bad intentions. They have already obtained the right to comprehend the Tao Enlightenment tree, but they still want to target you. How despicable. They came here so arrogantly. They are really bandits. Baishan was filled with righteous indignation. In fact, how could Qin Xiao not be angry? These three people came here. It was obvious why they were here. It was indeed a despicable act. But so what? In this world, there were many times where reasoning was completely useless. One had to rely on their fists and strength. Without these, one could only be bullied and killed. This was the way to survive. It's fine. Don't worry about me. I know my limits. I won't be bullied by others. Qin Xiao curled his lips and smiled at Baishan. He gave the three of them a reassuring look. It was not that Baishan and the other two did not believe in Qin Xiao, but the strength of Qian Jiangwei and the other two made them too worried. Although, they also knew that worrying was useless. Even with the combined strength of the three of them, they were still no match for the three of them. Qin Xiao glanced at Qian Jiangwei and the other two and said coldly, "I'm afraid the three of you have been waiting for me." Qin Xiao? I, Qin Xiao, am very honored to have the three of you waiting here. I wonder, what do the three of you want from me? Crazy Taoist laughed maniacally once again and said with a hint of mockery, "Qin Xiao, at least you know your place. The three of us didn't come here to do anything to you. We're all geniuses, and we admire you. It's just that the three of us are more interested in your Buddhist weapon. So, we want to borrow it to study it. What do you think?" Hearing such shameless words, Baishan and the other two's faces turned green. Baishan almost cursed it out loud. Borrow what? They were obviously robbing. Borrowing? It sounded so nice. Would they return it after borrowing it? Even if they used their toes to think, it was impossible. Once the Buddhist weapon fell into their hands, they would never be able to get it back. Humph, humph, humph. Qin Xiao sneered and looked at the crazy Taoist coldly. Crazy Taoist, why do you have to make it sound so dignified? You are clearly robbing. Why do you have to pretend that you are borrowing it? Why don't you just say that you are robbing? I feel better when I hear that. Being a robber and having to pretend that I am a good person, it's disgusting. No, no, no. The crazy Taoist shook his finger and laughed even harder. We are all civilized people. We will never do things like robbing. We are really just borrowing it. We are not robbing it. And we have reason to believe that you will lend it to us, right? After all, we're just borrowing it to study it. Once we are done, we will return it to you. Look, we are so sincere. With such sincerity, we are being so nice to you. Qin Xiao, how can you not lend it to us? Chapter 1972. The creepy laughter was filled with threats. Under the guise of borrowing, they had actually taken it by force. Moreover, they had shamelessly refused to admit it. From this, it could be seen how shameless these three people were. The hearts of Baishan and the other two were filled with disdain. Qian Jiangwei and the other two could be considered to be at the top of the third step celestial venerables in the southern wasteland. They were the victors of the Tao comprehension meeting. This time, their names had spread far and wide. Their names were remembered by the entire southern wasteland. The three of them, who had obtained this honor, had actually done such a shameless thing just to rob Qin Xiao of his Buddhist artifact. It was said that people would die for wealth and birds would die for food. Some people would really do anything for treasures. Outside of the gorgeous appearance, there was also an extremely ugly face. Qin Xiao glanced coldly at Qian Jiangwei, Dinan Tian, and the crazy Taoist. He said, "What if I don't agree? What can you do?" Qin Xiao emphasized the last sentence, showing his determination and strength. His tone was filled with arrogance and disdain. It was as if he did not put the three of them in his eyes. "What can you do if you don't give it to me?" There was a sense of contempt in his tone. It was also a stern warning to the three of them. Even if it was a warning, it was also a provocation. Ha ha ha. The three of them were not angry. Instead, they laughed. Their laughter was filled with confidence, arrogance, and disdain. Since the three of them dared to come so openly and shamelessly to borrow Qin Xiao's Buddhist artifact, it meant that the three of them were confident that they could control Qin Xiao. As for Baishan and the other two, they probably did not care about them at all. They did not even need to think about it. After all, The combined strength of Baishan and the other two was not a match for one of them. Hence, they could be ignored directly. Qin Xiao, before you talk big, I advise you to think twice. Don't tell me you don't understand this simple logic. Qian Zhangyue's face was full of arrogance as she looked down at Qin Xiao with disdain. His eyes seemed to be able to release peerless blades. He stared at Qin Xiao and said, "We are very clear about how capable you are. If you think you can suppress us with just a Buddhist artifact, then you are too naive and ignorant. While we're still willing to discuss things with you, I advise you to be tactful and avoid making a big fuss. Once we start fighting, it won't be as simple as losing a Buddhist artifact. Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about your 3 friends, right? Moreover, there is such a beautiful fairy here. Can you bear to see her suffer with you? To be honest, I really can't bear to lay my hands on such a beautiful fairy. However, swords have no eyes. When we start fighting, I can't guarantee that I won't be able to protect her." Qian Zhangyue's tone was very calm, but every word was like a sharp knife. Every word was sharp and could be used to kill. Every word was filled with a strong sense of threat, and it was filled with great power. This showed that Qian Zhangyue was very confident in her strength and could control Qin Xiao, using his friends to threaten him. This was something that touched Qin Zhao's bottom line. Qin Zhao's face became even colder. His eyes were incomparably cold as he stared at Qian Zhangyue and said in a cold voice, "I hate people who threaten me the most in life." "Ha ha!" Qian Zhangyue chuckled and said, "What a coincidence. I love to threaten people the most in life. Actually, it can't be considered a threat. It's just a matter of fact. Of course, you can understand it as a threat. It doesn't matter. This is what I mean. What can you do? All right, Qin Xiao, we can't be bothered to talk so much nonsense with you. We'll give you 3 breaths of time to consider. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Don't have any other thoughts. Since the Heaven Mountain City Lord did not accept you as his direct disciple, then he will not care about anything here. In this place, no one can save you. You should just give up on that thought. All right, let's begin." 3 breaths of time was very short. This threat was very strong. Qin Xiao, facing such a domineering Qian Zhangyue and the other two, Baishan and the other two felt extremely uncomfortable. They were angry and worried at the same time. They were not worried about others, but they were afraid that Qin Xiao would make a move for them. They were not afraid of a fight. If they could not win, couldn't they run? Even if they had to fight to the death, there was nothing to be afraid of. What could he do if he was being bullied and humiliated at his doorstep? They could only treat it as an unexpected disaster. The road of cultivation was slow, and unlucky things were inevitable. 3 breaths. 2 breaths. The atmosphere became more and more oppressive. Qian Zhangyue and the other two saw that Qin Xiao was still unmoved. Their eyes became cold and vicious as they stared at Qin Xiao coldly. They were ready to attack. The 3 of them flipped their palms, and weapons appeared in their hands. The space seemed to be frozen. They were about to attack. The 3 of them locked their gazes on Qin Xiao. Once they made a move, it was obvious that the 3 of them would launch an incomparably ferocious attack on Qin Xiao. They wanted to crush Qin Xiao in an extremely short period of time. In this battle, Qian Zhangyue and the other 2 would probably go all out. The atmosphere was extremely tense and oppressive. It made people hold their breaths. Qin Xiao also stared at Qian Zhangyue and the other 2. At the last breath, when the gunpowder was about to explode, Qin Xiao stretched out his hand, and the 8-faced Buddha mirror flew out. "Don't you want this Buddha artifact? Fine, I'll give it to you. But you have to promise me that after you take the Buddha artifact, you will leave immediately. You are not allowed to hurt my friends." "Qin Xiao, you can't." Seeing Qin Xiao show weakness, Baishan immediately shouted anxiously. Tai Yulong was also a little anxious. He wanted to rush forward, but was held back by Fairy Zijing. Fairy Zishang's starry eyes flickered with a strange expression. "Ha!" Hearing Qin Xiao show weakness, Qian Zhangyue and the other 2 immediately laughed. Everything was within their expectations. With the 3 of them combined, not to mention a little Qin Xiao, even a great immortal would have to obediently accept his fate. If the combined strength of the three of them couldn't even handle Qin Shao, then wouldn't it become a huge joke if news of this spread out? How could they let such a thing happen? But reality proved that the three of them were still very powerful. They could still suppress everything. See, Qin Shao also obediently gave in. Didn't a person who refused to admit defeat obediently admit defeat today? Obediently hand over the Buddha artifact? It seemed that this Qin Shao wasn't like the rumors said. Qian Jianghua smiled and said, "That's natural. We only want that Buddhist artifact. The other things don't mean anything to me. If we wanted to fight, we wouldn't have said so much to you. We would have done it already. The reason why we said so much to you is because we don't want to fight directly. We like to win people over with virtue." Bah, win people over with virtue? Shamelessness is more like winning people over. Qin Shao sneered in his heart, snorting disdainfully. "If that's the case, why don't you hurry up and hand over the Buddha artifact?" Di Nantian, who had been silent all this time, suddenly shouted. Qin Shao looked at the eight-faced Buddha mirror reluctantly, unable to give it away. "Qin Shao, don't give it to them. These shameless people are simply shameless. What are you afraid of? If worst comes to worst, we'll fight it out with them. Even if we die here today, we won't frown. Qin Shao, don't worry about us. As long as you dare to fight, we will fight. This is too much, too much, too much. How can I tolerate it?" Bai Shan said anxiously. He was filled with righteous indignation. His anger was burning. He wasn't afraid of death. Dignity, in many cases, was more important than life. Qin Shao only looked back at Bai Shan and didn't say anything. He also didn't care about Bai Shan's words. Instead, he waved his hand and threw the eight-faced Buddha mirror to Di Nantian. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Bai Shan wanted to say something but was pulled back by Zijing Fairy. She shook her head at him, indicating that he shouldn't say anything. Bai Shan could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. What's done is done. There was no way to change anything. After easily obtaining the Buddha item, Qian Jianghua and the other two were elated. They thought that they would have to go through some trouble. Who knew that things would go much smoother than they expected? With just a few words, they made Qin Shao admit defeat. It was really satisfying. This made them happier than taking advantage of an exalted immortal. After all, Qin Shao was a heaven-defying monster. He was the second person after young Master Xingyan, and the second person to comprehend the Lin word in 10,000 epics. Previously, they thought that Qin Shao would definitely be accepted as a legacy disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. However, the result was shocking. Qin Shao wasn't accepted as a legacy disciple by the Heaven Mountain City Lord. Regarding this matter, they actually had their own guesses. They thought that Qin Shao was all bark and no bite. His talent in the Lin word was still lacking. After 10,000 years of guidance, he didn't improve much. Therefore, the Heaven Mountain City Lord gave up on the idea of taking him in as a disciple. Since the Heaven Mountain City Lord had abandoned Qin Shao, they came up with the idea of borrowing the Buddha item. Firstly, they were indeed coveting the Buddha item. Secondly, they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to take advantage of Qin Shao. The limelight of this Tao Enlightenment meeting had been completely stolen by Qin Shao. It had even overshadowed the limelight of the three of them. Therefore, they had been holding a grudge for a long time. Now that they had the Buddha item in their hands, they could take advantage of Qin Shao. The three of them were exhilarated. However, before the three of them could rejoice, a monstrous Buddha light suddenly gushed out like a heavenly river. The eight-god space directly enveloped the three of them. The sudden change of the situation caused the faces of Qian Jianghua and the other two to contort. Their faces were extremely ugly and filled with anger. "Good, Qin Shao, how dare you play with us? I'm afraid you're courting death." Crazy Taoist roared furiously. Qian Jianghua sneered. His face was gloomy and cold. "Good, very good, very good. Looks like we've underestimated you. You actually dared to play such a lowly trick on us. How laughable. Qin Shao, oh, Qin Shao, you can't be so naive as to think that you can trap us with just this Buddha item, right? It's just a Buddha item. What can it do to us? I can tell you very responsibly that you've completely angered us. The consequences will be severe, very severe. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.